Chapter 1. On the land of Diguang, in the southern region of the Misty Moon State, deep within Yunlang Mountain. This place was notorious as a forbidden area, not merely due to the rampant presence of spiritual beasts, but also because it often bore witness to the emergence of treasures, enticing various factions to vie for them, resulting in frequent bloodshed. Amidst such a perilous environment, a young man sat on the ground, sighing despondently. How did I end up here after just a nap? The youth, named Qin Geng, was originally an ordinary employee in modern society who would have never imagined awakening in such a fantastical realm. To traverse into another world was one thing, but finding oneself utterly alone in this desolate wilderness, a veritable abyss for common folk, left him bereft of any hope for survival. As he pondered how to escape this predicament, a sudden sound resonated in his mind. Ding. Suitable host detected, binding to the divine wealth system. Huh? A system? No way. It's a divine wealth system? Are you kidding me? Do you want me to die even faster? Before he could fully process the excitement, hearing the term divine wealth system chilled him to the bone. What use was it to awaken as a wealthy individual in a world where strength was paramount? If one's hard power fell short, what good was wealth to a corpse? He had envisioned awakening with an extraordinary power, envisioning a scenario where he could dominate all. Instead, this system left him utterly speechless. Well, having something was better than nothing. While he continued to curse inwardly, the relentless system notifications persisted. Ding. System awakening successful, granting a beginner's gift pack. Initiating sign-in system. Does the host wish to sign in? Though he had indeed awakened a golden finger, Qin Geng's enthusiasm was notably lacking. That it should have been a joyous occasion, yet he genuinely felt the divine wealth system was rather underwhelming. However, as the saying goes, better than nothing. So he feebly declared, open the gift pack, sign in. Ding. Beginner's gift pack activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme grade vehicle 9 Dragons Golden Chariot, which can be transformed into the 9 Dragons. Sacred ring when not needed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 billion stones. Congratulations to the host for receiving the supreme grade magical artifact Eternal Ice Silkworm Silk Robe. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 each of lower, middle, and upper level talismans. Does the host wish to collect the rewards? Listening to these announcements, Qin Geng was utterly astonished. Due to his transmigration, he had garnered some knowledge about this world. The rewards presented by the system were, astonishingly, some of the most precious magical artifacts in this realm. He had initially thought that the value of the gift pack would amount to no more than that of a Lamborghini in modern society. His utter disbelief. It had bestowed upon him an array of treasures that left him gaping in shock. Just then, he remembered that he had yet to sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the heavenly tier blessed land, the celestial mysterious cave. By heavens, a paradise of hidden realms. Is it truly of the celestial tier? The ultimate reward for this signing in utterly astonished Qin Geng. Upon his arrival in this world, he had learned that treasures were categorized into 4 tiers: celestial, terrestrial, mysterious, and yellow. The celestial treasures were undoubtedly the finest of their kind at a paradise of hidden realms, as its name suggests, equates to a miniature world. Not to mention that such a place could continuously give birth to rare materials and even house unparalleled prodigies within its confines. Moreover, only the legendary celestial sovereigns of the upper realms could possess such wonders. This meant that he, having just traversed into this realm, could potentially become the lord of a small world. Such a reward, even when compared to others within the celestial tier, stood as an absolute paragon. This extravagant system seems rather splendid, Qin Geng mused. Initially, he had deemed the system to be of little worth. However, after receiving his reward, he could only exclaim how delightful it was. Consequently, his thoughts began to shift. Let me thoroughly examine these rewards. With that thought, he began to extract each item he had acquired. As he retrieved his rewards from the system, he felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Are there truly this many spirit stones and talismans? And they are contained within sacks. It was indeed remarkable. Yet if he were to voice such thoughts to others, they might very well wish to strike him down. Did he dare to complain about an abundance of wealth? With no choice, he placed each item into his hidden realm. After all, it was exceedingly vast, and the hidden realm could shrink infinitely, making transportation far more convenient. Next, he donned the magical robe bestowed by the system. It must be said that Qin Geng, already possessing striking features, was further accentuated by this extraordinary attire, rendering him akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lastly, there is this golden dragon chariot, The system indicated that this object served as his mode of transport. However, truth be told, it was 1,000 times more exhilarating than any luxury vehicle. This was a chariot drawn by pure-blooded, ancient, true dragons. How could it be compared to merely driving a car? As he extracted this item, a deafening roar reverberated from above. In that instant, a blinding golden light descended from the heavens. Before him appeared 9 five-clawed golden dragons, their bodies radiant and their eyes a fierce crimson, exuding an awe-inspiring presence as they pulled a chariot of such dazzling brilliance that it was nearly unbearable to behold. As they landed, the entire mountain range trembled, and even the very roots of the mountains quaked in response. Gazing at the resplendent, true dragon chariot, Qin Geng could scarcely contain his exhilaration. Could it be that this item can transform into a ring? With that thought, he concentrated, and in an instant, the immense chariot transformed into a beam of golden light, wrapping around his finger. Qin Geng focused his gaze and discovered that this object had transformed into a golden ring, adorned with intricately carved dragon heads, each one vividly lifelike. Meanwhile, the surrounding sects of Yunlang Mountain were engulfed in a wave of excitement. Could it be that Yunlang Mountain has given birth to yet another treasure? Wasn't there just a treasure that emerged not long ago? Indeed, it is in the direction of Yunlang Mountain. I, the Elder, have witnessed a dazzling golden light flickering above the mountain peak. Yes, from the commotion and the grand spectacle, it is evident that an extraordinary treasure has come into existence. Ha ha ha! Who dares to compete with my Ghost Moon sect for this opportunity? I shall ensure their utter annihilation, using their very soul to light my soul lamp. Last time the treasure was snatched by the Lingxin sect. This time, our sect shall not return empty-handed. At that moment, all factions could no longer contain their excitement and rushed towards the location where the treasure had appeared. Meanwhile, Qin Geng, caught in the whirlpool, remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, instead eagerly counting his rewards. There was simply no way to deny the abundance bestowed upon him by the system. On the other side, outside Yunlang Mountain, a large crowd had gathered. If any outsiders from the Misty Moon State were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For the individuals gathered here were none other than the titans of the southern domain. Even a mere stamp of their foot could cause tremors throughout the entire region. It was a rare occasion to encounter even one of them. Yet they had all converged here for reasons unknown. The various factions seemed to have tacitly agreed to remain silent, their gazes fixed upon the depths of Yunlang Mountain. Although no words were spoken, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, heavy with tension. After all, it was a universally acknowledged truth among the major sects, dynasties, and families that a treasure was at stake, and each party longed to seize the opportunity for themselves, naturally fostering a sense of rivalry. Just as the various factions were poised for conflict, an elderly man dressed in coarse robes, his hair a grayish-white, yet with a faint golden light flickering in his eyes, spoke. First, gentlemen, why not temporarily set aside your grievances and focus on locating the treasure? Afterward, let each rely on their own abilities, shall we? The principle of the clam and the snipe contending only for the fisherman's benefit is well understood by all, and any prior skirmishes would serve no purpose. As the crowd turned to regard him, their eyes were filled with wariness. This elder was the supreme emperor of the Eternal Night dynasty, a figure of immense power, having even reached the legendary realm of void breaking. After exchanging glances, the assembled mighty beings ultimately acquiesced to the elder's counsel. In truth, the desire for conflict among all present was rather subdued. Everyone wished to secure the coveted treasures before engaging in further discussions. This inclination is precisely what enabled the elderly empress to achieve her objectives. Without wasting any time, numerous powerful individuals hastened toward the depths of Yunlang Mountain. Meanwhile, Qin Geng was in the process of unearthing the last of his treasures, meticulously examining the remaining talismans in his possession. These talismans are quite commendable. Even the most inferior among them could unleash a peak strike from a formidable opponent at the Broken Illusion realm. Yet, at that moment, a multitude of radiant lights cascaded from the horizon, hurtling toward Qin Geng's location. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a group of extraordinarily formidable beings encircling him with an intimidating presence. Qin Geng furrowed his brow, silently cursing his misfortune that he recognized that the commotion caused by his earlier display of the 9 dragons' golden chariot had precipitated this predicament. He should have sought a secluded spot to assess his treasures at that juncture. One of the eminent figures finally spoke. "Who are you? What brings you to this forbidden ground?" In their view, Qin Geng's presence in such a locale could only signify an intention to seek the treasures that lay within. However, another powerful figure sneered disdainfully, A worthless individual lacking any cultivation dares to covet treasures that do not belong to him? Initially, upon discovering Qin Geng near the manifestation of the treasures, their hearts raced with apprehension, fearing that he might have already laid claim to them. Yet now, upon closer inspection, this unknown competitor turned out to be an entirely ordinary person devoid of any cultivation prowess. This revelation elicited a collective shaking of heads and mocking laughter from the assembly. Another voice chimed in. I advise you to relinquish the treasures forthwith otherwise. Were it not for their concern over unforeseen consequences, they would have dispatched Qin Geng without further ado, resorting directly to violence to seize his possessions. At that moment, the elder who had previously suggested setting aside grievances suddenly sensed something amiss. He scrutinized Qin Geng's attire repeatedly, and shock coursed through him as his pupils constricted, exclaiming in disbelief, a robe woven from 10,000-year-old ice silkworm. Silk? Upon hearing this, the other powerful figures swiftly redirected their gaze toward Qin Geng. Noticing this revelation, the crowd was collectively astonished. Crafted from 10,000-year-old ice silkworm silk? How could this be possible? Indeed, each strand is a treasure in its own right to create an entire garment from such material. This must be a treasure of the earth deer. Earth deer? 10,000-year ice silkworm silk is impervious to all forms of magic and can thwart divine perception, but a complete robe made from it must be a treasure of the heaven ear. Upon uttering these words, the group fell into a stunned silence. A robe woven from 10,000-year ice silkworm silk? A heaven tier treasure. The mere mention of these two pieces of information had already caused them to reconsider their approach. This material, even a single strand, was exceedingly rare, let alone an entire garment. They all reached a consensus. Qin Geng appeared to lack any discernible cultivation, undoubtedly due to the magical robe he donned, which obstructed any probing. In that moment, as he was tidying the final pouch of talismans, the onlookers inadvertently noticed the Zheng Sung Jir resting in his hand. Upon sighting it, the collective breath of these formidable beings nearly escaped them in sheer astonishment. What treasure is that ring? Can you hear the faint sound of dragon roars? Could this possibly be a legendary artifact that transcends the celestial tier? While they could make some rudimentary assessments of the ancient ice silkworm robe he wore, the Long Sung Jade was entirely beyond their recognition. Yet, even through mere observation, the ring's extraordinary nature was unmistakable. It was not solely the ring's opulent appearance that struck, or rather, what instilled a profound fear within them was the ethereal sound of dragons' chant emanating from it. It is essential to note that since the conclusion of the ancient era, true dragons have vanished without a trace. To encounter even a single scale or claw of such a being is akin to an insurmountable challenge. Yet, here, amidst Qin Geng, they felt the breath of a true dragon. What did this signify? It signified that this young man, who had been frowning in silence, was undoubtedly a core figure of a formidable power from the upper realms, perhaps even a ruler of a vast dominion. At that moment, they comprehended the folly of their previous actions, realizing how foolish they had been to address such a colossal entity with disdain. They were well aware of the terrors that the upper realms could unleash. In essence, their lives could be decided in the blink of an eye. With this realization, those who had previously insulted Qin Geng now trembled in fear. Listening to their exclamations, Qin Geng finally grasped the situation at hand. It seemed they had begun to consider themselves as significant figures. Very well, he thought, he would make the most of this identity. Observing Qin Geng's cold indifference and silence, the anxiety among these individuals intensified. Feeling the peculiar silence around them, Qin Geng finally broke it with a chilling smile. Why the sudden silence? Weren't you just saying that I am a worthless fool devoid of cultivation? Why is it that now not even a peep can be heard? Upon hearing his almost scornful inquiry, these powerful beings, who were accustomed to commanding authority in the South Domain, dared not utter a single word. Their reactions clearly indicated that they had come to view themselves as significant figures. Thus, Qin Geng deliberately referred to himself as the young master, speaking with unwavering confidence. At that moment, the one who had first questioned Qin Geng stepped forward, trembling. With hands trembling, he offered a folding fan, saying, "Young master, please forgive my insolence to offend you is truly a display of my ignorance. This is the cherished treasure of our sect, the Ling San, and I humbly present it to you." Qin Geng spoke in a low, somber tone. Is this wretched thing meant to insult me? Upon hearing this, the powerful figure was immediately struck with terror. Hastily kneeling and pleading for mercy, "I am an old fool deserving of 1,000 deaths. I should never have troubled the young master with such trivial and vulgar items. I beseech you, forgive my transgressions. The absurdity of lamenting one's deserving fate while simultaneously begging for forgiveness was indeed a comical spectacle. Qin Geng, however, wore an expression of disdain and unceremoniously kicked him aside. This kick was infused with the dragon energy of the Nine Dragons Sacred Ring, causing the powerful figure to spout blood repeatedly, yet he could only kneel in gratitude for being spared. Witnessing this scene, the other powerful beings fell utterly silent, paralyzed with fear. Although Qin Geng had only just awakened his system, he found this so-called spiritual fan beneath his notice. Anything his system casually produced would effortlessly overshadow such worthless trinkets. On the other hand, the once imperious Emperor Emeritus has now become rather astute. If I could forge a connection with this young noble from the celestial realm, would I not soar to unprecedented heights? Despite the seemingly exalted status he possesses, he is acutely aware that, in comparison, he is utterly inconsequential. He now even contemplates that the extraordinary phenomena witnessed by himself and others may not have been treasures at all, but rather the commotion stirred up by this young gentleman before him. Just as he was about to speak, a few individuals suddenly approached from a distance. One among them exclaimed, "Why are we still hesitating? Now that we have located the one who possesses the treasure, should we not swiftly eliminate him?" Upon hearing these words, the elder Mai Yi and his companions could not help but twitch the corners of their mouths slightly. What utter fools, lacking in discernment. Yet, they harbored no inclination to extend a kindness that would alert their adversary to the impending peril. After all, it was not themselves who were stepping into the line of fire. Observing the demeanor of their opponents, Qin Geng calmly remarked, "Eliminate me? With such worthless beings as yourselves?" He then coldly added, "The swarms of flies today are indeed numerous, quite repugnant." With that, a resounding dragon's roar emanated from Qin Geng, surging forth towards the boastful mighty one with relentless force. This overwhelming might was unparalleled, akin to that of a celestial emperor descending from the heavens above. The formidable figure, currently under immense pressure, suddenly turned pale, his face reflecting sheer terror, as the imposing aura of the true dragon inadvertently emanated. The others were so terrified that they dared not even breathe. The once arrogant powerhouse, who had proclaimed his intention to eliminate Qin Geng, now found himself kneeling and kowtowing in abject surrender, pleading, unaware that a celestial being from the upper realm has descended upon this place. I, a mere insignificant creature, beg for your mercy, esteemed elder. In that moment, he cared not for his dignity, his forehead already bloodied from repeated blows, daring not to even invoke protective spells. Yet, throughout this ordeal, Qin Geng did not spare him a single glance. This scene only served to reinforce the belief among the onlookers that the individual before them held an extraordinarily noble status, one far beyond their capacity to offend. The demeanor displayed was unmistakably that of a being regarding mere ants. However, it was not a deliberate display of superiority. Rather, just moments prior, his cave abode had trembled, momentarily distracting him. Because he had recognized the cave as his own, he understood that it signified the potential for significant treasures within the entire region of Longhua Prefecture that could enhance his cave's capabilities. This revelation was indeed a pleasant surprise. Based on the system's prior descriptions and the surrounding conditions, he had assumed that no such beneficial entities could exist. Initially intending to depart, he now perceived an opportunity to leverage the group before him. Since they harbored misconceptions about him, he resolved to play along and carry this charade to its conclusion. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with an air of indifference. "I have come here in search of a particular treasure." However, he offered no further elaboration, leaving the rest of his thoughts unspoken. The group of individuals present immediately grasped the underlying implication of Qin Geng's words. It was a subtle invitation for them to assist him in running errands. The mere prospect of ingratiating themselves with a figure of such high status from the upper realm sent shivers of excitement coursing through their bodies. However, among them, a few harbored ulterior motives. The thought of acquiring the precious artifact mentioned by the young master for themselves was tantalizing, given the esteemed nature of his identity. Possessing an item that he cherished would elevate their own standing immensely. Once this notion took root in their minds, they found it impossible to suppress their greed. While allying with such a powerful figure was undoubtedly advantageous, the allure of obtaining the treasured item was simply irresistible. Meanwhile, Qin Geng seemed to perceive the clandestine intentions of certain individuals. With a cold smirk, he cautioned, "Let me offer you a word of advice. This item is not meant for the likes of you to covet. It would be better if you remain unaware. Should I discover any of you daring enough to hoard it?" As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of dragon might surged from him once more. Though he did not unleash it directly upon them, The subtle, yet palpable tension it created left them feeling increasingly uneasy. It was precisely these words that extinguished the ambitions of the scheming, powerful individuals, dousing them in a wave of cold realization. After all, how could they presume to seize what was so evidently coveted by others? The fear lingered that even before the true potential of the treasure could be realized, they might invite their own annihilation. How foolish! The mere recollection of their own egregious avarice made them wish they could strike themselves in remorse. Qin Geng surveyed the surroundings and noticed that his 9-dragon's sacred ring seemed most drawn to the elderly man who proclaimed himself the supreme emperor. With a deliberate gesture, he indicated the old man, saying, "You, lead me to your domain." The elder was momentarily taken aback, but soon disregarded the envious glares surrounding him, overwhelmed by elation. Suppressing his excitement, he bowed deeply to Qin Geng and exclaimed, "Esteemed elder, your presence graces my humble abode. I shall honor you as though you were my own parents reborn." Witnessing the fortuitous luck of the elderly man, the onlookers felt a surge of jealousy, their eyes burning with envy. Why should this scoundrel be favored? Yet, they dared not voice such thoughts in Qin Geng's presence, instead forced to watch as the old man escorted him away. Once they had departed, several of the powerful individuals could no longer restrain their indignation, grumbling, "Reborn parents, indeed. This old fool, at such an advanced age, dares to speak such words to a mere child. Has he no shame?" Yet others sighed, expressing a wistful yearning. "If only that esteemed young gentleman would deign to visit me, I would not hesitate to call him father." Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, if we could invite that distinguished young man to grace us with his presence, would the titles we use truly matter? Before long, Qin Geng arrived at the residence of the elderly gentleman in the Polaris dynasty. The old man, with a sycophantic demeanor, said, "Young master, I am called Feng Jun. You may refer to me as." At that moment, he was at a loss for how Qin Geng should address him. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, "You may simply call me Little Feng." After uttering this, he swiftly transitioned to the next topic. "The Polaris dynasty is set to host a grand competition tomorrow. I wonder if you would be interested in attending?" Upon hearing this, Qin Geng pondered for a moment. After all, he was uncertain where to seek the treasure and would rely on this old man for information. Observing their competition could serve as a pleasant diversion in the meantime. Thus, he replied with a faint smile, "Then I shall trouble you, old Feng, to make the necessary arrangements." Upon hearing the title Old Feng, the elderly gentleman, who had grown weary of formalities, felt a wave of warmth wash over him, as if his very bones had turned to jelly. An esteemed young master from the upper realm had addressed him as Old Feng. This filled him with a profound sense of honor. Noticing the old man's demeanor, Qin Geng was concerned that he might forget the matter at hand. So he reminded him once more, "By the way, regarding the task I entrusted to you earlier, I hope you will see it through diligently." Upon hearing these words, Feng Jun quickly regained his composure and pledged to fulfill his duty. He understood that if he successfully completed the task assigned by this young master, there would undoubtedly be substantial rewards in store for him. However, he was cautious not to overdo his flattery, fearing that it might provoke the young master's disdain. Soon, the day of the grand competition arrived. As one of the most formidable forces in the southern region, the Polaris dynasty's foundation was on par with that of any prominent sect. Although it was ostensibly a selection of talents for the dynasty, it bore a striking resemblance to the competitions held among sections. Today's grand competition witnessed an event that left everyone astounded. The emperor, who was expected to personally occupy the throne to observe the proceedings, is now, astonishingly, seated respectfully beside it. Upon the dragon throne sat a young man clad in white, his handsome features lowered as he savored a cup of tea. Who could this be, so brazenly occupying the seat of authority? Even more astonishing was the sight of the usually stern and formidable sovereign, now smiling warmly and inquiring after the young man's well-being. Rather than exhibiting anger at the audacity of another sitting upon his throne, he appeared almost proud, as if sharing in the glory. What manner of being could evoke such deference from the emperor? The spectators below, in the midst of their competition, dared not speculate on the identity of the man seated upon the dragon throne. With a command issued from the royal entourage, the grand contest commenced forthwith. Meanwhile, under the direction of Feng Jun, Princess Feng Qingling personally approached to attend to Qin Geng. This scene instantly caused a black-clad youth in the audience, who was participating in the grand competition, to turn crimson with envy. His gaze was fixed intently on Qin Geng, where looks capable of inflicting harm. Qin Geng would surely find himself in dire straits. Not only Qin Geng, but even Feng Qiling, who was serving him tea, sensed the unusual atmosphere. Turning her head to glance at him, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. This unfolding drama did not escape Qin Geng's notice, yet he merely smiled disdainfully. Unperturbed by the situation, the black-clad youth seemed to share a deeper connection with the royal princess, but what of it? In comparison to himself, he was inconsequential. With this thought, Qin Geng became increasingly indifferent to the piercing gaze, even requesting Feng Qiling to knead his shoulders. Naturally, Feng Qiling understood that this young gentleman was a figure of great importance from the upper realm and dared not to slight or oppose him, complying with his request. Upon witnessing this scene, the young man clad in black was consumed by a fiery rage. When had he ever endured such humiliation? After an entire day of intense competition, the grand event finally drew to a close. As Qin Geng had anticipated, the boy with the piercing gaze indeed emerged as the champion of this great contest. Observing the extraordinary youth, the Emperor Feng Hai rose with a smile, proclaiming, "Li Yuan, congratulations on becoming the champion of this competition. It is rather embarrassing to admit that none of my 3 inept sons could match your prowess. Therefore, in accordance with tradition, Li Yuan will be appointed as the candidate for the chief offering of our dynasty, and upon reaching maturity, he shall enjoy the highest honors bestowed by our realm." On the other side, a robust middle-aged man seated in the shadows slightly nodded, seemingly quite pleased. Unexpectedly, at this very moment, an astonishing event unfolded. Li Yuan shook his head and declared, "I seek not a grand position of tribute. I have but one humble request. That is to propose to Princess Qiling. His name is Li Yuan, the son of General Li Jinqi, the esteemed protector of the Extreme Star Dynasty. In terms of prowess, he could even contend with the formidable Empress Dowager for the duration of a fragrant incense stick. Indeed, he is a vital pillar of the entire dynasty. From a young age, I have demonstrated exceptional talent, and my compatibility with Feng Qiling is undeniable. I have approached her several times for conversation, while those of royal lineage have chosen to turn a blind eye. What right does he possess to seize everything I hold dear upon his arrival?" It is worth noting that despite his long-standing acquaintance with Feng Qiling, they have not even shared a simple handshake, let alone an intimate gesture. What merit does he have to occupy that dragon throne? In my eyes, Qin Geng is merely a worthless individual who flaunts his formidable family background. If given the chance, I would undoubtedly reduce him to a state of utter humiliation. Upon hearing his words, not only did Emperor Feng Hai's expression change, but even his father, Li Jinqi, was taken aback. He bellowed fiercely, "Boldness! Although you have claimed the championship today, how dare you become insatiable? It is already a divine blessing for you, Yuaner, to secure the position of grand offering. Should you not be content?" Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan was immediately consumed by rage, losing all sense of reason. He pointed directly at Qin Geng, who was seated on the dragon throne, eyes closed in tranquility while enjoying the massage from Feng Qiling, and shouted, "You, a worthless scion relying solely on your family's status, dare to challenge me?" However, Qin Geng did not even lift his eyelids in response. Instead, he grasped Feng Qiling's delicate hand, applying a bit more pressure. "Your grip is too weak. Exert more strength." He paid no heed to Li Yuan's raucous outburst. It was absurd. Even dealing with his father, Li Jinqi, whose face was contorted in fury, would be a trivial matter for him. What right did this fool have to elicit a response from him? As anticipated, without needing any command from Qin Geng, Li Jinqi stormed onto the stage and delivered 2 resounding slaps to his son. He bellowed, "You scoundrel! How dare you show such disrespect to a figure of the upper realm? I warn you, should you continue to speak recklessly here, I shall hand you over to young Master Qin for his disposal." Li Jinqi believed this to be the most rational and appropriate course of action. Firstly, it expressed his profound respect for the other party. Secondly, it conveyed to his son the formidable nature of the opponent, indirectly cautioning Li Yuan to choose his words wisely. This statement garnered quiet nods of approval from many members of the royal family, including the former Emperor Feng Jun. Li Jinqi was not only exceptionally skilled in martial arts and endowed with extraordinary talent, but he also possessed wisdom in discerning the right moment to act, justifying the decision of his son Feng Hai to associate with him. Normally, the introspective Li Yuan would have understood his father's good intentions at this moment. However, witnessing the seemingly obedient Feng Qiling, who appeared transformed, left him devoid of reason. He seethed, "Feng Qiling, you wretched woman, pretending to be pure and virtuous. And now you are enamored with a noble scion, are you?" As these words escaped his lips, Feng Qiling's hand began to tremble. Even without turning around, Qin Geng could sense her profound anger. The others present inhaled sharply, taken aback. Has Li Yuan lost his mind? Good heavens, what is he doing? Speaking nonsense to the princess and that celestial being from the higher realm, even if his majesty had previously intended to protect him. It is likely that he can no longer tolerate this. Upon hearing these words, the members of the royal family were naturally filled with rage. Even if it were the truth, how could you dare to utter such a thing? Just as Feng Hai intended to impose a sentence of guilt upon Li Yuan, a sudden and overwhelming force erupted from Qin Geng, exuding the formidable might of a true dragon. This tremendous energy surged forth, bearing down relentlessly upon Li Zhenqi, who found himself caught off guard. He staggered backward repeatedly, instinctively attempting to resist. However, not only did he fail to rise, but he also erupted with a copious spurt of blood. In an instant, his demeanor transformed, appearing as if he had sustained grave injuries. Qin Geng remarked coolly, "The fault lies not with the father when the son is untrained. This serves merely as a lesson." He then turned to Feng Qingling and commanded, "Who permitted you to cease? Continue to massage my shoulders." The onlookers, witnessing the scene before them, were utterly astounded. To think that one could overpower General Li merely through sheer momentum. If even Li Zhenqi had succumbed to such a display, one could only imagine the devastating effect it would have on the bewildered Li Yuan. Observing the reactions of the crowd below, Qin Geng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This technique had indeed proven to be unfailingly effective time and again. At that moment, Feng Jun was the first to react. He charged into the arena and, with a single strike, rendered Li Yuan unconscious. Subsequently, as if hoisting a lifeless hound, he brought him before Qin Geng. Feng Jun, with feigned courtesy, inquired, "Young Master Qin, what punishment do you deem appropriate for this sinner, Li Yuan?" To the onlookers, this scene evoked a profound lamentation. The fact that a subject of their own dynasty, having committed a grievous offense, was subject to the judgment of an outsider was indeed a source of great sorrow. At this moment, Qin Geng remained with his head bowed and eyes closed, seemingly continuing to relish the service of Feng Qingling, completely disregarding Feng Jun. The elderly emperor regarded as a pillar by the Polaris dynasty. Feng Jun felt a twinge of embarrassment wash over his countenance, clearing his throat. He swiftly directed the imperial guards beside him to seize Li Yuan and cast him into the dungeon. Observing Qin Geng's unwavering composure, Feng Jun could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, even when referring to him as Old Feng, it was clear that in his heart, he still regarded individuals like himself as mere insects. The demeanor of Qin Geng towards Feng Jun was perceived by outsiders as exceedingly intimidating. However, this time, they were indeed mistaken. In truth, when Feng Jun was about to deal with Li Yuan, the system's voice interrupted Qin Geng's desire to witness the spectacle. "Ding. A reminder for the host. You have not checked in today? Would you like to do so?" Qin Geng's perception of this system had significantly changed, without hesitation. He proceeded to check in. "Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a guardian at the peak of the Ascendant Realm." With the system's announcement, a faint sense of aura began to rise within Qin Geng's heart, indicating the guardian's presence and subtly revealing their location. The peak of the Ascendant Realm. Had it not been for his concern for his image, Qin Geng might have leapt from the dragon throne in sheer exhilaration. It is well known that within the mortal realm, the pinnacle of cultivation is precisely the peak of the Ascendant Realm. Ascending beyond that signifies true ascension, directly to the higher realms. Does this not imply that he could now traverse the entire mortal realm with unparalleled ease? Furthermore, based on Qin Geng's observations, his cave abode had been gradually evolving. Although the extravagant system was quite peculiar, having yet to directly provide him with any essence stones. As long as he possessed this cave, it would be an endless source of wealth. As long as the cave remained, he had no reason to worry about becoming an unparalleled tycoon. Once he finally regained his composure, he noticed the elderly emperor leaning closer, saying, "Young master, I have prepared a resting place for you. It may be somewhat humble, but I hope you will not take offense. Qingling, why are you not promptly escorting the young master to the palace?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qingling's delicate face flushed slightly. She, being perceptive, was well aware of her grandfather's intentions. It was clear that he implied once she took the young master to the palace, she would not need to return. However, for reasons unknown, she felt less resistant to it. Although she had grown up alongside Li Yuan, her feelings for him had always been rather lukewarm. In the presence of the formidable Qin Geng, whose lineage and prowess are undeniably impressive, she found herself harboring a notably favorable impression. Coupled with the earlier insults hurled at her by Li Yuan, this engendered a semblance of rebellious sentiment within her. As a result, she felt a growing affinity towards Qin Geng. Thus, when confronted with Feng Jun's command, she did not experience significant resistance in her heart. Before long, she escorted Qin Geng to a place of respite. Qin Geng, exhibiting no reservations, stepped confidently through the entrance. Observing Feng Qingling, who seemed eager to follow, Qin Geng remarked with a faint smile, "Have I granted you permission to enter? Surely, you do not believe that a mere shoulder massage will afford you further liberties?" In an instant, the previously hesitant and bashful Feng Qingling felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. The notion of overstepping? She lifted her gaze, meeting Qin Geng's indifferent eyes, and quickly stammered, "Yes, my apologies, my lord. It was presumptuous of me. I shall take my leave immediately. I implore your forgiveness." With that, she retreated, anxious to avoid inciting any displeasure in Qin Geng. Truth be told, a sense of sorrow enveloped her spirit. It became evident that this noble youth from the upper realm regarded her as naught but a mere insect. Yet, at that moment, she heard Qin Geng's cold scoff. "Have I permitted you to depart?" Confusion washed over her. He neither allowed her entrance nor granted her leave. What was she to do? Noticing her bewilderment, Qin Geng stated flatly, "Enter." With a dazed demeanor, Feng Qingling complied and stepped inside. Observing her perplexity, Qin Geng coldly instructed, "Remember, you may only do what I permit you to do. Since I did not say you could enter, you shall remain outside and wait. There will be no second chances." Having delivered his decree, he turned and made his way to the grand jade bed to take his rest. Upon hearing Qin Geng's words, Feng Qingling felt an unexpected sweetness bloom within her heart. She found no aversion to such a domineering disposition. Moreover, he had elucidated his previous sentiments in his own manner, leaving her with little to articulate. However, Qin Geng had never explicitly stated that she could recline beside him, and after much contemplation, she dared not do so. His previous remarks had been sufficiently clear, and she was reluctant to provoke any displeasure. Ultimately, Feng Qingling opted to rest on a small bed in the adjoining room. In the stillness of the night, when one would expect him to be in slumber, Qin Geng suddenly opened his eyes wide. As he awoke, the air within the room seemed to succumb to a subtle distortion. Immediately before him appeared an enigmatic figure clad in a black robe, their expression obscured and shrouded in shadows. Upon encountering Qin Geng, this individual knelt on one knee, respectfully declaring, "I am at your service, my master." This suddenly materialized figure in black was, of course, the guardian that Qin Geng had received from the system earlier. Qin Geng nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "What is your name?" The guardian, still maintaining a tone of respect, replied, "I have no name. My code name is Xian. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Geng responded, "Then you shall be called Qin Xian. Furthermore, refrain from addressing me as master. Refer to me as young master instead." After all, it was rather incongruous for a guardian of such pinnacle stature to lack a proper name. The guard bestowed with the name Qin Xian naturally expressed his gratitude with utmost reverence. Qin Geng ultimately commanded, "Maintain a low profile and refrain from appearing before the public unless someone poses a threat to me, or unless I command you to reveal yourself." He envisioned Qin Xian as a formidable trump card to intimidate the masses, rather than merely flaunting his prowess. After all, although the entire Dixian continent was considered a lower realm, there were certainly many at the pinnacle of ascension. If his actions were too audacious and incurred the wrath of the masses, it would not bode well, while others may be oblivious. Qin Geng was acutely aware of the true extent of his capabilities. He must not delude himself into believing he was a significant figure from the upper realms. The divine system was his sole means to navigate this world with authority. The following day, the emperor personally announced Li Yuan's charges, while Qin Geng, under the service of Feng Qingling, sat upon the dragon throne with an air of indifference, as if none of it concerned him. Listening to his son's accusations, Li Zhenqi, a man who had traversed life with honor and respect, could only clench his fist slightly, remaining silent. However, this subtle detail did not escape Qin Geng's notice. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Generally, do you find this unjust?" Upon hearing Qin Geng's sudden question, Li Zhenqi trembled ever so slightly, quickly forcing a smile as he replied, "Young Master Qin, your magnanimity is admirable. If it were up to me to judge, I certainly would not let this scoundrel off lightly." Regardless of Li Yuan, who was glaring at Qin Geng with suppressed fury due to the ceiling of his spiritual power, Li Zhenqi hastily uttered flattering words. At this moment, his only course of action was to speak sweetly, hoping to improve the other's mood and mitigate any further scrutiny regarding his son. Alas, if he did not take the initiative to sacrifice a pawn to protect the king. It could spell disaster not only for his son, but for the entire Li family in the future. Qin Geng, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly. General Li, you are indeed a man of discernment. Since you believe my punishment is too lenient, what do you think should be the appropriate penalty for Li Yuan? Not only was Li Jinqi taken aback, but even the members of the royal family present could scarcely believe that Qin Geng would pose such a question. They were well aware of Li Jinqi's tactics, yet Qin Geng's response indicated that he had never intended to spare Li Yuan. After all, given the latter's esteemed status, how could one allow such provocations to go unchallenged? Yet, they were mistaken in their assumptions. From the very beginning, Qin Geng had not regarded Li Yuan as a concern. His remarks stemmed purely from a disdain for such sycophantic behavior. Since you claim my punishment is light, I shall see how far you, as a father, are willing to go. Li Jinqi's hands trembled, his lips quivered. At that moment, he bore no semblance of a formidable general. He had never anticipated that he would dig a pit for himself. Observing his silence, Qin Geng furrowed his brow and asked, "What is the matter? Could it be that General Li is merely speaking carelessly, intending to dismiss me?" Upon hearing these words, a sudden chill swept through the hearts of all present. Should they offend this esteemed figure, each one of them would surely find themselves in dire straits, just as Li Jinqi steeled himself. Preparing to address the matter regarding his son, Qin Geng unexpectedly interjected with a smile. As the saying goes, a tiger does not consume its own offspring. If General Li were not troubled by this, I would be rather put off. The crowd, upon hearing this, sensed that Qin Geng was likely testing Li Jinqi's character, and thus they breathed a sigh of relief. However, Qin Geng continued, "Yet, as the adage states, a gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Since General Li has expressed the intention to impose a severe punishment, one must adhere to that promise. Let me handle this. I truly cannot bear to witness a father and son turning against one another." Suen Lo. With this utterance, a figure clad in black suddenly emerged from the midst, and the assembly was left utterly bewildered, having no inkling of when this individual had appeared. Before anyone could voice their astonishment, Qin Geng pointed at Li Yuandai and coolly commanded, "Eliminate him." The emergence of Qin Xian, along with Qin Geng's declaration, left the onlookers in a state of shock and disbelief. At that moment, Feng Jun had completely disregarded Li Yuandai, his gaze fixated on Qin Xian, eyes filled with an uncontrollable terror. The elder finally managed to squeeze out 3 words through clenched teeth: Ascension Realm. Upon hearing this phrase, the crowd was instantly struck dumb. Their faces drained of color, not daring to utter a sound. Upon hearing this, Li Jinqi, who was in a state of agitation over the impending fate awaiting his son, was momentarily struck dumb. He understood that the elderly emperor possessed unfathomable prowess. The mere fact that he could identify the opponent as a malevolent ascendant indicated that there was no room for deception. After all, this individual hailed from the core of a formidable power in the higher realms. It was inconceivable that he would lack a formidable guardian by his side. Glancing at his son, whose gaze had shifted from anger to fear and pleading, he could only manage a bitter smile, slowly resuming his seat, and said with a heavy heart, "Rest assured, my dear Yuan, even as a cripple, your father will take good care of you." An ascendant's might, if the entire Polaris dynasty were to be sacrificed, it would scarcely suffice to fill a crack in their teeth. Let alone the fact that I am but a mere member of this dynasty. In the face of absolute power, his own influence and foundation were reduced to mere farce. Upon hearing those words, Li Yuan's gaze instantly became vacant, and he collapsed to the ground in sheer terror, a pungent odor emanating from between his legs. He realized that his fate was irrevocably sealed. He could hardly fathom that a momentary lapse of impulse could lead to the complete ruin of his existence. With this thought, he instinctively lifted his head to glance at Feng Qiling, who was deliberately avoiding his gaze while continuing to massage Qin Geng's shoulders. At this moment, having noticed the unusual demeanor of Li Yuan, Feng Hai gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, declaring, "There is no need for you, my lord, to involve this esteemed elder in such unseemly matters. Allow me to handle it myself." As the emperor of this dynasty, it was imperative for him to take a stand. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng nodded and coldly replied, "Do remember to pluck out his wretched eyes as well." After arranging these matters, he resumed his meditative state, relishing the attentive service of Feng Qiling. Upon hearing his final command, Feng Qiling felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. She found herself uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. She certainly sensed Li Yuan's gaze upon her, yet in an effort to prevent him from descending into a greater peril, perhaps even a life-threatening crisis, she deliberately averted her eyes. After all, he was someone she had grown up with since childhood. Feng Qiling had not yet become so callous. However, Qin Geng, upon catching that fleeting glance, was determined to render him blind. What was she to do? Should she feel elated that someone cared for her so deeply, or mourn for an old acquaintance she had known since her youth? Should she plead for leniency? Just as these thoughts swirled in her mind, Qin Geng suddenly turned and inquired, "Surely you do not intend to speak in his favor?" The commanding tone of his voice, though not loud, was imbued with authority, prompting Feng Qingling to shake her head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Qingling dares not." Upon hearing this, Qin Geng directed his gaze towards Feng Hai and stated, "What are you waiting for?" Observing the situation, Feng Hai felt compelled to act without delay. He promptly rose and strode purposefully towards Li Yuan. At that moment, thoughts of whether the emperor should personally execute a thief or whether the son of a general should face such severe punishment were completely cast aside. All he wished was for this young master Qin to quell his wrath swiftly and cease targeting anyone present. Li Junqi could only watch helplessly as his son screamed in agony beside him. Observing this scene, Qin Geng did not feel particularly pleased. Yet he could not help but reflect inwardly on the advantages of wealth and power. The incident concerning Li Yuan had initially stirred considerable controversy within the core circle of the Polaris dynasty. However, under the emperor's stringent suppression and unyielding iron-fisted approach, not a shred of concrete information managed to escape. Recently, Qin Geng found himself somewhat bored, as he had yet to gather any intelligence regarding treasures related to Xian Xin Cave from Feng Jun. The old emperor, aware of Qin Geng's growing impatience, pondered how such a significant event could allow Qin Gongzi to depart so easily without reaping any benefits. It simply would not do to provoke troubles without any gain. Feng Jun suddenly recalled something and hurriedly flattered Qin Geng, saying, "Qin Gongzi, it seems that in 3 days' time, a grand event, the Flower Queen competition, will be held in the southern region. This magnificent affair will take place in the largest city, Ingwei City, where renowned beauties from all over the southern region will compete for glory." With the matter of Qin Gongzi's treasure still unresolved, he inquired, "What do you think, Gongzi?" Hearing this, Qin Geng found the idea appealing. Noticing the flicker of interest in Qin Geng's expression, Feng Jun eagerly continued his flattery. "So, when shall we depart, Qin Gongzi?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Geng replied, "Let us set off now." After all, he had little else to occupy his time, and this seemed a fitting diversion. Just before leaving, Feng Jun recalled another matter and said, "By the way, Gongzi, while Ingwei City is a public venue accessible to all factions, the strength of its city lord is unfathomable, and he has established certain rules." Before he could finish, he suddenly sensed Qin Geng's cold gaze upon him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He realized he had overstepped. Who was he to express concern for someone of Qin Geng's stature? Just as Qin Geng was about to speak, the system's notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! The host has not checked in today. Would you like to sign in?" This allowed Qin Geng to disregard the rambling of Feng Jun and check his rewards instead. After all, he had a formidable ascended being by his side. What was there to fear if a confrontation arose? "Ding! Congratulations, the host has received a tenfold rebate card. All expenditures will be returned to the host at 10 times the amount. Additionally, as the host currently possesses no elemental stones, a base salary of 100,000 elemental stones has been granted." Tenfold rebate? Qin Geng finally felt a sense of familiarity with the peculiar divine wealth system. Excellent. With this tenfold rebate card, the upcoming Flower Queen excursion promised to be even more exciting. Observing Qin Geng glance at him briefly before losing interest, Feng Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Qin Geng recalled something and asked, "What about Qingling? Is she not participating?" The elder sighed with a bittersweet smile and replied, "While Qingling possesses her own merits, she simply cannot contend with those individuals." Cannot contend? Qin Geng raised an eyebrow in intrigue. He was eager to witness this for himself. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous beauties, and he believed that based on his past experiences, Feng Qingling was not lacking in charm. However, he was taken aback to learn that she was ineligible to participate in the courtesan selection. Beside him, Feng Jun spoke with a hint of bitterness. Those who qualify for selection are not only unparalleled in beauty, but also possess unique cultivation techniques and a profound foundation. Each of them exudes an extraordinary aura that drives many men to madness. Although Qingling is beautiful, she lacks the necessary foundation to compete in this competition. At this point, Feng Jun felt a deep sense of helplessness. It was important to note that being selected for this courtesan contest, even without achieving a particularly high ranking, could yield substantial resources and rewards. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that Qi Ling might catch the eye of some prominent figures or sects, which would undoubtedly elevate the status of the Jixing dynasty. Though the Jixing dynasty was a formidable force in the southern region, who would not desire to grow stronger. Thus, this matter had always lingered in his heart as a source of regret. Even with someone like Qin Geng by his side, the elder found himself hesitant to rely too heavily on him after the previous events, and he dared not dream of fostering a romance between Feng Qiling and Qin Geng. At this juncture, he could only observe how Qin Ling would perform and then let fate take its course. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng finally grasped the situation. It appeared that this journey to Ingwei City was becoming increasingly intriguing. As he gazed at the mode of transport prepared by Feng Jun, he inquired, "What is this contraption?" Feng Jun, with an unprecedented air of confidence, replied, "Esteemed sir, this is the fire pattern cloud horse, capable of harnessing fire attributes to gallop through the clouds. It is one of the most renowned specialties of the Polaris dynasty, and I believe it can reach our destination in just a day and a half." At this, Qin Geng could not help but furrow his brow. A day and a half. That is far too slow. He was not one to enjoy waiting, and spending a day and a half on the road was sheer torment for him. Feng Jun, taken aback, realized that young Master Qin was evidently unaware of the considerable distance between the Polaris dynasty and Ingwei City, even with his own strength at the broken illusion realm. Flying directly from the imperial capital to Ingwei City would take 4 days. It was astonishing to think that the fire pattern cloud horse could make the journey in a mere day and a half. Such speed was indeed formidable. This was a steed he took great pride in. Before he could offer further explanations, Qin Geng swiftly removed his nine-dragon sacred ring. He had no intention of wasting time on such matters. Ignoring Feng Jun's bewilderment, Qin Geng silently muttered, "Rise." In an instant, the entire Polaris dynasty was engulfed in astonishment. The sky suddenly darkened, thunder and lightning rumbled from within the depths of the clouds, and the atmosphere felt oppressively low, instilling a profound sense of dread. Observing the drastic change in weather, Feng Jun's expression shifted slightly. He understood that any artifact capable of such phenomena must surely be a celestial-grade treasure. The subsequent scene left him utterly speechless and in shock. 9 resplendent 5-clawed golden dragons, their bodies radiant with a brilliant golden hue and their eyes of fierce crimson, pierced through the somber clouds, diving directly towards the position of Qin Geng. Feng Jun was taken aback, his expression one of sheer astonishment. It was indeed a true dragon. Moreover, it is a 9-headed true dragon, charging directly towards my location. It is important to note that any true dragon, regardless of its cultivation level, surpasses even those in the Ascension realm. The mere presence of the other party in the Nether realm can only indicate one thing: that Qin Geng has employed a certain arcane technique to confine his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Ascension realm and has somehow brought himself to this place. Although he had previously heard of such methods, as mentioned earlier, even dragons have long been believed to be extinct, making it inconceivable for him to witness this with his own eyes. At present, he is consumed by a singular thought. This is utterly terrifying. Just as he stands there in a stupor, a thunderous roar reverberates through the air, and 9 magnificent dragons draw a resplendent golden chariot to a halt before Qin Geng. Turning his head, Qin Geng calmly addresses Feng Jun, "Point the way." Feng Jun, with his gaze fixated on the 9 dragons, extends a hand toward a direction in response to Qin Geng's request, yet his eyes remain vacant. Observing his demeanor, Qin Geng realizes that he cannot rely on this old fellow any longer. Thus, he decisively leaps into the chariot. With the resounding roar of dragons, the 9-dragon golden chariot surges forth, racing toward the moonlit city. It is only after the figures vanish into the horizon that Feng Jun emerges from the depths of his astonishment. What manner of being have I come to know? Frankly, he is now too daunted to contemplate any potential benefits from this encounter. Even the mere opportunity to behold the 9-dragon golden chariot up close feels like a worthy experience. Meanwhile, in the moonlit city, as the largest city in the southern region, this place regularly witnesses the comings and goings of various factions engaged in commerce. For many years, no one has dared to stir trouble here. The reason is simple. The city lord, Zhongzhua, is an unparalleled power at the pinnacle of ascension. It is not just in the southern region. Even throughout the entire Dixian continent, there are few who could contend with Lord Zhong. One can imagine that with such a formidable presence governing Moonlit City, no one would dare to flout the established order. Today, the Moonlit City is bustling with activity, teeming with crowds. The reason is none other than the decade-long selection of the Southern Domain's Flower Queen, which is about to commence. I wager 50 spirit stones that the title will undoubtedly be claimed by the Holy Maiden of the Golden Bamboo Sect. and Xingxue. Oh, come now, you impoverished fool. Do you dare to shout that with merely 50 spirit stones? 100 spirit stones, then? 100 spirit stones? Have you lost your mind? You can only save up 30 spirit stones in a year, can't you? Humph, for the sake of the goddess, what is that little sum worth? Similar conversations are echoing throughout the entire moonlit city, as everyone passionately debates who deserves the title of the foremost courtesan, their faces flushed with fervor. At that moment, a sudden resounding boom echoed through the air, followed by a palpable tremor that coursed through the entire moonlit city. The visitors within the city, sensing the unusual disturbance, were instantly struck with astonishment and fear. Could it be that someone was attacking Moonlit City, breaching the protective barrier? How could this be possible? Who would dare to challenge the authority of Lord Zhong? Meanwhile, the garrison stationed around the periphery of the Moonlit City stood in astonishment. Before them, not far away, rested a magnificent golden chariot upon the open ground. The magnificent chariot is drawn by 9 five-clawed golden dragons. What could possibly be the explanation for this? The visitors within the city are unable to approach and ascertain the truth, for the sheer size of the city is overwhelming. Even a mortal, exhausting a lifetime's worth of stamina, could not traverse from the eastern gate to the western gate. Thus, all they can do is huddle within the city, indulging in wild speculation. On the other side, Qin Geng, who had transformed the majestic 9 dragons' golden chariot back into a ring, stood before the city gate guards with an air of indifference. Just moments ago, the grand chariot had dominated the scene. But now it had inexplicably morphed into a refined young gentleman, leaving the onlookers momentarily bewildered. With a calm demeanor, Qin Geng inquired, "Will you not clear the way?" It was quite disconcerting for him to see them standing there like fools, especially after witnessing his magnificent 9 dragons chariot. As one of the guards was about to speak, the city gate swung open, revealing a striking beauty clad in white, her long hair flowing gracefully. Her ethereal presence imbued the surroundings with an almost otherworldly aura, rendering her an enchanting sight. Ignoring the guard's astonishment, she first bowed to Qin Geng and then respectfully introduced herself. "I am Yin Ran, the adopted daughter of the city lord. I kindly request that you accompany me, for the city lord wishes to meet you." Should she appear within the city, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the populace. Yin Ran was not merely a beauty renowned throughout the southern region. She had also gained considerable fame in other territories as a leading contender in the upcoming Southern Region Flower Queen competition. It could be said without exaggeration that the throngs of cultivators vying for her attention could stretch across half the southern region just to catch a glimpse of her. Having spoken her piece, Yin Ran turned gracefully and proceeded forward. However, after taking a few steps, she noticed the absence of footsteps behind her. A slight frown creased her brow. Could it be that this man was so entranced by her presence that he had forgotten to follow? Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to her, and while she was not entirely surprised by his lack of movement, it did leave her feeling somewhat perturbed. These men were all the same. Had it not been for her adoptive father's keen perception of the significant disturbance, he would not have entrusted her with this welcoming duty. She did not turn back, but paused briefly, contemplating. In that fleeting moment, the guards around her seemed as if their eyes would fall upon her. Yin Ran believed the man before her to be of considerable intellect. Upon noticing her slight deceleration, he ought to have reacted promptly and followed her. Yet, to her dismay, she heard no sound. A flicker of irritation crossed her mind. How could he be so oblivious to the situation? Did he intend to linger indefinitely? With a hint of vexation, she turned to him and inquired, "Sir, may we proceed?" However, to her astonishment, Qin Geng seemed entirely preoccupied. His gaze fixated on the exquisite ring he toyed with in his hand. Yin Ran found herself momentarily frozen in place. What was he up to? Surely, he could not be attempting to engage her in a game of distraction? At the very moment she was about to speak, Qin Geng finally broke the silence. "It is the city lord who should personally come to receive you. You are not worthy." Upon hearing this, Yin Ran was momentarily taken aback, while the guards bristled with indignation. "The city lord himself coming to greet you? How dare you suggest that our Miss Yin is unworthy? Who do you think you are? Elevating yourself to such heights?" Yin Ran coldly retorted, "Young sir, are you not overestimating your own importance? Do you have any idea who our city lord is? He is a man of immense responsibilities, and for him to carve out time from his busy schedule to invite you to appreciate the beauty contest is an extraordinary honor. I advise you not to refuse a toast in favor of punishment." However, before she could finish her admonition, a middle-aged man emerged from the shadows of the city gate. Though his appearance did not seem particularly aged, the depths of his eyes were filled with the weariness of experience. He first admonished, "Ranner, do not be disrespectful." Then, Turning to Qin Geng with a smile, he continued, "Esteemed sir, my daughter has been quite presumptuous. I hope you will forgive her. I am the city lord, Zhongzhua. If you do not mind, may I invite you to my humble abode for a discussion?" Qin Geng merely smiled faintly and said nothing. The guard beside them promptly knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the lord of the city." At this moment, Yin Ran was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Father, how could you?" Yet, Zhongzhua, the lord of Ingwei City, answered her with a response that strayed from her inquiry, "It is getting late. You should retire for the night, my dear. You must conserve your strength for the upcoming competition." Hearing her adoptive father's words, which seemed to suggest that she was not permitted to remain any longer, Yin Ran dared not defy or delay him. She offered a respectful bow to Zhongzhua before departing. As she left, she could not help but glance back at Qin Geng. By this time, her anger had dissipated, replaced solely by curiosity. Who exactly was he that he warranted such a personal audience from her esteemed father? At this moment, Zhongzhua was inwardly lamenting his own sluggish reflexes. Previously, he had merely noticed the tremendous noise, believing that no one would dare to create a disturbance in such a place. Thus, he had only instructed Yin Ran to investigate and had told her to bring any guests at the city gate to the Lord's manor, where he would personally receive them. However, he soon sensed a faint trace of dragon energy emanating from that overwhelming force, which left him utterly astonished. Instantly, he altered his decision, opting to meet the visitor in person. This encounter proved increasingly alarming. Was that a robe woven from the silk of ancient ice silkworms? The individual was indeed enveloped by a powerful aura of dragon energy. Most critically, he felt as though he had been firmly locked onto the moment he laid eyes on Qin Geng. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "A pinnacle being of the Ascension realm?" Initially, he had approached the situation with mere caution. Now, however, he could no longer suppress the profound shock that surged within him, voicing his feelings aloud. It is essential to understand that while the distinction between the pinnacle of the Ascension realm and its mid-stage may seem like a mere step, the chasm between them is akin to an insurmountable abyss. Otherwise, how could he have remained stagnated in the mid-stage of the Ascension realm for so many years without any progress? The multitude of guards, upon hearing the lord of the city's words, were immediately struck with astonishment. Could it be that the lord implied this youthful gentleman was indeed a formidable presence from the Ascension realm? Qin Geng, fully aware of the implications, merely smiled and reassured. "Rest assured, Lord Zhong, as long as you refrain from any actions." Upon hearing this, Zhongzhua instantly comprehended the situation. It appeared that this young gentleman was likely a core disciple from a powerful faction of the upper realm. With this realization, he hastily expressed his respect. "It is truly an honor for me, Zhong, to have you visit from afar. I hope you enjoy the upcoming courtesan selection." Understanding this remark positioned him as a figure from the upper realm, Qin Geng found no inclination to correct the misconception. After all, even if he mentioned the term system, it would only be meaningful if the listener truly understood it. Thus, he decided to let them indulge in their imaginations. With a faint smile, he followed Zhongzhua to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the seasoned warrior, who stands on the precipice of greatness within the expansive realm of the earthly profound continent, feels a long-lost thrill surge within his heart. How many years have passed? How many years has he not felt so tantalizingly close to his dream of becoming stronger? He understands that if he can seize this opportunity, his aspiration to ascend to the pinnacle will no longer be a mere fantasy. With this thought, his demeanor towards Qin Geng becomes increasingly respectful and reverent. Qin Geng smiles and inquires, "May I ask, Master Zhong, what are the rules governing our selection of the Flower Queen?" Zhongzhua, not daring to be negligent, promptly responds, "Indeed, young master, the Flower Queen selection will span 5 days. The first day comprises fundamental assessments, beyond mere appearance and cultivation level. We shall also evaluate whether the candidates possess unique cultivation methods that can offer the audience a refreshing experience." Upon hearing this, Qin Geng secretly muses. It seems the first round will eliminate that Feng Qingling. The second day is predominantly driven by the audience's engagement, allowing them to place bets on the Flower Queens in various gambling establishments throughout the city. The third day naturally requires the candidates to present themselves before the audience, showcasing dances or their distinctive talents. During this time, the spectators can also financially support their favored Flower Queens, though the stakes involved are quite substantial. Finally, the event culminates in a ranking phase where numerous spectators and officials will deliberate. This concluding round is typically the most intense, often leading to heated debates and, at times, physical confrontations. To mitigate such conflicts, Zhang has thoughtfully arranged for dedicated arenas throughout the city where disputes can be resolved, with the understanding that the consequences will be borne by the parties involved. Having absorbed this information, Qin Geng suddenly comprehends the underlying complexity of what appears to be a mere contest of beauty. It is, in fact, intertwined with profound interests. Wealthy spectators view this as an opportunity for fortune and discovery. The spectators, even those lacking funds, could come and admire the beauty. Truly a situation where no one suffers a loss. Contemplating this, Qin Geng found himself inspired with his own thoughts. If he were to invest here and ensure victory, would that not yield tremendous profits? Coupled with his tenfold rebate card, would this not be an exquisite opportunity? With this notion, Qin Geng's mind began to stir with excitement. After all, as the saying goes, who wouldn't seize the chance to profit? If he were to let such a splendid opportunity slip through his fingers, he would surely deserve a reprimand from himself. Now, whom should he wager upon? How could he manipulate the situation to ensure the opponent's triumph? Suddenly, it struck him, previously, Zhongzhou had advised Yan Ran to prepare diligently for the grand competition. Did this imply that Yan Ran was indeed one of the contestants? Thus, he lowered his head, sipped his tea, and casually inquired, "Lord Zhong, might I ask if your daughter is participating?" Zhongzhou nodded, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. "To my shame. My daughter is indeed one of the emerging favorites this time. However, how well she can perform remains uncertain, as there are numerous formidable competitors." Qin Geng responded with a slight smile. "Does Lord Zhong wish for her to secure a steady victory?" Upon hearing this, Zhongzhou was momentarily taken aback. Then elation washed over him. As a powerful figure in the Ascension realm, and having managed this city for so many years, he was certainly no fool. After a moment's thought, he grasped the deeper meaning behind the words. In essence, the other party was willing to pay a handsome sum to elevate his adopted daughter to the pinnacle of success. But what could be the motive behind this? Zhongzhou immediately dismissed the notion that it was merely for monetary gain. After all, the individual before him hailed from the upper realm, accompanied by a pinnacle ascension expert whose presence he had yet to witness. How could they possibly be lacking in funds? However, the primary reason for Qin Geng's actions did indeed revolve around monetary gain. After much deliberation, Zhongzhou could not help but voice his concern. "But sir, would your actions not?" Although he hesitated to ask directly, he was confident that Qin Geng would understand. As expected, Qin Geng merely toyed with his teacup, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It is merely a whim. It is not every day I have this opportunity. How could I not indulge?" He chuckled inwardly, pondering how he could ever admit to being short on funds. After all, he was utilizing the system of a wealthy magnate. How could he possibly lack money? For him, while the process of acquiring wealth was certainly desirable, he possessed the tenfold rebate card. He could never truly be in want. Thus, his answer, in essence, was an honest reflection of his circumstance. When these words reached Zhongzhu's ears, they took on an entirely different flavor. A whim? How could one resist the temptation to indulge? It is essential to recognize that those entitled to partake in this inner circle are not only individuals of exalted status, but each one is also an embodiment of immense wealth. Their approach to this grand competition involves investments that often soar into the thousands, or even tens of thousands, of stones. In the eyes of Qin Geng, this was merely a child's play, a frivolous pastime. Such a mentality and expression, could anyone but a person of profound depth and remarkable capability utter such words? Does this not imply that the triumph of his adopted daughter is virtually a foregone conclusion? While others may remain oblivious, Zhongzhou is well aware. The Flower Queen competition, ostensibly a collective event of the southern region, is in truth always graced by the presence of eminent figures from the sacred domain of Zhongzhou. Each championship is accompanied by rewards that can only be described as formidable. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the ultimate victors of each competition invariably depart alongside the eminent figures from the sacred realm. Although Zhongzhou is indeed a formidable entity at the mid-stage of ascension, he ultimately stands alone, lacking in profound heritage and relying significantly on fortune to have reached his current position. How could he possibly compare to those of illustrious lineage and established traditions? The mere thought of this fills him with an exhilarating tremor. If, perchance, his beloved daughter could ascend to such heights, would it not also signify that the entire moonlit city could soar to unprecedented greatness? In the present moment, these opportunities and benefits seemingly bestowed by this prominent figure for mere amusement are indeed intriguing. Qin Geng casually remarked, in the days leading up to the competition, "I would appreciate it if Miss Yin could attend to my needs." Upon hearing this, Zhongzhou instantly comprehended the underlying intent. It appears that this young Master Qin not only seeks to partake in the festivities, but also desires companionship. With a face brimming with delight, he exclaimed, "Certainly. It is an unparalleled honor for my daughter to serve you, young master." Witnessing this exchange, Qin Geng merely offered a composed smile, as was to be expected. Regardless of the world one inhabits, wealth possesses the power to influence even the most formidable of beings. Even this esteemed Lord Zhong, having ascended to a realm of great prowess, is not free from the burdens of seeking resources for cultivation and advancement. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zhuo resolved to express his intentions. He proactively stated, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall summon my daughter to cater to your needs. Should there be any inadequacies in hospitality or anything you require, please do not hesitate to voice your requests." With that, he took his leave. After all, the young master's interest in Yin Ran, coupled with his willingness to invest significantly, warranted her attentiveness to him. Given the circumstances, it was likely that Qin Geng harbored mixed feelings towards the elder. Watching Zhang Zhuo's departing figure, Qin Geng nodded appreciatively. He exhibited a sense of understanding. Shortly thereafter, Yin Ran, who had nearly clashed with Qin Geng moments earlier, returned before him, her demeanor evidently marked by a hint of unease. The expression on her face suggested that her discomfort stemmed not solely from their earlier confrontation but also from something Zhang Zhuo had conveyed to her. Noticing that Qin Geng remained absorbed in his tea, Yin Ran stood hesitantly, wrestling with her thoughts. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to approach and inquired, "Young master, is there anything you wish for me to do?" If an outsider were to witness the once untouchable Yin Ran displaying such humility and restraint, they would surely find it a heart-wrenching sight. At this moment, Yin Ran felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Previously, when standing outside the city gates, she had perceived the young man before her as merely a braggart, indulging in his fanciful rhetoric. However, after the appearance of her adoptive father, the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Most notably, her adoptive father had just revealed that this young gentleman from the upper realm was willing to lend his support for her to triumph in the upcoming competition. Yet, there was a caveat. The mere thought of this left her feeling rather unsettled. Yin Ran possessed not only confidence in her appearance, but also a remarkable talent for cultivation. She had always firmly believed that even if she were unable to seize victory, she could certainly achieve an impressive outcome on her own merits. Am I merely to be regarded as a commodity for exchange? Although, according to my adoptive father's assertion, this opportunity is truly one in a million, I find myself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. As she indulged in her whimsical thoughts, Qin Geng furrowed his brows and remarked, "What should be done? Shouldn't that be for you to contemplate? As the adopted daughter of the city lord, must I really spell out such trivial matters?" This statement left Yin Ran momentarily taken aback. Had he not made any unreasonable demands of me, either directly or indirectly? Instead, he suggested that I should think for myself. Could it be that this gentleman is not as morally depraved as I had initially presumed? His willingness to relinquish control suggests that he does not view me merely as a commodity. Although Qin Geng's words were harsh and domineering, they surprisingly alleviated some of Yin Ran's subtle bitterness and inner turmoil. It appeared that her initial perceptions of this young master may have been somewhat misguided. Promptly, she acquiesced and approached him to serve tea and water. Nevertheless, her assumptions were purely products of her own imagination. From Qin Geng's perspective, was Yin Ran not a bit too pampered? Did she not even know how to host a guest? At that moment, he harbored no untoward thoughts about her physique. He merely found her beauty appealing, which was why he had her attend to him. Who could have anticipated that she would concoct such elaborate fantasies in her mind? Nonetheless, observing the goddess of many hearts here acting like a maid brought a sense of satisfaction to Qin Geng. He casually remarked, "You need not prepare for any grand competitions. This victory is undoubtedly yours." With his thoughts now crystallized, it was time for him to express his stance. Upon hearing these words, Yin Ran felt as though a great weight had finally been lifted from her heart. Although her adoptive father had previously mentioned the matter, hearing it directly from the person involved brought her a greater sense of reassurance. Ultimately, the fact that Qin Geng did not demand anything excessive from her transformed her perception of this seemingly arrogant young master from the upper realm considerably. At the very least, he had proven himself to be a man of his word. Upon hearing that nothing transpired between the two, Zhang Zhuo bestowed upon Qin Geng a knowing smile, rich with implication. This left Qin Geng somewhat bewildered. In Zhang Zhuo's eyes, this young noble was indeed insatiable, seeking not only the body of his adopted daughter, but also her heart. Yet, This was not without merit. It signified that this young man was genuinely invested in his daughter, which meant that even if she did not emerge victorious in the grand competition, she might still soar to great heights. To be candid, he initially dared not dream of leveraging Qin Geng's influence to elevate his status. However, observing Qin Geng's demeanor towards Yin Ren instilled within him a glimmer of hope. After all, what other opportunity exists to be directly ushered into the upper realms? Going to Zhongzhou signifies rising, while ascending to the upper realms signifies taking flight. With this thought in mind, Zhang Zuo found himself less concerned about whether his daughter would secure the championship. The benefits of winning cannot compare to the prospect of directly accompanying this young noble to the upper realms. This calculation was clear to Zhang Zuo. The following day, the grand competition for the courtesans commenced with fervor. The usually bustling Yingyue city was astonishingly deserted, as throngs of people flocked towards the arena. Those with wealth occupied the front rows, while those less fortunate were relegated to the back. Due to the influence of Zhang Zuo, Qin Geng undoubtedly found himself seated alongside other esteemed investors in a luxurious VIP box, gazing down upon the multitude of aspiring courtesans and the bustling crowd below. Look, that is none other than the esteemed Saintess Yi Xiaoyuan from the Qingyang sect of Yuezhou. What does that matter? Have you not noticed in Shengxue from the Jinju sect? Frankly speaking, in my opinion, the rightful champion should be the talented newcomer, Yin Ran, the adopted daughter of our Lord Zhong. Although such discussions had commenced several days prior, the fervor of the current atmosphere has only intensified. At this moment, amidst the numerous private booths above, an air of chilling detachment prevailed. The only exception was the second booth, from which the sound of heated debate emerged. Uncle Fu, what on earth is happening? Who dares to occupy booth number 1? The speaker was a youth with a somewhat sullen expression, his eyes brimming with defiance and even flickering with a faint glimmer of hostility. The elderly man known as Fu Bo, witnessing the situation, hastily offered gentle counsel. Young master, this is a personal arrangement made by Lord Zhong. We cannot defy it at this moment. Once everything has concluded, we shall naturally receive an appropriate explanation. With the strength of the Kanglin house, even Lord Zhong would not treat you with undue disregard. Upon hearing the words of the elder, who bore the appearance of an official, the young man could only let out a cold snort. He extended his hand and roughly squeezed the woman in his embrace, who wore an alluring expression. The woman winced in pain but dared not utter a sound, for the reason was simple. This sinister-faced youth was He Yuanxiu, the young master of the powerful Kanglin house in the southern region. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had always been accustomed to a life of luxury. Greatly favored by his father, who had welcomed him in his old age, this indulgence had nurtured his dark, ruthless, and insatiable nature. Such a person was capable of inflicting severe punishment for even the slightest offense, and thus, even when he vented his frustrations upon her, she could only smile obsequiously at He Yuanxiu. He Yuanxiu is notorious for his lascivious tendencies, making it a point to personally observe the selection of courtesans during each election. From this assembly, he meticulously chooses a few individuals who captivate his interest, ensuring they are agreeable enough not to offend anyone, thus inviting them into his residence for his own pleasures. Furthermore, it is due to his father's immeasurable power and their long-standing camaraderie with the Lord of Yingyue City, Zhang Zuo, that every time he visits, Zhang Zuo arranges for this young master to be accommodated in the most advantageous private box, offering the finest ambience. However, today He Yuanxiu, who expected everything to remain the same, was unexpectedly informed that a distinguished guest would be in Box 1, and he was requested to proceed to Box 2 instead. Moreover, it appears that the attendance implication suggests that this is, in fact, the directive of Lord Zhong himself. How could this possibly be? In He Yuanxiu's perspective, the existence of a guest more esteemed than himself is simply unacceptable. He believes that he ought to be regarded as the paramount esteemed guest in Lord Zhong's eyes. There is no other rationale for this belief. It is solely based on the fact that my father is the most formidable figure in Kanglin Prefecture, a powerful being at the late stage of ascension, Hiel. Even when merely considering the realm of cultivation, my father surpasses you. So what grounds do you have to dare show me disrespect? It must be noted that even in this fantastical realm, there are still numerous individuals who exhibit such a parental comparison mentality. At this moment, He Yuanxiu could hardly fathom that in the adjacent private room number 1, not only was Qin Geng present, but also the city lord, Zhang Zuo himself. Even though He Yuanxiu's words had been silenced by the steward known as Fu Bo, who wielded the power of a diluted realm, it was of no consequence in the presence of a mid-stage ascended being. Zhang Zuo scoffed. This He Yuanxiu truly knows no bounds. I am on the verge of declaring that he is unworthy, yet he remains defiant? Were it not for his father's reputation, I would have already taken it upon myself to teach him a lesson. Zhongzhou had always held a certain disdain for this arrogant scion of the He family. His participation in this grand contest for the title of the Flower Queen appeared no different from previous occasions. However, was he truly oblivious to the fact that He Yuanxiu's intentions were directed toward his own daughter, Yanran? Under normal circumstances, it would have sufficed. But with the presence of this young master, Zhongzhou would grant him not a sliver of opportunity. Observing Zhongzhuo's demeanor, Qin Geng smiled lightly, saying, "No need to concern yourself, City Lord Zhou. Such individuals invariably find themselves overconfident at the most inopportune times. A mere waste of the late ascended stage does not warrant my attention." Zhongzhou understood well Qin Geng's disdain for engaging with those he deemed insignificant. Nevertheless, the remark regarding the late ascended stage struck a chord of embarrassment within Zhongzhou. He had yet to reach such a level of cultivation in Qin Geng's eyes. Did that not render him even less than a waste? Despite perceiving Zhongzhuo's discomfort, Qin Geng had no intention of providing an explanation. After casting a glance his way, he closed his eyes to meditate, awaiting the commencement of the competition. The look in Qin Geng's eyes distinctly conveyed, "I believe you to be inferior to refuse." What of it? Yet, faced with this attitude, Zhongzhou found himself at a loss for words, compelled to sit and engage in idle conversation. There was no alternative. For the sake of his future, he would endure the scorn of others. To him, He Liao could be considered a friend, but this young master represented his destiny. If compelled to choose between affection and gaining strength, the answer was abundantly clear. Indeed, the son of an old friend had now been relegated to private room number 2. Meanwhile, the grand competition was on the verge of commencing. Sensing the stir, Qin Geng opened his eyes without the need for Zhongzhuo's prompt. Observing the myriad of beautiful figures gracefully dancing upon the vast arena below, Qin Geng felt an immediate sense of exhilaration. To say nothing of other matters, it was, at the very least, a feast for the eyes. Among them, 3 individuals distinctly stood out with an ethereal grace and garnered considerable acclaim. Among these was the adopted daughter of Zhongzhou, Yanran. Upon noticing that Qin Geng's attention had been captivated by the other 2 women, Zhongzhou smiled and introduced them. On the left is Shinxue, the saintess of the Jinzhu sect. On the right is Yixiao Yuan, the saintess of the Qingyang sect. These 2 women had already achieved considerable renown prior to the appearance of the young lady, and they were keen to seize this opportunity to soar to new heights. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng scoffed, "Soar to new heights? Do they even comprehend how lofty that sky truly is?" From previous information, Qin Geng had discerned that these individuals were striving so fervently to showcase themselves merely to catch the eye of those prominent figures from the central state sacred domain, thus gaining access to the abundant cultivation resources of the Dixin continent. Although he had never ventured to the central state, nor hailed from the upper realms, he was indeed a man augmented by a system. Without delving into specifics, the rewards bestowed by the system alone were sufficient for Qin Geng to regard these so-called prominent figures as mere trifles. Therefore, when it came to discussing the topic of how high the sky truly is, Qin Geng certainly had the merit to engage in such discourse. Upon hearing his words, Zhongzhou immediately realized his gaffe and quickly added, "Indeed, they believe that they can soar to great heights, and for being such as themselves, being able to reach the central continent is already a stroke of great fortune." At this moment, many guests in the private rooms have begun to stir restlessly. The prepared essence stones are now poised to play a significant role. While outsiders believe this is a public competition to select the champion, the reality is that the contestant who receives the most monetary support from the audience will ultimately emerge victorious. Qin Geng directly retrieved 50,000 essence stones from his cave abode and remarked nonchalantly, "Here, take this to place a bet on your adopted daughter. Consider it an appetizer." Holding the 50,000 essence stones, Zhongzhou felt momentarily bewildered. This was indeed a substantial sum, even for someone of his stature who governed an entire city. Parting with 50,000 essence stones required careful consideration. Although he could afford it, it was still necessary to ponder the decision thoroughly. This was one of the primary reasons he initially believed his little girl had little chance of winning the championship. While the prominent figures from the Central Plains were aware of the true nature of the championship, they were also aware that they stood to gain significantly from this venture. Thus, they often chose to turn a blind eye. Therefore, without money, what talk is there of champions? At this moment, not only did the other party not blink, but they also proclaimed that this was merely an appetizer. Upon hearing this description, he was not only astonished, but also profoundly exhilarated. If even the $50,000 stone was merely an accompaniment, then surely the coveted first place would no longer be a source of concern. He could hardly have anticipated that what began as an uncertain competition would take such a remarkable turn, thanks to this seemingly youthful gentleman from the upper echelons. Moreover, what evokes the deepest reflections within him is the realization that this is merely a fleeting whim of the other party. On the other side, Qin Geng observed the seemingly enamored Zhong Zhuo with a hint of exasperation, prompting him to furrow his brows and exclaim, "What are you still doing here? Hurry and take my essence stone to place the bet. Do you still think that I am indifferent to this sum? So there is no need for you to be anxious?" Upon hearing Qin Geng's words, Zhong Zhuo was instantly jolted back to reality from his self-indulgence. He quickly bowed and assured, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall place the bet at once." With this, Qin Geng redirected his attention to the grand contest of courtesans below, dismissing the city lord, who commanded respect in Yingyue City. Observing Zhong Zhuo's demeanor, Qin Geng felt a measure of satisfaction once the man hurried away to place the bet. After all, he was eagerly anticipating a tenfold return on his 50,000 essence stones. Why waste time in idle chatter? This round of betting promised not only to avoid loss, but to yield a staggering 500,000 essence stones in return. Meanwhile, in the second private room, He Yuanxiu wore a displeased expression as he addressed his elderly steward beside him. "Fu Bo, go. Place a bet of 30,000 stones on Shengxue." Upon hearing this, Fu Bo grew anxious and replied, "Young master, we must not act impulsively. The master has remarkably provided you with 150,000 stones. Is his intention not evident enough? This is meant for you to place a wager on Lord Zhong's adopted daughter, Yin Ran. The master has made such a significant effort to foster closer ties between our Kanglan mansion and Lord Zhong's Yingyue City. You must understand that the total amount bet by the common populace during the courtesan competition is typically just over 200,000. The master deliberately refrained from informing Lord Zhong in advance, intending to surprise you. If you were to take 3,000 of that and wager it elsewhere, not only would the master be displeased, but Lord Zhong would also." He Yuanxiu paid no heed to the steward's words and bellowed, "Silence. The money is in my possession, and how I choose to use it is my prerogative. Surprise? What kind of surprise has my father brought with such earnestness? Even he dares not question my decisions. So who are you to speak? Go now, and do as I command." In his view, whatever he desired should rightfully belong to him. It was utterly outrageous that Zhong Zhuo had quietly ousted him from the position of most honored guest without even a word of acknowledgement. Very well. If that is the case, does that daughter of yours wish to claim victory this time? Impossible. I possess a full 150,000 stones. Does she truly believe she can win? Dream on. To speak frankly, while prominent figures from the southern region do come to place their bets, their stakes are not substantial. No one can match the audacity of Kanglan Mansion in wagering such a considerable sum. To these influential individuals, such funds are merely speculative investments. Who would risk their entire fortune for the sake of potential? This is precisely why He Yuanxiu felt so confident that Yin Ran would not prevail. He firmly believed that even those who could muster 150,000 stones had not brought any with them. Observing his young master's arrogant demeanor, Fu Bo sighed deeply within. He casually took the money to place a bet for Shengxue. The master truly indulged the young master far too much. Such a situation ought to be fervently avoided. Fortunately, the betting could be done anonymously, ensuring that the esteemed Lord Zhong would remain oblivious. The grand contest of courtesans unfolded with fervor, while those covertly investing in it remained solely focused on the trend of the wagers. For them, the aesthetic appeal of these ornamental figures held no significance. Their sole concern was whether their money could yield substantial value. In their eyes, it was merely a business transaction. At that moment, a sudden chime resonated in Qin Geng's mind. Ding! The host has consumed 50,000 stones, receiving a tenfold rebate of 500,000. Ding! Today's sign-in has commenced. Would you like to check in? Upon hearing this news, Qin Geng, who was feeling somewhat bored, was instantly invigorated. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial-grade offensive artifact, the Annihilation Fan. A celestial-grade offensive treasure? This is indeed a remarkable find. However, Qin Geng suddenly recalled something. It seemed he lacked any cultivation. Without any cultivation, how could he wield these artifacts? Ding! The host can utilize the dragon energy from the Nine-Dragon Sacred Ring to activate the artifacts. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng was filled with excitement. Does this mean that even without cultivation, he could still be invincible? How exhilarating! After a moment of enthusiasm, Qin Geng calmed down and suddenly felt puzzled. Why had Zhongzhou not returned yet? Logically, after placing his bets, he should have hurried back to curry favor with him, shouldn't he? Meanwhile, at the betting station, Zhongzhou, who had just placed his wager, felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Just as he was about to depart, a familiar figure caught his eye. Wasn't that the butler beside Brother He? It seems that Brother He intends to place a wager on my daughter as well. However, the old butler's voice resonated with a deep tone. 30,000 stones, for in Xingxue. Upon hearing this, Zhongzhou could not help but narrow his eyes in disbelief. Was the bet placed on in Xingxue? Could it be that that scoundrel He Liao was deliberately causing trouble? Impossible. Zhongzhou had known He Liao for many years and was well aware that He Liao was a man of integrity, unlikely to engage in such duplicitous behavior. The situation was quite simple. It must be his prodigal son. Seeing his own treatment diminish, resorting to such petty vindictiveness? Does he not regard his elders, or even his own father? Truly childish. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stepped out from the shadows. Fu Bai, who had just placed the bet, intended to leave hastily, but suddenly felt a terrifying aura locking onto him. He froze and turned around, only to find Zhongzhou was standing right behind him, gazing at him with an impassive expression. Panic surged within Fu Bai. How did he come to be here? Did he actually come to place a bet for his own daughter? It seemed he had already discovered that Fu Bai had wagered on someone else. He struggled to speak. Lord Zhong, this matter, poof. Before he could finish, Zhongzhou suddenly exerted a slight force, injuring Fu Bai directly. Zhongzhou remarked coolly, I am well aware of Brother He's character. However, I must trouble you to convey a message to your young master. Do not be too arrogant. Brother He's lifetime of reputation could easily be tarnished by his son. This was merely a small warning, to be honest. Seeing Brother He's son in such a state truly pained Zhongzhou. Fu Bai quickly clarified, Lord Zhong, please understand, this situation is not what my master or I desired. The master specifically prepared 150,000 stones for you, intending to surprise you. However, the young master, in his capriciousness, has taken a fancy to Xingxue. Noticing Zhongzhou's face darkening, Fu Bai's heart sank. 150,000 stones? If He Liao were here, he would be overjoyed. But now, the one in charge was that scoundrel of a son. What did this imply? Did it not mean that this sum was essentially a stumbling block for his daughter's victory? That young man might offer 50,000 as an appetizer. But if he learned of the 150,000 and suspected an attempt to exploit him, would he not be in insurmountable peril? Even if the opponent was not lacking in resources, if he refused to spend unnecessary money, would Zhongzhou not be digging his own grave? However, as the lord of Yingwei City and an old friend of He Liao, he could not take any action against his son. Thus, he coldly instructed, Please convey a message to young Master He. I hope he will cease this endeavor. Such a substantial business involving yuan stones is beyond his current capabilities. With that, he vanished from the spot, leaving Fu Bai standing there, his face a mask of astonishment. He had genuinely sensed a hint of murderous intent. This is disastrous. I had warned the young master against such impulsiveness. Once he regained his composure and took a moment to steady his breathing, he hurried back to seek out He Yuanxiu. No, it is imperative that the young master be urged to halt immediately. On the other side, Zhongzhou returned to the private room number 1, where Qin Geng was. With a somewhat subdued demeanor, it was evident that his mood was less than favorable. Qin Geng inquired, What troubles you? Is there a shortage of funds? Upon hearing the question, Zhongzhou, not daring to appear negligent, quickly forced a smile and replied, Not at all, young master. After a moment of hesitation, he proceeded to disclose the matter concerning He Yuanxiu from the adjacent room. Oh, initially, Qin Geng displayed a flicker of curiosity. However, as Zhongzhou continued, a look of disdain gradually emerged on Qin Geng's face. 15,000 yuan stones? Is that all? I had thought something significant had occurred, yet it amounts to this? He remarked coolly, If this is all that disturbs you to such an extent, it would be best for you to vanish from my sight. Upon hearing these words, Zhongzhou was overwhelmed with shock and elation internally, yet he dared not exhibit excessive emotion outwardly. After all, 15,000 yuan stones. Some cultivators barely earn a few dozen yuan stones over the entire year. Yet, in the eyes of the other party, 15,000 yuan stones were trivialized as if they were merely 15 yuan stones. Qin Geng then produced 30,000 yuan stones, stating, Since I have promised to support Yin Ran in her quest for victory, I shall see it through to the end. He added with a cold smile, He dares to challenge my financial prowess with yuan stones. He is indeed the first. This statement held truth. for it was indeed the first time Qin Geng had faced a challenge to his financial resources in this realm. Take it, the appetizers are finished. And now it is time for a light drizzle. However, these words struck Zhong's ears like a thunderclap. 30,000 yuan stones. A light drizzle? No one had ever dared to challenge him in the realm of yuan stones. Piecing together this information, Zhongzhua could only conclude that not only was the other party profoundly wealthy, but in terms of financial capability. It seemed that he was unmatched even in the entire upper realm. He had previously deduced that the other party hailed from a significant power of the upper realm. Now, with this declaration, he could only assume that the wealth of the other party approached an almost insurmountable level. Upon this realization, he trembled as he accepted the 30,000 yuan stones, which even he could not afford to produce in one go, and finally knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your immense generosity, young master." He had already begun to calculate in his mind. He knew that historically, the total bets placed by past champions rarely exceeded 30,000, thus, he could secretly retain a portion for himself. After all, once the investments were made, the returns would likely be substantial, and as long as he calculated the difference accurately to keep a little for personal use, it would pose no problem. As the lord of a city, he prided himself on his accounting skills. Perhaps I shall keep 5,000 yuan stones for myself and invest the remaining 25,000 entirely. Meanwhile, Mr. Fu was wearing a serious, yet somewhat fearful expression as he implored He Yuan to reconsider. "Young master, we must cease our actions at once. If we continue to squander resources recklessly here, it will irrevocably sever our ties with Lord Zhong." This was indeed his own perspective, however. The young master was so headstrong that even his father, the esteemed lord, could not sway him. How could he, then, voice his concerns? At that moment, He Yuanxiu gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Did he truly utter such words? Does he genuinely believe that as long as he resides in this moonlit city, he is akin to a deity? Fubo, accompany me to the betting station. I intend to wager the remaining 12,000 taels of silver entirely on Inshinshui." Unbeknownst to He Yuanxiu, he was on the verge of engaging in a futile endeavor. On the other hand, Zhongzhua was equally oblivious to the absurd machinations he was engaging in, convinced of his own sagacity. At this moment, Zhongzhua regarded the young master with complete indifference. With 30,000 stones in hand, why would he fear this fool frivolously spending the 15,000 stones gifted by his father? Let him squander that 15,000 stones on futile endeavors. It would not only secure his daughter's victory, but also render the young scoundrel's resources utterly wasted. What a delightful thought! Although such sentiments might betray his dear friend He Liao, he believed this incident would impart a valuable lesson. "Brother He, you have been excessively indulgent with your son. The cost may indeed be steep, but perhaps this event will awaken him to reality." With that in mind, Zhongzhua wasted no time and took his leave from Qin Geng. Fortunately, on the other side, He Yuanxiu was still being fervently restrained by Uncle Fu. Otherwise, they would have crossed paths once more. At this moment, the courtesan competition had entered a recess, and the leading contenders were engaging in conversation. The first to speak was Yi Xiaoyuan, the saintess of Qingyang's sect. Her voice, tinged with a sultry charm, inquired, "Sister Yin, who do you think will emerge victorious this time?" After posing this question, a hint of self-satisfaction graced her features. This time, aside from the sect's support, the sect master had also reached out to several old friends to bolster their backing. How could she possibly lose? She was aware that Inshinshui, with her aloof demeanor and pristine character, maintained a cold and unyielding attitude towards everyone, which rendered her devoid of any substantial support from behind the scenes. Yet, how amusing it is, Yin ran. Even if you are the daughter of the city lord, what does it matter? You are merely a fledgling girl. What can you possibly challenge me with? The reason for such an inquiry is nothing more than a means to relish in one's own sense of superiority. Yin Ran humbly replied, "I presume you must be two esteemed elder sisters. I am but a novice, truly unworthy." Yet Inshinshui remained as frigid as ever, proclaiming, "It matters not." Upon hearing Yin Ran's words, Yi Xiaoyuan felt a sense of satisfaction blossoming within her heart. The remarks made by Inshinshui ignited a profound ire and disdain within her. What pretense of purity and virtue was she attempting to project? If she were truly a paragon of excellence, would she engage in this contest of beauty? Is it so arduous to confess her desire to soar to great heights? Indeed, she had never encountered a more irksome presence. Ultimately, she could only manage a faint smile and say, "Let us await the outcome." Observing in Shengshui's intense competitive spirit, a sigh escaped her lips. In truth, she had no inclination to partake in such matters. Yet she found herself unable to defy her esteemed ancestor. The elder had shown her profound kindness, and she was reluctant to cause any sorrow to that venerable figure. On the other hand, Yanran felt a sense of unease within her heart. To be frank, she was hesitant to draw any conclusions regarding her potential achievements. After all, she never truly believed herself to be a contender for the championship. Yet, she had the endorsement of that gentleman. Having only met him once, Yanran was genuinely uncertain about the reliability of his words. Moreover, she could discern that Yi Xiaoyuan was feigning inquiries, while in truth, she had already regarded the champion's position as her own. It was likely that she had come fully prepared. Well, it mattered little to her. She would simply see how far she could go. Meanwhile, Zhongzhua had returned to the betting table, his face alight with excitement as he wagered 250,000 yuan stones. For Qin Geng, this sum of 50,000 yuan stones was inconsequential. However, for him, it held considerable significance. Yuan stones served as the currency of this realm, and even someone of his exalted status as a transcendent being could not escape the constraints of financial necessity. Meanwhile, a notification echoed from Qin Geng's system. The host had expended 25,000 stones, receiving a tenfold return amounting to 250,000. Initially, upon hearing the figure of 250,000, Qin Geng felt a moment of elation. However, the next instant, he realized something was amiss. Shouldn't it be 300,000? After a moment of contemplation, the truth dawned upon him. That wretched Zhongzhua had clandestinely pocketed 5,000 stones. As a result, he had been deprived of a total of 50,000 stones. How foolish he had been to feel excitement upon first seeing the 250,000. Now, he felt like a complete fool. When Zhongzhua returned, he wore a mask of enthusiasm, exclaiming, "The primary reason for my little lady's unexpected victory is my utmost gratitude to young Master Qin." However, Qin Geng offered not a word in return, instead fixating on him with a chilling glare. Zhongzhua even sensed a trace of murderous intent in that gaze. What was happening? This sudden shift left him utterly astonished. Qin Geng coldly remarked, "Zhongzhua, you truly possess remarkable audacity." At those words, Zhongzhua's heart sank. Could it be that he was aware of his clandestine actions? That seemed improbable. Thus, he began to explain, "Young Master Qin, I truly had no knowledge of it yet." Before he could finish, a figure cloaked entirely in dark robes materialized before Qin Geng. Without uttering a word, this figure struck at Zhongzhua with a palm. Taken by surprise and facing the peak guardian of Qin Geng's ascendant realm, Zhongzhua was grievously injured on the spot. He gazed at the guardian in terror, recognizing him as the owner of the aura he had sensed outside the city gates. Simultaneously, he understood that his actions had undoubtedly been fully exposed. The formidable strength of his adversary filled him with terror, prompting him to hastily kneel and plead for mercy, exclaiming, "I, Zhong, am truly deserving of 1,000 deaths. I should not have succumbed to greed." He was acutely aware that his opponent possessed unparalleled power, capable of effortlessly extinguishing his life, rendering any notions of adhering to the rules of this moonlit city utterly laughable. Qin Geng coldly remarked, "You truly must be tired of living to dare covet my possessions. Frankly, your status as the lord of this moonlit city is nothing but a farce in my eyes. You, a mere waste, dare to lay your hands on my wealth. Do you not believe that a single word from me could reduce both you and this wretched city to mere ashes?" Upon hearing this, Zhongzhua could no longer maintain his composure. The once mighty figure, who had commanded great respect, now fervently bowed before Qin Geng, his face etched with desperation as he implored, "Noble sir, please show mercy. Let only this insignificant ant be punished. I humbly beseech you to spare this moonlit city." In that moment, Zhongzhua was consumed by regret, lamenting the foolishness of his actions. Although his opponent was indifferent to material wealth, he was undoubtedly concerned about being made a fool. The means by which his adversary had uncovered his deceit no longer mattered. What weighed heavily on his mind was the nature of the punishment that awaited him. He understood that he must not appear overly desperate for survival, lest he provoke Qin Geng's disdain and murderous intent. Yet, he also recognized the necessity of striking a delicate balance, treading carefully between submission and defiance. Qin Geng cast a cold gaze at Zhongzhua for a considerable time before finally gesturing to his guard, Qin Xian. In an instant, Qin Xian understood the unspoken command and delivered a powerful strike to Zhongzhua. Helpless to resist, Zhongzhua was knocked to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his entire demeanor reflecting a profound defeat, unmistakably bearing the marks of severe injury. Qin Geng, with an air of indifference, remarked, "This is merely a lesson. Should you dare to transgress again, I shall ensure your utter ruin." Zhang Zuo, relieved that his life was spared, felt a surge of joy within. Though he dared not express it, instead enduring the excruciating pain and nodding repeatedly. Qin Geng continued, "As for the betting matter, I shall proceed as promised. It is my obligation to fulfill my word. However, this time, I will personally oversee the affair. You would do well to seize an opportunity to place that 50,000 stone wager promptly. Now, depart from my sight at once. Do not linger before my eyes." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Zuo was no longer concerned about the tone or demeanor of his superior. He hastily bowed in gratitude before vanishing in a flash. Not only had he been spared, but he had also received assurance of continued support for his daughter's participation in the competition, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. After some contemplation, Qin Geng resolved to set off immediately to the location of the wager and inspect it thoroughly. Meanwhile, He Yuanxiu, undeterred by Fu Bo's admonitions, embarked on his own course of action. "Dare you treat me in such a manner? Today, I shall make you pay dearly." With these thoughts simmering in his mind, he resolutely made his way to the place of the wager. Meanwhile, Qin Geng found himself pondering how much more to invest in this venture. After all, he had already acquired 2,500,000 yuan stones. Should he invest the entirety of it, not only could he expect a tenfold return, but the promised championship seemed to be a rather secure prospect as well. At that moment, a voice, brimming with arrogance, exclaimed, 120,000 stones, and Xinxue. Upon raising his head, Qin Geng beheld a youth with a somewhat sullen expression, accompanied by an elder whose face was etched with worry. It dawned on Qin Geng that these two were indeed the individuals he had previously displaced to the second private room, as indicated by Zhang Zuo. Having invested 30,000 before, now only 120,000 remained, and yet they dared to make such a commotion? With a fortune of 150,000 stones, did they truly believe they had the right to engage him in a contest of wealth? Observing He Yuanzhou's self-satisfied, clownish demeanor, Qin Geng could not suppress a soft, derisive chuckle. He did not make an effort to conceal his laughter, rendering it conspicuously audible, much to the attention of those around him. However, just a moment ago, enjoying the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd, He Yuanzhou's expression suddenly shifted. Who dares to openly disdain him here? Following the sound, he glanced over to see a young man clad in white, exuding an air of nobility, standing not far away, seemingly of distinguished lineage. But who was He Yuanzhou? He was the son of the lord of Kanglan Mansion. In his eyes, no one here would dare to provoke him lightly. Not recognizing him was one thing, but to openly express contempt? With a cold sneer, he remarked, "This young master, dressed to the nines, may I inquire who you are? Surely you do not regard the 12,000 yuan stones as worthy of your attention? Do you even know who I am?" Unbeknownst to him, his companion, Uncle Fu, upon seeing the attire of Qin Geng, revealed a look of uncertainty, scrutinizing him closely. Hearing the other's arrogant words, Qin Geng responded with a faint smile, "Yes, I know. From that so-called rubbish Kanglan Mansion, right? A mere total of 150,000 yuan stones, and you dare to boast here? Truly laughable. Considering the insignificance of your Kanglan Mansion, how high can your aspirations truly be?" Shaking his head with a smile, he stepped forward to place his bet. Upon hearing the blatant disrespect towards his own Kanglan Mansion, not only did He Yuanzhou's expression change, but even the bystanders and Uncle Fu beside him were taken aback. Who is this person to be so audacious? I suspect he is attempting to gain notoriety by exploiting the city's rules against casual violence. If so, he is indeed quite foolish. At this moment, Fu Bo found himself incensed by the other's words, unable to continue observing Qin Geng. He spoke in a low tone, "Esteemed young sir, while it may be true that the Kanglan Prefecture lacks prowess, my master is nonetheless a figure of the late ascension stage. Even the esteemed Lord Zhong of Ingwei City would show him a modicum of respect. Do you not think your assertion is somewhat hasty? Were it not for the constraints imposed by Zheng's rules, Fu Bo might have acted on his impulse already." Qin Geng, seemingly oblivious to the murderous intent glimmering in the other's eyes, merely offered a disdainful smile before stepping forward to address the proprietor responsible for the wagers. 120,000 yuan stones, he declared. Without hesitation, Qin Geng produced a storage ring, handing it to the betting station's overseer. This ring had been procured in bulk at his request from Zhang Zuo. After all, the returns from the tenfold profit were so substantial that mere sacks could hardly contain them. Although Zhang Zuo had been somewhat perplexed as to why a young master from the upper realm would require multiple storage rings, he dared not question Qin Geng's orders. Upon witnessing the astonished expression of the responsible party after the inspection, He Yuanzhou realized that the other party had likely indeed produced 120,000 yuan stones. At this moment, Mr. Fu had also extricated himself from his furious emotions, and the gaze he directed at Qin Geng underwent a transformation. The presence capable of nonchalantly producing 1,200,000 yuan was indeed formidable. Suddenly, his attention shifted to the ring in Qin Geng's hand, and his pupils dilated in astonishment. Before he could utter a cry of surprise, He Yuanzhou, consumed by rage and humiliation, exclaimed, "I see you cannot possibly produce the 1,200,000. Have you conspired with this person in charge? You wretched scoundrel. I, He Yuanzhou, shall remember you." Yet, before he could finish his tirade, a muffled sound resounded, and in an instant, He Yuanzhou found himself dismembered. Qin Geng, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Where does that barking come from?" The transformation was alarmingly swift, so much so that even Fu Bo, the elderly steward responsible for He Yuanzhou's safety, was taken aback. He had sensed the extraordinary aura surrounding Qin Geng and was about to caution the young master to tread carefully. Little did he anticipate that a mere utterance would lead to such a catastrophic fate for his own master. Stunned, he stood frozen for a moment. Before his expression shifted dramatically, "Young master." However, He Yuanzhou could no longer hear Fu Bo's desperate call. The expression on his severed head remained one of jealousy directed toward Qin Geng, observing the final countenance of his young master. The elder realized that only a being of transcendent power could orchestrate such an unforeseen danger without his awareness. With trembling hands, Fu Bo pointed at Qin Geng, exclaiming, "Do you understand what you have done? Even if your status is unparalleled, murdering my young master has plunged us into an irreconcilable conflict with the Kanglan house. Moreover, you have violated the rules set forth by Lord Zhong." In Fu Bo's eyes, it mattered not who Qin Geng truly was or which force from the southern region he hailed. Today, he was destined to pay a grievous price. Even if he were to survive this encounter, his ultimate fate would be nothing short of tragic. He had not only transgressed the regulations established by Zhong Zuo, but had also caused the death of He Liao's most cherished son. Given that He Liao had maintained a long-standing friendship with Zhong Zuo, how could he possibly emerge unscathed from this moonlit city? Where would the ire of Zhong Zuo be directed? Where would the fury of his master find an outlet? Contemplating these matters, Fu Bo was increasingly convinced that Qin Geng was as good as dead. At that moment, Zhong Zuo, who intended to reinvest the 50,000 yuan worth of precious stones he had previously kept hidden, happened to arrive at the scene. Observing the considerable chaos unfolding, he could not help but furrow his brow. What was happening? Did this group of individuals not understand their own rules? Upon seeing Zhong Zuo, Uncle Fu was overwhelmed with joy. Not only was his own salvation at hand, but he could also enlist Lord Zhong to seek justice for the young master. He rushed forward, lamenting, "Lord Zhong, you must surely advocate for me. Please, look, our young master has been murdered. This heinous act occurred within your city. How can such a villain be allowed to act with such impunity?" He had already devised a plan. As Zhong Zuo engaged in combat with the formidable ascendant who covertly protected Qin Geng, he would seize the opportunity to apprehend the murderer, bringing him back to Kanglan Mansion to face the Lord's judgment. Observing how youthful Qin Geng appeared, adorned in extraordinary attire, he pondered, what could it matter? He was confident that, with his own late-stage void-breaking strength, he would easily subdue his opponent. On the other side, upon hearing the news, Zhong Zuo's countenance fell into a state of utter shock. What? Old Ye's son has perished? In my city? Having known He Liao for many years, he was acutely aware of the depth of his friend's affection for his son, although he had never held a fondness for the arrogant young He Yuanzhou. Out of respect for his old friend, he had never made a fuss and provided the young master with the utmost benefits within his capabilities. If such a misfortune had occurred elsewhere, he would have merely conveyed his condolences to He Liao with a simple, "Brother He, my sympathies." However, this incident transpired within his own city. Not only did he find himself unable to explain this to He Liao, but how audacious could one be to so openly challenge his authority? He had barely escaped peril due to his secret hoarding of yuan stones, and now, yet another grave predicament had arisen. Anger surged within him, and he bellowed, Who dares harm my old friend's son here?" Witnessing the fury of the city lord, those unrelated to the matter quickly dispersed, fearing his wrath. Indifferent to the onlookers, pointed directly at the steadfast Qin Geng, who stood unmoved, and exclaimed, "My lord, it is indeed this man. Behold, he brazenly commits violence, yet remains right here, utterly disregarding your authority." However, he failed to notice the incredulity and a hint of trepidation reflected in Zhong Zuo's eyes. How could it be Qin Geng once more? Others may be oblivious, but he was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by the ascendant being beside him. At this moment, Qin Geng finally chuckled lightly and addressed Zhong Zhua. City Lord Zhong, I seem to have breached your regulations. What do you think of my actions? Upon hearing this query, beads of sweat began to form on Zhong Zhua's forehead, and he could not suppress a gulp. He understood that, on the surface, the question appeared to seek his opinion. Yet in reality, it was a challenge to his authority. Who do you think you are? Disrupting your rules. What can you possibly do to me? After much contemplation, he managed a strained smile and replied, You have done well, young Master Qin. To be honest, I have long harbored a disdain for He Yuanxiu. Were it not for his father's influence, I would have ignored this brat from the outset, since he foolishly collided with you. His misfortune is merely a consequence of his own folly. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng nodded slightly and then, as if no one else mattered, departed. Just before leaving, he remarked nonchalantly, How to deal with this man is up to you. As for that Kanglan mansion, what is that even? With the protection of the system, Qin Geng felt no fear of some trifling late-stage ascendant being. On the other side, Uncle Fu was utterly taken aback. Just a moment ago, he had been seething with rage over the death of his young master, yet upon seeing the murderer, he uttered the words, Serves him right. How could this be? Had he not promised to avenge the young master? Suddenly, a possibility struck Uncle Fu. Could it be that the very person responsible for his young master's demise was the guest seated in box 1? Observing the ever-changing expressions on Uncle Fu's face, Zhong Zhua remarked coldly, It seems you have pieced together the connections quite clearly. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu sneered, Very well. The esteemed lord of Yingyue City cannot even adhere to his own principles. Though the soul tablet of the young master is undoubtedly shattered now, I shall report the entire sequence of events to the master in detail. In response to these words, Zhong Zhua remained expressionless and said, Report? I fear you shall not have that opportunity. At this, Uncle Fu's pupils constricted sharply. He exclaimed, No? How can you resort to murder against me? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhong Zhua waved his sleeve, incinerating the old steward into ashes without a single cry of despair escaping his lips. Witnessing the other's spirit dissipate, Zhong Zhua could only sigh before departing. Meanwhile, in the southern domain of Inquanzu, at the Kanglan mansion, the Lord, He Liao, was leisurely sipping tea in the main hall when suddenly, an elder, whom he rarely encountered, rushed in a state of panic, shouting, Lord, Lord, something terrible has happened. He Liao set his teacup down and, furrowing his brow, inquired, What is it? Why the commotion? The young master and old Fu's soul tablets have shattered. Upon hearing this news, He Liao, who had been sitting with composure, immediately sprang to his feet, causing the tea on the table to spill onto the floor. His mind went blank. How could this be possible? His son was in the Moonlight City, where he should be able to command both wind and rain. How could anything go awry? Could there be an issue with the soul tablets? Seeing the Lord's reaction, the elder responsible for safeguarding the soul tablets could only shake his head bitterly, saying nothing more. However, this silence spoke volumes. After a considerable pause, He Liao spoke in a low tone, Who is it? Who has the audacity to harm my son? He Liao, a formidable figure at the peak of the Ascension realm, had risen from humble beginnings, enduring countless hardships to ascend to the position of Lord. His greatest regret had always been his lack of a son. Finally blessed with a child in his later years, he had doted on He Yuanxiu, wanting to shield him from the sufferings he himself had endured. In truth, He Liao now found himself regretting his indulgent attitude towards his son, but alas, it was too late to change the past. All he could do was provide protection within his means. He had thought that his son's journey to Moonlight City was merely an excursion, and therefore, he had never worried. Little did he expect to receive news of his son's demise from that very place. Not only had his son perished, but even his old companion, old Fu, had met with an untimely fate. Who could be responsible for such calamity? He Liao's voice turned cold as he declared, I, He Liao, have traversed this life solely to secure a better existence for my family. Now, with my son met with misfortune and my old friend deceased, it seems they have forgotten the reputation of he the madman that I once bore. At this point, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him, leaving the reporting elder pale with fear. He then summoned his wife, explained the situation, and temporarily entrusted the internal affairs of the Kanglan mansion to her before setting off alone towards Moonlight City. His thoughts were singular and focused. He yearned to uncover the identity of those who had wronged his son and to ascertain the whereabouts of his old friend, Zhong Zhua. What had transpired? This series of events not only demands a comprehensive account, but also necessitates the identification of the murderer who took his son's life, compelling the perpetrator to endure a fate worse than death. On the other side, Zhongzhou gazed at the tranquil Qin Geng before him, a flicker of unease stirring within his heart. Perceiving the other's unusual demeanor, Qin Geng nonchalantly remarked, "What is this? Do you now feel remorse for your old friend's son and seek revenge for him?" The emphasis he placed on the words old friend carried an unmistakable tone of mockery. Although aware that this was merely a jest, Zhongzhou, in the presence of such an esteemed figure, dared not exhibit any lack of respect. He hastily waved his hands, insisting, "Of course not. Everything I said before that old man and you, esteemed sir, was entirely truthful. However, it is quite possible that his father is already on his way to Ingwei City." Upon hearing this, Qin Geng immediately lost interest in continuing the conversation. Was that all? Just as he had previously stated, he held no regard for the so-called Kanglan mansion and certainly did not concern himself with its master. Observing Zhongzhou, who prided himself as a powerful figure in the southern region, the lord of a city, yet remained filled with trepidation, was quite amusing. Realizing that the other was no longer inclined to discuss He Liao, Zhongzhou understood that it would be futile to prolong the conversation. In truth, he was genuinely worried. As a mid-stage ascendant, few dared to challenge his boundaries in the southern region. However, the master of the He Mansion was a notable exception. Not only was his cultivation level superior to Zhongzhou's, but in his youth, he had committed countless acts of slaughter, and in terms of combat skills, Zhongzhou feared he would fall short. Moreover, the incident had indeed occurred within his own city, leaving him at a loss for how to account for it. Qin Geng, as a young master from the upper realm, naturally felt no fear towards He Liao, but what of Zhongzhou? If matters escalated to a life-or-death confrontation, neither would emerge unscathed. Yet, recalling their past friendship, he still hoped for a peaceful resolution. Observing Zhongzhou's contemplative silence, Qin Geng impatiently declared, "Then let that mansion's master come directly to me. I shall see what abilities he possesses." Upon hearing this, Zhongzhou was left uncertain whether to feel relieved. Setting aside other matters, given the tempers of both He Liao and Qin Geng, should they truly meet, a conflict seemed inevitable. Although his foolish son deserved his fate, he did not wish for his old friend to meet a similar end. After some contemplation, he summoned his courage and said, "I only hope that you, esteemed sir, can spare my old friend's life." Qin Geng raised an eyebrow at this. He chuckled lightly. "I never would have guessed that the ruthless Lord Zhongzhou, willing to do anything for his future, actually has someone he cares about." Upon hearing the joking tone of his interlocutor, Zhongzhou mistakenly believed that his request had been granted. However, before he could exhale a sigh of relief, Qin Geng's voice turned icy as he remarked, "Are you attempting to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? Let me clarify that the decision of who to spare or condemn is not within your purview. The matter of life and death rests solely within my will. Including you, considering the grave error you previously committed, it was I who spared your wretched existence. Have you so swiftly forgotten your place as my subordinate?" Faced with this sudden shift in tone, Zhongzhou's countenance turned pale as he stammered, "I would never dare to critique your esteemed actions, my lord. Everything is entirely at your discretion and command. There was no alternative." The other party had even declared that his very life was granted by the Lord himself. To continue pleading for leniency would be tantamount to courting death. Naturally, one's own survival took precedence over that of an old friend. With this declaration, Qin Geng finally nodded in acknowledgement. As he was about to utter a few words, a sudden darkness enveloped the outskirts of the city, from which emerged a resonant voice, akin to the rumblings of thunder. "Where is Brother Zhong now? What on earth has transpired with my son? Can he emerge for a discourse?" Those numerous cultivators who perceived this phenomenon could not help but turn pale with trepidation. Upon witnessing the grand spectacle before him, Qin Geng could not help but scoff derisively, remarking, "All show and no substance." He remained impervious to the external tumult, instead choosing to relish the final round of the courtesan competition. He was acutely aware that, although the results would be announced the following day, he had already wagered a staggering 155,000 yuan stones on Yin Ran. Who could possibly rival such an investment? This was in addition to the 120,000 yuan stones he had yet to disclose. If these figures were to be revealed tomorrow, it would likely plunge the others into despair on the spot. However, it was evident that this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions, especially for Zhongzhou and others within the city who had sensed the unusual phenomena, as they gazed at the ominous black clouds rolling across the horizon. Accompanied by a deep, resonant voice, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted among the practitioners. "Heavens! The very fabric of nature is being stirred. What realm of power does this individual belong to? At the very least, they must be at the mid-stage of ascension. With such a formidable presence, it seems likely they have come seeking trouble. I recognize this technique. It resembles the signature move of that esteemed figure from the Kanglan Manor. No, wait. Wasn't it said that our city lord Zhong shares a close rapport with that manor's lord? How could this be? I have heard that within our city, the manor lord's son has been slain. This spells significant trouble. I wonder if the courtesan competition can proceed under such circumstances. Upon learning the details of the situation, the crowd was instantly taken aback, their concerns mounting regarding whether the competition could still be held. After all, the whims of such powerful figures often had a direct bearing on their own fates. On the other side, He Liao finally emerged from the swirling thunderclouds. Noticing the expressionless demeanor of his counterpart, Zhang Zuo understood that the situation had escalated beyond reconciliation. Steeling himself, he approached and said, "Brother He." He Liao, however, replied coldly, "Young brother Zhang, you are aware of my purpose here, are you not?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuo realized that his counterpart could not tolerate any further delays. Both were astute individuals, and he chose not to beat around the bush. "Indeed, brother He, I am deeply remorseful regarding the matter concerning your son." At this statement, a chilling glint flashed in He Liao's eyes. His voice grew even more frigid. "So you do comprehend the situation?" Zhang Zuo pondered for a moment but ultimately decided to divert the blame. After all, that young Master Qin had already promised to deliver the individual directly to him. The circumstances were undeniably clear. The Lord of Kanglan Prefecture was evidently striving to suppress his murderous intent and fury. Should he learn the truth, it was likely that a massacre would ensue right then and there, and Zhang Zuo feared he would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Thus, he whispered, "I do know, and I shall take you to meet that person, brother He." Although his words bore the implication of instigating conflict with Qin Geng, he had not spoken untruths, and it was perhaps best to leave the rest to He Liao. As for whether He Liao would survive, that depended on his own fortune. Still, he could not refrain from cautioning, "That individual is exceedingly formidable. I am no match for him. I implore you to exercise utmost caution." At that moment, He Liao was nearly consumed by his rage, rendering him incapable of heeding Zhang's well-intentioned warning. Furthermore, he failed to notice the peculiarities embedded within Zhang's words. "You are not my adversary, yet you still dare to lead me to the one responsible?" This underlying implication could only signify Zhang's capitulation. He Liao roared, "I care not who he is. I, He Liao, have but one son, and since he has already met his untimely demise today, I, the Mad He, shall ensure I witness this for myself." Upon hearing himself referred to as Mad He, Zhang Zuo could no longer afford to delay and promptly escorted him to Qin Geng's location. Before long, they arrived at the private chamber where Qin Geng resided. With He Liao's face still etched with fury, Zhang Zuo refrained from further conversation with He Liao and respectfully addressed Qin Geng, "Young master, I have brought the individual as requested." With that, he turned on his heel and departed, not uttering another word to He Liao. Observing the unusual reaction and recalling the earlier unsettling remarks, He Liao smirked coldly. "It appears my old friend has chosen to preserve his own skin." Though he could comprehend the reasoning, disappointment washed over him. He Liao fixed his gaze upon Qin Geng, who remained leisurely sipping tea while holding a fan in one hand, and inquired frostily, "Pray tell, are you the one responsible for the death of my son, He Yuanqiu?" Yet, Qin Geng showed no inclination to respond, continuing to observe the courtesan competition below. Witnessing such indifference, He Liao's heart swelled with murderous intent. "You have slain my son, and not only do you show me such disrespect, but you regard it as merely ridding the world of filth?" Just as he could no longer restrain himself from striking, he suddenly sensed a faint aura of the true dragon emanating from the young man before him. This revelation filled him with uncertainty. He began to scrutinize the individual who so casually disregarded him. The more he looked, the more his heart raced with trepidation. Was that a garment woven from eternalized silkworm silk? Did he carry the breath of a true dragon? The Destruction God Fan. Witnessing Qin Geng wielding the Destruction God Fan as if it were an ordinary fan, he could no longer contain himself and nearly shouted in astonishment. Upon hearing the final words of Qin Geng, a flicker of intrigue sparked within him towards the master of the Kanglan Manor before him. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I never anticipated that within this humble southern region, there exists someone capable of recognizing such a treasure. You have certainly taken me by surprise." Upon receiving the affirmative response from his interlocutor, He Liao felt his fury dissipate like mist, replaced by an overwhelming sense of astonishment and trepidation. It was akin to having a bucket of cold water poured over him on a sweltering summer day. How could this be? How could such a terrifying presence exist in this place? He stammered. I was fortunate enough to possess a mere inferior replica of this fan in the past. Replica? Qin Geng's expression turned icy at once. You dare to create a counterfeit of the treasure in my possession? I advise you to destroy it immediately upon your return. Or else. Hearing this, He Liao hastily offered his assurances, utterly oblivious to the true intentions behind his opponent's arrival. At present, He Liao finds himself in a state of emotional turmoil. He has heard whispers regarding the origin of this devastating divine fan. Could it be that this young master is the sovereign of a sacred realm from the upper world? In his perspective, only the most ancient and legendary clans from the upper realm would possess such a treasure. Suddenly, Qin Geng, intrigued, inquired, "Did you not come seeking vengeance?" Upon hearing this, He Liao was momentarily startled, quickly recovering to respond with obsequious laughter. "Of course not. Certainly not. I merely wished to pay my respects to your esteemed reputation. After all, a son can die yet be reborn. This rascal has always been mischievous. I merely need to advise him to tread carefully in his next life." It is no wonder that He Liao's reaction was so dramatically different. He was genuinely terrified by the presence of this fan. The previous master of this fan had once swept across a realm, obliterating countless lives. Consequently, this legendary artifact has left behind chilling and resounding tales, both in the lower realms and the upper worlds. Even He Liao, in his attempt to exhibit sophistication, had procured a mere inferior imitation of this devastating divine fan. How astonishing it is to behold the true nature of this fan, along with its master. How could such a revelation not rend his heart asunder? Faced with such a formidable presence, how could he possibly concern himself with the fate of a mere son? In this moment, he comprehended why that old rogue, Zhong Zhua, exhibited no inclination to advocate on his behalf, and why he had previously sought to subtly caution him against reckless actions. Upon realizing this, he instantaneously forgave his old friend. To withstand such immense pressure while advising him on his conduct, this companion is indeed worthy of continued camaraderie. Unbeknownst to Qin Geng, this fan had once left an indelible mark in this realm, renowned for its illustrious reputation. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the pivotal shift in the other party's demeanor. However, given his current state of timidity, pursuing the matter further seemed futile. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "Hurry and vanish from my sight. Your presence is utterly vexatious." He Liao hastily remarked, "Should the young master take an interest in the future, might he grace my humble abode with his presence?" Prior to this, he referred to himself as he the madman. Upon arrival, he humbly identified himself as an old man. The source of this paradox lies in the fan he held in his hand. Upon hearing these words, Qin Geng impatiently retorted, "Get out at once. Do not make me squander my breath any further." As his voice faded, He Liao instantly sensed an extraordinarily potent and terrifying aura that, in that very moment, had fixated upon him. He Liao could immediately ascertain that he was in no way a match for such an overwhelming presence. Moreover, it instilled within him the unsettling notion that should Qin Geng issue a command to strike at this moment, the adversary would undoubtedly unleash a lethal maneuver without hesitation. This realization caused the head of the He family, who had mustered considerable courage, to break into a cold sweat. He dared not utter another word. Nor could he bear to meet Qin Geng's gaze, opting instead to bow and retreat. Observing the other's dejected demeanor, Qin Geng merely curled his lips in disdain. From the outset, he had never regarded the lord of the Kanglan house with any seriousness, and this encounter only reaffirmed his lack of expectations, yielding no surprises whatsoever. As he observed the figure swiftly emerging from Qin Geng, heading directly towards him, Zhong Zhua felt a twinge of unease. Though he had offered a warning, he now questioned the intentions of this approaching individual. Could it be that Qin Geng had betrayed him? However, to his surprise, He Liao approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Zhong, I truly did not misjudge you. In the face of such a formidable presence, you still dared to offer me counsel." He sighed, continuing, "As for my son's situation, I suppose I must resign myself to fate. After all, it was his unfortunate choice to provoke that esteemed individual. Once the competition concludes, I hope you will visit me at my Kanglan mansion for a proper reunion." With that, he departed, leaving Zhong was standing there in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? How had he suddenly gained such clarity? Moreover, not only did he fail to blame himself for neglecting his responsibilities, but he also audaciously claimed that I was righteous. He did not even inquire about the reasons behind his son's demise. In truth, regarding the earlier matters, it is quite normal for Zhong Zhua to be perplexed, as he had not witnessed the fan in Qin Geng's possession. However, concerning the circumstances surrounding He Yuanxiu's death, although the father, He Liao, was reluctant to acknowledge it, he was well aware of the truth. It was undoubtedly the folly of his unworthy son that led to this calamity. The unfortunate reality was that He Yuanxiu had chosen a target entirely beyond reproach, leaving He Liao with no recourse but to remain silent. As he had stated, a son may be lost but can be reborn, yet should he act recklessly here, the ultimate outcome could very well be the complete obliteration of his humble Kanglan manor. That fan possessed the power to annihilate an entire realm. How could his modest abode withstand such might? Even if the opponent was currently unable to unleash the full potential of that devastating fan, it would surely suffice to deal with someone of his stature. In the end, He Liao could only silently reflect, "My son, let this be a lesson. In your next life, remember not to be so reckless." Yet, he failed to consider that it was entirely his indulgence that had led to such behavior. He Liao arrived with great fanfare, yet once within the city, he could not even stir a ripple. Although many cultivators were curious, with the atmosphere now entirely subdued, they naturally redirected their focus back to the competition. Soon, the final day of the grand tournament commenced. After numerous rounds of contests and eliminations, only Yi Xiaoyuan and Shen Xue and Yin Ran remained on the stage. The audience's cheers grew ever louder, listening to the uninformed crowd below clamoring in excitement. Qin Geng could only chuckle and shake his head. He recalled the times in his previous life as a mere worker, when he had often been similarly misled. Filled with fervor, just as he was waiting idly for the results of the competition, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Today's sign-in has commenced. Will the host sign in? At this point, Qin Geng had developed an increasing fondness for this system. Without hesitation, he replied, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the rare physique, the Celestial Emperor's sacred body. When used alongside the Nine Dragons' sacred ring, it will unleash an unparalleled Imperial Dragon aura. Ding! A one-time expenditure of 1 million stones has been detected, triggering a millionfold critical reward. The ancient technique, the Guardian Divine Art. Furthermore, it has been noted that the host's spending has met the criteria, officially granting access to the system's marketplace. Upon hearing this string of announcements, Qin Geng could no longer concern himself with the outcome of the tournament. His heart surged with elation. The Celestial Emperor's sacred body? A millionfold critical reward? A system marketplace? This was truly a trifecta of joyous occurrences. To be honest, his decision to spend a staggering 1,200,000 solely served to disdain the arrogant and self-satisfied scoundrel, He Yuanxiu, who had merely spent a mere 120,000. Little did he anticipate such a delightful surprise. Yet, these matters pale in comparison. What truly exhilarated him was the long-awaited opening of the system shop. To be frank, receiving rewards solely from daily check-ins had begun to sow seeds of doubt regarding the system's integrity in his mind. Now, a subtle smile graced Qin Geng's lips. It seemed that his journey as a wealthy cultivator had only just commenced. He understood that with the Heavenly Emperor's sacred body and the Boundary Guardian Divine Art, he was now poised to embark on the path of cultivation, and his progress would surely be meteoric. Not to mention, after merging with the Heavenly Emperor's sacred body, he could already sense an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy from all directions, even without making any effort. This sensation was undeniably exquisite. However, these thoughts were not the most critical in his heart. He eagerly opened the system shop, and upon doing so, he was greeted by an astonishing array of treasures, techniques, artifacts, guardians, talismans, and even realm advancements. Anything could be exchanged in bulk as long as one possessed points. Yet, how were these points to be acquired? Ding! Each time the host spent 10 yuan stones, they would earn 1 point. Additionally, triggering a critical reward would grant an extra 100,000 points. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng experienced a moment of enlightenment. This method of acquiring points brought him a sense of relief. Aside from the critical rewards, his points were obtained through expenditures of yuan stones calculated at a 10-to-1 ratio. For him, this system was astonishingly simple. It was merely a matter of spending money. What could be difficult about that? Nevertheless, gazing at his current total of over 200,000 points, he fell into deep contemplation. What should he invest his points in at this moment? The first thing Qin Geng dismissed was the idea of directly exchanging for cultivation levels. To be honest, he not only possessed various heavenly-grade artifacts, but also had a peak Ascension Realm Guardian. Thus, he felt utterly secure in this lower realm. Given this, why rush to elevate his cultivation? What was the urgency to ascend to the upper realms? That would be absurd. He was currently relishing his dominance in this lower realm. Why hastily seek ascension? Was he looking for trouble? Although others mistakenly believed him to hail from the upper realms, he knew in his heart that his greatest asset would always be his extravagant system. At present, he knew nothing of the legendary upper realms. Would venturing there not be akin to courting death? There, the strong were plentiful. He needed to prepare thoroughly before taking any action. For now, he had only begun to explore the southern region. It would be prudent to traverse the entirety of the earthly profound continent before making any decisions. Never mind. Let us contemplate the exchange later. For now, we shall await the conclusion of this grand competition. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuo has personally arrived at the event to announce the final results. The performances of the 3 contestants have been nothing short of exceptional, and as the city lord, I am filled with immense satisfaction. Now, let us unveil the final rankings. In third place, we have Yi Xiaoyuan, who has garnered a total of 153,800 yuan stones. Hiss! Such an astonishing sum of yuan stones, yet only third place? Upon hearing this figure, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. What astonished them even more was Yi Xiaoyuan's ranking. Yet, she found herself momentarily frozen in place, utterly taken aback. Despite her meticulous preparations prior to her arrival, she never anticipated that she would merely occupy the final seat. Unfazed by the reactions of those around him, Zhang Zhuo continued, in second place, and Qin Geng, with a total of 267,600 yuan stones. Upon hearing this figure, the crowd was astounded by the sheer magnitude of the competition. How could the disparity be so vast? I know. It is said that the young master from the Kanglan Manor contributed a staggering 150,000 yuan stones to her, as whispers circulated among the informed cultivators. The audience began to grasp the situation, their initial shock slowly transforming into acceptance. After all, the quantity of yuan stones awarded to the third-place winner was already quite formidable. Thus, the second-place result was not entirely incomprehensible. However, it appeared that Yin Ran had secured the first position. What an unexpected turn of events, a true dark horse. Could it be that the city lord had secretly intervened? Impossible. City Lord Zhong has always upheld principles of fairness and would never resort to such underhanded tactics. Listening to the discussions below, Zhang Zhuo, who had been burdened by countless troubles in recent days, finally allowed a genuine smile to grace his face. He proclaimed, in first place, Yin Ran, with a staggering total of 524,800 yuan stones. The crowd was not the only one taken aback. Even the prominent figures present, who had placed their bets, were momentarily rendered speechless. 524 million? Who could possibly be supporting Yin Ran from behind? This individual must be out of their mind. They understood that, given his status, Zhang Zhuo could never intervene directly. At present, the circumstances appear to them to warrant but a singular explanation. This is that the lord of the city has covertly enlisted the aid of a profoundly influential figure, thus enabling him to lavish a considerable sum to elevate his daughter to the throne of the champion. In the collective consciousness of the populace, this selection of a courtesan is merely seen as an investment in the potential of a newcomer, rendering such extravagant expenditure utterly unnecessary. At this moment, even the composed and ethereal Qin Geng could not help but softly inquire of Yin Ran, has your adoptive father found some significant support? In truth, such a question was quite impolite. However, Qin Geng was inherently awkward in social interactions, and her insatiable curiosity only continued to swell. Upon hearing the question, Yin Ran immediately felt a sense of confusion and stammered, I am not quite sure. To speak frankly, not only Qin Geng, but even Yin Ran herself found herself in a state of bewilderment at that moment. She was fully aware that her victory as champion was undoubtedly the result of Qin Geng's unwavering support. However, she truly did not know how to articulate this, and the other party might not be inclined to engage in a discussion about their identity. Upon witnessing this, Qin Geng felt a sense of clarity within her heart. She surmised that the other party must be refraining from elaborating, perhaps even sacrificing their own well-being for the sake of the championship. With this thought in mind, Qin Geng could only let out a resigned sigh. In her perspective, this matter truly held little significance. However, it was ultimately someone else's choice, and she felt it inappropriate to voice her opinions further. At that moment, an exceedingly sharp voice shattered the eerie silence. Yin Ran, surely you have employed some trickery, haven't you? It is one thing for Qin Geng, but how dare you tread upon my head? I see you as that kind of wretch who feigns ignorance on the surface while having sold your very body. What makes you superior to me, Yi Xiaoyuan? The one who wagers on you must be a fool. At this juncture, Yi Xiaoyuan unleashed a torrent of abuse upon Yin Ran, resembling a shrew in her fury. Even those present found it unbearable to witness. And I had placed my bet on her? This inability to bear defeat is truly an eyesore. Indeed, what ill fortune! Let us depart. And what of the holy maiden of Qingyang's sect? She is a disgrace to them. With a laugh, they mocked. The illustrious Qingyang sect is represented by such a worthless holy maiden. Surely they are faltering now. As Yin Ran's face contorted in anger and Zhang Zuo prepared to intervene personally, a young man unexpectedly appeared before Yi Xiaoyuan. With a cold smile, he inquired, "Whom did you just call a fool?" Initially engrossed in her tirade, Yi Xiaoyuan was taken aback by the sudden presence of this stranger and responded without hesitation. Pointing directly at Qin Geng's nose, she retorted, "Who do you think you are? Step aside immediately. If you continue to provoke me, the fool will be you." In her eyes, regardless of the other's seemingly distinguished status, it mattered little. He appeared to be of a similar age. And as the renowned saintess of the Qingyang sect from the southern region, she felt no fear. Lacking the profound cultivation to recognize the uniqueness of Qin Geng's attire, Yi Xiaoyuan was undeterred. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Zuo's expression changed drastically. This scoundrel was simply as foolish as he Yuanqiu. He hurried forward and, in a swift motion, struck Yi Xiaoyuan, sending her flying. He repeatedly apologized to Qin Geng, saying, "Young Master Qin, I am truly and profoundly sorry. I never anticipated that the saintess of the Qingyang sect could be so dim-witted, causing your esteemed mood to deteriorate. Yet, how could Yi Xiaoyuan endure such enthusiastic hospitality from a powerful figure of the Ascension realm?" Not a single word escaped her lips before she fainted, her eyes rolling back in a daze. Upon hearing his unabashedly subservient tone in front of the crowd, even the prominent figures from various private boxes in the southern region gasped in astonishment. Even the members of the Qingyang sect, whose first reaction was one of fury, were now engulfed in uncertainty within their enclosure. Who was this seemingly youthful young master that could compel Master Zhong to risk offending the Qingyang sect in an effort to curry favor? The cultivation levels of those present were not low. Even those who fell short of Zhong's could discern that his slap had indeed been delivered with great force. However, what no one anticipated was that Qin Geng coldly addressed Zhang Zuo. "Are you meddling again? I have descended personally to hear your words. I see you truly have a poor memory." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Zuo felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his heart. He regretted not being able to slap himself in the face. What was I thinking? Why am I seeking my own misfortune? Knowing well that this young Master Qin despises arbitrary interference, I still chose to step forward and act on my own accord. As he gazed at Qin Geng, whose eyes grew increasingly frigid, fear compelled him to kneel before the assembly, declaring, "I, an old fool, have been blind and have offended the young master once more. I implore you to punish me." Yet, Qin Geng said nothing and simply unleashed the imperial dragon aura stemming from his fusion with the heavenly emperor's sacred body, bearing down relentlessly upon Zhang Zuo. In an unexpected turn of events, Zhang Zuo was ruthlessly crushed by the dragon's aura, resulting in a violent spout of blood. Having already suffered a reprimand from Qin Xian in the private box number 1, his injuries were now exacerbated, rendering the scene utterly pitiful. Gazing upon Zhong's astonished visage, Qin Geng coldly proclaimed, "This is your final warning. Should you dare to act on your own accord again, I shall undoubtedly render you incapacitated." At this moment, those who remained and the numerous formidable beings within the private chamber were utterly astounded. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly youthful young master was capable of delivering a single blow that caused the esteemed lord of Ingwei City to spit blood and retreat, utterly unable to mount any form of resistance. Among them, the master of the Qingyang sect, who initially intended to personally intervene, now trembled with pale lips. His expression one of sheer horror as he exclaimed, "Imperial Dragon Qi." The numerous formidable beings still residing in the other private chambers suddenly reacted, their pupils dilating in shock. The Imperial Dragon Qi, as legend has it, is a constitution that can only be possessed by those who have the potential to ascend to the level of an immortal emperor. The emergence and nurturing of such a formidable force must undoubtedly stem from an entity capable of commanding the winds and rains in the upper realms, a terrifying presence. It is likely that the faction to which this young master belongs fears that he may meet an untimely demise in the upper realm, which is why they have expended considerable resources to send him to the lower realm for steady cultivation. How could they not be filled with trepidation? To them, we are mere ants in the lower realm. Should we dare to offend or even harm this young master, the consequences we would face could be far worse than death. No wonder that Miss Zhong's daughter has claimed the crown. It appears to be the result of this esteemed individual's fleeting interest. Indeed, had it not been for this young master's fascination with Yin Ran, the champion would likely have been secured by Qinshui. As many formidable figures from the southern region have meticulously analyzed this matter, Yi Xiaoyuan, who had just been sent flying by a slap, gradually awakens. Initially dazed, she surveys her surroundings and soon recalls the sequence of events, igniting her fury. How dare you treat me this way, even if you are the lord of Yingyue City? I am the holy maiden of the Qingyang sect, to say nothing of the fact that I, Yi Xiaoyuan, represent the entire facade of the Qingyang sect. Your brazen act of striking me so openly is a blatant disrespect towards my sect. Presently, unable to see Lord Zhong, Yi Xiaoyuan surmises that he has been summoned by her sect master for a friendly exchange. As she lifted her gaze, she was taken aback to find the previously bothersome young man standing calmly before her, seemingly engaged in conversation with Yin Ran. The inexplicable sting of the slap she had received still lingered, and her fury had not yet fully subsided. With determination, she marched forward, pointed at the two, and exclaimed, "You shameless couple, flaunting your affections in public. How utterly disgraceful. Furthermore, Yin Ran, summon your guardian at once. Does he believe he can strike others at will simply because he is the host here?" Observing Yi Xiaoyuan's theatrical outburst, Yin Ran was rendered speechless. Deep down, she had harbored some resentment regarding Qin Geng's overbearing reasons for reprimanding her guardian. Yet, upon reflection, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy at the thought that he had stepped in on her behalf. However, this was merely a figment of her imagination. The reason Qin Geng had chosen to intervene was entirely due to Yi Xiaoyuan labeling her as a fool. Today, she was determined to uncover who the true fool really was. Simultaneously, a sudden streak of light appeared in the sky, heading directly towards the few individuals in the arena. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yi Xiaoyuan could not contain her joy. With a face full of grievance, she addressed the newcomer, "Master, you must see the great injustice I have suffered here. Elder Zhong has brazenly struck me. You must stand up for me. And these two have been exceedingly rude. You cannot let them go unpunished." After speaking, she cast a triumphant glance at the two, her eyes seemingly proclaiming that they would surely face consequences for their actions that day. However, at that moment, the master of Qingyang sect, Lin Yu, knelt directly before Qin Geng, declaring, "I am Lin Yu, the master of Qingyang sect. This girl claims to be our sect's saintess, but such is mere slander. She is not even one of our disciples. I beseech you to discern the truth. Whatever punishment you wish to impose upon her is of no concern to Qingyang sect." Upon hearing Lin Yu's statement, Qin Geng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. On the other side, Yi Xiaoyuan stood in a daze, as though she had yet to comprehend the words spoken by the master of Qingyang sect. Lin Yu elaborated, "This woman has been brazenly deceiving others under the banner of our Qingyang sect, and now she has provoked our esteemed guest. Regardless of how you choose to handle this, it is clear that she has brought this upon herself." Upon hearing these words, Qin Geng naturally grasped the true meaning behind them. It was a definitive severance of ties with Yi Xiaoyuan, indicating that her actions were solely her own and had no connection to him. It must be said that this approach was indeed astute. At the very least, Qin Geng found the unfolding scene rather amusing. As the crowd beheld this scene, it was unmistakable what had transpired, and they began to murmur among themselves. "Is our saintess Yu truly suffering so greatly? Could it be that she is merely an impostor? How foolish. If she were not the genuine saintess, would the Qingyang sect have allowed her to participate in the recent grand competition? It appears that our esteemed saintess, the flower of the competition, has been forsaken." Given Qin Geng's previous actions against Zhang Zuo, it is now evident to all that he is indeed extraordinary. Thus, no one found it surprising to see Lin Yu's demeanor. They merely gathered to witness the unfolding drama. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyuan finally came to her senses, incredulously exclaiming, "Sectmaster, it is I? Did you not promise to accept me as your personal disciple after this grand competition? Did you not also intend for me to unite in matrimony with your son, Lin Jinchuan?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately turned, his voice filled with fury as he bellowed, "Silence, you wicked woman. Under the guise of our sect, you deceive and mislead. My sect is benevolent and did not wish to hold you accountable, but now you have stirred up a great calamity and seek to drag Qingyang sect into your misfortune. Truly, you possess a heart as venomous as a serpent. Young master, I assure you, this matter is in no way related to my sect. I implore you to discern the truth once more." Observing his self-righteous demeanor, had it not been for the knowledge of Yi Xiaoyuan's origins, one might have genuinely believed this leader of Qingyang's sect. Meanwhile, the onlookers, witnessing Yi Xiaoyuan's lamentations, could not help but shake their heads in dismay. Her days of glory had indeed come to an end. Furthermore, She might even struggle to preserve her very life. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyuan, regardless of her previous naivety, could discern the situation with clarity. The drastic transformation exhibited by the Lord, who had always showered her with affection, was undoubtedly attributable to the gentleman before her, whom she had initially rebuked. She could never have anticipated that her impulsive remarks, uttered in a fit of anger, would lead to such grave repercussions. Nevertheless, her foremost concern was to avoid severe punishment and to devise a means of exoneration. Thus, she earnestly bowed her head before Qin Geng, beseeching him, "I implore you, noble sir, do not hold my transgressions against me. I am willing to comply with any request you may have. I was unaware of your esteemed presence and spoke thoughtlessly. I beg your forgiveness." Upon hearing her desperate promise to comply with any of his demands, Lin Yu made a swift decision. Even if Qin Geng were to forgive her, he would ensure she never returned to Qin Geng's sect. It was lamentable that his son held such affection for her, only to now realize she was devoid of any principles. He conveniently overlooked the fact that he was the one who had abandoned her. Qin Geng, with a faint smile, inquired, "Anything, you say?" Upon realizing that her words had not gone unnoticed, Yi Xiaoyuan was instantly elated. "Of course, my lord, absolutely. As long as you grant me mercy, I shall be at your service henceforth." The audience, many of whom had initially supported her, began to feel a wave of revulsion, resulting in the departure of numerous individuals. "We invest our time and resources for you, only to watch you willingly throw yourself at another?" Yi Xiaoyuan was acutely aware of the sentiments of those who were leaving. Yet she was too consumed by her predicament to care. As long as her adversary was willing to spare her, was there truly any line that could not be crossed? Seeing her desperate state, Qin Geng nodded. "Very well, follow my instructions. If you can fulfill them, I shall let you go." Yi Xiaoyuan nodded vigorously. "As you command, my lord." Lin Yu, meanwhile, had begun to observe the unfolding drama with a cold detachment. Truth be told, witnessing her in such a state made him hope that Qin Geng would not easily forgive her. Yet Qin Geng wore a serious expression as he pondered on the court. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyuan's heart was still somewhat anxious. After all, if this young gentleman were to make such a request in front of so many people, where would she place her dignity? Moreover, if that is indeed the case, it would unmistakably amount to a public humiliation, with one being unable to refuse such treatment. As she grappled with her inner turmoil, Qin Geng finally spoke slowly. "I have conceived a solution." "A solution? How splendid is it?" Before she could pose her query, Qin Geng continued, "All you need to do is to renounce your cultivation here, and then bow 100 times to Yin Ran. Only then may you depart." Upon hearing this demand, not only Yi Xiaoyuan but everyone present fell into a profound silence. Those cultivators who initially regarded her with disdain and indignation now felt a surge of secret delight within their hearts. This young master truly lived up to his esteemed reputation, speaking with such commanding authority. Even Lin Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but let a faint smile play upon his lips. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyuan finally grasped the situation, her complexion turning ashen in an instant. To say nothing of other matters, Qin Geng's intentions were unmistakably aimed at her destruction. Firstly, the demand for her to bow her head to Yin Ran was utterly inconceivable. This gentleman might be a figure of considerable stature, but to her, Yin Ran was merely a fortunate wretch. Had it been her who first encountered Qin Geng, the outcome might have been entirely different. Secondly, the proposition for her to cripple her own cultivation was tantamount to a death sentence. Until just moments ago, she had been striving to outshine Yin Ran and Chen Shui, all to secure the championship and thereby obtain greater resources for her cultivation. If she were to render herself powerless now, what would all her efforts amount to? Moreover, witnessing Yin Ran beside her, seemingly reluctant, filled her heart with revulsion. At such a critical juncture, she still feigned benevolence. By what right did this person demand her to bow and apologize? Consequently, she hurriedly pleaded with Qin Geng, "My lord, your actions are no different from slaying me. Not to mention the self-crippling, just the bowing." Yet before she could finish her entreaty, a chilling sound pierced the air, and in the blink of an eye, the once pleading Yi Xiaoyuan was decapitated. Qin Geng coldly remarked, "Those who cannot uphold their promises are merely courting death." The sudden shift left the entire assembly in stunned silence. Even Lin Yu was taken aback, unable to fathom that this gentleman would show no mercy, ruthlessly delivering the fatal blow. The most alarming aspect was that Yi Xiaoyuan had barely begun to negotiate when she met such a dire fate. The onlookers' gazes towards Qin Geng brimmed with newfound terror. The ordinary practitioners present, in an instant, scattered like frightened birds and beasts. With the main figure deceased, what purpose remained for them to linger? Should this young master be in a foul mood, who could predict which unfortunate soul might incur his wrath? Therefore, it was wise to depart post-haste. Even those formidable individuals who had previously occupied the private boxes felt a chill run down their spines and hastily sought excuses to make their exit. Amidst the chaos, the venerable ancestor of the Golden Bamboo sect discreetly departed within Shengxue. Naturally, Qin Geng was aware of this, yet he chose to disregard it. The reasons for the trepidation exhibited by these formidable beings diverged from those of ordinary cultivators. They merely perceived Qin Geng as ruthless. However, these powerful figures failed to grasp the circumstances surrounding Yi Xiaoyuan's demise. They only sensed a fleeting glimmer of dark light, and in an instant, the head of the kneeling saintess was severed. What does this signify? At the very least, it indicates that an exceptionally formidable presence stood beside Qin Geng. Even should they confront this entity, it would likely lead to their own demise. While they understood that such a being would certainly have protectors, they could hardly fathom the extent of its terrifying prowess. Although the ordinary cultivators present had also failed to discern Qin Geng's actions, it was primarily because they were mere specks of dust among practitioners, most possessing feeble strength. Thus, their inability to perceive Qin Geng's methods did not shock them as it did these powerful figures, being inherently weak, who would concern themselves with the actions of the strong. This reflects a peculiar form of ignorance breeds fearlessness. At this moment, Yanran felt a twinge of apprehension. I do not intend to instruct the young master on how to conduct affairs, she began, only to be interrupted by Qin Geng. She herself pledged that she would comply with whatever I commanded, provided that I spare her life. The terms I offered were indeed to grant her mercy. Yet she still harbors the desire to go back on her word? Leaving her soul intact for her reincarnation is already a stroke of fortune, a testament to my generosity. Upon hearing these words, Yanran dared not utter another syllable. She understood that if she continued to speak idly, the fate awaiting her would likely be far from pleasant. Through the ordeal involving Yi Xiaoyuan, Yanran had come to grasp an undeniable truth. This young Master Qin held little interest in her, viewing her and her ilk with palpable disdain. To illustrate, take Yi Xiaoyuan, who had nearly made an overt advance only to be met with an inexplicable and brutal demise at Qin Geng's hands. As for Qin Geng, while these individuals may possess decent looks, do they truly believe that such appearances alone entitle them to court him? Is it not rather presumptuous of them? If they wish to approach him, should they not first reflect on their own worthiness? Do they genuinely think that all manner of characters can freely encroach upon his presence? At this moment, Zhang Zuo finally returned to the side of Qin Geng. Observing the chaotic scene before him, he dared not utter a word and could only respectfully inquire, "My lord, do you have any further instructions?" After speaking, he cast a glance, both intentional and casual, at his adopted daughter, the implication of which was unmistakably clear. Upon casting a glance at the other party, Qin Geng merely shook his head and remarked, "There is nothing more to discuss. I shall be departing shortly. Oh, by the way, Yanran, you shall accompany me." Qin Geng's tone left no room for negotiation. It was evidently a command. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Zhang Zuo was filled with unbridled joy. He was about to express his gratitude on behalf of his adopted daughter to Qin Geng, but suddenly recalled Qin Geng's temperament. Consequently, he forcefully swallowed the compliments that were on the tip of his tongue. After all, he had yet to obtain any advantages and had, in fact, endured 2 unnecessary blows. Moreover, the other party had already cautioned him that there would be no second chances. The thought of provoking the other party by speaking out of turn filled him with trepidation. Observing Zhang Zuo, who seemed hesitant to speak, Qin Geng felt a sense of satisfaction. At last, he recognized the importance of remaining silent when one ought to. Yanran first cast a glance at her adoptive father, whose eyes were filled with encouragement, and then respectfully addressed Qin Geng, saying, "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, young master." She understood that if she were to refuse at this moment, it might lead to displeasure from the young master. Moreover, both her adoptive father and she herself felt no significant resistance. After all, where could one find another unparalleled prodigy with such a daunting background? As she obediently followed Qin Geng, he chose not to utter another word and proceeded directly outside. Observing his demeanor, Yanran felt a twinge of frustration. Indeed, it seemed that his willingness to take her along was merely a fleeting whim, likely driven by a desire to be with her in that particular moment. Shaking her head, she chastised herself for her lack of ambition. However, she was mistaken. Qin Geng was simply perusing the system shop, eager to exchange for some valuable items. The recent grand competition had caused him to momentarily forget this crucial matter. Gazing at the plethora of rewards, Qin Geng felt overwhelmed. What should he choose? To be candid, he lamented his insufficient points. He believed that much of his indecision stemmed from a lack of resources. Nevertheless, he was not entirely without direction. At the very least, he could eliminate options such as cultivation techniques and levels from consideration. After all, despite lacking any cultivation himself, he had successfully subdued a group of ascendant powers. Even Lin Yu had gone so far as to exclude Yi Xiaoyuan from the ranks to avoid offending him. After much contemplation, he finally made his decision. He would opt for the transcendent voyage vessel, which would facilitate swift travel. Although it paled in comparison to his own nine-dragon golden chariot, it excelled in its discretion, allowing for immediate deployment whenever needed. Above all, he preferred to avoid the spectacle of others gawking at his chariot. Meanwhile, the jade talisman he had previously entrusted to Feng Jun suddenly resonated with the voice of the elderly empress. Young master, we have discovered a remarkable treasure in Fengwei Prefecture of the southern region. The mention of a treasure illuminated Qin Geng's expression. After such a prolonged wait, was there finally news regarding the primary reason for his presence in the southern region? He inquired. Where exactly in Fengwei Prefecture? Feng Jun, not daring to be negligent, promptly replied, it is at Tianling Mountain in Fengwei Prefecture. Young master, I implore you to hasten your pace. The factions nearby have also become aware of this treasure. While there were a few factions he did not fear, Qin Geng remained unperturbed by Feng Jun's concerns. With an air of indifference, he responded, should someone else claim it, do inform me of their identity. How audacious to seize what belongs to me. They shall learn the meaning of death. Upon hearing this, Feng Jun sighed in relief. It was a comfort that as long as this esteemed individual did not direct his ire towards him, believing he had failed in his duties, everything would be well. As for whom the elder might seek vengeance against, it was of no concern. He was content to be a mere spectator. Seated on the divine vessel with Yin Ran, Qin Geng pondered the situation, convinced that prompt action was essential. After all, he was unaware of the nature of this treasure. What if by the time he arrived, it had already been utilized by others? Even if he annihilated them all in a fit of rage, the outcome would remain unchanged. Thus, Qin Geng decided to halt the divine vessel midway, retracting it. Noticing his unusual behavior, Yin Ran was left somewhat perplexed. Qin Geng, lacking the inclination to elucidate further, simply removed his ring and silently recited an incantation. In an instant, the sacred ring of the 9 dragons magnified, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, transforming into the golden chariot of 9 dragons. Even though Qin Geng had witnessed this spectacle several times before, he could not refrain from expressing his admiration at the sight of the majestic and formidable 9 true dragons. Truly, they were the epitome of grandeur. At this moment, Yin Ran stood utterly transfixed, her gaze fixated upon the magnificent dragon, its eyes a fiery crimson and its scales a resplendent gold, leaving her utterly speechless. Although Qin Geng felt a sense of awe at the dragon's imposing presence, he had grown weary of Yin Ran's reaction. He spoke coldly, if you do not ascend soon, you might as well return to Ingwei City. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily upon him. He had no time to spare waiting for Yin Ran to recover from her astonishment. Upon hearing his words, Yin Ran forcefully suppressed her inner turmoil and hurriedly followed him onto the colossal golden palanquin. Though referred to as a palanquin, its dimensions were opulent, designed to accommodate the grandeur of the 9 true dragons, resembling a palace in both size and splendor. Qin Geng sat with his eyes closed in the central seat, exuding the air of an immortal emperor surveying his realm. Yin Ran could not help but acknowledge that her admiration for him had intensified. In her estimation, finding a being more extraordinary than Qin Geng would prove exceedingly challenging. On the other side, in Fengweizu, within the Tianling mountain range at this moment, Feng Jun had acquired a treasure, whose connection to Qin Geng remained uncertain. However, he found himself ensnared in a perilous situation, surrounded by numerous formidable beings from Fengweizu. Although the Extreme Star Dynasty lacked any ascendant-level entities, its average strength was sufficiently robust, and over the centuries, it had produced a multitude of exceptional talents, allowing it to barely secure a place among the major powers of the southern domain, albeit as a humble subordinate. Consequently, the powerful figures encircling the elderly man recognized him to some extent. Yet, due to the elder's prowess at the breaking void stage, this group hesitated to act rashly. To speak plainly, none present had reached the ascendant realm, thus their best course was to apply pressure to obtain the treasure. Otherwise, a desperate combatant at the breaking void level could indeed pose a significant threat to them. As such, the prominent figures entrenched in Feng Guizhou began to exert their influence. Senior, it would be best for you to hand over the heart of the realm fruit. Senior, old man, if you remain uncooperative, we can reduce you to ashes at any moment. Old Master Feng, your journey to Feng Guizhou has indeed been arduous. Yet, we implore you to relinquish the heart of the realm fruit. Otherwise, upon hearing the mixed exhortations and threats, Feng Jun felt a tinge of bitterness in his heart. It was not that he desired this treasure, but rather that it was sought by another. Thus, he spoke. Esteemed guests, I truly have no intention of claiming this treasure. However, the heart of the realm fruit is an item requested by a powerful being from the upper realm, who hopes for my assistance in acquiring it. That formidable individual has already proclaimed that should any of you succeed in obtaining the heart of the realm fruit, he will undoubtedly come to claim it. I urge you all to consider the consequences. Having said this, Feng Jun placed the treasure on a vacant patch of ground before him, stating, if any of you wish to take it, feel free. But should that esteemed individual come seeking it afterward, do not blame this old man for not having warned you. Witnessing his actions, combined with the sincerity in his tone, the assembled powerful figures found themselves momentarily hesitant. Could it be that this old man truly had a powerful ally? Had they been reckless in their pursuit of this item? Observing Feng Jun's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, they felt a wave of exasperation wash over them, just as their resolve began to waver due to his attitude. A commanding voice resonated from the heavens above, declaring, take the item. Suddenly, 5 or 6 figures appeared from the sky, seemingly materializing out of nowhere. The formidable beings surrounding Feng Jun revealed expressions of ecstatic delight. It was the ascended ancestors of their own faction. One of the ascended beings chuckled. Even if he hails from the upper realm, he must weigh his options against us, does he not? Together, we are a force to be reckoned with. What can he do to us? Indeed, with 6 ascended beings united, even visitors from the central continent would think twice. Once we repel this so-called upper realm master, we shall compare our strengths and determine to whom this treasure rightfully belongs. Yet, as Feng Jun observed this scene, he found it somewhat ludicrous. Indeed, you prided yourselves on Wei Prefecture, renowned in the southern domain for producing an unprecedented 6 ascended beings, but what does that truly signify? I fear that before you even lay eyes on Qin Geng, you may already be quaking in fear. Not to mention, he has witnessed the majesty of the 9 dragons' golden chariot. At that moment, the crowd suddenly heard a series of roars emanating from the horizon. A few ascendant beings initially perked up, exclaiming, they have arrived. However, their expressions quickly shifted from intrigue to disbelief, ultimately culminating in profound terror. 9 fully ascended 5-clawed golden dragons? What could possibly be more terrifying than a being capable of taming such creatures as their chariot? It was beyond the realm of their imagination. As the majestic golden chariot drew closer, the previously boastful ascendants, who had been clamoring to unite against one another, found their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The visual impact was staggering, and facing such an entity imbued with the aura of ancient ferocity, they instinctively quaked in fear. These seasoned warriors, who had braved life and death, recognized this as an ominous sign of extreme danger, a portent that they might lose their lives at any moment. Unable to suppress their inner dread any longer, they ultimately chose to descend to the ground, kneeling in unison before the 9 5-clawed golden dragons, their crimson eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. In the scene before them, apart from Feng Jun, everyone else was rendered speechless in astonishment. Their shock did not stem from witnessing their ancestors kneeling, but rather from the presence of the 9 golden dragons themselves. Due to their insufficient cultivation levels, their reactions in the face of Qin Geng's chariot were surprisingly less intense than those of the many ascendant beings present. As the majestic 9 dragons' golden chariot passed through this location, it seemingly discovered something, coming to a slow halt above the heads of the crowd. At this moment, the numerous powerful figures who had previously been scrambling for treasures now dared not even take a breath. The initial hope that the chariot was merely passing by had been utterly shattered. It became apparent to all, without the need for Feng Jun to articulate it, that the master of this chariot was likely the esteemed figure from the upper realm he had spoken of. Initially, many thought this was merely the old man's desperate attempt to preserve his life, and out of caution, they refrained from taking direct action. However, in hindsight, they realized how foolish they had been. As the diverse thoughts swirled in the minds of the onlookers, the 9 dragons' golden chariot gradually came to a stop before them. In the next moment, a flash of golden light enveloped the chariot, and it vanished inexplicably, replaced by a man and a woman standing on the ground. It was none other than Qin Geng, who had hurried over upon hearing the news, accompanied by Yan Ran, whom he had rescued. Observing the trembling crowd and Feng Jun, whose expressions seemed to reflect a sense of relief, Qin Geng understood that the treasure must still be present. Without further ado, he strode past the kneeling figures and inquired of Feng Jun, "Where is the item?" Feng Jun promptly handed a fruit to Qin Geng, holding it in his hand. The extraordinary nature of the fruit was unmistakable. A sense of etherealness washed over him, and the fruit emitted vibrations that caused the surrounding space to ripple with waves. Feng Jun hurriedly began to explain, "This item is known as the Heart of the Realm fruit," but before he could finish his sentence, Qin Geng shot him a cold glance and interjected, "Do I require your introduction?" Upon hearing such a remark, Feng Jun was immediately struck silent, fear rendering him mute. At this moment, many powerful individuals who had been overlooked felt a chill in their hearts. The manner in which this esteemed figure treated his entrusted tasks was disheartening, leaving them to ponder their previous intentions of plunder. Yet, it was truly their own overthinking. Frankly speaking, as long as the heart of the realm remained, Qin Geng would not squander his time quarreling with these worthless individuals who would kneel at the mere sight of his palanquin. After all, given their current state, was it even conceivable for him to compete with them? Did they possess such worth? Nevertheless, considering that this object had indeed been discovered by Feng Jun, Qin Geng slowly remarked, "It is no small feat for you to have located this item. I shall reward you for your efforts." After all, he had a plethora of unnecessary talismans lying and used in his cave, haphazardly stored in numerous sacks. Upon hearing these words, Feng Jun's emotions were markedly different. He was instantly overwhelmed with excitement and knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "I am deeply indebted to you, esteemed sir." He understood that even if this reward consisted merely of a few trivial items that Qin Geng had casually selected from his collection, items he himself had no use for, they would still prove to be invaluable treasures for him. The disparity in their respective resources was glaringly evident. With that in mind, what more was there to discuss? Seeing the other's reaction, Qin Geng was not particularly surprised. After all, he had the formidable backing of an unparalleled wealth system. What exquisite treasures could he not procure? After receiving the Heart of the Realm fruit, Qin Geng began to inquire within his mind how to utilize this item. This was also a primary reason why he had interrupted Feng Jun's introduction. It was absurd. With the assistance of his system, why would he need a mere mediocre figure from the Void Realm to provide an introduction to rare materials? Was that an affront to the capabilities of his system? Another reason, of course, is to solidify one's own identity. Since one is perceived as a significant figure from a higher realm, it is essential to appear knowledgeable and well-versed. Relying on mortals from the lower realm to introduce oneself would be rather undignified. Moreover, based on Qin Geng's assessment, it is likely that these individuals are entirely unaware of the true purpose of the heart root. After all, given their limited background, where would they procure a cave abode? Meanwhile, the system began to enlighten Qin Geng on the true application of this precious item. The realm heart fruit is a treasure of the celestial realms, yet it only flourishes in the lower realms. When consumed, it bestows upon an individual an enhanced comprehension of the laws of space. However, if placed within a celestial domain, it can rapidly evolve into a small world, cultivating the seeds of a rudimentary civilization. Following this, the host can manipulate the flow of time within the celestial domain, ensuring the swift emergence of talents at their disposal. Upon hearing this introduction, Qin Geng was nearly overcome with excitement. What did this signify? It indicated that he would not only become the sovereign of a small world, but could also draw upon its talents for his own benefit. The prospect of establishing his own faction seemed entirely plausible. The thought of potentially becoming a revered master of a sect, liberated from the burdens of hands-on involvement in every matter, filled Qin Geng with immense satisfaction. However, he soon realized something critical. The inhabitants of the lower realms appeared to be wholly ignorant of the true purpose of the realm heart fruit. They likely only understood that consuming it could enhance their comprehension of spatial laws. After some contemplation, Qin Geng retrieved a stack of medium-grade talismans from his celestial domain and casually tossed them to Feng Jun, saying, "These are mere trifles that I have no use for. Feel free to entertain yourself with them." Feng Jun, flustered yet grateful, hurriedly caught the bundle of talismans. The moment he grasped it in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. If he were to hurl these talismans indiscriminately at others, even a powerful ascendant would likely be unable to withstand their force. Indeed, by following this young master, he was certain to achieve great fortune. With a contented nod, Qin Geng contemplated his departure, satisfied that what he rightfully deserved was now within his grasp. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the elderly man grew increasingly anxious. Setting aside all else, he felt that if the young man were to depart at this moment, he would not yet have reaped sufficient benefits from their encounter. In the elder's perspective, he had yet to garner an adequate share of advantages. How could he bear to let the other simply walk away? With the uncertainty of whether Qin Geng would return, he was certainly reluctant to let him go. Thus, he hastily called out, "Young Master Qin, I implore you to pause. Given your hasty demeanor, might you consider visiting my humble abode first?" Before he could finish his sentence, a formidable guardian at the pinnacle of the Ascension realm appeared unexpectedly before Qin Geng, launching a sudden strike towards Feng Jun caught off guard. Feng Jun was violently sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he suffered a grievous injury. After incapacitating him, Qin Geng coldly declared, "It seems you still fail to comprehend my principles of conduct. Your words to me are but commands. The decisions I make are beyond your authority to alter. To me, you hold no more significance than an ant. What audacity do you possess to attempt to change my course? Consider this a mere warning, should I encounter you again." Qin Geng did not finish his thought, yet the implication was unmistakably clear. The numerous formidable beings present, still kneeling in fear, were filled with profound terror at that moment. The treatment afforded to those serving the young master from the upper realm was utterly alarming. This made the few who initially entertained thoughts of engaging the young master for their own gain feel a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, they had refrained from acting rashly. Otherwise, they might have met a fate akin to that of Feng Jun, serving as a dire warning. Their end could very well have been one of utter demise. The individual who had just acted was beyond the comprehension of even the most powerful ascendant present, leaving them utterly confounded by the manner of his strike. What does this signify? It indicates that even without the formidable Nine Dragons' golden chariot, the opponent could extinguish their lives with effortless ease. It was fortunate that they had previously contemplated how to negotiate or intimidate the other party. Now, they were grateful for their swift submission. They collectively believed that by acknowledging their defeat, the other party might overlook them. Yet, should they dare to provoke the individual further, their fate would surely be far more tragic than that of Feng Jun. At this moment, Feng Jun was engulfed in profound terror. He had never anticipated that a fleeting moment of greed would lead to such dire consequences. Forgetting his so-called status as a former emperor and disregarding his current injuries, he scrambled to Qin Geng's side, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. "In my folly, I momentarily lost my senses in the pursuit of wealth, foolishly attempting to dictate the course of your journey. I shall forever remember this lesson, and I implore your forgiveness." After uttering these words, he ceased to speak, choosing instead to kneel on the ground, continuing to bow in contrition. Observing the other's current demeanor, Qin Geng felt no inclination to engage further and simply led Yin Ran back onto the divine vessel. After all, their objective had been accomplished. There was no need to present the Nine-Dragon Golden Chariot. Throughout the entire process, from the moment he took the realm heart fruit to boarding the divine vessel for departure, he paid no mind to the numerous powerful figures kneeling in the dirt. Undoubtedly, this disregard was laden with contempt for those who wielded authority in Wei Prefecture. Yet, within the hearts of these figures, a singular sentiment prevailed, an overwhelming sense of relief. Fortunately, this esteemed individual had not set his sights on us. Otherwise, we would likely have perished before even reaping any benefits. Moreover, they now possess a remarkable asset to boast about. We have witnessed firsthand the grand spectacle of the 9 five-clawed golden dragons pulling a chariot. This alone has granted them ample cause for joy, as such experiences are typically beyond the reach of those of their standing. Thus, they find it preferable to wield this as a source of pride. Meanwhile, Qin Geng had begun to experiment with placing the heart fruit within his celestial Xian cave, since he had decided to bring Yin Ran along. He harbored no secrets regarding this matter. Most individuals would consider it prudent to conceal treasures they possess, treating them as hidden trump cards. However, Qin Geng was entirely indifferent to such concerns. With his system as a steadfast support, who in this lower realm could possibly warrant such caution from him? Should one aspire to seize what belongs to me, they must first ascertain whether they possess the requisite qualifications. As Yin Ran followed Qin Geng into the celestial cavern, she was utterly astounded. Although this realm retained a semblance of chaos, it was undeniably a miniature world. The more she delved into the depths of this young gentleman's capabilities, the more she found herself awestruck. She had no inkling of when this enigmatic Qin Geng might bestow upon her yet another unforeseen revelation. It was likely that such a remarkable small world had been conferred upon him by the esteemed figures of the upper realm. To her mind, The mere fact that Qin Geng could command such a formidable domain signified that it must have been a personal gift from the sovereigns of those great powers in the upper echelons. While she had heard whispers of blessed lands and celestial abodes, she had never encountered anyone from the lower realm possessing such treasures. In her estimation, the ability to wield such extraordinary artifacts suggested that her conjectures about Qin Geng's identity were even more staggering. Could it be that he was not only a descendant of the supreme sacred sites of the upper realm, but perhaps even a reincarnation of an emperor? With the golden dragon carriage, mastery over the celestial realms, and the imperial dragon aura. These factors combined painted a picture that could only lead her to conclude that this young gentleman was deeply intertwined with the formidable entities of the upper realm and likely a reincarnation of an emperor. The amalgamation of these elements led Yin Ran to interpret the mystery and strength of this gentleman in only one way. Moreover, these 9 golden dragons are highly likely to be artifacts utilized by the adversary prior to their reincarnation. At this moment, Qin Geng was, of course, oblivious to the extent of the girl's imaginative musings. He was following the system's guidance to appropriately place the heart of the realm fruit. Observing Yin Ran's astonished expression, coupled with her curiosity regarding his task, Qin Geng calmly remarked, "The primary function of the heart of the realm fruit is to cultivate a small world, specifically to assimilate the laws of spatial comprehension." How wasteful! Upon hearing his words, Yin Ran suddenly experienced an epiphany, solidifying her previous conjectures. Not to mention, such knowledge was entirely unknown to her adoptive father, which spoke volumes about his identity and background. If no one had informed him, or if she herself did not possess such memories, who could possibly be aware of such matters? With this realization, Yin Ran quietly resolved to wholeheartedly follow Qin Geng. Initially, she felt somewhat awkward about departing with him, but now she was entirely willing, although she was typically reticent. Yin Ran had always harbored considerable ambition. Due to her adoptive father's teachings, she had aspired from a young age to reach greater heights in stronger realms. At present, she perceives no path more expedient to realize her aspirations than to follow this young nobleman. He is quite possibly the reincarnation of a great emperor. What more could she desire? Even if his willingness to take her along is merely a fleeting whim, she would still consider herself fortunate. Qin Geng, at this moment, is entirely unaware of the transformation in her mindset. Even if one were to ascertain the information, it would likely evoke no sentiment. Currently, I have managed to arrange my most pressing matters, but what should I pursue next? After some contemplation, I inquired of Yin Ran, "Where is the largest commercial establishment in the southern domain?" It became evident that extravagant spending was indeed the appropriate course of action. After all, my opulent system has been fully activated. If I do not indulge in expenditure, what purpose does it serve to possess such a system? Yin Ran pondered carefully before responding, "Esteemed sir, as far as my knowledge extends, the most significant consumption venue should be the Wanbao Pavilion located within the Shenyue prefecture of the southern domain. On the surface, it engages in treasure trading. Yet beneath that facade lies a vast auction house, which I had the fortune to visit with my adoptive father a few years back. The regulations there are exceedingly strict. An entry requires either a VIP card or a fee of 10,000 stone." Upon hearing this, Qin Geng nodded slightly. Although the entrance fee appears rather modest, it seems to be a viable destination. Although Yin Ran felt a surge of pride in her heart at his words, she managed to maintain a composed demeanor. After all, the individual before her, driven by a mere sense of amusement, had already spent hundreds of thousands of yuan stones at her courtesan competition. To him, 10,000 stone might not even qualify as an appetizer. Despite her lingering curiosity about why Qin Geng would be interested in such a place, she refrained from probing further. Fully aware of his domineering nature from previous encounters, Qin Geng casually remarked, "Is there no significant auction house in Ingwe City?" Yin Ran, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, replied, "My esteemed adoptive father has primarily focused on the courtesan competition over the years. Moreover, there exists an unwritten rule in the southern domain. Such grand events as courtesan competitions and auction houses cannot be established by a singular imperial dynasty or sect. They must be overseen by a city lord like my adoptive father." After contemplating her words, Qin Geng grasped the reasoning behind this regulation. It seemed that the intent was to prevent large, unified groups from managing such major enterprises, likely to avert the rapid rise of any individual through substantial profits. Should someone cross this boundary, they might find themselves besieged by various forces within the southern domain, intent on thwarting any attempt to gain strength through wealth. No wonder this rule remained unwritten. It appeared to be a tacit agreement among the stakeholders. Yin Ran continued. The Wanbao Pavilion is situated in the Zile city of Shenyue Prefecture. Furthermore, the proprietor of this pavilion is none other than the city lord of Zile, known as the true monarch of heavenly thunder. My status is insufficient, and my adoptive father rarely brings it up. Thus, she remained unaware of the true name and specific prowess of the other party. As she spoke, Yin Ran realized that this young Master Qin had already begun to gaze at the surrounding scenery. She could not help but smile wryly, estimating that after she mentioned the identity of the owner of Wanbao Pavilion, Qin Geng had not heard a single word she uttered. However, it was evident that after Yin Ran disclosed the location of Wanbao Pavilion, Qin Geng had completely disregarded her subsequent remarks. The identity of the owner, their name, or their cultivation level held no significance for him. He was merely interested in discovering whether he could indulge in extravagant spending there or even trigger a critical reward. Did it matter who was present or how formidable they were? Qin Geng paid them no mind whatsoever. Observing Qin Geng's demeanor, Yin Ran understood his thoughts and thus chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, a trace of sweetness unexpectedly lingered in her heart, observing his behavior towards others. It was evident that even a mere additional comment he had not mentioned could provoke a light reprimand from Qin Geng, or, in more severe instances, result in being forcefully cast aside. And what of her? Instinctively, she spoke at length, yet the young gentleman did not intervene or dismiss her intentions. What does this signify? In her view, it could only indicate that he held a remarkably favorable impression of her, one that had reached the point of tolerating her words to a certain extent. She firmly believed that this was not a mere figment of her imagination, for her current situation clearly warranted admonishment, yet nothing of the sort occurred. Could this not serve as evidence of her exceptional treatment? Reflecting on this, Yin Ran couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. Setting aside everything else, at the very least, she had not been interrupted or reproached. Moreover, if it were not for a unique perspective on oneself, how could Qin Geng possibly expend funds solely to ensure her victory? Surely, it cannot be merely for the sake of consumption, a notion she finds utterly implausible. Yet, she has overthought the matter once more. The reason Qin Geng allows her to ramble on in her introductions is simply that he is preoccupied with contemplating what would be most suitable for him to exchange in the system mall at that moment. Had his mind not been cluttered with trivial distractions as it usually is, he would have silenced her without a moment's hesitation. Furthermore, does she truly believe that spending over 1,000,000 yuan stones would warrant special treatment? If Qin Geng were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly find it ludicrous. She has certainly overestimated her own significance. I, Qin Geng, wielding a tenfold rebate card, have always feared the inability to spend, rather than the prospect of spending too little. Yi Xiaoyuan is not entirely mistaken in her assertion, had it not been for Yin Ran fortuitously being the adopted daughter of Zhongzhua. It is entirely possible that Qin Geng would have chosen to place a bet on her without hesitation. To him, who secures the championship is of little consequence. What truly matters is that he attains a tenfold rebate through his expenditures. Even the possibility of receiving critical rewards is merely an additional incentive. The reason for bringing Yin Ran along was simply the desire for companionship during moments of boredom, a means to alleviate the tedium. Meanwhile, in the city of Zile within the realm of Shenyue, two individuals were seated face to face in the Lord's mansion. One had violet hair and beard, while the other, if Qin Geng were present, he would instantly recognize as He Liao, the Lord of Kanglin House. He sighed and said, "Master Yuan, my son has passed away, and my wife has fallen ill due to this grief. I sincerely hope you can show some leniency and refrain from including that precious item in the auction." The man opposite him spoke in a low voice, suggesting that Brother Rong take a moment to ponder. Although the speed of the divine vessel was somewhat inferior to that of the Nine Dragons' golden chariot, it was still quite acceptable overall. The crux of the matter was that he did not wish to attract attention or create a commotion. There was no need for such grandiosity. What if someone unwittingly collided with them? It would be a simple matter to resolve with a swift blow. Before long, the two arrived at the territory of Divine Moon State. Observing the lush surroundings, Qin Geng cast a few more glances. Yin Ran noticed his slight interest and took the initiative to explain, in Divine Moon State, there exists a transcendent being who has profoundly comprehended the laws of nature. Although she did not complete her sentence, Qin Geng grasped the essence of her words. Indeed, the vast world is filled with wonders. He never anticipated that someone would construct their domain in such a manner. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, had this been in his original world, such a person would surely be deemed a champion of greenery. Soon, they finally arrived at Zile City. It must be said that the city appeared quite imposing from a distance, far more magnificent than the moonlit city of Zhongzhou. The mysterious transcendent being, the champion of greenery, seemed to have had little impact on the surrounding area of this city. Not only did the outskirts appear desolate, but the skies above Zile City were also shrouded in ominous thunderclouds, reminiscent of the initial arrival of He Liao in Moonlit City. At that moment, Yin Ran could not help but speak again. It is said that the transcendent being who comprehended the laws of nature was originally married to the Lord of Zile City. However, for reasons unknown, they eventually parted ways, leading to the current state of the city. Qin Geng, upon hearing this, replied nonchalantly, "I have observed that you have been quite talkative lately. Refrain from discussing such trivial matters with me." For him, it was merely a fleeting glance, and he had no interest in the entangled love and hatred of others. Moreover, he had noticed that Yin Ran seemed to be growing somewhat loquacious, prompting him to issue a warning to prevent her incessant chatter from becoming a nuisance. Upon witnessing this, Yin Ran was instantly rendered speechless, the flicker of self-satisfaction within her heart swiftly dissipating. What on earth was happening? How could she forget the other party's boundaries in such a short span of time? Although this young master was indeed inclined to treat her with a certain degree of special consideration, she, Yin Ran, must also maintain a sense of propriety. In her eyes, if she wished to remain by his side, it was imperative that she adhered to Qin Geng's words and followed his directives. Otherwise, she might find herself abandoned one day. Observing Yin Ran's sudden silence, Qin Geng felt a modicum of satisfaction. Though he remained uncertain about her intentions, it sufficed that she refrained from causing a commotion at inopportune moments. He inquired, "Where is the entrance to the Wanbao Pavilion's auction?" In his estimation, if the audience for this auction was relatively small, it would likely not attract undue attention. Yin Ran respectfully replied, "As long as you, young master, enter through the main gate of the Wanbao Pavilion and state your purpose, they will escort you inside. I sincerely apologize, but it has been quite some time since my last visit, and I do not recall the way." Qin Geng paid no heed to her evident anxiety, knowing the route was sufficient. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer and steered the divine vessel directly towards the city. Seeing that Qin Geng seemed intent on barreling straight into the city, Yin Ran was taken aback. She anxiously cautioned, "Young master, entry into the city requires the payment of 5 yuan stones. Moreover, Zile City has a strict no-fly policy. Your actions could provoke the city's defense forces. The city's lord is notoriously irritable, and this could lead to a conflict." Yet, Qin Geng remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly, "And so what?" With that, he not only maintained his speed but accelerated towards the location of the Wanbao Pavilion. Witnessing this scene, Yin Ran realized that a confrontation was nearly unavoidable. She could only hope that the esteemed Zile true monarch would be amenable, perhaps mitigating the likelihood of a beating. At this moment, however, Yin Ran found herself enveloped in a sense of bewilderment. Hadn't this young lord been traversing the city gates upon his arrival in Ingwes City? How was it that now, upon reaching Zile City, the situation had changed? The reasoning behind it was, in fact, quite straightforward. At that time, he lacked a divine vessel for swift travel. Thus he had parked his 9 dragons golden chariot in the desolate outskirts of the city. What alternative was there? Surely, he could not simply charge into the city with his grand carriage, wreaking havoc. Moreover, his foremost intention was to minimize the number of onlookers witnessing his palanquin, sparing them from unnecessary alarm. At present, he was aboard the divine vessel, and given that circumstance, what was there to fear? Thus, without further contemplation, Qin Geng resolutely navigated the divine vessel into the city. As the onlookers within the city observed the scene, a fervent discussion ensued. Who is this person, daring to soar in the domain of the true monarch? Surely, they must be a naive newcomer, unaware of the impending doom that awaits them. I have witnessed such individuals before, only to see them pierced through by the long spear of the city lord's purple fiend army. The many cultivators, who remained compliant within the city, expressed a mixture of astonishment, ridicule, and admiration for this individual's ignorance. The Purple Thunder true monarch is notoriously tyrannical. Within his territory, he is the law. Should anyone have the audacity to provoke him on his grounds, their fate is bound to be exceedingly tragic. After all, this challenger possesses the arrogance to match his prowess. Not only is he a formidable expert at the pinnacle of ascension, but the very city of Purple Thunder itself is a grand formation, capable of assisting him in subduing others of equivalent status. It is said that throughout the entire southern region, his reputation precedes him. Those acquainted with him sincerely refer to him as true monarch. while those who stand against him dismissively call him the purple-haired lion. Indeed, as Qin Geng flew towards the Wanbao Pavilion, a squad of the Purple Fiend army suddenly emerged, seemingly from nowhere. Their gazes were filled with murderous intent as they beheld the audacious vessel. The captain, with a frigid expression, unsheathed a purplish-red spear, aiming it directly at Qin Geng. Witnessing this, the crowd could not help but shake their heads in lamentation. Under the spear of the Purple Fiend army, yet another soul was destined to perish. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The very squad, poised to strike at Qin Geng, inexplicably found themselves in a state of disarray. Yet on their faces lingered the remnants of the fury directed towards Qin Geng, completely oblivious to the manner of their own demise. Meanwhile, within the Lord's mansion, the esteemed Zile Jinjuan, who was seated across from He Liao, abruptly crushed his wine cup. He Liao also sensed the unusual atmosphere, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Let us go, brother, and see for ourselves." The true monarch of Purple Thunder slowly rose, his demeanor icy as he declared, "I wish to see who dares to slay my people. When the time comes, I shall make him kneel and plead for mercy." It was not until a considerable time after Qin Geng had entered the Wanbao Pavilion that the onlookers finally grasped what had transpired. Heavens! Someone has brazenly assassinated the city guard of the true monarch of Purple Thunder in public. Did anyone witness how the guards met their demise? My friend, even the guards themselves seemed oblivious to their fate. What can we possibly discern? Panic struck many who had intended to seek refuge in the city. It is dire. I must hasten my departure from Zile City. Who would dare openly challenge the authority of the true monarch? This city is no longer safe. Upon hearing these words, numerous passers-by, who had initially sought sanctuary, suddenly felt a wave of unease. Indeed, with someone bold enough to publicly slay the guards of the Purple Shaman army and slap the face of the true monarch, could this city remain tranquil? As for the perpetrator, it was, of course, Qin Xian. From the moment he entered the city, he had sensed the multitude of murderous gazes directed at him and his companions, prompting him to consider striking first. Qin Geng, however, indicated that should their adversaries dare to attack, they would be annihilated without mercy. Conversely, those who refrained from hostility could be spared. To him, this constituted his magnanimity. Once inside the Wanbao Pavilion, Qin Geng began to scrutinize his surroundings. The clientele was sparse, appearing to be treasure seekers drawn to this place. Since Qin Geng had not personally engaged in the fray and the commotion had been relatively subdued, no one within the pavilion noticed that it had been his subordinates who had committed the act of murder. At that moment, a woman clad in a resplendent crimson robe, exuding an alluring charm, emerged from around the corner. She first inclined her head in a courteous greeting to Qin Geng, then inquired, "Might I ask what this esteemed gentleman requires?" Possessing a keen ability to read the nuances of expression, she discerned that Qin Geng appeared rather disinterested in the treasures displayed in her establishment. Instantly, she felt compelled to act with utmost diligence. A patron exhibiting such indifference could either be a fool utterly oblivious to value or an extraordinary individual of profound insight and extensive experience. Naturally, she chose to gamble on the latter. After all, few ordinary folk ventured into the esteemed Wanbao Pavilion. Moreover, should she mistakenly regard him as someone lacking discernment, she might inadvertently create trouble for her employer. To further bolster her confidence, Qin Geng's attire did not suggest superficiality. Rather, it emanated an aura of authority, marking him as a rare and distinguished guest. Her years of experience in dealing with diverse individuals had honed her discernment to an extraordinary degree. Qin Geng gazed at her and candidly stated, "The treasures displayed in your establishment are utterly worthless. How does one attend the auction? When does it commence?" Upon hearing his words, she felt an increasing sense of urgency and caution. For an ordinary individual, not only was attendance at the auction a distant dream, but even the privilege to enter the Wanbao Pavilion was beyond their reach. At this moment, the other party not only referred to their goods for trade as rubbish, but also audaciously pointed to their enigmatic auction venue. She immediately responded with deference, "In answer to your esteemed presence, you have arrived at the perfect time. Our next auction will commence in just half an hour. Please, follow me." Just as she was about to inquire whether he possessed a VIP card, Qin Geng nonchalantly produced 10,000 stones and handed them over, stating with calm assurance, "I am well aware of your customs. Take it." Upon receiving the 10,000 stones, the attendant said nothing further and decisively led him to the auction hall. Observing the other party's clear understanding of their protocols, she realized that his status was indeed formidable, far beyond the reach of her modest position at the Wanbao Pavilion. Suddenly, recalling something, Qin Geng produced an additional 20,000 stones and said, "Take me directly to your venue's best box. Is this sufficient?" The attendant nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Absolutely, that will suffice." In reality, accessing the first-class box would only require another 10,000 stones. However, recognizing his indifference towards the sum, she understood that he was undoubtedly affluent, and that a mere 10 or 20,000 was of little consequence to him. Thus, she resolved to seize the opportunity for her own benefit. Though her intentions were not entirely concealed from Qin Geng, his current objective was simply to spend, rendering him unconcerned. Meanwhile, two formidable figures arrived at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. As the crowd beheld this sight, they were instantly filled with awe and instinctively maintained their distance. It was none other than the city lord and the master of Kanglan Mansion. The esteemed Zile Jinjuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Junior brother, are you certain that the rogue has indeed infiltrated this place?" He Liao nodded affirmatively, replying, "I am absolutely certain, as my expertise lies in sensing auras." However, just as Zile Jinjuan was about to berate his subordinates for being inept enough to mistake a criminal for a client, he noticed He Liao's hesitation and was immediately drawn to the inquiry. "What troubles you?" After a moment of contemplation, He Liao responded, "It's nothing. Merely that I find the aura of this perpetrator rather familiar, yet I cannot place it at this moment." Upon hearing this, Zile Jinjuan scoffed. "The powerful figures of the southern region are few. If you are familiar with one, then they have nowhere to escape. Humph, knowing my identity, they dare to cause mischief here. If my Yuan Jianchong were to let this person slip away easily, how could I maintain my position as the city lord?" With that, he resolved to act decisively and strode into the treasure pavilion without hesitation. Though He Liao still sensed an underlying disquiet, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Ultimately, he chose to dismiss it and followed Zile Jinjuan inside. After all, this was his territory. What mishap could possibly arise? Joining forces with his senior brother here rendered them virtually invincible. Moreover, he had already committed to assisting in the withdrawal of that medicinal pill from the auction, so he was duty-bound to lend his support. Meanwhile, Qin Geng had naturally already entered the inner chamber of the venue. Observing that the number of people present seemed rather scarce, he immediately realized that it would be quite a challenge for these individuals to gain access. Yin Ran, at this moment, was still admiring the grandeur of the spacious box, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia. Even her esteemed adoptive father, despite his profound cultivation and wide circle of friends, could only find himself confined to the somewhat limited view of box number 4 upon his arrival here. The esteemed Zile Jinjuan and his companion adeptly followed the lingering aura to this very location. He Liao gestured towards box number 1, stating, "The individual is within your esteemed box number 1, senior brother." Zile Jinjuan, seething with rage, exclaimed, "What a band of imbeciles! Not only did they allow the perpetrator to enter, but they also permitted him to occupy box number 1. Junior brother, come with me, for I shall confront this audacious fiend." As he prepared to unleash his fury upon entering the box, he was utterly unprepared for the sight of his junior brother. He Liao, suddenly dropping to his knees with a resounding thud. With a trembling voice, He Liao stammered, "I was unaware of your esteemed presence. This is truly a misunderstanding." Zile Jinjuan stood momentarily dumbfounded, witnessing the swift transformation of his junior brother's demeanor from aggressive to submissive in the blink of an eye. What on earth was He Liao doing? In a booming voice, he reprimanded, "He Liao, how can you elevate another's stature while diminishing your own? What sort of decorum is this, to kneel upon first meeting?" At that moment, He Liao dared not respond to his senior, fearing that any slight displeasure from the noble figure before them would have dire consequences. He turned to Qin Geng and said, "My lord, it is not my intention to target you. It is merely that my senior brother possesses a forthright nature, and in light of this matter, he is inclined to seek a discourse. We harbor no ill intentions." He Liao inwardly cursed himself, wishing he could slap his own face. During their pursuit of the adversary, he had sensed that familiar aura. It was now abundantly clear that it had been deliberately left as a clue for him. Otherwise, how could such a formidable individual fail to detect his presence? As this realization dawned upon him, his trepidation only deepened. His senior brother was known for his impetuousness, and He Liao pondered whether his words would convey the gravity of the situation. After all, he could not dare to speak before Qin Geng. "Please, senior brother, do not strike. This is the very individual who has slain my son, He Yuanqiu." On the other side, Qin Geng watched the two with great interest. To his surprise, he discovered that the lord of Zile City and the master of Kanglan Prefecture were actually sworn brothers. This revelation left Qin Geng feeling somewhat astonished. Rather than respond to He Liao's words, he inquired, "Whom do you serve as your master?" Upon hearing this, Zile Jinjuan could not help but grow increasingly furious. Not only did he ignore him, but he also dared to question his background. This was within his own Zile city, regardless of one's profound cultivation or impressive lineage. How could one stir up a tempest in his domain? Of course, this was merely because he had yet to witness Qin Geng's 9 5-clawed golden dragons. Observing Zile Jinjuan's fierce demeanor, He Liao understood that his elder brother's temper was flaring once more. Thus, he resolutely interjected, "Elder brother, please hold on. This esteemed individual is the one I previously mentioned to you, the one from Ingwei City." He found it impossible to directly convey that the other party had killed his son, so he expressed it in this manner instead. Upon hearing He Liao's words, the true monarch of Purple Thunder found himself engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. Could it be that the exalted being from the upper realms, whom He Liao described in such ethereal terms, was indeed so youthful? To speak candidly, when he first encountered Qin Geng, the true monarch of Purple Thunder was utterly unable to associate him with the esteemed figure that He Liao had lauded. Of course, this also pertained to the fact that the mind of the true monarch was oftentimes rather clouded. After all, He Liao had knelt. One could only ponder who else could possibly warrant such reverence. Yet Qin Geng remained indifferent to the reactions of the two, coldly stating, "You have yet to answer my question." He Liao quickly interjected, "We are disciples of an esteemed elder from the Central Plains. He should now be in the eastern region, known as the Lord of Cold Darkness." However, Qin Geng scoffed derisively. "A lord? Does he truly deserve such a title?" According to the information provided to me, only those capable of commanding the elements in the higher realms merit the designation of lord. The use of such a title in the lower realms merely indicates a lack of exposure to true power. Anyone possessing even a modicum of wisdom would never dare to traverse the lands of the earthly abyss with such an appellation. Upon hearing this assessment, the Lord of Purple Thunder visibly bristled with displeasure, yet He Liao frantically signaled him to restrain himself. Observing the Lord's demeanor, Qin Geng raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? Do you take issue with this?" Noticing his impetuous senior brother being targeted, He Liao hastily interjected, "It is not as you think, my lord." He merely, yet his words went uncompleted, as a terrifying and domineering aura suddenly erupted from Qin Geng, as if the very heavens and earth were compelled to bow before him. The overwhelming force surged forth, relentlessly bearing down upon He Liao, who was still preoccupied with attempting to justify his brother's actions. He Liao's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively channeling his energy to mount a defense. However, to his astonishment, a scene unfolded before him that left him utterly shocked. He had believed he could withstand this onslaught, yet he now found himself gripped by an inexplicable sense of submission to this formidable presence, completely devoid of any will to resist. In the next moment, He Liao was utterly crushed beneath this overwhelming aura, collapsing to the ground and coughing up blood. Qin Geng gazed coldly at the prostrate He Liao, his expression rife with disdain, his eyes resembling those of one looking upon a lifeless dog. "Did I inquire of you?" The abruptness of Qin Geng's attack and He Liao's subsequent injury, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in the blink of an eye. In just a few fleeting moments, the heart of the Purple Thunder true monarch underwent a profound transformation. From initial astonishment to bewilderment, and finally to sheer shock, all transpired in the span of mere seconds. He was first taken aback by Qin Geng's sudden aggression, then confusion set in as he pondered the impact of mere momentum and pressure on an ascendant powerhouse. However, he soon realized that this was, in fact, the royal dragon's aura. As he stood in shock, He Liao could no longer withstand the overwhelming aura of disdain that permeated the atmosphere, resulting in a violent spurt of blood. This spectacle left Zile Jinjuan, who had previously harbored doubts about Qin Geng's identity, utterly astounded. Even with a less-than-sharp intellect, he could clearly discern the gravity of the situation. Merely through the sheer force of his presence, Qin Geng had already managed to injure his own junior, coupled with the imperial dragon spirit. Zile Jinjuan finally comprehended why his disciple could endure the loss of his son without retaliating, even opting for submission. The terror was simply overwhelming. Ignoring the fear-stricken He Liao, who had fallen silent, Qin Geng turned to the visibly intimidated Zile Jinjuan and inquired, "Do you harbor any dissatisfaction?" At that moment, Zile Jinjuan had completely shed his usual air of dominance. Faced with this imposing figure from the higher realms, he shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "No, none at all. I dare not." He realized that had the other party harbored any murderous intent towards them, he likely wouldn't have had the time to activate the city as protective array before meeting his demise. Consequently, he no longer dared to refer to himself as Zile Jinjuan in the presence of such a formidable opponent, completely relinquishing his superior demeanor. Observing that his adversary was now so frightened he could barely speak, Qin Geng impatiently waved his hand, saying, "Begone. Do not hinder my enjoyment of this auction." At his words, the two had no choice but to stifle any objections, swiftly vacating the room in a flurry, nearly tumbling over themselves in their haste. Meanwhile, the auction had finally commenced. The reason for not eliminating these two individuals was primarily because Qin Geng perceived them as still possessing utility in relation to the capabilities of beings from the lower realms. In the future, they might potentially serve as competent instruments for his purposes. Such entities still hold their own intrinsic worth. On the other hand, the Purple Thunder True Monarch and his companion were entirely oblivious to the intentions behind each other's actions, only able to feel relieved that the other harbored no genuine desire to kill. The Purple Thunder True Monarch understood that if this young man truly wished to end their lives, it would likely be an exceedingly effortless task for him. Initially, he had assumed that this individual was simply ignorant of the rules and dared to act so audaciously in this place. However, it now appeared that the man regarded them as mere ants, and for Qin Geng, it was as simple as wanting to kill whenever he pleased. Upon exiting, the Purple Thunder True Monarch sighed and remarked, "Junior brother, had you been more forthright earlier, perhaps I would not have felt so humiliated." He Liao retorted somewhat irritably, "How could you possibly feel humiliated by me? I was on my knees the entire time to preserve our lives." The Purple Thunder True Monarch could only offer a bitter smile as a form of self-comfort, thinking that fortunately, this young man intended to continue participating in the auction, which likely meant he could profit considerably from him. Given the individual's formidable strength and enigmatic status, his resources must surely be substantial. It was possible that he might take a fancy to some of their treasures on a whim. Nevertheless, for Qin Geng, attending this event was solely about seeking tenfold returns. To him, the so-called collections of the Wanbao Pavilion were little more than worthless debris. Regardless of his motivations for participating in the auction, it remained highly probable that there were profits to be gained. Meanwhile, a woman clad in white, ethereal and strikingly beautiful, with a serene smile, suddenly appeared at the center stage of the auction venue. The audience, gathered to partake in the auction, erupted into astonished gasps. Could it truly be Miss Yunyun? Who would have anticipated that even the daughter of the president of the Tianyuan Trading Association would attend in person? This revelation certainly implies that the auction is extraordinary. Not only were the many cultivators present in the hall taken aback, but even those concealed within private boxes could sense a subtle unrest. While the crowd marveled at the beauty of Yunyun standing on stage, the significance of her presence was far more profound. It signified that this auction would undoubtedly feature a considerable array of precious treasures. After all, even the Lord of Zile City had allied with the Tianyuan Trading Association. Surely the items presented this time would be exceptional. Typically, auctions in Zile City are conducted under the name of the Wanbao Pavilion. Yet this occasion uniquely permits the daughter of the Tianyuan president to host the proceedings, an indication of its exceptional nature. It is well known that the Tianyuan Trading Association is a prestigious commercial entity throughout the southern region, boasting a vast membership and extensive reach, making it the largest trading association in the area. The esteemed president of the Chamber of Commerce, Tianyuan, must certainly recognize the formidable prowess of the opposing party. Therefore, the significance of having the president's daughter preside over this auction is undeniably profound. Hearing the astonished exclamations from the multitude of practitioners below, Yunyun felt a sense of satisfaction swell within her. However, she was not one to squander time and smiled, saying, "I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for attending this auction. This event not only features some treasures from the esteemed Master Zile, but also includes items that hold great value in my father's eyes. I implore you all to anticipate with excitement. Without further ado, let us commence." Upon hearing her words, the enthusiasm of the audience ignited. Naturally, the term audience must exclude Qin Geng, for to him, Yunyun's identity was of no consequence. His focus remained solely on fulfilling his own responsibilities. As the auction commenced, a strikingly handsome man clad in a blue robe, with sharp features that suggested both elegance and vigor, entered through the VIP entrance. Were it not for the faint hint of mischief etched upon his countenance, he would undoubtedly embody the archetype of a virtuous gentleman. He furrowed his brow at the attending staff and inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Has the first box been occupied?" The attendant replied with sincere regret, "I deeply apologize, young Master Chu. A guest had already reserved box 1. Had you informed the lord of the city in advance, such an inconvenience could have been avoided." The somewhat disgruntled young Master Chu, upon hearing this, felt his spirits lift slightly and remarked, "It is of no consequence." I initially intended to surprise my senior brother with my arrival. He scoffed inwardly, realizing that his plan had inadvertently led to the loss of the prime location. Very well, he mused. Let me see what you are made of, to claim the privilege of that first box. With that, he proceeded directly to box 2. Seeing that he did not cause a scene, the receptionist breathed a sigh of relief. This young Master Chu was certainly not an easy person to deal with. Not to mention his esteemed title as a disciple of the Purple Thunder True Monarch, which granted him considerable sway in the city. The revered Lord Hanming had only accepted 3 disciples, and this practitioner, known as Chu Yang, was the youngest among them, even younger than He Liao's deceased son, He Yuanxiu. Due to his exceptional talent, he caught the eye of the self-proclaimed monarch, who made an exception to take him as a direct disciple. Consequently, while his cultivation remained formidable, his personality grew increasingly arrogant and domineering, with little regard for others, save for his 2 elder brothers and a few other ascended beings, to whom he still maintained a semblance of respect. As for everyone else, in his eyes, they were merely insignificant insects. Thus, had he not been mindful of sparing his brothers from trouble, he would have charged in to deal with that scoundrel. At this moment, Qin Geng was, of course, unaware of his thoughts. Even if he were, he would regard them with utter disdain. Deal with me? I say this bluntly. All present here are nothing but refuse. On the other side, Chu Yang, seated in box number 2, suddenly conceived an exquisite idea. I possess 1,500,000 stones gifted by my master. Do you not consider yourself affluent? I shall observe just how formidable you truly are. At this moment, Chu Yang had already devised his strategy. Once the guest in box number 1 places a bid, he would decisively overpower them with his financial prowess. He could already envision the guest's grim expression. A smile curved at the corners of Chu Yang's lips. Attempting to usurp my position? I shall see if you possess the qualifications. As Chu Yang entered the arena, the auction hosted by Union finally commenced. The first item up for bid was the swift cloud boots. Everyone was well aware. And listening to the melodious cadence of the announcer's voice, the crowd swiftly acclimated to the atmosphere. However, Qin Geng found himself utterly bored. As expected, the truly remarkable treasures lay ahead. What were these trivial matters before him? He was not one to mindlessly purchase items for a tenfold return. The meager profits from such worthless junk were rather tedious. He awaited the grand unveiling of the ultimate treasure, determined to seize it for himself. As for what to exchange in the system's marketplace later, Qin Geng contemplated seeking advice from Qin Xian and Yen Ran. At this stage, he seemed to have no pressing needs, so he would see if these two had any desires. Just as Qin Geng was feeling ennui, an introduction to an item suddenly captured his attention. He heard Yun Yun passionately proclaim, "This technique is called Tai Yi Xin Gong." This art was once the treasure gem of the Tai Yi sacred land, a powerful force in the upper realm. Alas, a catastrophic battle rendered the entire sacred land non-existent overnight, resulting in the complete loss of this unparalleled divine skill. Now, by a stroke of fortune, my father has acquired this technique, though it is but a fragment, starting at a price of 20,000 stones. Upon hearing that it was merely a fragment, the fervor that had ignited within the crowd was instantly extinguished. I remarked, how could such a terrifying item be auctioned in this setting? A fragment? Then it is of no consequence. Had it been complete, I dare say the starting bid would have multiplied at least tenfold. Tenfold? Are you underestimating the profound lineage of the upper realms? Someone countered. What is the difference between cultivating a fragment and having no cultivation at all? Sighing in resignation, Union offered an awkward smile, suggesting, perhaps, just perhaps, one among us might possess the other half of this fragment. Upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted in derisive laughter, dismissing her empty rhetoric. The attendees were not fools. They understood the improbability of acquiring the complete content. It was already a marvel that the Tianyuan Trading Association had managed to procure this upper half of the fragment. And now we were expected to devise a means for the lower half? Whoever buys this is certainly not in their right mind. Before this thought could fully settle in the minds of the spectators, a casual voice emanated from box 1, proclaiming 40,000. The crowd swiftly turned to gaze at Qin Geng's direction, their initial intent to mock now replaced with hesitance. The occupant of that box was not only wealthy but also possessed formidable influence. They were not to be trifled with by those who had to scrimp and save just to gain entry. At this moment, Yen Ran gazed at Qin Geng with a hint of surprise. Why would he collect such a fragment of a text? As someone of the upper realm, with an exceedingly profound background, it seemed rather unlikely for him to take an interest in a path that had long since perished. This artifact, one could say, was beneath even her consideration. Seemingly aware of the meaning behind Yen Ran's gaze, Qin Geng lazily replied, "For its collectible value." Upon hearing these 4 words, Yin Rant's confusion dissipated, and she no longer found his actions perplexing. If his intentions were indeed rooted in the pursuit of collection, then his behavior was undeniably reasonable. Moreover, the young master himself hails from a prominent lineage in the upper realm, and it is likely he possesses knowledge of the Taiji Holy Land. His perception of this once mighty domain in the lower realm must differ vastly from that of ordinary mortals like ourselves. However, in truth, Qin Geng's pursuit of this object stems from the existence of another fragment in his system's marketplace. He remains uncertain as to why his system contains this incomplete portion, yet, given its existence, he feels compelled to assemble it in its entirety. Within the confines of the system's marketplace, the point value of this item is not particularly high. And Qin Geng surmises that the low selling price by Yun is attributed to the same rationale. After all, it is merely a fragment. Who can ascertain whether one will uncover the remaining parts? Initially, Qin Geng found it peculiar that his marketplace offered such substandard items. Yet, it now appears that he is destined to acquire the complete content. Just as Qin Geng believed that this item was undoubtedly his. A rather frivolous voice emerged from box number 2, proclaiming 41,000. Clearly, this was an attempt to suppress the price to its lowest point. A blatant act of malicious competition against Qin Geng. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Geng felt a moment of confusion. Why would one wish to bid for something incomplete? However, he quickly deduced the intention behind it. Thus, with unwavering resolve, he declared 80,000. At this price, the entire room gasped in astonishment. Even Chu Yang furrowed his brow in disbelief. Had this individual lost his senses? Was he truly willing to exert such effort for a mere fragment? He had remained silent until now, yet upon speaking, he escalated the bid in increments of 40,000. Even Chu Yang felt taken aback. Yet, recognizing the tenacity of his opponent, he resolved to retaliate. With a mocking tone, he retorted, 81,000. Ha! Letting you occupy a position that rightfully belongs to me. Anything that catches your eye shall not go without cost. I must ensure that I derive satisfaction from this encounter. Chu Yang wore a smug expression, envisioning Qin Geng seething with frustration in the box. However, quite the contrary, upon hearing the increased bid, Qin Geng merely smiled. He had been lamenting the inability to spend his money freely, but now someone was providing the opportunity. It was as if he had been offered a pillow just as he fell asleep. With a calm demeanor, Qin Geng escalated the bid further, stating 120,000. Now, even Chu Yang felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Who was this person? Not only did he consistently raise the bid in increments of 40,000, but he did so with complete composure and confidence. Had he truly encountered a formidable adversary this time? No. If he continued down this path, what if his opponent ceased bidding? That would result in a significant loss for him. After much contemplation, Chu Yang ultimately chose to begrudgingly fall silent. Upon realizing his opponent had quieted, Qin Geng felt a tinge of regret. How quickly he had faltered. He had indeed overestimated him. On the other side, Yun, with a radiant countenance, declared the ownership of this fragment to Qin Geng. To her astonishment, what she had presumed to be a mere worthless trinket could fetch an astonishing price of 120,000. She remarked, the preceding competition was truly exhilarating. Now, let us proceed to the final auction of exquisite items. Upon hearing this, even Chu Yang, who had previously contemplated opposing Qin Geng, found his breath quickening. Utterly oblivious to others, Yun continued with a smile, indeed, I trust that everyone has heard of our ace commodity, which is none other than this. With that, she lifted the black cloth that had hitherto concealed it from the prying eyes of the crowd. At this moment, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Upon beholding the exquisite treasure in Yun's hand, their breaths quickened, fists clenched tightly, and their gazes blazed with fervor. Had it not been for the lingering adherence to the rules set forth by the esteemed Zile Zhenjuan, a tempest of bloodshed in pursuit of the treasure would likely have ensued. Observing the fervent expressions of the onlookers, Yun understood that, should they depart from this Zile city, nearly half of them would likely perish in the ensuing chaos. However, this held not a modicum of concern for her. She elaborated, this artifact was unearthed by my father and Zile Zhenjuan at an ancient battlefield site, marking the primary reason for our joint auction. I trust one need not elaborate further. It is the renowned Songlong seal. Though the crowd had already formed speculations in their minds, hearing the name spoken from Yun's lips ignited an electrifying atmosphere. It was indeed that Songlong seal. How we once sought this very item, only to return empty-handed and suffer considerable losses. Zilei Jinjuan and President Tian Yuan possessed such divine prowess that they could secure this artifact for trade? As the fervent discussions ensued, Yun felt a blend of pride in presiding over this auction and a twinge of regret. This treasure had been discovered concurrently by her father and the lord of Zilei City. Neither party wished to relinquish it freely nor risk a rift between them. Thus they resolved to auction it jointly. For anyone who had yet to ascend to the realm of transcendence, this artifact held unparalleled utility. At this moment, Qin Geng sensed a subtle aura reminiscent of his 9-dragon sacred ring and turned to Yinran, inquiring, "Are you familiar with this object?" Yinran, having just recovered from her astonishment, replied, "Indeed, young master. In our earthly profound continent, every few decades, a significant seal emerges. Each of these seals possesses distinct abilities, such as combat and defense. However, they share a commonality. They are ineffective against beings of ascended realms. This time, the southern region's seal is the Songlong seal, which primarily emphasizes defense. It can utilize the Songlong spirit imbued in the seal to resist enemy attacks, proving exceptionally effective as long as the adversary has yet to ascend." Upon hearing this, Qin Geng immediately lost a considerable amount of interest. What on earth is this? Such limited functionality? Resisting enemies with a dragon spirit? Is that not something I can accomplish effortlessly at present? He considered that his 9-dragon sacred ring was worth at least 10 of these seals. Could it be that their understanding of this object was too narrow? Ding. The description of the seal provided by the other party is accurate. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng became even more speechless. Is that truly all there is to it? He had complete trust in his system. Although he was taken aback by the system's prompt regarding this matter, the fact that even his greatest support came to such a conclusion left little room for further discussion. Nevertheless, Qin Geng, intrigued, asked, "How do you know about this?" Yinran explained, "You may not be aware, but there exists a remarkably powerful elder in our earthly profound continent. This venerable individual possesses the ability to foresee the future to some extent, which is why everyone is informed. It is understandable that you might not know, given that you are a figure from the higher realms. And it is not unusual for you to be unfamiliar with our powerful beings. Not to mention, even the location of the largest auction house requires her guidance. Such ignorance is entirely reasonable." On the other hand, upon hearing the answer, Qin Geng was not particularly astonished. As for the nature of that so-called formidable being, he felt little inclination to delve deeper. Casting his gaze upon the celestial dragon seal before him, he decided to reluctantly engage in the competition for it, as it was the last treasure, hoping at the very least to gain some returns. Meanwhile, Yun continued to passionately explain, "This item is born only once every few decades in the southern region. You must understand its significance." The starting bid was set at 500,000 stones, with a minimum increment of 5,000 stones. Upon hearing this price, a collective gasp echoed through the gathering. While some chose to remain silent, it was exorbitantly expensive. Although many had already calculated their bids in their minds, they were nonetheless taken aback by this staggering price. Moreover, many individuals currently possess yuan stones that do not even meet the starting price. If it weren't for the curiosity of discovering which fortunate soul would ultimately acquire this treasure, a considerable number of them would have already departed. However, among those present, few entertained any nefarious intentions. To say nothing of the matter, the one who inscribed the Azure Dragon seal has already received the protection of the Grand Seal. Moreover, those who genuinely desire to acquire such items are not merely gamblers relying on chance. They have undoubtedly implemented comprehensive protective measures in advance. Consequently, even if one were to contemplate seizing the opportunity to rob after the transaction, such an idea would be utterly preposterous. As anticipated by Yun, despite many being unable to afford it, there remained a considerable number of individuals willing to place bids. Soon, the price escalated to the remarkable sum of 1,300,000. At this moment, the second private room where Chu Yang was situated suddenly raised the bid to 1,400,000. Upon the utterance of these words, a brief silence enveloped the venue. As he experienced this fleeting silence, Chu Yang felt an immense sense of satisfaction within. This was precisely the effect he desired. By incrementally raising the price by 5,000 or 10,000, he would create an illusion among the crowd that he was still capable of keeping pace. As soon as he raised the price to a considerable height, perhaps these individuals would be deterred, no longer daring to compete. Just as he wore an air of triumph, a calm and casual voice from the adjacent private room declared, 1,450,000. Upon hearing that the opponent had increased the bid by 50,000 stones in one breath, Chu Yang felt a pang of anxiety. His limit was set at 1,500,000 stones. What if the opponent remained so resolute? No, this treasure must be his. With a furious glance towards the box where Qin Geng sat, he shouted, 1,500,000. He hoped that this would be the opponent's limit. However, the response he received plunged his heart into despair. The other party, maintaining an unwavering tone, simply stated, 2,000,000 stones. Hearing that figure nearly caused Chu Yang to faint from anger. How could the scoundrel possess such wealth? It wasn't he just him. The entire audience was thoroughly intimidated by Qin Geng's dominance, instantly establishing him as the overwhelming victor. Chu Yang growled, no matter who you are, I will make you pay today. The Songlong seal was, after all, the primary reason for his journey to the southern region. He had initially trained under his master, the celestial monarch Han Ming, and upon hearing of this artifact, he became deeply intrigued. His master supported this ambition, even providing him with a substantial sum to ensure that Songlong seal would not be lost to the auction. Even his master believed that 1,500,000 stones would suffice to secure it. Yet, they encountered the monster that was Qin Geng, leaving them to suffer in silence. In stark contrast to Chu Yang's tumultuous emotions, Qin Geng was entirely focused on his tenfold returns, envisioning the possibility of triggering a critical reward. For him, this was the greatest motivation for his expenditure. As their thoughts diverged, Yun personally arrived at Qin Geng's private room, bearing the remnants of the Qin Geng and the Songlong seal. She first bowed respectfully before him and then, with utmost deference, spoke, Young master, these are the items you sought. Moreover, here is the exclusive black card for the venue. Should you wish to attend any auction in the southern domain in the future, you may freely enter and exit with this card. Yun was a perceptive individual. Regardless of the reasons behind his acquisition of these two items, it was evident that he possessed considerable wealth and formidable connections. Such a figure is precisely the kind of person any merchant would desire to befriend. Although the number of these black cards was exceedingly limited throughout the southern domain, Yun did not hesitate to bestow one upon Qin Geng. Had she known he would spend 2,000,000 yuan stones to secure a championship for Yin Ran beside him, she would likely have felt immense satisfaction with her decision. However, Qin Geng exhibited no reaction to Yun's evident display of affection. He merely tucked away the fragment and then idly toyed with the Songlong seal. He casually tossed it aside to Yin Ran, saying, It's of no use, so it's yours. Yet Yin Ran was momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. On the other side, Yun, who had intended to discreetly leave, was now on the verge of bulging her eyes out in disbelief. A treasure worth 2,000,000 yuan. And he simply bestowed it upon someone nearby without a second thought? She had initially assumed that the effort he exerted to acquire it was due to a pressing need for her. Yet, he casually tossed it to another as if discarding refuse? This was utterly inconceivable. At this moment, Yin Ran felt a profound dizziness, entirely unable to comprehend the current situation. Although Qin Geng had previously made it abundantly clear that this item held no value for him, she could never have imagined that it would fall into her hands. The rationale behind Qin Geng's decision was rather straightforward. After all, this object was of no use to him, and even the ascendant Qin Xin could not utilize it. Thus, the only person left who could make use of it was the very Yin Ran before him. Qin Geng continued, I will present you with something more suitable in the future. For now, make do with this. In his view, the fact that this object was revered as a treasure was solely due to the desperation of those around him. If one were to truly assess its worth, it was hardly remarkable. However, his dismissive attitude was quite difficult for Yun to accept. Setting aside everything else, this was indeed a prized possession of ours. How could it be that in your grasp, it appeared merely as a reluctant offering? Moreover, this item was widely acknowledged as a valuable asset throughout the southern region. Yet, she found it inappropriate to express her thoughts at this moment, as she had already recognized him as a significant patron of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. To offend him after the transaction would be exceedingly foolish. Yin Ran, on the other hand, repeatedly waved her hands, expressing her gratitude. This item is truly rare. I sincerely thank you, young master. Yun, observing from the side, could not help but smirk inwardly. After all this discussion, was she not still yearning for it? Nevertheless, she could only surmise Yin Ran's feelings. Aside from individuals like Qin Geng, everyone else indeed coveted this object intensely. The primary reason Yin Ran accepted it was due to Qin Geng's instructions. Indeed, the rationale was that simple. Although her acquaintance with Qin Geng had been brief, she had already grasped one fundamental truth. As long as it was his command, she would strive to fulfill it. She would adhere to his directives without hesitation. a remarkably straightforward matter, and she would not be deprived of her own benefits. Should she attempt to refuse it now, it would only serve to displease this noble gentleman. Thus, she faced his command without a hint of reluctance. Yun felt increasingly extraneous, so she quickly excused herself from the scene. Qin Geng, having achieved his objective, also prepared to take his leave. Unbeknownst to Qin Geng, on the other side, Chu Yang had already set his sights upon him. Although immediate action could not yet be taken, it sufficed to notify his elder brother. Indeed, while wealth may be on your side, this realm belongs to my esteemed elder brother. When I return with him, I truly hope you will exhibit the same audacity as when we were negotiating. This thought lingered in his mind, as he believed it would provide him with just cause to incite his brother to decisively eliminate the opponent. At this moment, Qin Geng had already departed from the auction ahead of time. He caught sight of He Liao with Yan ran from a distance, yet neither dared to approach the other. After all, they had previously charged towards each other with a menacing air. Now, approaching again could lead to a situation where they gained nothing yet faced the risk of a beating. At that moment, they also caught sight of Chu Yang, who was closely following behind. The Zile true monarch expressed some surprise and took the initiative to appear, saying, "Junior brother, why did you not inform your elder brother of your arrival?" Upon seeing the suddenly materializing Zile true monarch, along with He Liao, who stood beside him with a smile, Chu Yang could hardly contain his elation. To his astonishment, not only was his elder brother present, but even his reclusive second brother was also here. Was this not a certain victory? Hence, he grumbled, "Esteemed brothers, I had intended to meet you after participating in the auction." Initially, he had hoped to acquire the Songlong seal, only to have it snatched away by another. "You must seek retribution on my behalf." Chu Yang understood that if he expressed his inferiority in financial resources, they would likely disregard him. However, if he claimed it had been forcibly taken from him, the outcome might differ. Were it not for the fact that this grand seal was discovered by his elder brother in collaboration with the Tianyuan president, Yun Chuan, he could have easily secured it through clandestine means. Upon hearing his words, the two exchanged glances, concluding that it could not possibly be Qin Geng. After all, they held no belief that Qin Geng would deign to acknowledge his junior disciple. Thus, they chorused, "Where is he?" Since it was not Qin Geng, they felt compelled to seek justice for their young disciple. Just as Qin Geng was about to depart directly using the divine vessel, unexpectedly, Qin Xian, who typically only appeared upon command, materialized before him. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Young master, someone is pursuing us. It is likely those two." Upon hearing this, Qin Geng furrowed his brow. He wondered about He Liao and his master, the Purple Thunder True Monarch. What could they possibly be up to? Even if the Purple Thunder True Monarch was oblivious, He Liao should have been well aware of his rules. At the very least, he had spared their lives during the auction. How dare they pursue him now? Qin Xian then added, "The subordinate has concealed his presence. They should not realize they are following you." This revelation only deepened Qin Geng's perplexity. If they were unaware of their actions, what could their intentions possibly be? In light of this, he resolved to observe their forthcoming actions and their audacity. Therefore, rather than hastily boarding the divine vessel, he chose to pause and await their arrival. On the other side, He Liao inquired of Chu Yang, "Junior brother, have you not disclosed your identity? Surely, it is unacceptable for anyone to lay a hand on you within the confines of your elder brother's territory." In He Liao's perspective, this situation appeared rather suspicious. Given the arrogant disposition of the junior brother, it would be remarkable enough if he refrained from usurping others. Yet, how could anyone dare to confront him? This indeed seemed quite peculiar. Upon hearing this question, Chu Yang naturally sensed the underlying doubts harbored by his senior brother. Thus, he hastily elucidated, "I must confess my shame. The opponent is indeed more formidable than I. Moreover, their intentions were exceedingly clear. Before I even had the opportunity to engage in dialogue, the item was already seized. Had it not been for the respect I hold for your esteemed rules in this city, I might have been caught up in this incident as well." He deliberately exaggerated the circumstances to deflect the tension. Upon hearing these words, the esteemed Zile Jinjiwen naturally harbored no further doubts regarding his presence. He Liao, known for his meticulous nature, found himself unable to uncover any substantial inconsistencies. After much contemplation, he concluded that his immediate focus must be on the task at hand. Could this indeed be what they refer to as the retribution for malevolence? As for Chu Yang's character, his senior brother was well aware of it. However, their venerable master had always prioritized talent over virtue, leaving him with no choice but to collaborate with the wicked. At this moment, He Liao suddenly sensed an anomaly. Why have they stopped? He distinctly felt that the target he had been tracking, following Chu Yang's directions, had come to a halt. It seemed as though they were awaiting his party. This shift did not escape the notice of Zile Jinjuan, who let out a cold snort and declared, arrogant. He then accelerated forward without hesitation. In his view, such audacity on the part of the adversary was a blatant provocation towards his esteemed Zile city. While one might tolerate a figure like Qin Geng, how dare any insignificant being challenge him? He Liao was suddenly engulfed by an ominous premonition. Yet he pressed on alongside his senior brother. Those of the Ascension realm possessed extraordinarily keen eyesight, and from a distance, they discerned two figures standing still. Wait. Why do they seem so familiar? As they drew nearer, an unsettling sensation washed over them. Qin Geng. How could it be him again? Their immediate reaction was to turn and flee. However, at that moment, Qin Xian appeared from nowhere, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed them. My master requests your presence. He Liao's face turned ashen, overwhelmed by an intense discomfort. The esteemed Zile Jinjuan appeared quite awkward. As the previously imposing aura vanished in an instant, only Chu Yang remained, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha, now you wish to negotiate? It is too late. You think you can simply depart unscathed while holding the treasured item I have set my sights on? Brothers, do not waste your breath with him. Let us act decisively. Upon hearing this, He Liao could no longer heed their master's commands and bellowed in fury, silence. This outburst left Chu Yang utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was he being shouted at? Before he could seek clarification, Zile Jinjuan seized him as one would a chick, striding purposefully towards Qin Geng. Truth be told, both of them harbored a desire to eliminate this troublesome junior disciple. At this juncture, even a stalwart like Zile Jinjuan had come to recognize that Chu Yang was lying. To say nothing of the matter, how could Qin Geng possibly have any interest in the Azure Dragon Seal? This trinket was merely a source of contention for mortals. Someone of his stature from the upper realms would likely not even spare it a glance. At most, his interest might have prompted him to acquire it out of mere curiosity. Their junior disciple must have concocted this insidious scheme out of desperation. Unable to match his opponent's financial means, in a bid to reclaim the Azure Dragon Seal, the idea was sound, and had the individual in question not been Qin Geng, Zile Jinjuan might have even turned a blind eye, pretending to be oblivious, to recover the item for his little brother's use. However, the stipulation was that the person being targeted could not be Qin Geng. Upon encountering the familiar duo, Qin Geng remarked coolly, "What do you intend to accomplish by following me?" Zile Jinjuan unceremoniously tossed Chu Yang to the ground and, with cupped fists, bowed his head, stating, "We were unaware of your identity, esteemed sir. We humbly ask for your forgiveness." Observing their demeanor, Qin Geng deduced that what Qin Xian had said was indeed true. He continued, devoid of any discernible emotion, "Then what is your purpose in bringing this individual to me?" He Liao hastily interjected, "This is my junior disciple, named Chu Yang. He claims that you have taken his Azure Dragon Seal. Upon encountering you, we naturally discerned this to be a falsehood." At this juncture, He Liao hesitated momentarily. The Purple Thunder True Monarch unceremoniously cast Chu Yang at Qin Geng's feet, proclaiming, "To have such a madman among us is indeed a misfortune for our sect. Dear junior brother, you may be at the mercy of the young master." With that, the two of them did not spare a glance at the bewildered Chu Yang lying on the ground, and they soared away without a second thought. As for how Qin Geng would treat Chu Yang, they could only leave their beloved junior brother to his own devices. Compared to the wrath of their master, they were far more apprehensive about the imminent threat to their lives. At that moment, Chu Yang finally grasped the gravity of the situation and, in disbelief, exclaimed, "What are you two brothers doing? We are in Purple Thunder City. What fear do we have of this scoundrel? I warn you, do not act rashly. I am the closed-door disciple of the cold nether heavenly monarch." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Xian struck decisively, severing his head in an instant. In his final moments, Chu Yang pondered how he could have dared to act in such a manner. Observing the lifeless body whose gaze was gradually fading, Qin Geng coldly remarked, "How truly tiresome." Meanwhile, on the continent of Dixian, in the northern frontier of Tsangshui Prefecture, an elderly man sat in meditation upon a snowy expanse. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of existence. Yet, his countenance was marred by disbelief and sorrow. Has my dear disciple Chu Yang truly perished? Did I not provide him with various means of survival, along with the assistance of his two senior brothers? How could this be? The elder, a being of unparalleled stature in this realm, had witnessed countless farewells between life and death. His sorrow was fleeting, and he soon regained his composure. In a somber tone, he declared, "Whoever dares to lay a hand upon my beloved disciple shall undoubtedly face my wrath." With that, he resolved to visit the city of his eldest disciple, ceasing his cultivation. He soared into the sky, vanishing into the vast, snowy landscape, though he was unaware of the perpetrator's identity. He sensed that the place of Chu Yang's demise was not far from his eldest disciple's domain. At this moment, Qin Geng remained oblivious to the fact that the legendary Cold Abyss heavenly monarch had already set his sights upon him and had departed aboard the celestial vessel. Yet, even if he were aware, it would likely be of little consequence. For what could it matter, even if he were a formidable being at the pinnacle of ascension? As long as one did not hail from the upper realms, in Qin Geng's eyes, they were no different from mere insects. As he pondered his subsequent course of action, a familiar sound echoed in Qin Geng's mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the millionfold critical reward again. You have attained mastery in the divine word technique. Note: the host has one more opportunity to trigger the millionfold critical reward, after which the rewards will escalate to tens of millions. Additionally, the host's celestial profound cave has undergone significant evolution with the aid of the World Heart Fruit and can be checked at any time. Mastery of the divine word technique? Upon hearing this reward, Qin Geng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is indeed a remarkable boon. Against those whose cultivation is not particularly high, those with wavering resolve, or those who find themselves intimidated in his presence, the divine word technique proves to be an unparalleled asset. He could entirely incapacitate an individual with this skill, even commanding them to take their own life on the spot. With this technique in his arsenal, Qin Geng felt he truly deserved the title of great personage of the upper realm. Another piece of news stirred his heart even more. Had his cave heaven undergone considerable evolution? This was indeed splendid news. It was worth noting that when he first placed the heart fruit within, the cave heaven was merely a chaotic expanse. Thus, he eagerly instructed Qin Xian to monitor the external developments while he himself ventured into the cave heaven. Upon entering, he was astounded to witness a dramatic transformation. What was once a dim, chaotic space, devoid of any discernible order, now revealed a brilliant azure sky, vast plains, and a plethora of vibrant flora and fauna. What did this signify? It indicated that this realm had begun to take shape, giving rise to its own forms of life. In other words, it had preliminarily evolved into a genuine miniature world. How could this not bring joy to Qin Geng? Gazing at the magnificent scene before him, Qin Geng murmured, if this trend continues, it should not be long before humanity or formidable beast clans emerge. Ding! Warning! Although the heart fruit has catalyzed the development within the host's cave heaven, the spiritual energy is insufficient. If treasures are not promptly gathered or purchased from the system's marketplace, the humans that emerge here will all be ordinary. Similarly, there will be no spiritual beasts capable of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng's heart raced with urgency. How could a populace of mere mortals suffice? What then would be the purpose of establishing a power? How could he aspire to become the progenitor of a sect? While it was true that he could recruit individuals from the outside, it was undeniable that drawing talent from his own cave heaven would be far more convenient and secure. Moreover, in Qin Geng's view, the individuals from the outside world could at best serve merely as his sycophants. Not only were their cultivation levels disparate, but their innate talents were also lamentably poor, with an unstable foundation that rendered them unworthy of following in his footsteps. However, one's own realm is distinctly different. These entities are cultivated personally, or rather, with the aid and guidance of the system, and thus, each possesses formidable strength and unparalleled talent. Such beings are undoubtedly the most qualified to follow me and serve as my subordinates. The system's marketplace. I must explore what treasures may enhance my realm. Yet, after a thorough search, I found that even the system's marketplace lacked such items, leaving me utterly disheartened. As he found himself somewhat at a loss, the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding! The celestial spirit fruit can significantly enhance the spiritual power of both humans and spirit beasts. And when placed within the realm of the cave, it can elevate their abilities to an entirely new dimension. The host's cave potential is formidable, thus enabling them to withstand the fruit's might. However, regarding treasures associated with the host's cave, this shop possesses none. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, the previous heart fruit was also procured from the hands of others. It appears that if he wishes to expand his cave, he must rely solely on his own endeavors to seek it out. But how shall he pursue the relevant clues for this matter? Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Geng, prompting him to leave his cave immediately. Arriving on the swiftly gliding divine vessel, he inquired of Yin Ran, "Are you aware of the whereabouts of that prophetic individual you mentioned?" Since everyone regarded this old man as so extraordinary, Why not seek him out directly for some guidance? Upon hearing this, Yin Ran promptly replied with respect. I have heard that this revered elder fortuitously departed from Zhongzhou for some matter and is now heading to the eastern region. However, the specifics elude me. After all, given my status, it is quite an achievement to acquire such information. Moreover, it is only due to the connection with his adoptive father that he has acquired such knowledge. Upon hearing these words, Qin Geng contemplated for a moment and then nodded, stating, "Let us proceed to the eastern domain." He has always been decisive in his actions. Once he has made up his mind, he immediately sets it into motion. As for the old man's exact whereabouts, he would take it one step at a time. As he embarked on his journey, a venerable elder, cloaked in pure white, arrived in the southern region. My disciple met his demise here. I am determined to see where that villain has fled. In the city of Purple Thunder, within the Lord's residence, He Liao sat in somber silence, sharing a drink with his senior brother, the true monarch of Purple Thunder. He Liao, with a heavy heart, spoke, "Just now, my wife conveyed the news that the soul token of our junior disciple has shattered." The true monarch remained silent, pouring himself another cup. He Liao continued, "If our master comes seeking us, what shall we do?" The true monarch sighed. "You are well aware of the circumstances. Had we intervened for that reckless boy, we would likely not be here sharing this drink." With a resigned tone, he added, "Alas, we must sacrifice him." Ultimately, He Liao managed a bitter smile. Let us say that by the time we arrived, our junior brother had already been slain. Their master, a formidable being at the pinnacle of Ascended Realm, possessed strength far surpassing that of ordinary peak Ascended Realm practitioners. Were it not for unfinished business, their master might have already ascended to the fabled upper realm. It is crucial to understand that the power of a fully realized Ascended Realm cultivator is exponentially greater than that of a mere peak Ascended practitioner. This is precisely why they felt such trepidation towards the elder. Not only is he a top-tier powerhouse in the entire earthly mystic continent, but he is also their master. The death of their junior disciple would undoubtedly provoke his wrath. Now, they could only pray that he would not direct his ire towards the two of them. Just as He Liao and his senior brother were engaged in conversation, a sudden chill enveloped them, as if the scorching heat had been replaced by a palpable coolness that even they, as Ascended Realm cultivators, could feel. A shiver ran through their hearts. He has arrived. At that moment, an elderly figure suddenly emerged from the void. Who could it be, if not their esteemed master, the Cold Abyss Monarch? Upon seeing the familiar countenance, usually as calm as a still pond, both He Liao and the Purple Thunder Sovereign immediately bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "Disciple pays homage to master." The Cold Abyss Monarch offered no response but instead fixed his gaze upon the Purple Thunder Sovereign, inquiring, "Yuan Jian Chong, are you aware of the purpose of my visit?" Striving to suppress the innate trepidation he felt in the presence of his master, the Purple Thunder Sovereign replied, "Jian Chong is aware. My junior brother has encountered misfortune. This matter is of great significance, and anticipating your arrival, I summoned Brother He to assist." The elder nodded and asked, "Do you two know who is responsible? Was it within your city?" Due to the distance earlier, the elder could only faintly sense that Chu Yang's demise occurred near the Purple Thunder City. However, the specifics remained elusive. The Purple Thunder Sovereign shook his head with a wry smile, admitting, "The disciple is inept and truly knows not. Yet, my junior brother indeed faced calamity within my city. I am powerless to uncover the trace of the culprit." The elder, upon hearing this, refrained from vociferously chastising him for his inadequacy. Instead, he furrowed his brow deeply, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, the Cold Abyss Monarch finally broke the silence, asking, "Are you certain your words are not false?" With that, the elder's piercing gaze bore into the Purple Thunder Sovereign, as if attempting to see through his very soul. The Purple Thunder Sovereign, however, met the elder's gaze with calmness, replying, "The disciple is lacking. I implore master to mete out punishment." After a long while, the Cold Abyss Monarch sighed, "Very well, punishment is hereby waived. It can only be said that this was the fate of my disciple. I never anticipated the emergence of a force so formidable that even you cannot contend with it. I wonder what kind of adversary he has provoked. One that could compel such a being to act. Their prowess must be nearly on par with my own." Hearing this, He Liao felt a flicker of doubt within him. Truth be told, he believed that should a confrontation arise, the elder might very well be the one to falter. Of course, this was contingent upon his never having witnessed Qin Geng's 9 true dragons. Had he seen them, he would certainly bet that his master would be the one to lose. The elder then rose, stating, "I shall make a journey to the eastern domain. That cryptic old ghost should have already arrived there. I will request his assistance in identifying the perpetrator." With those words, The winds and snow around them intensified, only to return to normal in the next instant. The cold abyss monarch vanished without a trace. It was only then that he Liao sighed. "Brother, you have managed to elude Master S gaze. Truly impressive." The purple thunder sovereign shook his head with a rueful smile. "Not necessarily. It is possible that he has already formulated his own conclusions in his heart. Just now, I did not directly answer Master S' question, but merely stated my own incompetence. I chose to speak this way because I know he can see through my lies with ease." Although he and his junior disciple resided in the city and possessed the strength to confront the elder, he was acutely aware that, given their current resources, it was utterly impossible to overthrow him, since the elder was resolutely intent on investigating the true culprit, even pursuing the matter to the eastern region to seek out the old man skilled in grand divination. There was little he could say in opposition. Ultimately, it would merely be a matter of trouble between the two parties, unrelated to himself and his companions. Meanwhile, Qin Geng was skillfully navigating his enchanted vessel as it entered the territory of the eastern domain. Casually, he inquired of Yin Ran, "Are there any bustling places in this region?" Yin Ran quickly responded with utmost respect. "In reply to your inquiry, young master, if we traverse the several towering peaks ahead, we should arrive at the city of Fuyao, as mentioned by my foster father. However, it is worth noting that these peaks are part of the great sect known as the Xiaoyu sect. As you ascend the mountains, it is possible that some may come forth to obstruct your passage." She understood that Qin Geng would likely dismiss the Xiaoyu sect with indifference. Yet she felt it necessary to convey the warning. As anticipated, Qin Geng showed no concern, retorting, "Merely a collection of insignificant entities. What can they possibly do to me?" With that, he accelerated, surging past the towering mountain ahead. Gazing down from his vessel, he clearly observed numerous pavilions and towers atop the peak, bustling with disciples engaged in their duties. Of course, they soon noticed Qin Geng's enchanted vessel as well. An elder, incensed, proclaimed, "This expanse of thousands of miles is the domain of our Xiaoyu sect. How dare this fellow act with such audacity?" Another elder sneered, "It seems this individual is utterly unaware of our sect's formidable reputation, daring to fly through the skies. Truly, he exhibits a complete lack of decorum. Where are the inner disciples? Come with me. We shall capture him at once." The rules within their sacred ground were stringent, and nothing was more intolerable than someone soaring through the air in such a manner. To them, it was a profound affront. Soon enough, several elders led a throng of enforcers, charging toward Qin Geng's enchanted vessel. However, before the sect's disciples and elders could devise a strategy to discipline the intruder, they witnessed, in an instant, the fate of those who attempted to intercept him. Their bodies were effortlessly severed from their heads. Qin Geng lay disdainfully on the divine vessel, remarking, "Indeed, there are many who seek death." Naturally, Qin Geng would not halt his advance due to the demise of a few insignificant beings. He charged forward towards Fuyao City with unwavering determination. He had no inclination to acknowledge the members of the Xiaoyu sect, who remained rooted in shock and speechlessness. Should they dare to approach, they would undoubtedly be dealt with as well. Meanwhile, in the council hall of the Crescent Moon sect, several key members of the sect were convened to deliberate on various matters, including the recent developments of the sect, commercial dealings, and the frictions arising from interactions with surrounding forces. As the esteemed leader of the Xiaoyu sect, Luogong prepared to advance matters in the meeting. A typically composed elder responsible for external affairs suddenly burst into the hall, panic etched upon his face. "Sect master, esteemed elders, we are in grave peril." Upon hearing this, Luogong's displeasure was palpable. "What do you mean by grave peril? Do you not see that we are presently deliberating important matters?" he admonished. The elder, with a countenance marked by sorrow, responded, "A madman has just traversed our territory." Elder Zheng intended to confront him, hoping he would adhere to our regulations. However, to our utter astonishment, before we could even lay eyes on him, countless elders and law-enforcing disciples had their lives extinguished in an instant. Elder Zheng, Elder Lu, and numerous disciples were decapitated in mere moments. At this revelation, Luo Gong could no longer maintain his composure. He sprang to his feet, astonished. What? The other elders, previously engrossed in their own matters, were similarly struck by the gravity of this unexpected turn of events. How could this be? Our Xiaoyu sect wields considerable influence, with roots established across all 4 major states of the eastern domain. Who would dare to instigate trouble so brazenly? Who is this audacious individual that would act with such impunity? Luo Gong's fury flared anew. Did you discern the direction in which the assailant fled? The elder who had delivered the news hastily replied, reporting to the sect master, "The villain is likely headed towards our border city, Fuyao City." Luo Gong rose, his voice booming with authority. "Elders, heed my command. We must unite as one to eliminate this rogue. Not only did he soar over our sect's territory, but he has also audaciously slain our elders and disciples. This is an affront to the dignity of our sect. We shall proceed to Fuyao City and reclaim our losses with interest. Otherwise, shall our Sheiyue sect become a laughingstock of the entire eastern domain?" The gathered elders, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. However, one elder, tasked with intelligence, spoke with caution. "Sect master, it is not my intention to diminish our prestige, but that unknown individual seems formidable and not easily provoked. Consider. He brazenly slays in another's domain. Should a conflict arise, it could lead to a deadly stalemate. Furthermore, both elders Lu and Zheng possess extraordinary strength, having reached the later stages of the void-breaking realm. If such beings can be dispatched with a single blow, even if we unite our forces, we risk losing many elders without achieving anything. After all, combat among practitioners differs vastly from that of mortals. Disparities in realms render numbers insignificant. Moreover, we have suffered losses without even catching a glimpse of our adversary. Aside from knowing about the elusive divine vessel, we possess scarcely any clues. In such a case, even if they have indeed ventured to Fuyao City, where shall we commence our search?" After a thorough analysis, not only have the previously agitated elders calmed down significantly, but even Luo Gong, who moments ago was consumed by rage, has also regained his composure. Indeed, the audacity of our adversaries is evident. They not only dare to act in such a manner, but can also deliver a lethal strike against elders at the late stage of the broken illusion realm. The fate of the numerous disciples they have taken with them is no different. What does this signify? It signifies that our opponents undoubtedly possess the arrogance to back their actions. Moreover, it is inconceivable that such decisive and efficient actions could be executed by anyone other than a transcendent being of the Ascension realm. As this information coalesced in their minds, the assembly felt as though they had been doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving them profoundly unsettled. After taking a couple of deep breaths to suppress the urge to seek retribution, Luo Gong asked, "Then, according to Elderly, what course of action should we pursue next? Surely, we cannot simply let this matter slide." The elder known as Elderly pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps we should assign personnel to venture to Fuyao City to gather intelligence. If we can identify the most suspicious individuals, we can observe them discreetly. In due course, we should be able to ascertain who among them is the perpetrator. Should we ultimately struggle to identify the assailant, we might as well capture someone seemingly inconsequential from Fuyao City to serve as a scapegoat." Upon hearing this proposal, the elders comprehended its underlying implications. It was a tacit understanding that if the adversary possessed formidable strength, or if they truly could not discern the culprit, they would seize a soft target from Fuyao City to manipulate as a pawn. This strategy would avert any significant losses from conflict, preserving the prosperity of their sect, while simultaneously salvaging their dignity and ensuring that the Xiaoyu sect would not become the subject of ridicule at the periphery of the Eastern Domain. Luo Gong deliberated for a considerable time before gradually nodding in agreement. "Then let it be so. We shall proceed as Elderly has advised." With that, the assembly hastily concluded their meeting and began to address the unexpected predicament at hand. At this moment, Qin Geng had just entered the grand frontier city of Fuyao. He casually inquired, "Is this city similar to that of your adoptive father?" Yin Ran shook her head and replied, "My adoptive father mentioned that this city appears free on the surface, yet there are indeed forces covertly wielding control. However, the identity of these individuals remains uncertain even to him. He speculates that it may be the clandestine influence of the Mo Hai dynasty in the vicinity." Upon hearing this, Qin Geng expressed complete disinterest. Such conspiracies are the machinations of those lacking sufficient strength. Merely hearing about them made him feel drowsy. As they languidly wandered the streets, a young gentleman clad in resplendent attire and adorned with a fur coat suddenly appeared, riding swiftly on a mount that unmistakably belonged to a rare and esteemed beast. Although numerous cultivators lined the streets, they seemed hesitant to confront him, seemingly deterred by his esteemed status in the locality. At this moment, his trajectory was directed towards the position where Qin Geng and Yin Ran stood. Observing Qin Geng remaining stationary, this young gentleman displayed no intention of slowing down. Instead, he wore an expression of disdain and contempt, though he could not help but reveal a hint of astonishment at Yin Ran's beauty. As the figure approached swiftly, Qin Geng remained rooted in place, unmoving. Yin Ran was fully aware that this individual could not possibly harm Qin Geng, so she resolutely chose to remain by his side, neither dodging nor evading. Just as he was about to collide with Qin Geng, he heard Qin Geng calmly utter, "Kneel." In the next moment, both the spirit beast and the young gentleman unexpectedly fell to the ground in unison. Yet, this was not the end. The spirit beast appeared to be entirely influenced by Qin Geng's two words, its limbs bending, truly presenting a posture of submission. The young master was even more helpless. As he was seated upon the spirit beast, thus he found himself kneeling upon the back of his own steed. Regardless of whether it was he or the steed beneath him, all attempts to resist were rendered utterly futile. The spirit beast, burdened as its limbs and back were compressed, was repeatedly spitting blood, clearly unable to withstand the pressure. The young nobleman, his eyes wide with terror, turned to Qin Geng, poised to voice his inquiry. Yet, Qin Geng merely uttered the words, "Silence." To his astonishment, he realized that no matter how he tried to speak, no words would escape his lips. What kind of technique was this? Even he, along with his mount, seemed to be entirely obedient to Qin Geng's command. The crowd, who had anticipated witnessing a gruesome scene, now stood in utter shock. What kind of sorcery is this? Could it be the divine speech technique? I understand now. This is indeed the signature skill of that esteemed senior. He had previously foretold the emergence of the Great Seal in the southern domain. Could it be that this young master is, in fact, a disciple of that venerable figure? It is plausible. It would explain why the other party dared to treat him in such a manner. To them, only a disciple of such a powerful figure could wield such formidable magic. Qin Geng, however, paid no heed to the murmurs of the onlookers. Instead, he coldly regarded the young master before him, who had so brazenly harbored murderous intent towards him. Though the other party could not speak, the desperation in his eyes was unmistakable as he began to plead for mercy. With a chilling smile, Qin Geng remarked, "Where was your compassion when you assaulted me earlier? After kneeling for 3 hours, you may take your own life in the streets." With that, disregarding the abject terror in the other's gaze, Qin Geng turned and departed alongside Yin Ran. He possessed no means to mask the sound of his speech. Thus all present were left in collective astonishment. To kneel for 3 hours before taking one's own life? Surely not. While the kneeling for 3 hours may hold truth, the notion of self-destruction appears merely to be a scare tactic. I concur, it seems intended to strip this scoundrel of his dignity, compelling him to endure those hours in a state of anxiety. Indeed, that holds merit. I shall take my leave to a nearby tea-house, where I may enjoy the spectacle in comfort, haha. A splendid idea, allowing him to revel in his father's influence without restraint. It is evident that the assembly harbored deep discontent towards this arrogant individual, as not a single soul offered assistance. Rather, they erupted into mockery. Some even expressed a desire to linger nearby to witness the unfolding drama. Before long, the number of onlookers began to swell, inevitably drawing the attention of the local guards. Upon recognizing the young master, the guards hastily inquired about the unfolding events and then hurriedly departed. It was clear to all that these guards were likely headed to inform his powerful father, who wielded considerable influence in the vicinity. Consequently, the crowd felt a sense of trepidation and chose to disperse quickly, seeking a discreet location from which to continue their clandestine observations. As expected, shortly thereafter, a man of formidable presence and terrifying demeanor arrived. Upon seeing the young gentleman kneeling on the ground, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. He approached directly, his palms shimmering with a radiant energy, and then he struck towards his son. Yet, nothing transpired. Beneath him, the spirit beast lay slain, having succumbed to its burdens and bled to death. Witnessing this scene, the man's pupils constricted sharply. What formidable restraint is this? Who could possibly cast a spell upon my son, to the extent that even I am unable to unravel it? Though the sight was distressing, he felt no particular urgency. Kneeling for 3 hours, though a source of humiliation, may serve as a beneficial lesson for my willful son. As for the guard's assertion that he would take his own life after 3 hours, it was evident that this was merely a tactic to frighten my son into submission. He understood that even the venerable elder skilled in grand prophecy could not compel another to self-harm, and thus, his son was far from being in such a predicament. This man was named Yuan Cheng'an, the lord of Fuyo City. Yet, he harbored another clandestine identity, that of the prime minister of the Mahai dynasty. Hence, it is evident that Zhong's speculations regarding this place were nearly entirely accurate. Nevertheless, even he could scarcely have anticipated that his counterpart would directly usher the prime minister into this situation. It is clear that the Mahai dynasty has grand designs in play. Those who gathered to watch the spectacle were, of course, only aware of a fraction of the truth. Observing his son, Yuan Kuei, kneeling on the ground. He attempted for quite some time to persuade him to rise, yet to no avail. Finally, he coldly remarked to Yuan Kuei, "You may remain there in your kneeling position. After this, let us see if you dare to stir up trouble again." Though Yuan Kuei, unable to speak, displayed a hint of grievance upon his face. There was an unmistakable relaxation evident in the depths of his gaze. The sight of his father provided him with a sense of reassurance. Furthermore, since his father had not mentioned the matter of self-destruction, he concluded that the earlier scoundrel had merely been attempting to intimidate him. Regardless of who you are. Once I regain my strength, I shall unearth you, even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground. On the other hand, Yen Ran, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Young master, were your last words spoken in earnest?" Upon hearing her question, Qin Geng responded with a cold indifference. "What makes you think I would jest in your presence? What gives you the impression that you are worthy of my humor?" At these words, she fell silent, too intimidated to utter another syllable. Simultaneously, she was profoundly shaken by Qin Geng's display of power. If what the young master stated were indeed true, it would imply that their adversary was effectively a corpse. The very thought of Qin Geng's methods sent a chill down her spine. Such a lethal approach was unsettlingly peculiar and terrifying. It was akin to condemning someone to await their demise in place. Naturally, Qin Geng paid no further heed to Yen Ran's reaction and aimlessly meandered through the streets for quite some time, eventually arriving at a location known as Baoguang Pavilion. Gazing upon the simultaneously unfamiliar yet familiar name, Yen Ran felt a sense of resignation. It seemed that the young master, in his boredom, was once again inclined to indulge in extravagant spending. Meanwhile, Yuan Kuei distinctly sensed that the restraints he had been under were beginning to loosen and were on the verge of dissipating. At that moment, his father reappeared not far from him, remarking, "It seems you have finally learned your lesson." However, before he could finish his admonishment, Yuan Kuei suddenly grasped the hilt of his sword with one hand and, with the other, swiftly drew his blade, astonishingly severing his own head before Yuan Chang'an could even react. Yuan Kuei's eyes were still filled with immense terror and shock. The words spoken by that individual were, astonishingly, entirely accurate. Faced with this sudden turn of events, not only was Yuan Chang'an himself taken aback, but even the onlookers concealed in the shadows were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Could it be that the young master was so fragile as to take his own life out of shame and anger? Unthinkable. It seemed far more plausible that the mysterious figure was responsible, but could that truly be the case? Such sorcery appeared to be beyond the belief of even our city's lord. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Yuan Chang'an was engulfed in profound sorrow and rage. "My son. How could this happen? That scoundrel, who is he? How did he accomplish this?" This was the source of Yuan Chang'an's disbelief. He knew his son's character well. There was no way he would choose to end his life in such a manner. Thus, only one possibility remained. The enigmatic figure who had cast the spell upon his son had indeed made his magic manifest. How could this be? Yuan Chang'an had never heard of any technique capable of dictating life and death with mere words. Initially, he suspected that the situation might be linked to the venerable sage of words who had recently arrived in the eastern region. However, given the current circumstances, he was certain of one thing. Not even the so-called all-knowing elder could achieve such a feat. Who, then, was this individual? What manner of sorcery did he wield? Although he yearned to uncover the truth behind this predicament, there was a matter of greater urgency. He must find the person responsible for his son's demise and exact vengeance. Despite the arrogance of that individual, he was still his son. Yuan Chang'an firmly believed that, even if his adversary possessed such terrifying abilities, with his own cultivation level, he should be able to confront him. He then declared in a grave tone, "Guards, search for any suspicious individuals in the vicinity. Follow the descriptions provided by those ruffians who were merely watching the spectacle. Remember, it is better to mistakenly kill than to let anyone escape." The city guards, fully aware that their lord was consumed with fury, dared not voice any dissent and promptly set off to carry out his orders. The onlookers, who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle, inevitably dispersed in a state of shock. To be candid, they had presumed that the individual's earlier threats were mere bluster intended to intimidate Yuan Kuei. Yet now, the reality of death loomed before them. Should they continue to linger in such a perilous situation, they might unwittingly become mere instruments for Yuan Chang'an to vent his pent-up fury. On the other side, Qin Geng, observing the suddenly tense atmosphere in Fuyao City, realized that Yuan Kuei had met his demise. He was utterly indifferent to the current situation. Even if someone were to unearth his identity, what would it matter? As long as he was not hindered in his pursuit of matters in the eastern domain, he cared little for the rest. Yin Ran, too, had surmised the intentions behind the actions of the opposing party, and though she initially felt some apprehension, her unease dissipated upon seeing Qin Geng's complete disregard for the adversary. After all, why should she be troubled? It was not a blind faith in Qin Geng, but rather a conviction that no one could shake the foundation of the young master's formidable strength. After meandering around for nearly a considerable while, Qin Geng smirked and remarked that the city's reputation was the only thing that barely qualified. It was truly devoid of merit. Clearly, he had lost interest in the place. He had originally intended to indulge at the Baoguang Pavilion, yet the wares there were so inexpensive that they failed to pique his interest. Qin Geng had no desire to venture out only to be burdened with a collection of what he deemed rubbish. Of course, the term rubbish was subjective at that moment. Yin Ran was dazzled by the array of offerings. Even her status as the daughter of the city lord of Yingwe, Zhongzhui, did not prevent her from recognizing that Baoguang Pavilion was indeed quite impressive. At that moment, the attendant, though silent, clearly regarded Qin Geng as a miserly curmudgeon. Fortunately, Qin Geng was not in the mood to critique the rubbish of this establishment. Otherwise, he might have encountered further complications. Just as he contemplated leaving the city aboard the divine vessel, a troop of guards suddenly approached, flanking a man of imposing presence, his countenance dark and foreboding. Upon observing the man's features, Qin Geng raised an eyebrow. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the young noble he had previously subdued. Indeed, it would be more accurate to say that Yuan Kuei resembled this man. What a remarkable coincidence. At that moment, the captain of the guards beside the man suddenly directed his gaze towards Qin Geng. He then leaned in close to the man and whispered something in his ear. It was evident that the man, who had initially seemed inclined to pass by without a second thought, abruptly fixed his gaze upon Qin Geng and his companions with a swift motion. What follows is an unrestrained and formidable aura of murderous intent. Undoubtedly, the man before us is Yuan Kuai's father, Yuan Cheng'an. Upon witnessing the expression on the other's face, Qin Geng understood that this was indeed a confrontation initiated by a father seeking vengeance for his son. Although Qin Geng's attire left Yuan Cheng'an somewhat astonished, the latter's mind was clouded by a tempest of hatred and fury, rendering him oblivious to Qin Geng's garb. He stepped forward, obstructing Qin Geng's path as he prepared to depart, and spoke in a cold, somber tone. "It is you who caused my son's demise, is it not? What is your true intention?" In response to this inquiry, Qin Geng merely smiled icily and retorted, "He met his end simply because he dared to disturb my peace. His death can be considered an act of mercy on my part. It is laughable. He recklessly charged before me, and thus, his demise is nothing short of deserved. I merely allowed him to take his own life, which I deem a generous act." Upon hearing this, a torrent of rage surged within Yuan Cheng'an. "Disturb your peace? Mercy? This scoundrel not only dares to admit his guilt before me, but also mocks and humiliates my son." In a fit of fury, he laughed derisively. "Is it not exceedingly audacious to speak so in the presence of the city lord? Despite my son's flaws, he is far from deserving of death. Even if he were, it is not for you to judge." In uttering these words, he conveniently overlooked the misdeeds his son had committed within Fuyo City that had bred resentment among the populace. Qin Geng, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, scoffed, "Judge your son? He is hardly worthy of my judgment. Let me be clear, not only your son, but you as his father, and indeed all of Fuyo City, are nothing more than refuse in my eyes." At this proclamation, Yuan Cheng'an and his companions were momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a collective fury. Initially, the guards had been motivated by fear of incurring the city lord's wrath, but now, like Yuan Cheng'an, they were genuinely intent on teaching Qin Geng a lesson. "You are utterly foolish." Once Yuan Cheng'an regained his composure, he did not exhibit an excessively emotional response. Instead, he spoke in a profoundly grave tone. "If I were to let you leave today unscathed, it would tarnish the reputation of Fuyo City." The guards, familiar with his demeanor, recognized that this signified the city lord's utmost wrath. This meant that the matter at hand could not possibly end without consequence. From the moment Yuan Cheng'an sought out Qin Geng, both parties were fated to be adversaries. However, none anticipated that the perpetrator would remain so brazenly at ease within the city, speaking with such utter disdain. Yuan Cheng'an ceased his idle chatter and instantly elevated his presence to its zenith. Feeling the imposing aura of the city lord's formidable cultivation, coupled with the chilling murderous intent directed at Qin Geng, the guards were immediately filled with renewed confidence. Late stage of ascension, It is worth noting that, although Yuan Chang'an serves as the prime minister of the Mahi dynasty, in recent years, he has merely been a stand-in on the court. He, possessing an unwavering resolve and profound cultivation, had long since accepted the covert instructions of the emperor of their dynasty, venturing to this Fuyo city to expand their territories. Thus, he is naturally a trusted general of His Majesty, held in high esteem. Even in the capacity of a civil official, he is a formidable figure, recognized as one of the emperor's most potent trump cards within the Mahi dynasty. Although their dynasty boasts formidable individuals at the late stage of ascension, the Mahi dynasty has consistently chosen to remain understated, allowing these powers to develop quietly. This clearly illustrates the emperor's considerable ambition. In contrast, the Polaris dynasty, like the southern region, is renowned yet exists on an entirely different plane. Of course, this conclusion pertains primarily to the general populace. The Qin Geng, the formidable figure in the late ascension realm, before him appeared nothing more than a ludicrous clown, observing the opponent as he gathered his momentum. Seemingly intent on instilling fear and despair, Qin Geng merely yawned. Witnessing this reaction, Yuan Chang'an, who had initially intended to breach Qin Geng's psychological defenses, found his own momentum faltering. The terrifying power of the late ascension realm, unleashed in full force, had merely elicited a yawn from his adversary. Although his tenure overseeing Fuyu City had been brief, preventing the complete establishment of a protective formation, one would think that the cultivation of the late ascension realm would deter any provocateur. Could it be that this composed young master before him truly felt no trepidation in the face of his might? He could scarcely fathom what kind of being could regard his late ascension realm prowess with such indifference. Out of caution, he ultimately resolved to employ his divine vision to scrutinize Qin Geng. After all, the latter's reaction was exceedingly peculiar. Despite his simmering rage, he could not dismiss such an unusual demeanor. Yet, upon closer inspection, he nearly lost his composure. Yuan Chang'an had possessed his innate divine sight for a long time, enabling him to discern a portion of an individual's essence. He had intended to ascertain the depths of his opponent's strength, only to be taken aback by a resplendent golden aura soaring towards the heavens. His pupils constricted in shock as he gasped, "Imperial Dragon Chi! Such a rich Imperial Dragon Chi! Who are you?" Seeing his adversary's astonished reaction, Qin Geng raised an intrigued eyebrow. He had initially planned for Qin Xian to deal with Yuan Chang'an, yet this individual could perceive his Imperial Dragon Chi? How fascinating! For one, Qin Geng had not released his Imperial Dragon Chi, and two, clad in silken robes, he should have been impervious to such probing. To his surprise, this attire had not concealed him at all, allowing Yuan Chang'an's divine vision to penetrate his defenses. Nevertheless, this revelation did not alter Qin Geng's perception of Yuan Chang'an. He coldly remarked, "What? Do you now wish to act as though nothing has transpired?" Upon hearing these words, Yuan Chang'an could no longer afford to dwell on avenging his son. His lips trembled, and his legs seemed to quiver. Truth be told, while he had anticipated that the identity of the one who had slain Yuan Kuei was anything but simple, he had never envisioned such a terrifying existence. The ability to wield such soaring Imperial Dragon Chi could only imply one thing. His opponent was likely a significant figure from the upper realms, perhaps even a reincarnated emperor. Otherwise, in Yuan Chang'an's view, it was inconceivable for anyone to possess such a dense aura of Dragon Chi. This realization instilled in him a profound sense of powerlessness. Faced with such formidable might, how could he possibly resist? He understood that given Qin Geng's formidable background, his actions today were indeed rather reckless. However, this did not imply that the other party could necessarily impose any consequences upon him. In Yuan Chang'an's view, it was quite possible that this individual was entirely confident that he would not dare to take action, allowing him to maintain such an unruffled demeanor in this situation. If that were the case, perhaps he could still find a way to gracefully withdraw. Thus, he endeavored to adopt a semblance of fortitude and remarked, "I must admit, I did not anticipate your hidden depths. Yet, this does not mean that I fear you. Let us save our confrontation for another day." Upon hearing these words, the guards were momentarily taken aback. While the lord of the city spoke with apparent firmness, did this not imply a concession to the other party? Could it be that even their esteemed lord, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of ascension, was unable to discern the opponent's cultivation level? Were they truly resigned to such a compromise? Noticing that Qin Geng remained silent, Yuan Chang'an became increasingly convinced that, although he could not afford to offend the other party too gravely, Qin Geng was now certainly unable to impose his will upon him. Thus, he spoke with renewed confidence. "Let us conclude our matters for today. Remember, the vengeance for my son shall not be forgotten by this lord." With that, he dramatically swept his robe, and prepared to depart. The guards observed the abrupt loss of the Lord's imposing presence and, realizing that even he was retreating, felt their own resolve wane significantly. At that very moment, Yuan Cheng'an was utterly unprepared for what was to unfold. Qin Geng, with a chilling smile, declared, "Leave? Did I grant you permission to depart? You worthless fool, do you truly believe this young master cannot contend with you?" Upon hearing these words, the heart that Yuan Cheng'an had almost set at ease plummeted once more, filled with trepidation. Could it be that the adversary possessed some means to detain not only him, but also the dignitary of this city? Qin Geng continued with a derisive tone. "It seems your understanding of me is woefully superficial. After all, what insight could a mere frog at the bottom of a well possess? Even with those intriguing eyes that amuse me?" The revelation of his greatest secret, delivered with such contempt, ignited an unsettling sensation that surged through Yuan Cheng'an's being. Before he could utter a word of defense, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared at his side, striking directly at his dantian. This unexpected turn of events left Yuan Cheng'an aghast. In a frantic attempt to shield himself, he could only raise his hands in defense. Yet, how could a practitioner at the late stage of ascension possibly rival the peak prowess of Qin Xian? The notion of blocking that strike was utterly absurd. In the blink of an eye, the man who had planned to utter a few defiant words and retreat was abruptly sent reeling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Not only that, but Yuan Cheng'an's hapless form crashed through several walls, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. With a thunderous crash, he lay amidst the ruins, consciousness slipping away, teetering on the brink of life and death. At this moment, the guards of Ma Xia trembled with trepidation. Although they were unfamiliar with the concept of imperial dragon qi, they could at least comprehend the gravity of what had transpired before them. The lord of their city, a figure they considered invincible, possessing the prowess of the late stage of ascension, had been effortlessly cast aside by this nameless figure cloaked in black. Most astonishingly, after dispatching their lord, this enigmatic individual silently positioned himself behind Qin Geng, exuding an air of utmost reverence and trepidation. Even a fool could discern that this scene clearly indicated Qin Geng's supremacy. If even one of his subordinates possessed such formidable power, what kind of terrifying strength and influence must the master himself wield to command such a powerful entity willingly? While they had previously felt indignation at Qin Geng's arrogant words, they now stood utterly mute, paralyzed by fear, unable even to take a step forward. At that moment, they were suddenly startled by a violent coughing sound emanating from the ruins. There stood Yuan Cheng'an, who had previously appeared composed and elegantly dressed, now disheveled and in a state of utter disarray, with streaks of fresh blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Even a mere mortal, devoid of any martial prowess, could readily discern that this lord of the city was grievously injured. He had completely lost the calm demeanor he once possessed. Disregarding his own embarrassing situation and the presence of his subordinates, and rushed forward to kneel before Qin Geng, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. "I, Yuan, have failed to recognize your greatness. I implore you, my lord, to grant me mercy." His greatest regret now lay in his previous belief that he could remain unscathed. Even contemplating posturing before such a formidable figure, reflecting on his earlier navet, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. As someone capable of wielding the imperial dragon aura, how could such a person lack protectors? If this individual were indeed a reincarnation of a great emperor, he must have arranged all matters meticulously prior to his rebirth. Such a being was far beyond the comprehension of someone as insignificant as himself. He was merely a chancellor of a single dynasty. To align his ambitions or those of his sovereign with that of this grand personage was a profound insult. Observing the prostrate Yuan Cheng'an begging for his life, Qin Geng felt a surge of annoyance. He harbored a particular disdain for such short-sighted incompetence. Initially, he had intended to eliminate Yuan Cheng'an without hesitation. However, Yan Ran, undeterred by Qin Geng's temperament, had bravely suggested that they spare the man. Yan Ran was an astute woman. She recognized that Qin Geng had come to this eastern domain with his own objectives. Yet, judging by Qin Geng's seemingly aimless behavior, she surmised that he was either not in a hurry or lacked direction. She leaned towards the latter, considering that this young master hailed from a higher realm. He likely had no clear idea of how to locate the people or things he sought in this lower world. With this in mind, Yan Ran opined that Lord Yuan would be a valuable asset. Anticipating this, she had proactively suggested that if he had indeed offended the young master, they should spare his life. She had initially thought she might need to gauge Qin Geng's reaction, fearing he might retort with something along the lines of, "What I do is not for you to dictate." Yet, to her surprise, Qin Geng had merely smiled and remarked, "You are becoming increasingly audacious. To be frank, the psychological pressure this statement imposed upon her far exceeded what she had anticipated. Consequently, she steeled herself to elucidate her reasoning. Although Qin Geng initially refrained from expressing his stance, it ultimately appeared that he adopted his own perspective. In truth, her proposal stemmed from various underlying reasons. Given that even her adoptive father could not unveil the origins of this Lord Yuan, she harbored a genuine curiosity about the enigmatic ruler of Fuyao City and his ulterior motives. Naturally, for her, this curiosity was merely a fleeting intrigue. Before she crossed paths with Qin Geng, she might have harbored concerns that the other party's machinations could potentially impact the southern region and herself. However, with Qin Geng by her side, such worries seemed trivial. It is undeniable that as Yin Ran spent more time with Qin Geng, her confidence in his capabilities grew exponentially. And her disposition underwent subtle changes, becoming increasingly indifferent to the affairs around her. Qin Geng regarded the disheveled Yuan Cheng'an with an air of detachment and remarked, "This is merely a warning. Should you dare to offend me again, rest assured that your demise will be far more tragic than that of your worthless son." At that moment, Yuan Cheng'an was hardly in a position to lament his son's demise, repeatedly expressing his gratitude for Qin Geng's mercy. Qin Geng coldly interjected, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, there is a task you must undertake for me." Yuan Cheng'an promptly offered his servitude. "Speak, and I shall do whatever is within my power." Qin Geng, devoid of any expression, interrupted his flattery. "Has an old man from the eastern region arrived? It is said that the so-called broken Songlong seal of the southern region was foreseen by him. If you can provide me with information about him, I may consider sparing your life." When Yin Ran initially proffered her suggestion, Qin Geng had felt a twinge of displeasure. However, after hearing her thoughts, even his typically domineering temperament could not deny the validity of her reasoning. Setting aside other matters, finding that elusive old charlatan was indeed a formidable challenge. Moreover, even though he possesses a formidable demeanor, it is improbable that he would deliberately seek out trouble in a certain locale and then confront the local tycoon to demand the whereabouts of that elderly individual. At the very least, he is not capable of such actions at present. Just as the early Li Yuan and the current Yuan Kuei, they have met their unfortunate ends by unwittingly crossing paths with his lethal intentions. Yet, the perspective offered by Yin Ran proved to be exceedingly valuable for reference. Consequently, he advised Qin Xian to hold back a little. Previously, Qin Xian had intended to take decisive action against Yuan Cheng'an. However, Qin Geng felt that the moment was not yet ripe, and thus, he provided a gentle reminder midway. This intervention allowed Qin Xian to temper his strength at a crucial juncture. Otherwise, Yuan Cheng'an would have found himself utterly devoid of any opportunity to speak. Upon hearing such a request from the other party, Yuan Cheng'an's expression immediately became a mixture of joy and concern. He respectfully replied, "Indeed, my lord. I too have been entrusted with the task of locating this esteemed elder." Upon hearing this, Yin Ran instantly realized that her adoptive father's conjecture was most likely accurate. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng directly inquired, "What is the outcome?" Yuan Cheng'an, upon hearing his words, momentarily expressed a sense of disappointment, stating, "I am but a mere incompetent, unable to trace the whereabouts of that esteemed elder. In truth, it is not merely my desire to seek out this elder, it is our sovereign who Yin Ran." Upon hearing this, immediately deduced that Yuan Cheng'an was undeniably a confidant of the emperor of the Mo dynasty. As anticipated, confronted by a formidable figure like Qin Geng, he dared not conceal the truth and candidly revealed, "I am the chancellor of the Mo dynasty, originally named Yuan Huayan." To avoid raising suspicions among the locals, I adopted a pseudonym to remain hidden here. I have been responsible for gathering intelligence in the surrounding area, particularly in monitoring the whereabouts of that elder. As for why our sovereign has undertaken such actions, I cannot ascertain. It is known that the emperor has attained the pinnacle of ascension. Upon hearing these words, Qin Geng displayed no outward reaction, yet Yin Ran was utterly astonished. Perhaps for him, the other realm of cultivation was merely a statistic. However, Yin Ran fully comprehended the profound implications of Yuan Cheng'an's statement. It is worth noting that the Mo dynasty has traditionally been regarded as a realm that seeks no conflict, at least ostensibly maintaining minimal friction with neighboring sects and dynastic families. In the hearts of the formidable beings throughout the eastern region, or more precisely, across the entire continent of Dixian, the prowess of their dynasty is universally acknowledged. And it should be recognized that their highest strength is merely at the early stages of ascension. Those who are generally unable to access such insider knowledge might even mistakenly believe that, like the Polaris dynasty, The strongest among them are merely formidable figures at the late stages of the breaking delusion realm. Little did they anticipate that their opponent not only comprises seasoned ascendants, but, in fact, boasts at least two of them. Yuan Cheng'an elaborated. His Majesty never discloses his cultivation level while outside. Many within the court even assume that he is either incapable of cultivation or merely a novice in the realm of practice. Only those of my cultivation level can truly discern the Emperor's authentic power. To be candid, had it not been for my encounter with Qin Geng, I would have long considered my greatest psychological shadow in this lifetime to be none other than His Majesty. For it is indeed the Emperor's governance methods and his patience and restraint that instill a sense of dread within me upon reflection. Thus, upon receiving the covert command to guard this Fuyao city, I felt a certain exhilaration in my heart. Naturally, this sentiment nearly evaporated after my meeting with Qin Geng. If I were now to choose between following Qin Geng and my emperor, I would undoubtedly opt for Qin Geng. Qin Geng, naturally, paid no heed to his trifling words and directly inquired, "So do you possess anything of value at this moment? What purpose does this idle chatter serve? I have spared your life, yet you presume I would endure your tedious imperial schemes?" Qin Geng had always held the belief that those who merely indulged in cunning plots were hardly formidable. Upon hearing his words, Yuan Cheng'an immediately refrained from further nonsense. In truth, his intention in expressing these sentiments was not solely to establish a bond of allegiance, but to demonstrate his profound sense of loyalty and submission. Moreover, he was subtly reminding Qin Geng not to underestimate the emperor of the Mahai dynasty merely because of him. However, observing the demeanor of the other party, it was evident that he held no regard for their own emperor. Thus, he hastily expressed his unease, stating that he merely feared the esteemed one might think that Yuan had something to conceal. Seeing that Qin Geng remained entirely unfazed by his words, he quickly added, "Regarding that esteemed predecessor, Yuan indeed possessed some intelligence about their whereabouts. However, the emperor had dispatched not just him but other formidable beings to gather information. Therefore, he believed that if the esteemed one wished to comprehend everything thoroughly, it would necessitate accompanying Yuan to the capital of the Polaris dynasty, the city of Sunset." Upon hearing this, Yanran felt an unsettling suspicion that Yuan Cheng'an might harbor ulterior motives, given that the other side had already dispatched 2 ascendant-level experts. It was plausible that they were concealing additional contingencies. Nonetheless, these trivial matters were not a source of great concern for her at this moment, let alone for someone of Qin Geng's stature. As expected, Qin Geng merely nodded indifferently and remarked, "Then let this young master see what intelligence you possess." Since a visit was inevitable, it mattered little to him. As long as they could locate that old charlatan, everything would be manageable. As for whether Yuan Cheng'an harbored any invitation to a trap schemes, or what the emperor of the Mahai dynasty sought from that old man, it was of no consequence to Qin Geng. Were these matters truly significant? Meanwhile, in the eastern frontier, what initially appeared to be a desolate expanse of desert was suddenly beset by a fierce drop in temperature. Before long, an elder with white hair and beard, clad in a flowing white robe, emerged from the void. His previously placid and indifferent expression now bore a slight frown. Where on earth could that old wretch have gone? How is it that I cannot even sense his presence? I have heard that the insolent young lad from Ningchuan is also searching for him. It seems I shall take my leave to investigate. Under the guidance of Yuan Cheng'an, Qin Geng and his companions swiftly made their way to the imperial capital of the Mohai dynasty, the city of Sunset. Disdaining any delays, Qin Geng summoned his majestic 9-dragon golden chariot, a sight so stunning that it nearly sent the self-proclaimed martial arts genius, Chancellor Yuan, into a state of panic. After all, the spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Anyone witnessing it for the first time would surely be left awestruck. He could scarcely fathom that the other party possessed such a magnificent beast as their steed. According to Yuan Cheng'an's understanding, even if the true dragon had not completely vanished from the world, it would surely be considered an exceedingly rare species. Should any of the great sacred lands or immortal powers manage to acquire even one of these creatures, they would undoubtedly regard it as a stroke of immense fortune, treating it with the reverence befitting an ancestor. Yet here stood a master who not only commanded a true dragon but could effortlessly control 9 of them. Most astonishing of all, he did not even treat this incredible beast as his ultimate trump card, but merely as a means of transportation. 9 ancient true dragons, merely as mounts? What manner of terrifying identity and background must this individual possess? The more Yuan Cheng'an interacted with Qin Geng, the more he was gripped by a sense of dread. The enigma before him only deepened, revealing layers of inscrutability. It is often said that to truly understand another, One must engage with them frequently. However, the presence of Qin Geng evoked a wholly opposite sensation. Is not such an existence worthy of fear, worthy of trepidation? In truth, at the outset, Yuan Qing'an had, as Yin Ran surmised, outwardly expressed his loyalty through a day of open dialogue. All the while secretly planning to contact the emperor's people upon reaching the capital, intending to vanquish this group of arrogant miscreants entirely. After all, while he harbored greater fear towards Qin Geng, it was precisely because the latter could not be deemed one of his own. Thus, Yuan Qing'an found himself utterly incapable of placing sufficient trust in the situation. He could not believe that the other party would depart solely to ascertain the whereabouts of that esteemed predecessor. Of course, such suspicions lingered only until he beheld the magnificent Nine Dragons' golden chariot. The moment he witnessed Qin Geng employing such an extraordinary entity as his steed, any flicker of rebellion within him was extinguished. Even the faintest remnants of defiance within his heart dissipated like smoke. His current thoughts were strikingly simple. He fervently wished for this formidable being to hastily depart after acquiring what he desired. And he prayed that His Majesty would not unleash his fury upon him due to this affair. It was not that he wished to instigate trouble, rather, the overwhelming strength of the other party rendered him despondent. He had personally shattered his original plans and, through unique means, discreetly reported the current circumstances to His Majesty. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Mohe dynasty, the city of the setting sun, the Mohe dynasty outwardly appeared no different from those grand empires. Yet, behind the scenes, it had been diligently amassing power, boasting no fewer than 5 ascendant beings within its court. Although, aside from His Majesty and Yuan Qing'an, the remaining 3 were merely in the early stages of ascension. The sheer number alone was sufficient to instill fear across a vast expanse of territory. In the palace, the morning court had just concluded, leaving only a sparse trio in the grand hall. Apart from the emperor, who was seated upon the dragon throne with his eyes closed in contemplation, the remaining 2 were engaged in the exchange of a letter, their faces reflecting incredulity. Sensing the shift in their emotions, the silent emperor finally spoke. Do share your thoughts on the matter presented by Prime Minister Yuan. What do you believe should be done? The moment he opened his eyes, an oppressive weight descended upon the 2 men. One of them began, Your Majesty, I humbly propose that we deliberate on this matter at length. Aside from myself and General Song, the last ascendant capable of great power has yet to arrive. The individual known as General Song interjected, I believe we should heed the Prime Minister's counsel. Upon hearing this, a brilliant golden light flickered in the emperor's eyes. He replied in a low tone, Are you suggesting that I should bow and scrape before an outsider, even one who might whimsically take my throne? At this remark, General Song, whose true name was Song Cha-Chin, fell to his knees in trepidation, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please see reason. The letter conveyed Yuan's profound dread of the so-called Great One, mentioning that the being's chariot was drawn by 9 true dragons. With such formidable strength, I fear we may indeed be no match. His statement was, in essence, an effort to preserve the emperor's dignity, as he nearly implied that we would be crushed underfoot. The emperor of the Mohe dynasty sat upon his throne, his expression shifting between gloom and resolve. He had endured long enough, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and seize control of the entire eastern border region. Now, not only had chaos erupted, but there was also an audacious challenge to his authority. Although the emperor appeared timid to the outside world, his ambition for power ran deep, and few could discern his hidden strengths. He bore little blame towards Yuan Qing'an for attracting the calamity that was Qin Geng. After all, were he to encounter such a terrifying presence, he too would likely resort to feigned humility, as he found himself at a loss regarding the challenges that lay ahead. An unexpected chill enveloped the grand hall. In an instant, it felt as though they had stepped into an icy wasteland. Aside from the emperor, who merely raised an eyebrow while seated upon the dragon throne, the other 2 were taken aback. It is worth noting that they were formidable beings of the Ascension realm. How could a mere cold penetrate their senses? Moreover, this region has never been blanketed in snow throughout the year. How is it that a sudden gust of frigid wind has descended? In the next moment, an elderly figure emerged from the void. Upon seeing him, the emperor of the vast sea broke into a smile and personally stepped forward, greeting him warmly. I never anticipated your esteemed presence. The elder returned a subtle smile and remarked, Ning Chuan, you certainly possess an impressive ability to conceal your talents. I have come today for a singular purpose, to inquire about the whereabouts of that old rascal's intelligence you hold, he continued. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan, the emperor of the vast sea, replied with a grin, Of course, I am willing to share the intelligence I possess with you, esteemed elder. However, noticing the elder's hesitation, he added, "If there are difficulties, do enlighten me." The elder laughed gently. "Rest assured, I shall assist you as much as I am able." Observing the elder's commanding presence, yet familiar demeanor indicative of a long-standing relationship with the emperor, both early-stage ascendants felt a sense of relief. Ning Chuan, somewhat rueful, replied, "You may be unaware, but besides yourself, there are numerous others seeking the intelligence I possess." In the face of a formidable master at the pinnacle of ascension, Ning Chuan instinctively abandoned the royal I and referred to himself simply as I. The elderly figure who sought him out was none other than the revered Lord of Cold Shadows, the master of his dearly departed disciple, Chu Yang. Ning Chuan observed that the elder's smile seemed to gradually diminish, prompting him to elaborate further. That individual was inadvertently encountered by our chancellor, and it appears he travels with 9 true dragons as his steeds. Upon hearing this, one could distinctly perceive the piercing gaze of this formidable being narrowing in disbelief. He initially found the assertion preposterous, only to exclaim, "Impossible." Ning Chuan, intrigued, inquired, "Sir, what leads you to such a conclusion?" The Lord of Cold Shadows furrowed his brow and replied, "True dragons are nearly extinct. Even possessing one is a remarkable feat. How could one possibly command 9? Could it be that your chancellor has been deceived?" Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback by this statement. To be candid, he had not entertained the possibility that Yuan Chang'an could have been duped. After all, he was a formidable figure in the late stages of ascension and should be rather difficult to mislead. However, in light of the elder's probing question, he had to admit that it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, especially given the profundity of the Lord of Cold Shadows' analysis. Though publicly regarded as a pinnacle of power on this continent, Ning Chuan was acutely aware that the Lord of Cold Shadows maintained deep connections with the celestial realm. He had often speculated whether this venerable elder might indeed hail from that exalted domain. Moreover, he now harbors profound doubts that the venerable sage may share a similar essence to his own. Therefore, he considers the conclusions drawn about the celestial realm to possess a considerable degree of credibility. Observing him lost in contemplation, the celestial monarch of Frost added, "At present, the forces of the celestial realm are intricately entangled, embroiled in incessant conflicts. Imagine, if you possessed an ancient true dragon, would it not serve as a supreme trump card, capable of subduing adversaries and instilling awe in all directions? At the very least, I was unaware that anyone in the celestial realm could command 9 true dragons as mounts while descending to the mortal realm to suppress their own level in order to protect others. Even if the ancient sanctuaries of the celestial realm or the eternal dynasty have made clandestine arrangements, I cannot genuinely believe such a thing." His conjectures are indeed well-founded, as his extensive knowledge of the celestial realm enables him to draw such conclusions. At the very least, his understanding and experiences of the celestial realm lead him to his current beliefs. Unless he witnesses firsthand the phenomena described by Yuan Chang'an, he would steadfastly refuse to accept it, even under duress. Recognizing the elder's reasoning as both logical and resolute, Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Let it be as you say. I also find your insights to be quite reasonable. As for the true identity of this individual, perhaps it is prudent to reserve judgment until we meet." Although the celestial monarch's assertions held merit, Ning Chuan was unwilling to wager the foundation of his dynasty. Thus, he opted for a more moderate approach. After all, he is still a sovereign, a formidable being at the pinnacle of ascension. If possible, he sincerely wished to maintain the dignity of his imperial status, rather than bowing subserviently to others. The Lord of the Cold Abyss instantly discerned his thoughts. Although he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction that the other party did not fully embrace his perspective, he was nonetheless able to comprehend the reasoning behind it. Thus, he said with a calm demeanor, "Once this matter is resolved, I would appreciate it if you could share the intelligence you have gathered with me." Ning Chuan replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I certainly will." Meanwhile, Qin Geng had already transferred to the divine vessel, swiftly approaching the imperial capital of the Desert Sea Dynasty, Sunset City. After all, it was still an imperial dynasty previously, during less crowded times. Qin Geng had traveled in a grandiose 9-dragon golden chariot. However, entering such a populous area necessitated a more understated approach. At least Qin Geng considered himself quite a low-key individual. He inquired casually, "At this speed, how much longer until we reach the imperial capital?" For him, the only matter of significance was obtaining pertinent intelligence. Everything else was inconsequential. At this moment, Yuan Chang'an had completely relinquished any thoughts of resistance against Qin Geng, responding to every query without hesitation. He respectfully replied, "Young master, this divine vessel truly moves with remarkable swiftness. At this pace, we shall surely arrive at the imperial capital before sunset today." Qin Geng merely acknowledged with a faint hum, and then fell silent, closing his eyes. In his mind, he pondered, "System, what of my sign-in rewards for these past 2 days?" Having been preoccupied lately, Qin Geng had nearly forgotten about this matter. It seemed the system had not even provided any sign-in rewards recently. Ding! The host has one final item left for sign-in. There is no time limit. Thus, this system did not remind the host. The last item? Upon hearing this, Qin Geng furrowed his brow. Was there a restriction on this item? May I inquire if the host wishes to sign in? Without hesitation, Qin Geng chose to agree. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate sign-in reward, a perfected guardian at the Ascension realm. From now on, the host guardians may enhance their cultivation realms, provided the host exchanges points in the marketplace for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng's eyes brightened. Truth be told, he had been quite concerned that guardians like Qin Xian would have their cultivation fixed, making it impossible to bring them to the upper realms in the future. Not to mention, even if he were to fully cultivate his own immortal Xian cave, it would take considerable time. Even if the beings birthed from his cave were exceptionally talented, it would likely be a long while before they matured. After all, not everyone possessed the system's assistance, allowing for progress in cultivation as effortlessly as one would eat or drink. Ever since he merged with the Heavenly Emperor's sacred body, even without rigorous training, his physique had forcibly elevated Qin Geng to the level of the spiritual essence realm. The classification of cultivation realms has always been rigorous, starting from the body refinement realm to the foundation establishment realm, the Qi condensation realm, the spiritual essence realm, the soul sea realm, the core formation realm, the void breaking realm, and finally, the ascension realm. Yet Qin Geng had not engaged in any form of cultivation, and astonishingly, he had now reached the realm of spiritual origin. One can only fathom the terrifying extent of the Heavenly Emperor's sacred body bestowed by this system. Meanwhile, the Lord of Cold Darkness, who was still in meditations, suddenly opened his eyes. Have they arrived? Under the guidance of Yuan Cheng'en, the group swiftly made their way to the imperial capital of the Desert Sea dynasty, the City of Sunset. To be candid, many found the name rather ominous. After all, how could an imperial capital be called Sunset? However, it is said that the founding emperor of the Desert Sea dynasty established this grand empire at the very moment the sun descended, which is why the name has endured through the ages. If it weren't for Qin Geng's temperament, Yuan Cheng'en would have been quite willing to share these historical tidbits with him. He knew that mentioning such matters here would likely earn him a reprimand, and in a more serious scenario, could lead to an undeserved beating. Furthermore, having witnessed the terrifying steed of Qin Geng, he was inclined to remain silent, determined not to provoke the displeasure of this formidable figure. His sole prayer at this moment was that His Majesty might heed his seemingly audacious counsel and make every effort to avoid a confrontation with Qin Geng. In his view, regardless of the strength of the Desert Sea dynasty, encountering Qin Geng at this juncture would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. He had always prided himself on his composure. Thus, in such moments, he believed that fulfilling the other party's requests and respectfully seeing them off would ensure a successful outcome. On the other hand, Qin Geng found Yuan Cheng'en's performance somewhat acceptable. At the very least, after having expressed his displeasure on 2 occasions, he no longer had to endure the incessant prattle that vexed him. As he entered the imperial city, Qin Geng sensed a presence transmitting signals to him. He understood this to be his celestial guardian, who had attained the pinnacle of ascension, reporting his whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the palace, the Lord of Cold Desolation encountered Emperor Ningquan. With a casual demeanor, he remarked, "That young chancellor of yours seems to have arrived in this twilight city. Though my ability to sense is limited, I have detected the presence of 2 powerful ascendants. If my estimations are correct, one should be your chancellor." The elder refrained from elaborating, but Ningquan grasped his implication, realizing that the other presence was the strong man he had brought with him. The Lord of Cold Desolation chuckled. Were it not for the other party's deliberate concealment, their cultivation level would scarcely differ from yours. And they have yet to reach my standards. It appears that your chancellor might genuinely have been deceived. Previously, the elder had harbored some doubts, but now he was nearly certain that the opponent's strength was at most equal to his own. Furthermore, they were within the fortified imperial capital, making such an adversary hardly intimidating. Yuan Cheng'en truly lacked worldly experience. It was astonishing that he could be intimidated by such a contrived spectacle, especially considering he was a late-stage ascendant. No matter how high one's cultivation, without exposure to the figures and methods of the upper realms, It is all too easy to fall prey to those who have meticulously orchestrated deception. Contemplating this, the elder shook his head in pity. Were it not for his pursuit of the true culprit behind his disciples' demise, he would not have engaged in trivial discourse with those whom he regarded as no different from the indigenous populace. Naturally, he would not vocalize such sentiments, for even the formidable among the natives were worthy of caution. He maintained a smile as he addressed Ning Chuan, saying, "If my perception is not amiss, they should be making their way directly to your location." In truth, the elder comprehended the reason behind Ning Chuan's relentless pursuit of the old man's whereabouts. It was not for any trivial cause, but rather to ascertain the opportune moment for launching an offensive to unify the eastern borders, if circumstances allowed. He might even wish for insights into the strength of the enemy and whether there were others, like himself, lurking in the shadows. To be candid, this is precisely why he harbored such disdain for this group, even labeling them as natives in private. From his perspective, their outlook was woefully myopic. Cultivators ought to strive for transcendence rather than cling to such base pursuits of power. The Lord of Cold Desolation believed that Ning Chuan's actions represented a profound squandering of his innate talents in the path of cultivation. Yet, he would refrain from critiquing the choices of others, confining his disdain to the recesses of his own mind. Upon hearing the words of the Lord of the Cold Abyss, the heart of the Emperor of the Desert Sea dynasty momentarily sank. After all, this old man was merely an outsider. Ultimately, those who come seeking are, in essence, merely searching for themselves. In light of this, one must not respond carelessly. Even though the Lord of the Cold Nether may belittle Yuan Cheng'an, he cannot fathom that such absurdities could emanate from the lips of the Chancellor in his correspondence. After all, in terms of time spent together, it is the Emperor who has engaged with him longer and thus possesses a deeper understanding of his character. Much like the sovereign of the realm, his temperament is one of meticulous caution, favoring a methodical approach that treads steadily and purposefully. Therefore, a person of such prudence should not casually utter phrases like the 9 true dragons, unless he has genuinely witnessed some formidable prowess from the other party. Regardless of the circumstances, it is prudent for me to remain vigilant and to treat the visitors with utmost respect and courtesy. This approach can surely lead to no misstep. At this moment, the Lord of the Cold Netherrealm interjected, "They are coming." 2 figures were seen approaching from outside the Grand Hall. One was the familiar Yuan Cheng'an, or rather, Yuan Huayan. The other, of course, was their guest. Upon the first glimpse of the individual, Ning Chuan felt a surge of disbelief. So young? Long ago, he had mastered the ability to discern a person's true age through their appearance. To him, the guest's actual age should scarcely differ from their visage. Could it be that someone so youthful was indeed a formidable being of the Ascension realm? At this moment, the Lord of Cold Abyss furrowed his brow. Before the other party had a chance to speak, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that truly a robe woven from the silk of the eternal ice silkworm? No wonder I could not discern its depths." It dawned upon him that the peak ascendant he had sensed earlier was perhaps merely the guardian of the individual before him. A guardian of such caliber at the peak of ascension? Such treatment is rarely bestowed even upon the prominent figures from the upper realms. Setting aside the authenticity of what Yuan Cheng'an had encountered, the spectacle before him had already instilled a sense of wariness within him. Upon hearing the other's assertion, Ning Chuan's pupils constricted instantly. Indeed, this individual was anything but ordinary. Yet, Qin Geng completely disregarded the cold Nether Lord, directly addressing Ning Chuan. "Where is the intelligence? Is it with you?" Observing the demeanor of both the cold Nether Lord and Ning Chuan, an undercurrent of displeasure surged within them. Setting aside their identities and statuses, was his prowess not deserving of at least a modicum of respect? Was this manner of speaking not excessively arrogant? Even if one could command an exalted guardian at the pinnacle of ascension, what significance did that hold? Truth be told, while it was indeed unusual, many prominent figures descending from the upper realms often had formidable guardians by their sides. Hence, witnessing Qin Geng's attitude, both individuals found themselves somewhat irked. Nevertheless, recalling the words of Yuan Cheng'an in his letter, Ning Chuan resolved to momentarily acquiesce. He smiled and said, "Surely, this esteemed guest is the one mentioned by Prime Minister Yuan? Please come inside." However, Qin Geng remained unmoved, standing rooted in place. His tone remained indifferent. "Where is the intelligence? What purpose do I have in entering your abode? I am here solely for the acquisition of information." Perceiving the utter lack of gratitude from his counterpart, Ning Chuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, being a sovereign, before he could voice his thoughts, the nearby Song Cha Qin exclaimed sternly, "Who dares approach and show such disrespect to His Majesty? You are aware that you come seeking assistance, yet you exhibit such audacity. I warn you, should you come as friends, the Mo dynasty will graciously welcome you. But if you come under the pretense of seeking assistance to cause trouble, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." In saying this, he noted how Ning Chuan, previously awkward, had now regained his composure, which brought him a moment of delight. To speak in a manner that the sovereign would heed was indicative that he ought to gain some advantage. Moreover, he no longer perceived Qin Geng as a threat. The latter, at best, was emboldened by his unique status to act so brazenly within the royal palace. Yet, should he dare to take action against him? Entirely inconceivable? Although he was aware of the formidable guardian at Qin Geng's side, he did not believe that, with his majesty and that venerable elder present, Qin Geng would risk any reckless moves. Setting aside the fact that his own safety could not be fully guaranteed, how could he dare to spout such hubris here? If that were the case, he should not blame me, Song, for seizing the opportunity to curry favor with his majesty by stepping on your head. However, not only Song Cha-Chin, but the subsequent events unfolded in a manner that even Ning Chuan and the cold Nether Lord could not have anticipated. Qin Geng turned his gaze toward the self-righteous Song Cha-Chin and sneered, "Whose hound barks recklessly before this young master? Qin Xian, deal with him." As soon as he finished speaking, a fleeting shadow in black swiftly darted past the crowd, charging directly towards the previously outspoken Song Cha-Chin. The speed was so astonishing that even the more formidable Han Ming Tianjin failed to react in time. In the next moment, a chilling scream erupted from the spot where Song Cha-Chin stood. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that blood was gushing from his dantian, and his initial momentum, indicative of his early ascension realm, had instantly dissipated. This scene was such that even a novice in cultivation could comprehend the gravity of the situation. Song Cha-Chin had been incapacitated by Qin Xian. Han Ming Tianjin exclaimed in shock. When did he infiltrate this place to launch an attack? He had never anticipated that he had been utterly oblivious to Qin Xian's presence. Initially, when he failed to sense Qin Xian's aura, the elder assumed that Qin Geng had merely left the opponent in a certain location, not having entered this grand hall. Yet it turned out that he had been completely unaware of any trace of the enemy until the moment of the assault. Did this imply that the adversary had entered the Sunset City without making any deliberate attempt to conceal his movements, allowing him to be detected? A chill ran down Han Ming Tianjuan's spine. What manner of creature was this? How could he manage to conceal his existence from a peak ascendant in the presence of such formidable beings? Now, he was increasingly convinced that Qin Geng must hail from a significant figure in the upper realm, and likely held a position of considerable importance. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for such a powerhouse to be assigned to protect him. As for the veracity of Yuan Cheng'en's claims, the elder remained steadfast in his skepticism. He could not trust that the opponent possessed such a cataclysmic trump card until he witnessed it with his own eyes. This was not a reflection of his foolishness, but rather an understanding of the improbability of gathering 9 ancient true dragons and converting them into loyal steeds. At this moment, Ning Chuan was engulfed in a tempest of fury. This individual was truly the epitome of arrogance. Not only had he repeatedly insulted Ning Chuan, but he had also dared to incapacitate a trusted general of the empire right before his eyes. Firstly, this was an immense affront to him as the emperor of the Mo dynasty. Secondly, there were only 5 Ascendant Realm warriors who were wholly devoted to his command. Each one of them was fundamental to the expansion of his territory. Each one was the very foundation upon which the Mo dynasty sought to establish its dominance. Before his very eyes, someone had been rendered incapacitated. How could he possibly come to terms with this? His eyes burned crimson as he gazed at Qin Geng, ready to unleash a furious roar. However, to his astonishment, Yuan Cheng'en preemptively addressed Qin Geng, saying, "My lord, please do not be angered. He is merely too loyal to his majesty. I implore you to show him mercy and spare his life." Even though Qin Geng was reluctant to hear him speak, he knew he must first silence the emperor, for he understood that the current sovereign was undoubtedly seething with rage. After speaking, he deliberately turned his head to exchange a glance with Ning Chuan. Observing his most trusted and esteemed chancellor behaving in such a manner, Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury. "Withdraw at once. Are you truly intent on bringing disgrace upon the Mhi dynasty? Elder Han Ming had already informed me that you should have." Yet before he could finish his sentence, the celestial Lord Han Ming interjected, "I must admit, my judgment was partially flawed. It would be prudent for His Majesty to treat this young lord with courtesy." He could hardly fathom that the elder would utter such words. The carefully crafted response he had prepared now left him utterly flustered. Qin Geng, observing the scene before him, impatiently remarked, "It was merely a reprimand of a cur." Why all this superfluous chatter? I shall inquire once more. Do you possess any intelligence regarding the old charlatan who has arrived in the eastern domain? At this juncture, Qin Geng recalled Ning Chuan's prior reference to the white-haired elder as Elder Han Ming. Why did this title seem somewhat familiar? It mattered not. As long as he did not provoke my displeasure, the identity of the individual was of no consequence. Seeing the emperor's demeanor stabilize, Yuan Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, Elder Han Ming's timely intervention had allowed the emperor to regain a measure of composure. Admittedly, he had often found the elder lacking in merit, yet at this critical juncture, he had indeed rendered significant assistance. Otherwise, relying solely on his own position as a subordinate, it was highly likely he would have been unable to persuade the emperor to calm down. Of course, this was also due to Elder Han Ming's ignorance of the true identity of Qin Geng standing before him. Had he known that his most beloved disciple, Chu Yang, was slain by Qin Geng, it was likely that his actions would have been far more radical than those of Ning Chuan. Upon hearing Qin Geng's remarks and the manner in which he addressed that esteemed figure, both Ning Chuan and the Cold Ming heavenly monarch involuntarily felt a twitch in their eyelids. Old charlatan? To be candid, even Ning Chuan, a ruler in a remote dynasty, and the Cold Ming heavenly monarch, who could ascend at any moment, felt a sense of unease, while the latter occasionally referred to him as old fellow or old codger. These terms were relatively benign, merely playful jests among friends. However, to call him an old charlatan was, without a doubt, excessively bold. Not to mention, even the Cold Ming heavenly monarch, who often remarked on his eccentricities, would never dare to address him in such a manner. The mere thought of doing so would evoke a twinge of guilt within him. Who exactly was this young man to presume such familiarity? Ning Chuan's expression shifted momentarily before he exhaled deeply, forcing a smile as he said, "Indeed, I possess some information regarding that senior, and coincidentally, since you, Cold Ming, wish to investigate, why not join this young man in seeing him?" Upon hearing this, Qin Geng turned his gaze towards the seemingly composed Cold Ming heavenly monarch. He remarked nonchalantly, "Did you not arrive first? What took you so long? Since you are not in a hurry, I shall first finish my observation before we proceed." Such words rendered this venerable elder, who had traversed the mystic continent for countless years, momentarily speechless. Setting aside the fact that he was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of his realm, how could he tolerate such insolent behavior? To be honest, he now regretted having prompted Ning Chuan. That audacious brat should have accompanied him to teach a lesson first. With a slightly frosty tone, he retorted, "Young sir, are you not being overly aggressive? I may be lacking in talent, yet I am still a perfected ascendant. Your attitude leaves much to be desired, does it not?" He acknowledged that the other party was likely a core figure from a powerful faction in the upper realm. But that did not imply he was ready to engage in a contest of strength. Although they were currently in the lower realm, he had attained the pinnacle of ascendance, reaching the zenith of this world. No matter what treasures you might have brought from the upper realm, they should be constrained to the same level as himself. Furthermore, given that your cultivation could not possibly match his, even possessing such artifacts would not guarantee full potency. Under such circumstances, what was there to fear? Even a figure of great renown from the upper realm should temper their temperament when faced with his overwhelming strength. Nevertheless, the elder found no trace of surprise or even fear upon the young man's countenance. Instead, he was met with sarcasm. Pinnacle of perfection? Is that something to take pride in? Is it so extraordinary? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Allow me to speak plainly, for in my eyes, each one of you is no different from refuse. Upon uttering these words, I had intended to initially lay low and deliver the intelligence to Qin Geng through Ning Chuan. Yet he suddenly halted his steps. Do you truly think we fear you? Such an unprincipled provocation cannot go unanswered. Before he could utter a word, he felt the temperature in the hall plummet once again. Instantly, he withdrew, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he regarded Qin Geng before him. Humph. Ungrateful wretch, even if you were to kneel and beg for mercy now, it would be too late. As a formidable being at the pinnacle of the ascension realm, he was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and those who have achieved the great perfection, to say nothing of other matters. Should he wish to engage in combat with this elder, he would likely find himself unable to withstand even 5 exchanges. This is no exaggeration. The chasm between the pinnacle and the great perfection is as vast as the heavens. Very well, once the opponent has learned their lesson, matters will become significantly more manageable. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Yuan Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Previously, he had considered the Lord of Cold Nether to be merely irksome, yet ultimately dependable in critical moments. However, Upon further reflection, he realized how misguided that belief was. Despite his eloquent rhetoric, it appeared that the Lord was easily swayed by mere words and was ready to fight to the death. Regrettably, he had placed his trust in this individual, demonstrating a lapse in judgment. Disregarding the palpable tension in the atmosphere, he stepped forward and whispered to Ning Chuan, "Your Majesty, it would be prudent for you to prepare the intelligence materials at once." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan experienced a sudden epiphany, exclaiming, "Indeed, I should attend to that." With that, he hastily departed. Observing the emperor's swift and decisive exit, Yuan Cheng'an found himself momentarily taken aback. Why had he agreed so readily? Was he the emperor eager to witness Qin Geng's disgrace? Yet, if his majesty harbored no such intentions, it would certainly alleviate some of his burdens. After all, the emperor, with his myriad responsibilities and strategic foresight, could hardly engage in such myopic endeavors. In truth, the reason for his prompt acquiescence stemmed from his belief that Qin Geng would soon be subjected to a thorough reprimand by the Lord of Cold Nether. Setting aside other considerations, it was imperative for him to expedite the preparation of the necessary materials, as this would likely improve the mood of the venerable Cold Nether after his venting of frustrations. As he observed the seemingly intent Hanming Tianjun, Qin Geng wore an expression of disdain. Despite exerting his utmost spiritual power, his adversary remained entirely indifferent to his presence. This blatant disregard incited Hanming Tianjun's fury. With a derisive laugh, he exclaimed, "Well, very well. Even if you are a distinguished figure from the upper realms, I shall ensure that those esteemed elders impart a thorough lesson upon you. You shall come to understand that there are always greater powers beyond your own." Yet, before he could finish his words, a figure clad in white suddenly materialized before the elder, delivering a single strike that sent him hurtling away. With a resounding crash, the once arrogant Hanming Tianjun was rendered unconscious in the blink of an eye. The one who acted was none other than the exalted guardian of the Great Perfection realm, whom Qin Geng had ultimately secured. Observing the wretched state of his opponent, Qin Geng coldly remarked, "You wish to teach me a lesson? Do you, in your pitiful condition, truly believe you are worthy of such a role? In this vast expanse, there exists no one capable of admonishing me." Although the gathering was not extensive, Qin Geng's actions and words resonated profoundly, akin to a heavy hammer striking the hearts of those present. The audacity of claiming that no one could chastise him in this realm was staggering, bordering on hubris. Were it another individual in a different context, they might have been met with derision. Yet, the current circumstance was starkly different. Just a moment ago, the self-proclaimed invincible Lord of Cold Darkness, basking in the glory of his great perfection, was now utterly incapacitated, embedded within the wall, unconscious. At that moment, the guard of Qin Geng, who was equally at the pinnacle of the Great Perfection realm, seemed to treat the situation as merely an ordinary occurrence. With a subtle flick of his robe sleeves, he silently retreated to stand behind Qin Geng. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Cheng'an felt a sharp twitch in his eyelids. He promptly lowered his tone, even adopting a tone of sycophancy as he addressed Qin Geng. "Young master, your guard possesses truly remarkable skills. His Majesty has already gone to procure the intelligence. I hope you can bear with us for a moment." Observing his demeanor, although the other early-stage transcendents present inwardly scorned him, they could not help but acknowledge that his decision was indeed astute. As anticipated, there was a reason why this chancellor had specifically instructed everyone to make every effort to ingratiate themselves. They all understood that Chancellor Yuan had always been meticulous and cautious, and judging by the outcome, it was evident that he had once again proven to be correct. Before long, His Majesty the Emperor personally returned to his original location, bearing the intelligence he had recently gathered, a faint smile gracing his face. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his smile abruptly froze. What transpired? How could the venerable Hanming be reduced to such a pitiable state? He could no longer contain his shock, exclaiming, "Hanming Sr." He had presumed that Qin Geng's brazen demeanor would incite the wrath of the celestial Lord Hanming, resulting in a thorough reprimand. Even if the elder refrained from inflicting lethal harm, he would surely ensure that the audacious individual experienced a taste of hardship, especially after he had diligently compiled the intelligence and heard that resounding crash. He felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction. How dare one act so arrogantly on his territory? Surely, they would now understand their rightful place. Yet, those thoughts had been completely extinguished. Gazing at the blood oozing from Hanming's lips, unconscious and embedded within the wall, he finally grasped the crucial truth. Regardless of the veracity of the 9 dragons golden chariot mentioned in Yuan Cheng'an's letter, It was they who had failed to recognize their own position. From the earlier commotion, it appeared that the celestial Lord Hanming had been utterly defeated by a single strike from the adversary. What did this signify? The venerable Hanming, who was clearly no match for his opponent, could not withstand even one blow. No wonder this individual had the audacity to be so brazen. It was evident that they possessed the means to be so audacious. In their eyes, they must truly regard the likes of him and his companions as mere ants. Observing the astonishment in the other's expression and their unwavering gaze fixed upon the celestial Lord Hanming embedded in the wall, Qin Geng impatiently remarked, "Can you hand over the items now?" Were it not for his principle of never striking first unless provoked, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a slap. The items had been brought, so what was the delay? Upon hearing these words, Ning Chuan instantly realized the urgency and hastily presented the items to Qin Geng with both hands. He dared not squander a single moment, especially after witnessing the tragic fate of the Hanming Sr., not to mention the formidable perfected being behind Qin Geng. Even the unconscious celestial Lord Hanming himself would pose an unpredictable challenge should he wish to engage in a full-scale battle here. Although they possessed a formidable city defense array, he held no confidence that it could bridge the absolute gap in their realms. If one were to face the formidable figure behind Qin Geng, it is likely that one would scarcely have the time to activate the grand formation. That scoundrel Yuan Cheng'an only elaborates on the opponent's 9 ancient true dragons, yet neglects to mention the presence of an Ascension realm consummate expert among their protectors. In truth, he has gravely misjudged the adversary. For at the time of encountering Yuan Cheng'an, Qin Geng had yet to receive the sign-in reward from this consummate guardian. Moreover, considering his cultivation at the late stage of ascension, it is quite presumptuous for him to wish to meet such a formidable grand perfection master. Qin Xian alone could easily obliterate you, and yet you aspire to encounter that grand perfection guardian? What a jest! After obtaining the item, Qin Geng resolved to thoroughly examine it. Ning Chuan, having completely relinquished his pretense of being aloof, naturally did not dare to show any disrespect to the eminent figure before him. He humbly stated, "Esteemed young master, our dynasty will soon host a martial gathering to foster camaraderie. The principal members from the eastern border will be in attendance. Should you not find it beneath you, you are most welcome to witness it." After all, it was essential to express one's sincerity before discussing other matters. At this moment, Qin Geng did not even lift his head, but disdainfully retorted, "I find it beneath me. Watching you all engage in conflict is no different from observing beetle fights." Upon uttering these words, aside from the 2 guards beside Qin Geng, who maintained their impassive demeanor, the remaining onlookers visibly twitched in response. Such remarks were nothing short of blatant contempt. His analogy bore no distinction from directly likening himself and his companions to mere ants. However, gazing upon the still unconscious Hanming Tianjun, none dared to express their indignation. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Cheng'an could not help but sigh repeatedly in his heart. This exemplifies the chasm of power. Were it not for the disparity in strength and foundation, how could the likes of them, including His Majesty, endure such boundless humiliation? Yet, he was mistaken. For Qin Geng, every word he spoke and every action he took never entailed an intention to insult another. He genuinely believed that those present were merely ants, and he merely articulated his thoughts in accordance with reality, devoid of any intent to demean others. Of course, even if others misconstrued his words, Qin Geng was entirely disinclined to offer any explanations. What right do you, such beings, have to warrant an explanation from me? Qin Geng's gaze swiftly scanned the intelligence brought by Ning Chuan and, in chronological order, he deduced 3 most probable locations, the 3 largest cities in the central region of the eastern domain: Qishao City, Changshu City, and Xuanyu City. It seems the next destinations will be these 3. If he had no pressing matters, he would be inclined to witness what Ning Chuan referred to as the martial gathering for camaraderie, treating it as mere diversion. However, his priority remained to uncover information pertinent to the immortal spirit fruit, rendering these trivialities inconsequential in Qin Geng's eyes. Noticing that the other party seemed inclined to depart after acquiring what they sought, Ning Chuan's heart swelled with joy. Yet, he could not allow even the slightest hint of disrespect to surface. He promptly declared, "Allow me the honor of escorting you, young master." Qin Geng replied lightly, "There's no need." Under ordinary circumstances, if Ning Chuan had heard someone speak so callously, he would surely have felt a surge of anger. Yet, surprisingly, hearing these words from Qin Geng's lips brought him a sense of relief. It was fortunate that if the other party were to leave in such a manner, he would find his own heart considerably more at ease. Thus, he stood firm, bowing slightly and saying, "Then I shall respectfully bid farewell to you, young master." Qin Geng paid no heed to him, first instructing Qin Xian to locate and bring forth Yin Ran, who was waiting outside, before turning on his heel and striding away. As he observed the receding figure of Qin Geng, Ning Chuan let out a quiet sigh within himself. He then hurriedly called out to those around him. "What are you standing there for? Quickly release Senior Han Ming." He was not eager to confront the wrath of this formidable, perfected being after Qin Geng had departed. Though the individual lay unconscious, instinctual self-preservation would undoubtedly remain intact. Even in a state of complete vulnerability, it was not just anyone who could inflict harm upon him. Of course, this did not apply to the exceptionally powerful guards that Qin Geng had brought forth from the system. After all, these guardians were the elite prepared by the system. They were unmatched within their realm and could even challenge opponents of slightly higher levels with ease. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, the crowd hastily scrambled to rescue the unconscious Lord Hanming from the wall. As they moved, the elderly man awakened from his stupor. In that fleeting moment of clarity, he was initially taken aback, exclaiming, "Who on earth are you?" Soon, he realized he was not only lying on the ground but also face to face with Ning Chuan, whose expression was filled with concern. With his vast experience, Lord Hanming understood that the danger had already departed. Feeling the gaze of those around him, he felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his aged visage, clearing his throat. He rose and attempted to maintain an air of composure, inquiring, "Have they left?" Ning Chuan nodded, responding, "Indeed, they were truly terrifying." Aware of Lord Hanming's lingering discomfort regarding his predicament, he deftly shifted the conversation, asking, "Elder, would you care to examine the information I hold?" Upon hearing the new topic broached, Lord Hanming eagerly seized the opportunity, stating, "Certainly. I have come precisely to uncover who was responsible for my disciple's demise." At this juncture, he regained the imposing demeanor befitting his status, his gaze turning icy as he declared, "Whoever has perpetrated this heinous act shall find no peace until we meet again." If the likes of Zilei Jinjuan and Huliao were to witness the unfolding of this incident, they would surely find the old man's proclamation hard to bear. After all, his adversaries had just swaggered away without a care in the world. Upon witnessing the imposing demeanor of the elder, the crowd understood that his confidence stemmed from Qin Geng's departure. However, such sentiments could not be expressed openly. Ning Chuan, with a smile, remarked, "Let us first extend our best wishes to the esteemed senior for a successful journey and the swift fulfillment of his aspirations." The cold Nether sovereign nodded with a smile before departing. These three cities were likely the elder's favored haunts of late. Thus, he resolved to head towards Qishao City, knowing that if the elder wished to evade him, he would indeed remain elusive. This individual, renowned as the Elder of Divine Words, had always been a figure of remarkable peculiarity. Not only were his movements enigmatic, but the vast majority of cultivators across the entire Dixian continent were aware of his existence yet remained utterly oblivious to his whereabouts. Had he not taken pains to conceal his trail, some might have unearthed fragments of his location, much like Ning Chuan had with the Mohi dynasty. However, if the elder chose to avoid an encounter, it was exceedingly rare for anyone on the continent to locate him. It was precisely this reason that led the cold Nether sovereign to muse about the faint hope of seeing the elder in person. Of course, Qin Geng was entirely unaware of the elder's behavioral patterns, and even if he were, he would not be concerned. At the very least, he held considerable confidence in the capabilities of his subordinates. Merely a rambling old charlatan, what could possibly elude us? Chronologically, the elder's appearances in these three cities were closely spaced. He decided to select Qishao City as his destination, which seemed promising. Qin Geng was not one to dwell on indecision. Upon determining his objective, he swiftly set his plans into motion. Had the cold Nether sovereign known that Qin Geng was also bound for Qishao City, he might have turned back. Initially, Qin Geng named his guardian, who had attained the pinnacle of ascension, Qin Pe, then turned to Yin Ran and inquired, "Are you familiar with these three cities?" Yin Ran nodded and replied, "Perhaps you have not shown interest before, but these three cities are renowned as the most prosperous locales in the eastern region. Their fame arises not only from their size, but also from the presence of some of the most illustrious auction houses and treasure trading venues beyond the central continent." Understanding that Qin Geng often sought entertainment through extravagant expenditures during his idle moments, Yin Ran made it a point to mention these places. As anticipated, upon hearing the words auction house and treasure trading, Qin Geng's interest was piqued. However, his motivations were driven by the prospect of substantial returns rather than mere boredom. As Yin Ran had assumed, Qin Geng pressed further, "Where are they located?" Yin Ran reassured him, "Fear not, my lord. The eastern region has always favored open transactions and does not engage in the clandestine invitations favored by places like Zile City. Once you arrive, you shall surely see them at once." Upon her utterance, Qin Geng chose to refrain from further commentary. After all, once they reached their destination, matters would inevitably be settled. For him, the subsequent plans were rather straightforward. He would first seek the whereabouts of that old charlatan, should that prove futile. He would indulge himself in the auction house of Qishao City. The group embarked upon the swift vessel, and soon they beheld the distant silhouette of Qishao City. It must be acknowledged that even Qin Geng, who had long regarded much of the Guxian continent with disdain as a nouveau riche, was compelled to concede the city's grandeur. This metropolis was undeniably vast. Even the earliest sighting of Yin Ran in Yingyue City paled in comparison, as its area seemed to be less than a third of that of Qishao City. One could only imagine that many might spend their entire lives confined within this colossal prison. Given the city's immense scale, it naturally imposed a multitude of regulations. Foremost among them was the prohibition of flight within its precincts. Furthermore, the use of force was strictly forbidden. In the event of unresolved grievances, individuals could ascend the numerous life and death platforms scattered throughout the city to settle their disputes. Whether both parties were willing to engage on such platforms remained beyond the purview of the city's governance. These regulations had been entrenched within the city's fabric for ages and were not to be trifled with lightly. Yin Ran, of course, had long since prepared herself mentally for the possibility of a conflict between Qin Geng and the local guards. Having chosen to follow this young master, she believed it was her duty to support him in whatever actions he undertook. It was not that she was inherently a loyal person. Rather, Yin Ran had always trusted her judgment, convinced that she could discern the right path. However, Qin Geng's subsequent actions took her completely by surprise. For reasons unknown, he voluntarily stowed away the divine sailing vessel and halted just outside the city gates, seemingly intent on adhering to the customs of Qishao City. She gazed in astonishment at this young master, who had always been so dismissive of others, pondering what had transpired. Initially, they had ventured outside the city to avoid drawing too much attention to the Nine Dragons' golden chariot. But what now? Before long, Yin Ran received her answer. She observed that Qin Geng's newly appointed guard, known as Qin Pa, had brought a middle-aged man, appearing weary from travel, to their location with an expression devoid of emotion. Upon encountering Qin Geng, the man bowed respectfully and introduced himself, saying, "I am Shui Tianhe, the lord of Qishao City, and I pay my respects to young Master Qin." Upon hearing this, Yin Ran instantly understood. It was indeed Qin Pa who had summoned the esteemed city lord. This was undoubtedly the most efficient means to obtain the information they sought, circumventing any fruitless conflicts that would only waste time, while allowing them to inquire directly about what they needed to know. After all, when it comes to discovering the whereabouts of the revered Elder Shenin, there exists no simpler or quicker method than to directly consult the city lord. In truth, Qin Geng could have gone directly to the lord's residence. However, he did not regard the city lord as deserving of his presence. Thus, the current scene unfolded. As for how Qin Pa had brought the city lord here, the process was rather straightforward. Qin Pa had refrained from unnecessary chatter, simply stating that his master wished for the lord to come, and then demonstrated his formidable cultivation at the peak of the Ascension realm. Even the city lord of Qishao, who had encountered few such powerful beings in his lifetime, dared not show any disregard and promptly complied with the request. Noticing that the city lord seemed to be pondering something and was not paying attention to him, Shui Tianhe felt a bit awkward. He cleared his throat and respectfully inquired, "May I ask, young master, what brings you to our humble Qishao City?" This remark almost prompted Yin Ran to roll her eyes in exasperation. Humble Qishao City? Such a statement certainly cast a shadow over her adoptive father's esteemed Yingyue City. Although she was unaware of Shui Tianhe's cultivation level, it was evident that he must be a formidable figure to hold the position of city lord. Only then did Qin Geng respond slowly. "Has an elderly man known as the Elder Shenin ever visited your city? Additionally, where can I find your largest auction house and treasure trading establishment?" Just as Yin Ran had surmised, rather than wasting time searching aimlessly, it was far more prudent to summon the person in charge of Qishao City directly from the lord's residence to clarify matters. Faced with such an imposing figure as Qin Geng, Shui Tianhe dared not conceal the truth, although he found the term old charlatan to be rather unflattering. The essence of the inquiry was undeniably clear. He replied candidly, "That esteemed elder departed from my lord's residence over half a month ago, stating that he would be wandering about my city at his leisure. However, whether to leave now remains uncertain to me. It is not that I am unwilling to cooperate with you, esteemed sir. Rather, that particular elder, should he desire to depart and conceal his whereabouts, I would be utterly powerless to prevent him." Upon hearing such words, Qin Geng furrowed his brow. This old fellow, shrouded in mystery, surely harbors ill intentions. In his mind, this elder must be a formidable presence within the realm of the earthly profound continent. Yet he persists in his secrecy, undoubtedly concocting a nefarious scheme that repulses mere contemplation. What he intends to do bears little significance to Qin Geng. However, such behavior complicates the pursuit of the individual, leaving him somewhat vexed. Observing that the other seems lost in contemplation, Shui Tianhe dares not utter any superfluous words. To attain the position of Lord of Qishao City requires not only strength, but also a keen insight into others. The history of Qishao City is profoundly rich, and the very power that established it serves as Shui Tianhe's greatest support, had it not been for his exceptional abilities in this regard. Far surpassing those of his sect brothers, he would never have been able to secure this position. In Shui Tianhe's eyes, Qin Geng is undoubtedly a figure of immense dominance. Were he to rashly speak now in an attempt to curry favor, he might not only fail to please the other but also risk incurring his wrath. On the other side, Qin Geng finally spoke, saying, "Then take me to your largest auction house." There was no alternative. Since they could not ascertain the location of the Shui Tianhe, they could only allow Qin to sense the surroundings in the city discreetly. If the old man still resided within the city and Qin could not detect him, then Qin Geng would have no choice but to concede. "You are indeed remarkable." At the very least, Qin Geng believed that the other party should not be able to elude Qin Po's perception. However, this city was vast, and even a formidable expert at the pinnacle of their power would find it challenging to pinpoint a person's exact location in an instant. Thus, it was best to grant Qin Po a little time, while he himself took the opportunity to indulge and elevate the system's level. At that moment, Shui Tianhe earnestly declared, "Young Master Qin, our auction house is filled with treasures, and I sincerely hope you will be satisfied. Moreover, I can assure you that should you engage in transactions here, everything will be offered at a mere 60% of the price." Upon uttering these words, he felt an ache in his heart. After investing such considerable effort, surely the other party would appreciate it? However, to his astonishment, Qin Geng's tone turned even colder as he replied, 60%? Who granted you permission to do so? Do you think this young master is in need of such trifling spirit stones? Are you looking down upon me? Upon hearing this, Shui Tianhe was immediately drenched in a cold sweat. He had been negligent, careless. The fact that the other party could command a powerful protector, a paragon of completeness, suggested an exceedingly formidable background. Without a doubt, the other party was not lacking in spirit stones. In other words, Qin Geng must have perceived his attempts at flattery as a veiled insult. How could I have been so foolish? At that moment, Shui Tianhe felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. He hastily attempted to rectify the situation, stating, "I harbored no intention to insult you, young master. I merely wish to express that it is indeed an honor for me to make the acquaintance of such a legendary figure as yourself." Thus, I instinctively sought to employ a bit of my authority as the city lord to extend my hospitality. However, I completely failed to consider your feelings, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. With that, he bowed deeply before Qin Geng. There was no alternative. The other party's status was undoubtedly far more prestigious than his own as city lord, and with such formidable individuals surrounding him, what else could he do but yield? Upon hearing this declaration, Qin Geng raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You are quite candid. There shall be no next time." Upon receiving this succinct yet forgiving response, Shui Tianhe felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Fortunately, it appeared that his approach had been somewhat palatable to Qin Geng, despite previous missteps. His adaptability was indeed commendable. Setting aside other considerations, at the very least, he understood that one should refrain from engaging in subterfuge with such formidable figures. Had he continued to withhold his genuine thoughts, he risked leaving matters inadequately clarified, potentially inciting further irritation in the other party. In that case, would it not be a case of losing more than he gained? The reason Qin Geng opposed such behavior from the other party was undoubtedly his desire for a tenfold return. It is absurd. If you're offering a 60% discount, what means do I have to earn more yuan stones? The rationale presented was remarkably apt, leading the other party to believe that their dignity had been affronted. Yan Ran found Qin Geng's reaction utterly unsurprising. In fact, it would have been more astonishing had he accepted the 6/10 concession. Before long, Shui Tianhe escorted Qin Geng to an exquisitely adorned grand pavilion. At first glance, it was evident that this place was not one that just anyone could enter. Moreover, what sets it apart from the city of Purple Thunder is that the latter discreetly excludes those unqualified to enter the auction. This pavilion, upon a mere glance, instills a sense of trepidation in most onlookers, rendering them hesitant to take a single step further. Yet, Qin Geng finds himself rather pleased. To speak candidly, this embodies the image he envisions as befitting an auction house. After all, why should an auction be shrouded in secrecy like that of the Purple Thunder True Monarch? Those entitled will undoubtedly visit from time to time, while those unqualified will lack even the courage to approach. The receptionist at the entrance initially intended to stop Qin Geng and his party, but upon catching sight of Shui Tianhe behind him, she immediately became somewhat flustered and exclaimed, "My lord, the city master." Shui Tianhe, without uttering a word in response, warmly guided Qin Geng inside. To the two receptionists, his demeanor seemed unremarkable. However, they began to quietly speculate about the true identity of Qin Geng. What manner of person could evoke such deference from our city master? Keep your voice down. The Lord despises our idle conjecture behind his back. Be careful, or you may lose not only this job but also your safety. They proceeded directly to the venue of the auction, where Shui Tianhe remarked with a smile, "Here lies our most advantageous private box. Please, enjoy at your leisure. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." After all, this gentleman was undoubtedly the most challenging guest to please in recent times, and he could not afford to falter here. At this moment, a graceful woman entered the private room. Shui Tianhe smiled as he introduced her, saying, "This is my youngest daughter, Xuehan, whom I have summoned to keep you company." Upon witnessing her father's demeanor, she was struck with a profound sense of astonishment. What could possibly be the reason? Why was her father displaying such a humble and subservient attitude? Not only was he ingratiating himself before Qin Geng, but he stood by like a mere servant as well. She recalled that even when confronting the esteemed elder previously, her father had not exhibited such behavior. To put it another way, was he not the master of Qishao City? For ordinary folk, merely catching a glimpse of him was akin to scaling a mountain, yet here he was, bowing so low before another. To be candid, she found it difficult to comprehend. Moments ago, when her father hastily alerted her to their arrival, she had been pondering the nature of the predicament. Little did she anticipate that it would culminate in his desire for her to serve this young gentleman. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. If he could engage in light-hearted conversation with the revered elder esteemed throughout the entire Xin continent, how could he so readily abase himself before one who appeared even younger than she? As the saying goes, no one understands a daughter better than her father. Upon observing Xuehan's expression, Shui Tianhe immediately sensed her reluctance. This truly vexed him. What is this foolish girl up to? Does she believe that because I can converse amicably with that esteemed elder, she need fear no one? It is important to note that although the elder is enigmatic, he is remarkably approachable in conversation, never adopting the demeanor of a formidable figure before outsiders. However, this little ancestor is entirely different. Not only does she possess a formidable lineage and background, but her temperament is also exceedingly arrogant and domineering. If she were to inadvertently offend him, it could spell disaster not only for herself, but potentially for the entire Qishao city. Qin Geng observed the somewhat tense atmosphere before him and realized that Xuehan likely wished to leave this place. He remarked, "If you do not wish to stay here, you may simply leave." To be frank, Qin Geng did not hold her in high regard, so if she did not want to remain, she could just go. However, to the ears of this father and daughter duo, his words came across as an unabashed threat. Could it be that the true meaning behind his statement was, "If you dare to leave, you will face dire consequences today"? On that snowy day, Shui Tianhe was anxiously casting glances at Xuehan, understanding her father's predicament. Xuehan, being a considerate person, bit her lip and gently inquired, "What commands do you have, my lord?" In the presence of the mighty, one's own status and identity appeared utterly insignificant. Upon hearing her words, Qin Geng immediately realized that they must have misunderstood something again, perhaps interpreting his words as a form of threat. Contemplating this, Qin Geng couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. It seemed that if he possessed greater strength, not only would they dare not offend him, but they would also concoct bizarre notions in their minds. The aim is to exhaust every effort to please oneself, ensuring that no unfavorable impression is left behind. Although he feels a tinge of helplessness within, he remains disinclined to offer any explanation. For him, the paramount focus lies in continuously enhancing his comprehensive strength and swiftly nurturing his own faction from the Xianxian cave, rendering all else insignificant. Given the lofty nature of his ambitions, why should he concern himself with a few insignificant individuals? Noticing the other party's silence, Shui Han is left to explore their preferences on her own, observing that his daughter ultimately does not oppose him too fiercely. Shui Tianhe breathes a sigh of relief and promptly concocts an excuse to exit the private room. He fears that his daughter's stubbornness might emerge at this juncture. While it may not be a concern to provoke his own anger, any hint of discontent from this esteemed individual could prove to be catastrophic. In his view, Shui Han's ability to silently resist him is merely a testament to her ignorance of the true extent of the other's formidable nature. In truth, even he is unaware that what he has witnessed in Qin Geng is merely the tip of the iceberg, to say nothing of other matters. Merely producing the infallible nine-dragon golden chariot would be sufficient to send this lord into utter disarray. As for whether Qin Geng might act excessively towards his daughter, he currently pays no heed to such concerns. As long as his daughter can ensure the comfort of this esteemed gentleman, all will be well. To be candid, he secretly hoped that Qin Geng would develop a relationship with his daughter, as such an event would undoubtedly foster a closer bond between them. In his perspective, having the favor of a formidable guardian, one who had achieved the pinnacle of ascension, was indeed a stroke of fortune for his daughter, and by extension, for the entire Shui family. This wayward girl, who had always held herself in high regard, would surely come to respect the prowess and abilities of this young gentleman. Just as he pondered these thoughts, a gentle voice interrupted him, asking, "Uncle Shui, what brings you here?" Looking up, he beheld a young man clad in a flowing azure robe, gracefully wielding a folding fan. Not only was the young man handsome, but his sunny smile exuded warmth and approachability. Shui Tianhe could not help but respond with a smile of his own, exclaiming, "Ah, Zheng Xianzi, I did not expect to see you here today. What have you set your sights on? Pray, share with your Uncle Shui." The young man, known by his birth name Zheng Tongyu, replied with a smile, "I have come for no particular reason, merely to observe." Noticing Zheng's hesitance, Shui Tianhe chuckled. "What troubles you? When did you start speaking so tentatively with me?" After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Tongyu cautiously inquired, "Uncle Shui, was it not mentioned that Xiao Han would personally preside over this auction? Why have we yet to see her?" Upon hearing this question, Shui Tianhe's smile faltered momentarily. It seemed that the young man had indeed come with intentions directed towards his daughter. After a brief reflection, Shui Tianhe shook his head and replied, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Han will not be attending this time. But do not worry, dear nephew. I shall certainly convey this to her later." Zhang Tongyu's expression momentarily reflected disappointment, but he quickly masked it, bowing respectfully to Shui Tianhe. "Then allow me to express my gratitude to you, Uncle Shui." Shui Tianhe nodded with a smile, and subsequently concocted an excuse to return to the private box. Meanwhile, Shui Han, who had been attending to Qin Geng, was startled to see her father reappear. She promptly apologized to Qin Geng before turning to her father, cautioning, "You must ensure that Zheng Tongyu does not see me." To elaborate, Zheng Tongyu was the esteemed holy son of the Xinwei sect, a prominent sect in the eastern region. He had long harbored affections for Shui Han, yet she had never reciprocated. Proud of his gentlemanly demeanor, he could only sigh in resignation. Nonetheless, Shui Tianhe was acutely aware of the sect's formidable reputation and did not wish to offend them, though it was but a fleeting exchange. Qin Geng quickly grasped the underlying implications. However, he remained indifferent. "Who cares whom I offend?" he mused. Upon hearing this remark, Shui Han felt a twinge of displeasure. She retorted, "What I choose to do is none of his concern." This response ignited a profound frustration within Shui Tianhe. However, before he could chastise Shui Han for her lack of understanding, Qin Geng calmly interjected, "You may leave at this very moment and allow that Zheng Tongyu to see you." This young gentleman was genuinely curious to witness what would transpire should Zheng indeed catch sight of her. The reason behind Qin Geng's decision stemmed primarily from his admiration for Shui Han's assertiveness. At the very least, her declaration that her actions were not subject to Zheng Tongyu's oversight warranted a modicum of respect from him. Upon hearing Qin Geng's assertion, Shui Tianhe felt a pang of discomfort within. It was evident that this young gentleman was resolutely intent on provoking the esteemed Zheng Tongyu. Upon hearing Qin Geng's words, Shui Han's opinion of him significantly improved. Though he was arrogant and domineering, he undeniably possessed the ability to provide solace in critical moments. Without further ado, Shui Han resolutely exited Qin Geng's private room and stood outside for a brief moment, yet she did not catch a glimpse of Zheng Tongyu himself. Assuming that the latter had departed without noticing her presence, she dismissed the thought and returned to Qin Geng's side. What they remain oblivious to is that within the confines of Zhang Tongyo's private chamber, an elderly figure clad in a gray robe has unexpectedly appeared by his side. In a raspy voice, he uttered, "Saint Sun, it is indeed true that Shui Han is in box number 1. It appears she is attending to someone." In contrast to his typically suave demeanor, Zhang Tongyu now wore a dark and brooding expression. He muttered in a low growl, "I knew that wretched person was scheming behind my back. I could instantly discern the stiff reaction of that scoundrel, Shui Tianhe. What many fail to realize is that while he appears courteous on the surface, his true nature is one of malice, possessiveness, and an overwhelming desire for control. The moment he first laid eyes on Shui Han, he had already deemed her to be his woman. Anyone daring to encroach upon that claim should brace themselves for his wrath. As for that vile Shui Han, once this holy sun secures you, you shall be dealt with most thoroughly. I am eager to discover what esteemed guest has entered this private room, bold enough to covet my woman. To be candid, this is not the first time Qin Geng has encountered troublemakers in room 1. Yet, even if it were the 100th time, he would remain utterly unperturbed. Regardless of numerical superiority, what does it truly matter? Although Zhang Tongyu, as the holy son of the Shenyue sect, cannot be entirely equated with an ordinary individual. In Qin Geng's eyes, he is no different from the rest. Indeed, the notion of grandiose minions holds no weight. For instance, even the so-called great perfection expert, Hanming Tianjun, was rendered unconscious with a single strike from Qin. Thus, what significance does the holy son of the Shenyue sect truly hold? At this moment, Zhang Tong remains blissfully unaware of the current situation. All he comprehends is that the flames of jealousy within him are raging fiercely. Why should this holy son relinquish what he could not attain to you? As the snow began to recede rapidly, the auction was swiftly reassigned to another host. Witnessing the change from the originally designated Snow Han to a different individual, Zhang Tong felt a surge of indignation. He had made a resolute decision. Regardless of the esteemed guest occupying the first private box, he was determined to uncover their identity once the auction concluded. No matter the cost, he would pursue this individual relentlessly. At that moment, he was prepared to wield the power of his sect to deliver a proper reprimand to this scoundrel. It must be said, this tactic had proven effective time and again thus far. Due to Zhang Tongyo's exceptional talent and his consistently warm and amiable demeanor towards outsiders, he held a position of great esteem within the sect. As long as he fabricated a plausible reason and rallied the disciples, and even some elders to take action, they would invariably choose to trust him, leading to an almost flawless track record in his endeavors. This time, he was evidently intent on employing the same old tactics once more. As time passed, the auction progressed relatively smoothly. At this moment, Qin Geng felt as though he were on the brink of slumber. To put it succinctly, the auction was exceedingly tedious. In his eyes, these items were nothing more than worthless debris, utterly unworthy of a tenfold return. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Shui Han instinctively comprehended that the other party possessed lofty aspirations and held little regard for the current situation. Thus, she hastily remarked, "Young Master Qin, the overall scale of this auction is indeed somewhat modest, yet I believe the final treasure will still pique your interest." Despite her words, Qin Geng remained nonchalant, revealing little emotion. Truth be told, his anticipation was rather tepid. Setting aside other considerations, he believed that this treasure might pale in comparison to the celestial dragon seal auctioned in Zile City. After all, this was but a lower realm, far removed from the grandeur of Zhongzhou. The so-called treasures here were utterly lacking in allure. At that moment, Qin Geng had already resolved his course of action. Once he located that enigmatic elder in the eastern domain and ascertained the whereabouts of the Xianling fruit, he would promptly set forth towards the legendary Zhongzhou, a land of great clans, intricate power dynamics, and vast territories. While he anticipated that conditions there might not be exceedingly favorable, it would undoubtedly surpass the current desolation of these peripheral 4 domains. At that moment, the female host who had replaced Shui Han smiled gently and said, "We are about to unveil our final treasure, so please pay close attention." Upon hearing her words, the audience instinctively held their breath. Everyone understood that, regardless of the overall quality of this auction, as long as it was conducted by the auction house of Qishao City, the ultimate item would undoubtedly be of great value. This not only represented the status of the auction house itself, but also showcased the unparalleled heritage of Qishao City to guests from all corners. Even Zhang Tongyu, who had previously been unwilling to part with a single coin, thus missing the opportunity to undermine Qin Geng, was now completely absorbed in the moment. Before long, the host retrieved a treasure from the chest. At first glance, it emanated a soft, radiant glow. the host announced with a smile. The final treasure of this auction is the soul calming pearl. Everyone knew that one of the most crucial elements for every practitioner was the power of the soul. With the soul calming pearl, I assure you that each of you will find your cultivation efforts significantly more fruitful. Moreover, it possesses another remarkable function that I'm sure you all are aware of, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Hee hee. At her words, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Could it truly be such a treasure? If I were to obtain it, would the breakthrough to the soul sea realm no longer be a distant dream? Heh. I am even more intrigued by its other capabilities. Upon hearing these words, Qin Geng exhibited a complete lack of interest. He was acutely aware that the purpose referred to by the other party pertained to the manipulation of souls, compelling others to submit entirely to his will. To him, both the advancement of cultivation and the ability to control souls held no allure whatsoever. As for cultivation, possessing the Celestial Emperor's sacred body rendered any concerns unnecessary. As for manipulating others, those who resort to such base tactics are merely impoverished wretches. Qin Geng shook his head with an expression of pity, his face a mask of disdain. He stated, if one possesses sufficient wealth, is there any need to devise schemes to control others? They would willingly offer their souls in exchange for but a morsel of sustenance. Upon hearing his words, Yanran found them to be quite in line with the young master's character. On the other hand, Shui Han found herself at a loss for words. If everyone possessed wealth akin to yours, who would ever covet such an object? She had initially believed that this treasure might spark even a flicker of interest in Qin Geng, yet it appeared that she had overestimated her assumptions. Nevertheless, for Qin Geng, since it was a long-hidden gem, he might as well engage in a bit of competition, perhaps offering a modest sum of several 100,000 yuan as a token gesture. For him, the prospect of several 100,000 yuan was indeed a trivial matter at this juncture. As anticipated, upon hearing Qin Geng's offer of 800,000 stones, the group fell silent, their expressions a mix of indignation and helplessness. Observing the sudden quietude, Qin Geng could not help but shake his head in disappointment, lamenting that there was not a single contender to raise the stakes. Had he known, he would have set his price even higher. At his words, Shui Han felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. So, it was a deliberate low bid, waiting for someone to overestimate their own worth, only to trample that fool beneath his feet. Fortunately, despite their strong desire for the item, the crowd maintained their composure, and no genuine fool emerged to continue bidding. However, before she could fully process her thoughts, a familiar, gentle voice resonated from the adjacent box. 900,000 stones. Who else could it be but Zheng Tongyu, who had always sought to vex Qin Geng? Qin Geng's eyes brightened at the remark, exclaiming, it seems there is still someone capable of engaging in this game with me. Snow Han felt a sense of helplessness within. Lo and behold, there truly existed a fool bold enough to raise the price. At this moment, Zheng Tongyu was entirely oblivious to Qin Geng's intent behind the staggering bid of 800,000 stones. He mistakenly believed that the item was firmly within his grasp. After all, the actual valuation of this item hardly exceeded 500,000 stones. Since the opponent boldly offered 800,000 stones in one breath, it was evident that the intention was to intimidate all present. In light of this, if he did not intervene, would he not be underestimating the opponent's determination and utterly squander his opportunity for revenge? The mere thought of this made Zheng Tongyu feel exceedingly elated. Unable to wield the power of his sect against this scoundrel at present, he resolved to vex him during this bidding process. He could almost envision the adversary's expression, one of intense frustration coupled with helplessness. However, in stark contrast to his expectations, the situation in Qin Geng's private chamber was entirely different. Upon hearing Zheng Tongyu raise the bid, Qin Geng did not exhibit anxiety. Instead, a delighted expression graced his face. To Yanran and Snow Han, this countenance resembled that of someone who had discovered a new source of amusement amidst profound boredom. Of course, Qin Geng was not so trivial. His thoughts were refreshingly simple. At last, he had someone to assist in elevating the price. Initially, he had begun to regret not bidding 2 million stones outright. Yet, before this notion could fully form, a challenger had appeared. What splendid fortune! He must cherish this gentleman, gradually increasing the bid in a manner akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Thus, he continued to raise the price, 920,000 stones. Upon hearing this bid, Yanran and Snow Han were unequivocally certain Zheng Tongyu was being toyed with. Conversely, Zheng Tongyu, upon hearing this offer, felt a surge of joy. Ha, can you hardly bear it? This holy son knew that while you were intent on acquiring this item, you must have expended considerable resources. It was likely that your limit lay around 1,200,000 stones. Heh, then I shall bid 1,115,000 stones. To maintain control over the situation, Zheng Tongyu, in a surprising turn, echoed Qin Geng's tactics, stating 940,000 stones. The strategy he devised mirrored precisely that which Qin Geng had employed against him. Upon hearing this foolish bid from Zheng Tongyu, a smile crept onto Yin Ran's lips. And even Snow Han could not suppress a chuckle, bursting forth with a soft laugh. This series of actions has indeed significantly increased the favorability that the daughter of the Lord of Qishao City holds towards Qin Geng, although she possesses no concrete evidence. She cannot shake the feeling that the saint son of Xinwei sect is not as he appears. This is also the reason why she has always maintained a certain emotional distance from him. Her father, Shui Tianhe, has never perceived anything amiss with Zheng Tongyu, and it is precisely for this reason that he feels considerable irritation towards his daughter, Shui Han, for her cold and indifferent demeanor towards Zheng. In his view, this scion of the Xinwei sect ought to be a suitable match for his daughter. However, such notions were utterly quashed with the arrival of Qin Geng. As the saying goes, each generation has its own fortune. As an elder, one must not impose too many constraints on their daughter's choices in matters of the heart. As for the lively company of charming individuals within his private box, Qin Geng found himself rather unperturbed. After all, as long as their antics remained within reasonable bounds, he had no objections. Ignoring their light laughter, Qin Geng continued, 98,000. On the other side, Zheng Tongyu, upon hearing this, chuckled even more triumphantly. He suddenly raised the price slightly, perhaps hoping to intimidate me into retreating. What a ridiculous jest. 1,000,000 stones. On the other side of the auction venue. The atmosphere was one of sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, the auctioneer was enveloped in a wave of delight. To speak candidly, according to the estimations of the experts at their auction house, this price could have been sufficient to procure 2 soul-guarding orbs. Naturally, as the seller, she welcomed such fierce competition with open arms. At this moment, Qin Geng deliberately paused for a brief moment before quoting 1,200,000 stones. Observing his feigned hesitation, Yin Ran felt as though her eyes had been opened today. Although the young master usually exuded a commanding and domineering presence, his playful side revealed an array of clever tactics. Zheng Tongyu, oblivious to the underlying tension, continued to raise the bid. However, it was not long before he began to sense something amiss. He had already escalated the bid to 1,500,000. Why was his opponent still able to raise the stakes? Moreover, ever since the incident involving 1,000,000 yuan, Qin Geng has consistently appeared indecisive, much like his current demeanor. Even a fool could now discern that he has been manipulated. He mistakenly believed he was merely raising the stakes and creating obstacles for the other party, only to ultimately realize that he was the one being toyed with. Although Qin Geng's behavior may seem somewhat hesitant, the reality is that no matter how much Zheng Tongyu increases his bid, he will invariably keep pace. Is this not sufficient to illustrate the matter? On the other side, Qin Geng noticed a subtle shift in the tone of his opponent, and he sighed, expressing his discontent. How dull, I have been discovered. Upon hearing his words, Yin Ran and his companions sighed in resignation. If Zheng Tongyu could not recognize the situation by this point, it would be quite a sign of folly. Qin Geng surmised that his adversary would no longer pursue him. Thus, he promptly doubled the bid, sealing his victory. 3,000,000 yuan stones. The atmosphere in the room erupted upon hearing this bid. This young master certainly possesses a grand demeanor. 3,000,000 yuan stones. Alas, what a waste. In stark contrast to the mixed reactions of mockery and lamentation from the others, Zheng Tongyu, seated in a separate private room, was so enraged that he crushed the exquisite cup in his grasp to smithereens. This scoundrel, who could effortlessly produce 3,000,000 yuan stones without a flicker of hesitation, dared to maintain a steady bidding pace alongside him. Was this not an open act of mockery and humiliation? He bellowed, "You scoundrel, your end is nigh. Remember this. The moment you step out of here will mark your demise." After all, with a certain elder from his sect safeguarding him, he was confident that his words would go unheard by Qin Geng. However, at that moment, Qin suddenly appeared, whispering, "Young master, there are voices next door clamoring to bring you harm. If you permit, I shall take action, even with the elder's protection." Nothing could escape the keen perception of a formidable expert like Qin Po. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng raised an eyebrow and replied, "Once we exit this auction house, bring him directly to me. Does he dare to make a move in my presence?" Poor Zheng Tongyu, at that moment, remained blissfully unaware that he had already caught Qin Geng's attention. He was still scheming maliciously in his mind about how to deal with Qin Geng once he departed from this place. Meanwhile, within the Lord's mansion, Shui Tianhe, who had been enjoying a solitary drink, suddenly sensed a sharp drop in the surrounding cold wind, a chill that even penetrated his peak ascendant cultivation. Before he could alter his expression, an elderly figure clad entirely in white emerged from the void before him. Upon observing this figure, the Lord of Qishao City felt a slight sense of relief. He smiled and inquired, "What brings you here today, esteemed Elder Hanming?" Fortunately, this was a familiar face. Elder Hanming, straightforward as ever, posed a direct question. "Do you know where that old fellow, Shanin, is now?" Taken aback by the inquiry, Shui Tianhe paused momentarily before responding. "A few days ago, he mentioned he was wandering around Qishao City before leaving, but I am unaware of whether he has departed. What is the situation? Why is everyone seeking that elder? Is something significant about to unfold in the entire Dihua continent?" Upon hearing the words of the other party, the Lord of the Cold Abyss became immediately alert. Are they also searching? What does this imply? Suddenly, this formidable figure of great perfection contemplated a possibility that caused his pupils to constrict. Could it be that the other party had arrived as well? Considering the content shared by Shui Tianhe, he could not help but link it to Qin Pe, who was closely associated with Qin Geng. Nor could he dismiss the memory of being violently struck and sent flying, left in a pitiful state. Thus, he urgently inquired, "What does the individual seeking the divine words elder look like?" Seeing a powerful being in such an unstable emotional state, Shui Tianhe dared not hesitate and replied, "He appears to be a young master exuding an aura of authority, accompanied by another formidable figure of great perfection, much like yourself." Internally, he felt a sense of helplessness. Although his Qishao City was expansive, it had always adhered to the sect's directive to focus solely on commerce, striving to avoid any entanglement and conflicts. Yet, what had transpired recently? Two immensely powerful figures of great perfection had arrived in quick succession, both of considerable repute, leaving him utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. However, he failed to notice the subtle changes in the demeanor of the Lord of the Cold Abyss. Despite his efforts to conceal it, his hands trembled uncontrollably. "It is him. How could it be him again? What sins have I committed to encounter him repeatedly? With 3 cities whose whereabouts are uncertain, why is it that wherever I go, he is there as well?" Contemplating this, he swiftly made a decision. The Lord of the Cold Abyss cleared his throat and declared, "I suddenly recall an urgent matter and must take my leave." Without waiting for Shui Tianhe to respond or plead for him to stay, the elder immediately opened a void passage and departed, truly a fleeting presence. Watching the other as if he had never been there, Shui Tianhe was left in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't he here to seek clues about the divine words elder? How could he leave so abruptly? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The Lord of the Cold Abyss had been so eager to inquire about Qin Geng. Could it be that this imperious being was afraid of Qin Geng, fearful of the power he represented? Did he, knowing the trump card held by the other, hastily retreat upon learning that Qin Geng was present, even at the cost of missing the opportunity to meet the divine words elder? The more he pondered, the more he found his conjecture to be exceedingly plausible. The more he became convinced of the accuracy of his conjecture, the more he felt an overwhelming sense of dread regarding Qin Geng's existence. What kind of terror must one embody to compel even a formidable great perfection expert to resort to every conceivable means to retreat? Upon reflecting on this, he felt an immense sense of gratitude for his initial deference towards Qin Geng, even to the extent of sacrificing his daughter. As long as this young master was content, it mattered not if he wreaked havoc in his own city. Anything to ensure his satisfaction was permissible. Meanwhile, Qin Geng and others, including Zheng Tongyu, had successively departed from the auction house. Just as he intended to have Qin Pe capture the oblivious and dim-witted Zheng Tongyu directly, he was taken aback when the latter approached him of his own accord. He first bowed to Qin Geng and then smiled at Shui Han, saying, "Isn't it the case that you had urgent matters today and could not attend the auction? How is it that you have appeared here?" His words were clearly a deliberate provocation, aimed at unsettling her. Faced with such remarks, she found herself at a loss for a response. At this moment, Qin Geng spoke with an unperturbed tone, declaring, "Of course there is an urgent matter. She must attend to this young master, and that is the most pressing concern." Beneath this jest, which carried a hint of mischief aimed at Zheng Tongyu, Qin Geng was, in essence, expressing his true sentiments. "My affairs are inherently the most significant and should take precedence above all else. Whatever your status or circumstances may be, when confronted with me, you must step aside and wait." Unsurprisingly, this heartfelt declaration incensed the young saint of the Xinwei sect, Zheng Tongyu. In the face of such arrogance and extreme dominance, he could no longer maintain the polished and courteous demeanor he typically displayed. It must be said that actions akin to those of Qin Geng often serve to unmask hypocrites like him with alarming ease. Zheng's countenance darkened instantly, his fingers tightening to the point of paleness. Observing Qin Geng's unwavering calm, Zheng's irritation intensified. He retorted coldly, "Young master, I would advise you to exercise caution in your words and actions." Witnessing this transformation, Shui Han silently mused, as expected. She had always sensed something amiss with Zhang Tongyu, and now his true nature had finally emerged. Thankfully, she had declined his previous advances. Otherwise, she might have found herself in a precarious situation. At this moment, Zhang Tongyu coldly sneered. "Remember, I am Zhang Tongyu, the holy son of the esteemed Xinhua sect, the second greatest sect of the Eastern Domain. If you are wise, you should kneel and beg for mercy right now. Perhaps then, I might show you some mercy and spare your life, at most rendering your cultivation useless. This time you are fortunate to be in Uncle Shui's city, otherwise I would have." However, before he could finish his words, the next moment saw his head soaring high into the air. Gazing at the headless corpse, Qin Geng stated expressionlessly, "But this time, you are unfortunate. You have encountered me." Witnessing this scene, both Shui Han and the elderly guardian assigned to protect Zhang Tongyu were utterly astounded. They never anticipated that the adversary would dare to commit murder within the confines of Qishao City, and even manage to do so without leaving a trace. In front of him, only one type of existence could achieve such a feat, a perfected ascendant realm expert. Realizing this, the elder from Xinhua sect, responsible for safeguarding Zhang Tongyu, was drenched in cold sweat. If the assailant turned their attention towards me, would I not be doomed as well? His failure to protect Zhang Tongyu would undoubtedly be deemed a grave offense. However, returning to the sect and facing punishment was certainly preferable to being slain on the spot. With this thought, he dared not show his face and sought to quietly slip away into the shadows. Upon discovering the whereabouts of the other party, Qin Pa sought the counsel of Qin Geng regarding the pursuit. Qin Geng shook his head and replied, "It is of little consequence. It's merely the escape of a rat. After all, a figure of the Saint Sun caliber must undoubtedly possess a soul token within that sect. Even if I were to eliminate this elder to silence him, his demise could not remain concealed. Moreover, with the assistance of the system at my disposal, I have never feared anyone. Even if that guardian were to return and report, what could it possibly change? Truly, I have never been daunted by such trifles." Yin Ran had witnessed numerous individuals courting their own demise, and thus, she was hardly taken aback. Upon witnessing this, Shui Han was utterly alarmed, exclaiming, "This is terrible. My lord, you have truly courted disaster." Qin Geng replied nonchalantly, "What? Is it because your father has decreed that no one may engage in violence or take lives within Qishao City?" Shui Han, with a bitter expression, implored, "My lord, at such a critical moment, please refrain from jesting with a mere girl. Look around. The guards were initially inclined to intervene, yet upon seeing me, they have chosen to turn a blind eye. The most pressing concern is that Zhang Tongyu is dead. Despite my profound disdain for this hypocritical saint of the Xinhua sect, I would never wish for his demise. At the very least, not here. We must understand that he was the designated heir of the Xinhua sect, symbolizing not only the dignity of the second largest sect in the Eastern Domain, but also representing the future hopes of their order. Now, with his life extinguished in this place, how could the Xinhua sect simply let this matter rest? The gravest consequence could very well be a full-scale sect-level war between Qishao City and the sect that supports them against the Xinhua sect. This is no trivial matter. The Xinhua sect not only occupies vast territory, but also boasts a multitude of members. If the situation were to devolve into the very scenario that Shui Han dreaded, the ramifications would far exceed the loss of a mere 1 or 2 lives. Observing her anxious demeanor, Qin Geng remained unfazed. To say nothing of the fact that he had already sent that old man packing, it was certain that the latter would relay the truth about who was responsible for Zhang Tongyu's death. After all, as the saying goes, debts must be settled with their rightful owners. If they seek to reclaim their lost dignity, merely wielding authority in Qishao City is of little consequence. Nevertheless, Qin Geng did not wish to allow his departure to incite indiscriminate wrath from the other party. Therefore, he decided to remain for a while longer. He was curious to see what strength this so-called second-largest sect of the Eastern Domain truly possessed. It was not that he held them in contempt. Rather, in the entirety of the Dihuan continent, only a select few could withstand 5 exchanges with someone as formidable as Qin Pa. Moreover, Qin Xian had previously reported to me. Ever since the system ceased to restrict the levels of my guards, Qin Xian is now on the verge of achieving the state of great perfection, if all goes well. It may occur within the next couple of days. with two formidable masters of great perfection coupled with the hidden cards in Qin Geng's possession. What could the adversaries possibly wield against us, even if they truly wish to instigate a fierce conflict? Witnessing Qin Geng's confidence bordering on arrogance, Shui Han could only sigh repeatedly, ultimately choosing to accept the reality before her. On the other side, the solitary and self-satisfied Shui Tianhe was indulging in his drink when he received the news of Zhang Tongyu's demise within his own city. He abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming in fury, "Who dares to commit such an act?" It was one thing to openly defy the regulations of this city, but to audaciously slay the holy son of the Xinhui sect within my domain? Who could be responsible for such an affront? I must witness this for myself. The captain of the guard, recognizing the Lord's fury, dared not delay and replied, "I happened to be passing the scene at the time. I intended to apprehend the perpetrator directly, but Shui Tianhe interrupted, but your strength was insufficient? Truly a band of idle gluttons." The captain of the guard offered a wry smile. Whether or not my strength was adequate, I cannot presume to say. After all, I only witnessed the aftermath of the holy son's demise. However, the assailant was seen in the company of your daughter, my lord, which is rather telling. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianhe's rage intensified. What a calamity! I instructed her to keep the company of that young man, yet she failed to attend to her duties properly. How could she? Suddenly, as he reflected, Shui Tianhe recognized the peculiarity in the captain's description. He inquired, what did the assailant look like? The captain, now respectful, replied. He appeared remarkably young and handsome, clad in luxurious attire, exuding an air of authority. Upon hearing this description, Shui Tianhe, who had contemplated personally clearing the path to quell the Xinhui sect's wrath, fell into a profound silence. This portrayal, this account, could the assailant be Qin Geng? What authority did he possess to intervene? Even the celestial monarch Han Ming fled upon hearing his name. What significance did I hold? Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure and said, "You may attend to other matters. I shall handle this personally. Do not accompany me." The captain, trusting his lord's words, bowed and swiftly departed. Once the lord's mansion settled into tranquility once more, Shui Tianhe adjusted his attire slightly before resuming his place to indulge in his drink. Management? What a farce. On the other side, within the sacred Mount sect, at the pinnacle of Mount Wanlong, a man who appeared to be in his middle age, yet whose eyes were filled with the weight of experience, was engaged in a lively conversation with an elderly gentleman. The two seemed to be enjoying each other's company immensely. At this moment, the elder responsible for guarding the soul tablet in the rear hall rushed towards the man with a look of panic, exclaiming, Sect Master, a grave matter has arisen." Upon seeing the elder's distressed countenance, Songshan, the sect master of Xinyu sect, sensed an ominous foreboding. Normally, this elder would never stray a single step from the back mountain unless something dire had occurred. He spoke with a heavy tone. "What has happened?" The elder, filled with sorrow, replied, "The holy son, his soul tablet has shattered." Even though Songshan believed he was mentally prepared for any news, he could hardly fathom such a dreadful revelation. Alongside an elderly man beside him, they both exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" The elder guarding the soul tablet reiterated with deep grief, "The holy son's soul tablet has shattered, sect master, great elder." Songshan bellowed in disbelief, "Impossible." He had intended for that child, Zhang Tongyu, to remain within the vicinity of their sect, fearing that someone might conspire against him, thus specifically allowing him to train only in this designated area. Could it be that he disregarded our counsel and ventured into some perilous forbidden zone? Songshan found it inconceivable that anything could befall Zhang Tongyu while he was within the territory of their sect and its surrounding power. The elder known as the Great Elder furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is Elder Jiang, who was tasked with safeguarding Tongyu, safe?" The elder responsible for the soul tablet nodded and replied, "Elder Jiang is currently unharmed, perhaps on his way back to the sect." Upon hearing this, Songshan erupted with an overwhelming and terrifying aura, declaring, "What is he returning for? He has failed to uphold his duty." In Songshan's view, even if Elder Jiang were to return safely, he should be held accountable and face justice according to our sect's regulations, to appease Tongyu's spirit in the afterlife. As the sect master of Xinyu sect, Songshan regarded Zhang Tongyu almost as his own son, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he treated him as his own flesh and blood. There was no denying his deep affection for this disciple. Not only was Tongyu exceptionally talented, but he also demonstrated profound respect for his teachers, exhibiting a calm demeanor, and had gained unanimous recognition from the entire sect. He was undoubtedly the prime candidate to inherit Songshan's position. And now they actually claim that their most cherished child has perished just like that? How can he possibly come to terms with this? Upon witnessing this, The Grand Elder hastily advised, "Sect Master, do not be hasty. It would be prudent to deliberate further once Elder Jiang returns." Upon hearing these words, Song Zhen managed to regain a semblance of composure, yet his demeanor remained icy as he declared, "Should he fail to provide a reason that convinces our sect, let him await his fate alongside my disciple." On the other side, the elder in charge of the soul tokens dared not even breathe. Even the Grand Elder could only let out a sigh, refraining from uttering anything further regarding the Master's decision. Before long, Elder Jiang returned to the sect alone. As he set foot at the foot of the main peak, Songjin and the Grand Elder unexpectedly emerged from an unknown direction, confronting him. Particularly, the gaze of Sect Master Songjin was strikingly frigid, as though he were looking upon a corpse. Elder Jiang was acutely aware of the circumstances, and thus, he knelt on one knee, expressing his sorrow. "I, Jiang, am incompetent, having failed to protect His Highness the Holy Sun." Songjin, however, scoffed coldly. "Protect? Are you certain you fulfilled that role? Look at yourself, utterly unscathed, your garments pristine as new. Is this what you call protection?" In that moment, Elder Jiang grasped the misunderstanding harbored by his sect master. He hastily clarified, "Master, it is not that I wish to abandon the Holy Sun. The moment I chose to become his guardian, I swore an oath to protect him with my life, aspiring for him to lead our divine Mount sect to greater heights. It is simply that." The Grand Elder, unable to endure any longer, interjected with a stern voice, "Stop stammering. Speak." Elder Jiang then bitterly retorted, "The assailant who struck the Holy Sun was an unknown ascendant of the perfected Great Ascension realm, who took his life with a single blow." Leaving me no time to react. Realizing the dire situation, he could only memorize the villain's appearance, hoping to return and be of some use at last. Though undeniably grasping for self-preservation, his eloquence in weaving such a narrative was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, Songjin's anger towards Elder Jiang had considerably diminished, replaced instead by astonishment. A formidable being at the pinnacle of the great perfection realm? Could it be that those wretched foes had infiltrated? The Grand Elder's expression turned grave upon hearing the sect master's conjecture, as he coldly declared, "If it is indeed them, I shall be the first to seek retribution." Where exactly had the young prince encountered trouble? Elder Jiang hastily replied with utmost respect, "In the city of Qishao, sect master, Grand Elder. The villains are exceedingly rampant. I propose we mobilize all our elite forces, centering our search around Qishao City, to apprehend the miscreant in one fell swoop." Upon hearing that it was Qishao City, Songjin's eyelids twitched in response. This rogue not only possessed overwhelming power but also appeared to regard others with utter disdain. They were either a fool or possessed the confidence to confront him. After some contemplation, he decided to adopt Elder Jiang's suggestion, to bring along the elders who currently bore no responsibilities and venture to Qishao City to seek an explanation. Before long, numerous powerful members of Xinyu sect marched forth in a grand procession towards Qishao City. Meanwhile, the death of the Holy Sun, Zhang Tongyu, has stirred a tremendous uproar throughout the entire Qishao City. Numerous cultivators still within the city hastily chose to flee for their lives. The reason is simple. They are acutely aware that the vengeful leader of the Xinwei sect may soon arrive. This is certainly not an auspicious omen. On the other side, Qin Geng leisurely occupied the main seat in the Lord's mansion, indulging in wine. According to Qin Pe, he had been unable to sense the presence of that old charlatan within the Crimson Sky City. It appeared that after dealing with the upcoming nuisances from the Xinwei sect, it would be time for him to embark on a journey to a new city to investigate further. At that moment, from the distant sky, streaks of luminous light were rapidly approaching the Lord's Manor of Snowy River. These brilliant beams not only appeared extraordinarily dazzling but also traveled at an astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Qin Geng remained engrossed in his libations. A myriad of radiant figures congregated within the Lord's residence, with the foremost being none other than the previously frantic sect master of the Xinwei sect, Songjin. Initially, he regarded the oblivious Qin Geng with a hint of astonishment. He then turned directly to Shui Tianhe and stated, "My dear brother Shui, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit? I shall be blunt. The disciple I hold in the highest regard, the nephew you mentioned, has he perished within your city? If so, I would appreciate your cooperation in unearthing the identity of this perpetrator." However, before he could fully articulate his menacing intent, Qin Geng, with a single hand grasping the wine jug, interjected, "No need to search further. I am the one who has slain your ineffectual holy son. And even if that is the case, what can you possibly do to me?" Upon hearing this, Songjin's gaze, which had been fixated on Shui Tianhe, suddenly shifted to Qin Geng. He had sensed that the individual in the position of city lord, indulging in wine, was far from ordinary. His eagerness to ascertain the fate of Zheng Tongyu had prevented him from giving due attention to the other. To his astonishment, this brazen individual not only admitted to being the one who ended his beloved disciple's life but did so with such audacity in his presence. How could one so brazenly sip wine at the seat of Shui Tianhe, fully aware of his identity? Such arrogance! The more he contemplated, the more incensed he became. Songjin sneered at Shui Tianhe. City Lord Shui, you truly are full of surprises. Not only have you allowed the murderer to appear here, but you also permit him to revel and drink. Truly, you are a diligent city lord. Shui Tianhe's expression shifted dramatically at these words. Indeed, he was aware that Qin Geng was the architect behind Zheng Tongyu's demise. Yet, what could he do? Setting aside the fact that the man was accompanied by a formidable expert, one so powerful that even the celestial monarch of cold darkness would tread carefully around him. It was hard to believe such an entity lacked any hidden cards. Thus, despite knowing the peril of allowing Qin Geng to linger, especially with the impending arrival of the Xinwei sect, he found himself unable to voice any objections. Not only did he refrain from dissent, but he even resolved to wager on this precarious situation. Given that Qin Geng exhibited utter disdain towards the Xinwei sect, coupled with the prowess he had displayed, why not take a chance? He wagered that Qin Geng could indeed overpower and triumph over his adversaries. Although Shui Tianhe holds the title of the Lord of Qishao City, deep within his heart, he still perceives himself as a merchant, and more so, a gambler. After meticulously weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately resolved to remain in place alongside this young Master Qin, awaiting the latter's arrival. He retorted without mercy, "Perhaps the esteemed Song Zongju is unaware of the actions of your sect's holy son in this vicinity. As for his true character, I believe you are already well acquainted with it. Most importantly, he has provoked this esteemed individual. Even a Deluo Jinxian would be unable to save him." Upon hearing these words, Songjin was utterly incensed. "You, Shui Tianhe, not only have the audacity but also dare to insinuate that my sect's chosen disciple deserves his fate." He erupted in anger. "Very well. Once I deal with that utterly arrogant lad, you shall be next. Do not presume that your backing from the Xianyun sect can save you." With that, he disregarded the now visibly distressed Shui Tianhe and redirected his wrath toward Qin Geng, who was still observing the scene with amusement. Songjin declared grimly, "If I do not capture you today and publicly execute you, how can my beloved disciple find peace? How can my sect's reputation remain intact?" In response, Qin Geng merely scoffed, offering no other reply. Witnessing the unmasked disdain from his adversary, Songjin's fury surged to a crescendo. He coldly remarked, "I hope that when I capture you, you can maintain this bravado." With that, Songjin adopted a stance as if he were about to charge forward, clearly unwilling to engage in further dialogue. However, at that moment, the elder beside Songjin suddenly exclaimed, "Imperial Dragon Qi." Upon hearing this, Songjin, who was about to rush forward, abruptly halted his advance. The reason was simple. These 4 words carried immense weight in the hearts of beings of their caliber. It was significant enough to bring even the enraged Lord of Xinwei sect to a standstill. He forcibly restrained his impulse to seize Qin Geng and scrutinized him closely. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Not only was the Imperial Dragon Qi present, but it was also so potent that it was almost corporeal. The elder gasped. Could it be that this person is the sovereign of an immortal sanctum from the upper realm? As this conjecture was voiced, not only the others present, but even Songjin himself felt his pupils constrict sharply. Indeed, this possibility seemed remarkably plausible. While ordinary individuals might grasp the concept of Imperial Dragon Qi, only beings of their stature understood its profound implications. Although they currently resided in the eastern domain of the Dihua continent, Xinwei sect had always maintained connections with the central state. Anyone with even a modicum of insight within the realm of cultivation is aware of the significance of Zhongzhou. It is indeed the very location where the upper realm is engaged in concentrated investments on the earthly Xian continent. Within Zhongzhou, numerous formidable factions maintain close ties with the upper realm, consistently channeling talent upwards, while the upper realm reciprocates with unique benefits. Consequently, the prominent figures in Zhongzhou, despite never having visited the legendary upper realm, possess a profound understanding of its affairs. From Zhongzhou, Songjin discerned that the possessors of the Imperial Dragon Qi are often those who have attained the status of emperor, and each is invariably a notable figure hailing from the upper realm. Moreover, it is commonly the case that many bearers of the Imperial Dragon Qi are reincarnated mighty beings, who, in their previous lives, likely achieved the form of an emperor. While the average person recognizes the formidable nature of this phenomenon, they would scarcely fathom the extent of its significance. At this moment, The leader and the elder of the Divine Mountain sect finally discerned the formidable aura emanating from Qin Geng, leaving them in a state of perplexity. Observing their anticipated reaction, Qin Geng shook his head with a look of pity. Had he not deliberately projected this aura, the heavenly silkworm robe might have concealed his true identity from them. Qin Geng spoke indifferently. So, do you wish to continue? I have grown quite impatient waiting here. Upon hearing yet another provocation, Songjin trembled with rage. This wretch. Regardless of who he may be, I shall tear him apart today. The elder, sensing that Songjin was on the verge of losing his composure, hastily interjected, Leader, do not act impulsively. This individual appears to be from the higher realms. However, before he could finish his warning, Songjin had already charged forward, coldly declaring, No matter who it is, today I shall avenge Tongyu. Yet, before he could close the distance to Qin Geng, the air beside him rippled. And Qin suddenly materialized, launching a palm strike directly at his face. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Songjin instinctively attempted to defend himself with his hands. To his horror, he discovered he could not move an inch. Before he could even cry out for help, his head shattered like a crushed watermelon. And the leader of the Divine Mountain sect met his untimely demise. The onlookers were left in sheer astonishment at this abrupt turn of events. The leader of the Divine Mountain sect, recognized as one of the mightiest in the eastern region, had been slain in an instant by an unknown adversary within the Lord's residence of Qishao City. It is worth noting that Songjin, as the leader of their sect, not only possessed immense strength but also truly embodied the title of leader. Moreover, and most importantly, he serves as the very pillar and backbone of the sect. If even the so-called strongest in the eyes of the world could meet such a tragic fate, how could these mere bystanders, who only came to cheer for the sect leader, expect any better? Initially, when the news of the Saint Sun's demise spread, there was an uproar of indignation. Yet now, witnessing the sect leader's woeful and desolate end, their hearts are devoid of any anger, replaced solely by an overwhelming dread. This turn of events was beyond their wildest imaginations. Observing the crowd's shock, confusion, and disbelief, Qin Geng coldly scoffed, Merely ants, their arrogance is laughable. Upon hearing such a derogatory conclusion about the leader of the second-largest sect in the eastern region, the elders of the Divine Summit sect felt not a flicker of anger. Instead, they were overwhelmed by trembling fear. At this juncture, whatever Qin Geng uttered was of little consequence. Their only hope was that he would spare their lives. Regret consumed them. Why had they traveled such a great distance only to present themselves as targets? Eventually, it was the elder who had previously advised Songjin to reconsider, who, suppressing his own terror, stepped forward and knelt before Qin Geng, stating, "We harbor no intentions of opposing you, sir. It is merely that our sect leader, Songjin, has succumbed to madness and is acting recklessly. We were compelled to comply with his commands lest he resort to violence to assert his authority. The protector of our saint son was slain by the leader in a fit of rage upon returning to the sect, out of fear of his tyrannical rule. We had no choice but to come here to bolster his presence. Though Zheng Tongyu is our saint's son, his character is indeed dark and self-serving. His fate is entirely of his own making. We would not dare to trouble you over such trivial matters." In truth, his words were nothing but fabrications. Although Elder Jiang had erred significantly, he had merely been confined and was not facing execution, while the elder had suggested bringing him forth to identify the murderer. Songjin had been unwilling to heed anyone's counsel, thus his behavior could not be deemed entirely irrational. Though many elders present were not fully aware of Zheng Tongyu's true character, they had no time to deliberate such matters now, hastily kneeling in agreement with the elder's assertions. The reason was simple: they needed to survive this ordeal first before addressing anything else. Even if Zheng Tongyu truly was as portrayed by outsiders, they had no choice but to distort the truth in order to save their own lives. Such is the disparity of power. If Qin Geng's strength were truly not formidable, even if he could match their leader Songjin, they would have easily overwhelmed him, devouring him in unison. In truth, Songjin not only perished, but as one of the few pinnacle ascendants in the entire eastern domain, his demise was remarkably swift and decisive, without even a fleeting moment of respite. What does this signify? The simplest explanation is that, even if they were to charge forth in righteous indignation and fiery wrath, the ultimate outcome would merely be one of death. Moreover, they might meet their demise with even greater swiftness than their esteemed leader. How could this not instill fear and trepidation within them? At the very least, everyone present desires to live well. Gathering to become elders of this sect merely to acquire more cultivation resources, greater power, and astonishing wealth. Upon hearing their words, Qin Geng felt a profound disdain in his heart. He understood that this group was solely motivated by the instinct for survival. Yet, This did not constitute a justification for him to spare them. Qin Geng considered himself above engaging in futile slaughter in such a setting. The tragic fate of Songjun was entirely of his own making, unrelated to Qin Geng in any way. However, should he let them go unscathed, it would indeed be a boon for them. After some contemplation, Qin Geng turned to Yin Ran and Xuehan beside him and said, "Select whatever you desire from them. The quantity is of no concern." This was merely a punishment in its purest form, as Qin Geng held their worthless trinkets in utter contempt. Nevertheless, it was likely that these two would not share his sentiment. Upon hearing these words, the elders collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. While the thought of parting with their most treasured possessions might have caused them some distress, the preservation of their lives took precedence, rendering all other matters negotiable. Before the two hesitant figures could step forward, the usually ethereal and aloof Grand Elder unexpectedly took the initiative, promptly relinquishing the ownership of his storage ring. With a smile that bordered on obsequiousness, he offered it to the young ones, saying, "I am but an old fool. Within this ring are merely trivial items. Please, feel free to take whatever you desire, should it not offend your sensibilities." Though his words were devoid of sincerity, he understood that if they could navigate through this immediate peril, he might later boast of having encountered a figure of great stature from the upper realms. Moreover, the position of the sect leader has now become vacant, naturally rekindling everyone's ambitions. However, such matters can be addressed after we navigate through the current challenges. Upon witnessing the old man's swift actions, though inwardly vexed, the others hastily followed suit, offering their own possessions. They rushed forward, lamenting that their parents had not bestowed upon them an additional pair of legs. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Xuehan appeared utterly bewildered, while Yin Ran maintained a notable composure. This is the power of their young master. These individuals, as elders of the Xinyu sect, typically exude an air of superiority and arrogance when abroad. Who among them does not strive to curry favor? Yet, in the presence of their young master, they are nothing but a source of amusement. Before him, failure to comply may even jeopardize one's very existence. Ignoring the chaotic scene before him, Qin Geng began to quietly examine the system's marketplace. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Qin Geng's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully triggering the final million-level critical strike reward. Can it be carried as a dwelling?" Qin Geng's eyes brightened. This is indeed a valuable asset. At the very least, he would no longer have to seek shelter elsewhere. When fatigued, he could simply retreat to the Golden Cloud Palace for respite. The Golden Cloud Palace, serving as a portable abode, not only boasts convenience but also comes equipped with a contingent of 50 Golden Cloud Guards, each possessing cultivation levels at the mid-stage of ascension. Equivalent to the guardians bestowed by the system, these guards could continually enhance their cultivation realms. What? Upon hearing this news, Qin Geng was truly overjoyed. This represents the most genuine advantage. It is not merely that these guards can ensure his safety, rather, parading them would undoubtedly project an image of invincibility. After all, in terms of security, with Qin Xian and Qin Po by his side, he was already well protected, to the extent that there was no need to even unleash the true power of the Nine Dragons' Golden Chariot. However, a battalion of 100 mid-stage ascension guards is an entirely different matter. Without a doubt, if he were to showcase even half, or a mere quarter, of them, who would dare to show him any disrespect? Moreover, with their assistance, I need not trouble these two guardians with every trivial matter. At this juncture, a thought suddenly struck Qin Geng. Since my current needs in the system's marketplace are minimal, why not procure a few items for them? This indeed is a splendid idea. After all, as I expend points in the system's marketplace, I shall unlock more and superior products. Should circumstances permit, I might also contemplate acquiring some trifles from the marketplace that hold little utility for myself, yet could delight Yin Ran. Ultimately, for me, these expenditures are merely a means to an end. Aspiring to be an unparalleled magnate cannot solely rely on the present provisions. Beyond the rewards afforded by the system, it is imperative that I also procure potent items from the marketplace at opportune moments. On the other side, Yin Ran and Xuehan held an abundance of items in their hands, predominantly the storage rings themselves. Although both women felt a twinge of discomfort, they were astute enough to comprehend the psyche of these individuals. Should they refuse to accept these offerings, it was likely that the others would be consumed by anxiety, even fearing that their demise was imminent. On the other hand, if I were to choose to decline, it is likely that Qin Geng would also be displeased. After all, from a certain perspective, I would be contravening his directives. At this moment, Qin Geng's attention was entirely diverted from the pitiable souls begging for mercy to his own contemplations. Just moments ago, Qin Geng had discreetly informed him that he was about to venture into the void, on the verge of achieving the pinnacle of the Ascension realm. On the other hand, Qin lamented his inability to uncover any traces left by the old man. The previous news had brought him a measure of joy, however. The latter revelation left him somewhat disheartened. Discounting the possibility that the other party could evade Qin Po's perception, it was highly probable that they had already departed. At the very least, Qin Geng did not believe there existed anyone in the earthly profound continent capable of eluding his awareness. This was a formidable ability bestowed upon him by the system. Given this, the only course of action available to him was to leave this place and proceed to the next city. Soon, he resolved to head to Xianyu City. Faced with this choice, he found little reason to deliberate. In the city of Chongshu, there resided a rather discontented elder with snow-white hair. While the formidable demon of Qishao City stirred chaos, news from Chongshu City was conspicuously absent. Thus, the old man resolved to venture to Xuanyu City first. Should he fail to find the venerable Xinyuan there, it would indicate that the elder wished to avoid his presence, and he would have to relinquish his search. It was rumored that the young lad had caused quite a stir in Qishao City, and, for the foreseeable future, their paths would likely not cross. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the surrounding void trembled, and the elder vanished from his location. Before departing, Qin Geng expended several 100,000 points to procure 2 weapons from the marketplace, suitable for his loyal guards. It was not that his wealth was excessively abundant, but rather, given his possession of the extravagant system, it seemed rather inappropriate for his subordinates to appear so underwhelming. Aside from their decent attire, they truly lacked in other aspects. In the parlance of the gaming world, these two could only be described as lackluster. This realization stirred an unprecedented sense of guilt within Qin Geng. Setting aside the fact that he had been preoccupied with utilizing their services, he had not contemplated how to reciprocate their loyalty. Even if this group was merely a collection of tools provided by the system, eternally devoted to him. The passage of time spent in their company inevitably nurtured a bond of sentiment. As his 2 subordinates accepted their rewards, they maintained an expression of unwavering calm and utmost respect, which stirred a subtle discontent within him. Could they not display a hint of joy? After finally attending to these trivial matters, Qin Geng resolved to set forth directly to Xianyu City in hopes of fortune. Should he fail to locate what he sought, he would have no choice but to venture to Chongshu City with a sense of desperate optimism. At this moment, he lamented one particular thing within the marketplace. There existed a remarkable treasure capable of accurately locating individuals, yet its exorbitant price rendered it utterly unaffordable, even for someone of his current status. On the other hand, the members of the Xinwei sect, after fulfilling their mission, humbly requested to take their leave. They understood that although they had preserved their lives, the illustrious reputation of the Xinwei sect would likely plummet from this point onward. Indeed, it was not long before the news of the sect master Zhang of the Xinyu sect meeting a formidable foe in Qishao City and perishing in the encounter spread throughout the entire eastern region in less than a day. This revelation left countless powerful figures in the eastern region astonished and alarmed. Meanwhile, within the unassuming confines of Xianyu City, in a modest corner, stood an elderly man clad in coarse linen, his disheveled hair framing a weathered face. Abruptly, he came to a halt. The old man furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "That old scoundrel Han Ming has encountered misfortune again and seeks my assistance? I have already done enough to clean up his mess. Does he dare to approach me once more? Perhaps it is time I demand some recompense. What could this young man, who has slain Songshan, possibly want from me, traveling such a great distance? How could I have failed to foresee this?" In that moment, the old man was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. How many years had it been? He had tirelessly offered predictions and guidance to others, and it had been ages since he had last faltered. How is it that I am unable to discern the intentions of this individual? Who is this person truly? He initially believed that although the other possessed unparalleled strength, he had not wronged him, and as long as he understood his objectives, everything would be manageable. Yet, this very individual, revered as the elder of divine words, finds himself enveloped in a shroud of uncertainty when confronted by Qin Geng. Who exactly is he? After much contemplation, the elder resolved to remain in Xianyu City to observe the true motives of this enigmatic figure. Frankly speaking, even the elder of divine words harbors curiosity regarding the intentions of such a presence. Indeed, the intelligence acquired from that young lad Ning Chuan is quite revealing. The political dynamics of a modest-bordered dynasty warrant further analysis. It is evident that both he and the Lord of Cold Darkness perceive Ning Chuan's notions as fundamentally naive. Many seek to locate him, yet it has been ages since someone like Qin Geng has prompted him to desire an audience. It seems he hails from the upper realms. However, what could an old man like me offer that would merit such a meeting? At this moment, Qin Geng remained unaware that he had already been discovered and was still en route to Xuanyu City. His subsequent plans were, in essence, rather straightforward. As was customary, he intended to seek out a place to indulge himself thoroughly. Meanwhile, he would have Qin Xian, who had successfully attained the pinnacle of the Ascension realm, and Qin could discreetly search for one another's whereabouts in various locations around the city. Should they manage to locate one another, it would be a fortuitous outcome, however. If they failed to do so, it could only be attributed to his current misfortune. Not to mention, he could hardly rely on anything else but the hope of encountering that individual here. After all, his time in Qishao City had been significantly delayed by the nuisances of the Xinwei sect, resulting in a diminutive probability of meeting that old trickster. Moreover, Qin Geng is now beset by a powerful intuition. Should he fail to encounter that old charlatan here, it is likely that the outcome would be no different even if he were to venture to the ultimate destination, the Void City. Before departing, he took with him the daughter of the Lord of Qishao City, Xuehan. Setting aside her feelings for the moment, it is worth noting that at that time, the corners of Xue Tian's mouth nearly reached his ears. For him, this was nothing short of the greatest reward, a veritable boon. He not only harbored hopes for his daughter's meteoric rise, but more importantly, he believed that his own renown might ascend in tandem with this affair. The individual in question was not only immensely powerful but also possessed deep-rooted connections. Even a mere trickle of their resources could undoubtedly yield significant advantages for him. Given the imposing aura of this figure, it would be all too effortless to reap some benefits, even if it were merely unwanted scraps. They would surely prove useful to him. Meanwhile, Xuehan felt a twinge of anxiety. Her foremost concern was whether this young gentleman might harbor any intentions towards her. Ultimately, unable to contain herself, she discreetly approached Yin Rand and whispered, "Has the gentleman expressed any interest in you?" Yin Rand, momentarily perplexed, gazed at her with a look of bewilderment. Upon witnessing the other's reaction, Xuehan instantly concluded that the person likely had no involvement. At the very least, she believed that if Yin Rand had indeed engaged in such intimate relations with Qin Geng, her own words would have resonated immediately with understanding. This realization brought her a measure of relief. Consequently, she deftly shifted the topic, remarking, "Xuanyu City is quite pleasant, though the nearby Xylon sect tends to be somewhat overbearing." Hearing this, Yinran couldn't help but think that this individual might be devoid of any pressing matters, resorting to awkward small talk with her. Meanwhile, Qin Geng, fully aware of the conversation between them, paid it no mind. What was this Xylon sect to him? Could it truly rival his own assertiveness? As he continued to accelerate the speed of the celestial vessel, aiming to reach the mysterious U City directly, he inadvertently traversed the skies above the Xylon sect. Much like the imposing regulations that characterized the sect outside of the Fuyo City, this place exhibited an equally stringent atmosphere, intolerant of any intrusions, especially those daring enough to trespass through its aerial domain. However, this encounter was distinct. At that very moment, the sect master, Bai Sheng, caught sight of Qin Geng aboard the celestial vessel. Fury surged within him, prompting him to rally a cadre of elders to encircle Qin Geng. Yet, before he could execute such intentions, he noticed Shui Han from a distance atop the vessel. Given the relatively close proximity between Qishao City, Xuanyu City, and his own sect, it was not surprising that the two parties were acquainted. Considering the amicable rapport previously established with Xue Tianhe, the lord of Qishao City, Bai Sheng refrained from unleashing his murderous intent immediately. Instead, he approached with a slightly displeased countenance. He first signaled the surrounding law enforcement elders and disciples to remain cautious, then stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he addressed her. "Miss Xue, what is your intention? You are aware that the skies above our sect are strictly forbidden. Surely, you must know this? Were it not for the regard I hold for Xue Tianhe, I would not even engage in dialogue with you at this moment." Upon hearing the inquiry posed by the other party, Xue Han found herself in a somewhat awkward position. "It was not my intention to pass by the vicinity of Uncle Bai," she explained, her gaze shifting towards Qin Geng. Qin Geng replied coolly, "I wish to proceed directly to Xuanyu City. This is the most expedient route." In truth, Qin Geng had no desire to engage in idle chatter, preferring instead to traverse the path without delay. However, noticing the apparent familiarity between the two parties and recognizing that neither Qin Xian nor Qin Pa harbored any intent to harm, he allowed Xuehan to engage in conversation with them. As Xuehan's eyes turned back to him, he understood her reluctance to use him as an excuse. Thus, he articulated his thoughts. Qin Geng had always considered himself a reasonable individual. It was merely that, on numerous occasions, these people had proven to be rather short-sighted. Upon hearing these words, Bai Sheng, the esteemed leader of the Xylan sect, was immediately filled with indignation. What could this mean? To traverse the shortest path at the expense of one's own head? Who is this audacious individual who dares to act in such a manner? Wait a moment. Bai Sheng suddenly recalled a piece of news that had recently emerged. A young gentleman, whose origins remain a mystery, had commanded his subordinates to ruthlessly eliminate the leader of the Xinyu sect on the spot, with the latter unable to mount even a semblance of resistance. It is said that the reason for Songjin's demise was initially due to his family's holy son, Zheng Tongyu, being killed while competing for the affection of Shui Han with that young nobleman. Could it be that, as he contemplated a certain possibility, his pupils suddenly constricted sharply? At that moment, an elder beside him could no longer contain his indignation. He bellowed, "Who are you to dare show such disrespect towards our esteemed sect, the Xylan sect, and our revered leader?" However, before he could finish his tirade, a resounding thud echoed as the elder was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently to the ground, rendered unconscious. On the other side, Bai Sheng had just retracted the leg he had kicked out. With an ingratiating expression, he addressed Qin Geng, saying, "Young master, do you wish to travel to Xinyu City? I can certainly guide you there." Witnessing this sudden turn of events, not only were the elders of the Xylan sect taken aback, but even Qin Geng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that this sect leader possessed such cleverness. Although the reason for the swift change in attitude remained a mystery, it was evident that he had recognized Qin Geng's identity, prompting such a decision. Perhaps, at that critical moment, he had made a connection to Qin Geng's status from some prior knowledge. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Qin Geng to conceive of any reasonable explanation. Initially, he had thought he would be taking many lives along this path, but the other party's timely retreat spared him the hassle of dealing with his subordinates. To be frank, reaping the lives of this motley crew brought Qin Geng no sense of accomplishment. Thus, he impatiently waved his hand, saying, "Go back to where you came from." With that, he accelerated the divine vessel and departed. The chastised leader of the Xylan sect, at this moment, displayed not a trace of anger. Instead, he was enveloped in a sense of exhilaration and relaxation, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Observing the leader's uncharacteristic demeanor, alongside the elder who had earlier spoken out bravely but was now writhing in the pit, the other members of the sect wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Eventually, even the usually taciturn second elder ventured to inquire, "Master, what does this mean?" Xiao Su's words were not without merit. "How is it that you so readily grasp their intentions?" Bai Sheng sighed. "Under normal circumstances, there would indeed be no issue, for this is our territory, and we possess the rationale. However, the present situation is far from ordinary. Do you comprehend who we are dealing with?" Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the elders and disciples, he continued to elucidate, "Our sect can be entirely assured that he is the one responsible for the demise of Songjin. Reflect upon the sequence of events, and ascertain whether my assertions hold merit. Should we provoke that esteemed individual, we might find ourselves oblivious to our own demise." At Bai Sheng's words, a collective gasp escaped the lips of the elders and disciples of the Xylan sect. If the leader's deduction were indeed accurate, this was truly a matter of life and death. They lacked the confidence to confront the Xinyu sect, let alone face the formidable Qin Geng, who could easily subdue them. Even Songjin had met with a fate akin to being cleaved like a vegetable in the presence of that esteemed individual. Surely, their own fate would be even more dire. The Grand Elder, with a visage marked by lingering trepidation, remarked, "Indeed, our esteemed leader's wisdom is unparalleled. Were it not for your intervention, our Xylan sect would undoubtedly have faced a grievous calamity." Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in unanimous agreement, entirely disregarding the unconscious elder still sprawled on the ground. Bai Sheng lamented, "At this moment, our sect cannot help but envy that rascal Shui Tianhe. Not only does he possess a fortified stronghold, but he has also been blessed with a remarkable daughter. Were I a woman, I would be inclined to pursue him fervently. In comparison, what does our sect's legacy truly amount to?" On the other side, Qin Geng had arrived at the outskirts of Xinyu City. Upon reaching this place, he initially intended to employ his previous tactics, hoping to have either Qin Xian or Qin Pe directly extract the city lord to lead the way. However, to his astonishment, he found an elderly gentleman clad in splendid attire standing solitary at the city gate. Upon noticing Qin Geng and his companions, the elder approached them with a respectful demeanor, inquiring, "Might I ask if you are here to meet the esteemed Senior Xinyan?" Hearing this question, Qin Geng's spirits were instantly lifted. The elder continued with utmost reverence. I am Su Jin, the city lord of Xianyu City, and I have been awaiting your esteemed arrival. Senior Shenyin is currently at the city lord's residence. Please allow me to escort you. Upon hearing these words, Yin Ran and Shui Han were both immensely astonished. The esteemed Senior Shenyin truly possesses boundless knowledge. He is even fully aware of the young master's quest to find him. Qin Geng was quite astonished within. This old man possessed some remarkable abilities, managing to predict this outcome. However, Qin Geng felt a tinge of displeasure towards the other's actions. He snorted coldly. Remaining in the city lord's residence with such an air of confidence, this old charlatan certainly has a grandiose demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Su Jin's body visibly trembled unnaturally for a moment. He then forced a laugh and said, Young master is jesting. The old senior is merely fatigued from the long journey. I hope the young master can forgive this. Although Qin Geng remained disdainful upon hearing this, he refrained from expressing his thoughts. After all, he still had matters to discuss with the other party, and it was not wise to lose his temper. He would confront this old charlatan when the time came. Unbeknownst to him, the one leading the way, Su Jin, was equally apprehensive at that moment. Initially, he had been leisurely savoring tea within the lord's mansion, when unexpectedly, the elusive and enigmatic elder Shenyin appeared out of nowhere. The elder informed him that the formidable figure who had dispatched Songjin was swiftly approaching their location. Su Jin was taken aback, his shock so profound that he inadvertently crushed the exquisite teacup in his grasp. The elder of divine words chuckled and said, Rest assured. His arrival here is solely to seek me. It has nothing to do with you. All you need to do is bring him to me. Upon hearing this, Su Jin felt a considerable sense of relief, though an undercurrent of anxiety still lingered within him. After all, this was the formidable fiend who had effortlessly vanquished Songjin. Su Jin considered his own cultivation to be quite profound, having even crossed swords with Songjin in years past, fully aware of the formidable nature of his adversary. It was precisely this knowledge that made him fervently pray to avoid encountering such a dread fiend when he learned of the latter's tragic demise. Ultimately, fate seemed to conspire against him, leading him to this unfortunate predicament. Before long, he led Qin Geng into the lord's mansion, while he himself hastily concocted an excuse to slip away, as if he were the guest. As soon as he departed, a disheveled old man appeared before Qin Geng. Upon seeing him for the first time, Qin Geng felt a sense of surprise. The city lord's mansion certainly would not tolerate beggars wandering about. So could this be the revered elder Shenyin? Just as he was about to speak, the space around them suddenly warped, and an elderly man clad in pure white emerged from the void. It was none other than the Lord of Cold Desolation, who had been relentlessly searching for elder Shenyin. He first smiled at the elder, saying, Old man, I never expected you would be willing to meet me. Your attire is rather shabby, otherwise. However, he was unable to finish his sentence as he suddenly noticed Qin Geng standing nearby. The Lord of Cold Desolation was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of utter despair. Why am I so unfortunate? Upon seeing the Lord of Cold Desolation appear before him once more, Qin Geng raised an eyebrow. What a stroke of luck that this old man has come to him again. On the other hand, the cold underworld sovereign, wholly disregarding his original intentions, repeatedly displayed his submission to Qin Geng, exclaiming, my lord, I have come to recognize the folly of my arrogance. Truly, I was blind to the greatness before me. He could not dare to act boastfully in the presence of Qin Geng again. For if he were to be struck and embedded into the wall, it would indeed bring utter disgrace upon his venerable visage. On the other side, the elder of divine words furrowed his brow deeply. He was utterly perplexed that he could not discern the reason behind the arrival of the Lord of Cold Desolation. While he was indeed curious about the fact that Qin Geng was known to him and instilled a sense of dread, of greater significance was the realization that his own perception had encountered an unforeseen obstruction. Could it be that this old wretch had somehow advanced to the point of impeding his understanding? It seemed improbable, from every conceivable angle. He could not fathom that the Lord of Cold Desolation had made any progress at this moment. This could only imply one thing. The request for assistance from the other party likely concealed profound mysteries that even he could not foresee. Qin Geng showed complete indifference to the cold underworld monarch and directly inquired of the elder Shenyin, I am in search of the immortal spirit fruit. Can you foresee its approximate location within the Dihuan continent? Upon hearing this inquiry, even the cold underworld monarch's pupils constricted. The immortal spirit fruit. While the average individual may have never even heard of it, a formidable being like him, who has attained the pinnacle of ascension, is well aware of its significance. Such a treasure could very well be the finest within the entirety of the Dihuan continent, a rare gem that one can encounter but seldom seek. Indeed, even he had never entertained the notion of actively searching for this elusive fruit, choosing instead to let fate dictate his path. Upon hearing the question, the Elder of Divine Words could not help but furrow his brow even deeper. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "It may require some time. I anticipate being able to provide a prediction by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Qin Geng felt a wave of disdain wash over him. No wonder they could only wield their influence in this lower realm. Such trivial matters demand such a lengthy process. In his eyes, the so-called treasures of this realm, along with the overall strength, were merely a collection of worthless trinkets. Were it not for the necessity of acquiring this item to facilitate the second stage of upgrading his immortal profound paradise, he would not be wasting his time with him now. The Lord of the Cold Abyss exhibited no sense of surprise in response to his reply. After all, this artifact could be deemed the most precious and enigmatic treasure of the entire Dixian continent. The mere prospect of receiving a prediction from him was indeed a rare opportunity. In truth, the character of the Elder of Divine Words was rather peculiar. Had he not perceived numerous extraordinary qualities in Qin Geng, he likely would not have offered his assistance under any circumstances. Qin Geng then continued, stating that if the Elder could identify a general location, he would be willing to promise a reward in return. After all, this matter was of great significance to him. He reasoned that even if the Elder of Divine Words was somewhat dissatisfactory in his demeanor, as long as he could fulfill the entrusted task, it would not be unreasonable to consider offering him something in return. Upon hearing this, the elderly sage's eyes suddenly brightened as he exclaimed, "I seek nothing for myself. If you truly can assist me in fulfilling this request, I humbly implore you to bestow upon me an artifact capable of concealing the secrets of heaven, even if it only obscures a portion." At this request, Qin Geng raised an eyebrow. Observing his reaction, the elderly sage offered a wry smile and continued, "Having devoted my life to the study of celestial mysteries, I have indeed accomplished feats beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Yet, as the saying goes, heaven's secrets must not be disclosed. Throughout my life, I have inadvertently brushed against the boundaries of the cosmic order, and now I strive to remain hidden and nameless. Were it not for the unique qualities I perceive within you, I would never have dared to present myself before you, solely to evade the repercussions of the heavenly retribution." Qin Geng found himself in a position to comprehend these sentiments. Though this venerable sage possessed remarkable renown across the entire Diyuan continent, he was, in truth, perilously close to catastrophe due to his repeated ventures into the celestial mysteries. This predicament explained his departure from Zhangzhou and his subsequent wanderings across the continent, living a life of transience, which had left him in a state of disrepair. The Lord of Cold Desolation was well aware of these circumstances. However, he too had his own motives for seeking the sage's assistance and lacked any viable solutions to the matter at hand. Thus, in light of their long-standing friendship, he merely exchanged a few light-hearted remarks. Upon hearing the other party's reasoning, Qin Geng began to comprehend their predicament. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient cultivation. Otherwise, one would not be reduced to a state that straddles the line between human and ghost over such trivial matters. Nevertheless, having made a commitment, he certainly would not renege on it, and thus he readily acquiesced to the request. After all, aside from the treasures related to the immortal mysterious cave, his system's marketplace was replete with all manner of items, so it was reasonable to assume that the object he mentioned, capable of concealing celestial secrets, was indeed available. The venerable sage, upon witnessing Qin Geng's unexpectedly swift and decisive agreement, was instantly illuminated by an intense fervor in his eyes. If he could indeed liberate himself from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, not only would he evade this impending peril, but he could also ascend to the upper realm. This aspiration had been the pinnacle of his desires over the years. Regrettably, due to the intricacies of fate, he hesitated to push his boundaries, fearing that at the critical juncture of his ascension, he would face immediate retribution. The sage was originally a core member of a formidable faction in the central continent, which was itself a vassal of the higher realms. Therefore, his successful ascension would undoubtedly grant him a position of stability. It was with this consideration in mind that he proposed the Veil of Destiny, a treasure to serve as his reward. At this stage, such an artifact was of paramount importance to him. The Lord of Cold Darkness whispered, "Then, might I inquire about my affairs?" Upon hearing this, the Elder of Divine Words appeared somewhat embarrassed and responded, "What exactly is the purpose of your journey?" The Lord of Cold Darkness, taken aback, replied, "You cannot possibly have lost your prowess, can you? How is it that you cannot discern my intentions?" Qin Geng's identity was rather unique, And although the elder of divine words was astonished that he could not see through it, he was not overly surprised. However, the Lord's own matters had never eluded the elder's keen perception. It was precisely for this reason that he posed the question. Noticing a flicker of anger in the elder's expression, he hastily added, "It concerns my disciple, Qin Geng, who has been tragically slain by some unknown assailant. If I were to discover the identity of the perpetrator." Yet before he could finish his sentence, and before the elder could begin his deductions, Qin Geng interjected, "Ah, so it is you. I have long felt that name was somewhat familiar. I recall having inadvertently dispatched someone named Chu Yong in Zile City, where the city lord mentioned that his master was some so-called Lord of Cold Darkness. What a coincidence!" Upon hearing this conclusion, the Lord of Cold Darkness was utterly astonished. Could it be that he was truly so unfortunate? Was it fate that all matters linked to Qin Geng would intersect with him? He forced a laugh and said, "My lord, you jest. How could my inept disciple be worthy of your attention?" In his view, Qin Geng might be toying with him, seeking to witness his humiliation. However, upon hearing these words, the fleeting smirk on Qin Geng's lips vanished without a trace. In the next moment, his expression turned impassive as he stated, "Are you implying that I am lying?" The Lord of Cold Darkness felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the sudden shift in demeanor. Could it be that he truly was? But now was not the time to dwell on the truth. He quickly nodded and bowed, exclaiming, "Whatever my lord asserts must indeed be the case. It is my folly for questioning your words." Observing the Lord's submissive demeanor, Qin Geng could not help but scoff. "Is it really as simple as that? Have you completely lost your wit? Do you lack even the most basic analytical ability?" It was indeed Qin Geng who had committed the act, yet seeing the Lord's seemingly fractured demeanor, Qin Geng could not suppress his amusement and took delight in teasing this elder who had always relished in bullying the weak. At this moment, although the cold nether ruler had discerned the intentions of his counterpart, he dared not utter more than necessary and continued to flatter and ingratiate himself, saying, "I have always been rather dull-witted. Whatever the young master says shall be taken as truth." Witnessing his old acquaintance bowing so low before Qin Geng, the divine words elder felt a mix of astonishment and delight in his heart. The greater the strength and depth displayed by the other party, the higher the likelihood that he would ultimately acquire the coveted treasure. As Qin Geng observed the demeanor of the other party, he swiftly lost interest. Thus, he summoned Yin Ran and Shui Han, who had been quietly following him, and ventured alone to wander about Xinyu City, leaving the two elderly gentlemen behind. After all, his matters would not be resolved until tomorrow, so remaining here served no purpose. It would be far better to indulge elsewhere. Watching Qin Geng depart, the cold Ming heavenly monarch let out a sigh of relief. Although he had been ridiculed, his current safety was paramount, rendering considerations of pride utterly inconsequential. At this moment, the elder of divine words pondered and remarked, "What that young man has stated is likely the truth." The Lord of the Cold Abyss, feeling somewhat weary, replied, "If it is indeed his words, then I must accept my defeat." "How do you know?" he inquired. "Did you deduce it?" The elder of divine words solemnly shook his head and replied, "Not at all. Quite the contrary. It is precisely because I am utterly unable to deduce your matter that I have arrived at this conclusion." The Lord of the Cold Abyss, now intrigued, asked, "What do you mean by that?" He was no longer concerned about the demise of his disciple, especially given the high likelihood that the perpetrator was Qin Geng. To say nothing of revenge, perhaps there would indeed be an opportunity in a future life. The memory of Qin's earlier strike still lingered deeply in his mind, almost serving as a psychological shadow. The elder of divine words reflected for a moment and said, "In the beginning, I nearly foresaw both your arrival and that of the other. However, coincidentally, I was equally unaware of your intentions. At that time, although I found it somewhat strange, I did not dwell on it, for even my glimpses into heavenly secrets are not infallible. Yet, upon your arrival before me, I still could not discern your purposes. This is something I have not encountered in decades. Moreover, both of you exude a remarkably similar aura, akin to a shroud of mist." Subsequently, when he claimed responsibility for your disciple's demise, I took this as truth. In other words, the one who truly obscured my vision was never you, but rather that individual. Do you truly know who he is? Upon hearing this analysis, the Lord of the Cold Abyss suddenly found clarity. Indeed, since his intentions had always been transparent to the elder of divine words, yet this time had been an anomaly. The only explanation must be as such. If all that the elder has stated is true, then it indicates that, during the incident in Zile City, his two disciples had indeed lied to him. Had this been earlier, he would have felt immense anger and may have even taken matters into his own hands to punish them. However, the circumstances have changed. He now fully comprehends the rationale behind their decision. It must be said that it was quite wise. Had he been in their position, he might have acted similarly. Upon hearing the question posed by the other party, the venerable elder, who has traversed the vicissitudes of life, could only respond with a wry smile, stating, undoubtedly. It is a personage of great stature from the upper realms, likely with profound connections to the immortal sanctuaries. At this revelation, the elder of divine words did not exhibit excessive astonishment. While he felt a sense of shock within, he was somewhat prepared for such a revelation. In his view, anyone capable of evading his scrutiny could hardly be deemed a mere triviality. However, the elder had never anticipated that the other party could possess such formidable prowess. A core figure from the immortal sanctuaries? He mused, expressing his resignation. Such a significant individual, I wonder what brings them to this earthly realm. The Lord of the Cold Abyss, upon hearing this, chuckled, I never imagined there would be something you are unaware of. The elder of divine words, upon receiving this remark, wore an expression of helplessness, unable to refute the statement. In truth, the reason he could discern nothing about Qin Geng was not merely due to the celestial silk robe he donned, but rather because of the system. Indeed, Qin Geng's greatest ally, the most extraordinary entity, was the system itself. This phenomenon can aptly be described as transcending the three realms and existing beyond the five elements, entirely eluding the so-called heavenly mechanisms of divination and measurement. Furthermore, as the chosen host of the divine wealthy system, Qin Geng was naturally under its protection, rendering the chaotic notions of heavenly principles and karmic retribution utterly irrelevant to him. This elucidates why the venerable elder of divine words found himself utterly perplexed whenever matters involving Qin Geng were broached. Thus, he declared, very well. Since this issue is beyond resolution, I shall hasten to fulfill the tasks assigned to me. Should I indeed procure the treasure that conceals heavenly machinations, I would no longer need to hide away. Let us disregard the other party's identity. If I can swiftly resolve my current dilemmas, only then can I truly revel in freedom. Therefore, let us devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the resolution of the matter at hand. At this moment, Qin Geng was leisurely wandering through Xianyu City with the two enchanting ladies, Yin Ran and Shui Han. Upon witnessing his current antics, the city lord, Su Jin, who had long sought an excuse to avoid him, suddenly conveyed a message to his guards. Remember, upon seeing this man and the individuals accompanying him, regardless of their actions, pay them no mind, act as if you have not seen them. Having spoken, he imprinted the images of Qin Geng and the two women into the minds of the guards. Although the guards found this directive rather perplexing, they dared not disobey, given it was a direct order from the city lord. One guard murmured, when was the last time the city lord communicated with us? Another replied, at least 5 years ago. Who would have thought that when he finally spoke, it would be to issue such a command? The captain of the guards, whose cultivation had already reached the early stages of ascension, then barked sternly, silence. The city lord had already mentioned that one of his subordinates had executed the leader of the Xinyu sect on the spot. Do you think the person in question is unaware of your chatter? If someone overhears you, you won't even know how you met your demise. Upon hearing the captain's words, the guards collectively gasped in astonishment. Their curiosity regarding the identity of the distinguished young man who had been treated so peculiarly evaporated entirely, and they even fervently hoped to avoid encountering the city lord. After all, their primary desire at this moment was simply to remain alive. The reason they had come to serve as guards in Xianyu City was precisely because of its great reputation, stable order, and the abundance of opportunities for profit. Ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to stir trouble here. Encountering such a formidable adversary, those who merely seek a more comfortable existence cannot help but feel trepidation. Who among them desires to risk their life over baseless accusations? Thus, upon hearing the captain's words, the crowd swiftly resolved to steer clear of the conflict. Regardless of the opponent's heinous deeds or utter disregard for morality, as long as their own safety is assured, they would resolutely refrain from interference. Ultimately, safeguarding one's own well-being is of paramount importance. On the other side, Qin Geng remained oblivious to the fact that Su Jin would employ such a strategy. Of course, for him, it made little difference. In his view, whether a conflict would arise hinged entirely on the other party's perception. This assertion may seem somewhat absolute, yet it is, in truth, precisely the case. As Yin Ran anticipated, upon Qin Geng's arrival at this place, he immediately began to lavishly spend, expending countless yuan stones without so much as a blink. Along the way, he also brought a considerable number of treasures for Yin Ran and Shui Han, leaving them somewhat astonished. After all, in ordinary circumstances, Qin Geng hardly paid any attention to the two, and he was not particularly fond of their idle chatter. This resulted in their unwavering belief that Qin Geng was a figure of great significance, yet they dared not overstep the boundaries he had set. Consequently, they remained remarkably reticent in his presence. Qin Geng indeed found the other party rather dull. Hence, he specifically purchased some items for them, aiming to enliven the atmosphere. After all, he typically did not impose a strict silence upon them. Sometimes, one must not be overly stringent. Initially, his assertive demeanor was intended to delineate the hierarchy and clarify their positions, ensuring that matters unsettling to him would not easily arise thereafter. It appears they have indeed grasped this, yet there is a sense that they may have taken it to an excessive degree. Qin Geng's gaze was fixed upon the legendary upper realm, which often rendered him somewhat unapproachable. However, he was not oblivious to the ambience surrounding him. This time, Qin Geng had intended to partake in the auction of Xianyu City as per usual, only to be informed that the auction had concluded a few days prior and that there would not be a subsequent event in the near future. This revelation left him feeling quite disheartened. Observing Qin Geng's expression, Yin Ran and the others were at a loss for words. Initially, they may not have fully comprehended his character, but now even Shui Han had gained some insight. She understood that Qin Geng would likely disdain any treasures from the eastern region. The intention of the other party to participate in any auction could only be attributed to one reason in their eyes, a mere diversion from boredom. The average person might find it utterly incredulous that one would squander vast sums merely to alleviate ennui. However, in their perspective, Qin Geng epitomized such an existence. Not only was he of noble lineage, but his formidable prowess and wealth were also unfathomably profound. If he held such indifference, yet still chose to spend, what other rationale could there be? To them, the sole plausible explanation was the desire to pass the time. Of course, had it not been for the existence of something called a system, their conjecture would indeed seem quite reasonable. Alas, Qin Geng perceived the auction as a means to achieve tenfold returns, a concept that would elude even their most imaginative considerations. This, naturally, is the true reason for Qin Geng's disappointment upon hearing that the auction had yet to commence. Shaking his head, he proceeded towards the most renowned treasure trading establishment in the entire Xianyu city, the Liuli Pavilion. Although Qin Geng was entirely unfamiliar with this place, it was well known among practitioners who resided in this realm. The Liuli Pavilion is not only the largest treasure trading venue in Xianyu city, but also holds a prominent status throughout the eastern region. When it comes to treasure trading and collection in the eastern region, aside from a few well-known auction houses, one cannot entirely overlook the significance of the name Liuli Pavilion. This, indeed, serves as the foundation of confidence for him as a leading treasure trading establishment in the eastern domain. And it is a source of considerable pride for Su Jin, the lord of Xianyu city. Qin Geng glanced around before stepping into the Liuli Pavilion. Though unsure of their actual capabilities, the exterior appeared quite respectable. Upon entering, he observed that the number of patrons was not particularly large, suggesting that it was a place where ordinary individuals might feel out of place. Each treasure was attended by a staff member, seemingly to facilitate transactions. At that moment, his attention was suddenly drawn to a fan. Qin Geng realized that this fan appeared to be a replica of his own destruction divine fan. Curiosity piqued. He intended to approach and discern how closely this imitation could capture the essence of the original. At that moment, a somewhat languid voice resonated in his ear, "Get lost. This fan is mine." Upon hearing these words, Qin Geng lifted his gaze to observe the speaker. Before him stood a man clad in a flowing black robe. With elongated eyes and a countenance that exuded a certain effeminacy, his gaze fervently fixed upon the folding fan displayed at the counter. Although he sensed Qin Geng's scrutinizing gaze, he did not return the glance. Instead, he abruptly declared, "Li Shu, gouge out his dog eyes." In his opinion, there was no one in Xianyu city, or, indeed, throughout the entire eastern region, worthy of his apprehension. His true name was Lu Yifei, the second son of the esteemed Lu family, one of the 10 prominent families of Zhangzhou. The primary reason for his departure from his family to venture into the eastern region was his desire to carve out a realm of his own, one that would earn the acknowledgement of the Lu family. It is essential to understand that their lineage traditionally bestowed the position of heir upon the legitimate firstborn, while Lu Yifei was merely the second son. As long as his elder brother, Lu Yichuan, remained, he would be unable to establish his own career in the outside world, forced to watch helplessly as a vast fortune slipped away from his grasp. This was a reality he could not, under any circumstances, accept, to say nothing of other considerations. He was least inclined to concede defeat so readily. It is precisely because of this that his inherently sinister disposition has become even more ferocious upon his arrival in the eastern region. Furthermore, his perpetual disdain for those outside of the central continent leads him to regard them as nothing more than a band of insignificant creatures. Thus, from the very outset, he has never regarded Qin Geng with any semblance of respect. In other words, he mistakenly assumed that the latter was also a denizen of this eastern region. Upon arriving here, he developed a slight fascination with the folding fan. Liu Fei's nature has always been domineering. He believes that anything that piques his interest should remain untouched by others. Even if someone else shares the same intrigue, it is simply unacceptable. In other words, even if Qin Geng were not to look his way, he would readily concoct a reason to incapacitate him. In this process, he never harbored any concerns about incurring the wrath of the Lord of Xianyu City. Although the regulations of Xianyu City were indeed numerous and even he, in his current state, could not contend against them, Liu Fei believed that the Lord of Xianyu City must possess a sense of propriety. Upon recognizing him as the second son of the Liu family, the Lord would undoubtedly refrain from taking any action against him. Moreover, since he had no intention of taking a life, merely aiming to incapacitate the opponent, it was hardly a matter of great significance. Once the affair concluded, he could easily grant the Lord of Xianyu City a modicum of face, thereby quelling the incident. Having resolved this in his mind, he commanded the guardian, sent by his family to protect him and who had been lurking in the shadows, to take action and deliver a minor lesson to Qin Geng. How dare a mere insect from the eastern region meet the gaze of one from the central continent? However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Qin Xian, who had remained inactive since his breakthrough, now wielded the weapon gifted to him by Qin Geng and struck with a blade towards the protector known as Uncle Li. The guard, utterly unprepared for the sudden turn of events, was now stricken with horror. The cause was clear. In the strike from his opponent, he felt an unmistakable threat of death. To his dismay, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he was utterly incapable of moving even a fraction of his body. Was this truly a being of the Ascension realm at its pinnacle? Uncle Li realized that only such an entity could render him devoid of any chance to resist. He shouted desperately at Qin Geng, "Spare me." However, before he could utter the word life, Qin Xian's dagger effortlessly sliced through Uncle Li's throat, leaving him decapitated. Though this sequence of events felt prolonged, the entire occurrence transpired in less than 3 seconds. Previously, Liu Fei had reveled in his authority, utilizing his guards to impose his will, yet now he stood in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Hadn't Uncle Li already charged out? Wasn't he supposed to witness the spectacle of his opponent rolling on the ground, clutching his eyes and wailing? Why was it that Uncle Li? Staring at the lifeless head, Liu Fei finally returned to the stark reality. He glanced up at the impassive Qin Geng, incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Who are you? Which faction from Zhangzhou do you belong to? How else could you have a guardian of such formidable prowess?" To be frank, aside from disbelief, he was also overwhelmed with absurdity and indignation. It was absurd because Uncle Li, as a peak Ascension Realm warrior, should have been invincible in the Eastern Domain. How could he encounter any formidable foe? The indignation stemmed from the fact that while he could only secure a peak Ascension Realm servant as his protector, he randomly encountered someone with a guardian of such exceptional caliber. Why was this so? Observing Liu Fei's reaction, Qin Geng scoffed, "Someone like you, a mere insect, could never comprehend. To you, Zhangzhou is merely a cesspool." Upon hearing this, Liu Fei's ire surged. "With such confidence, may I inquire which faction you represent?" "My Liu family has existed in Zhangzhou for countless years, and our contributions to the entire Dixian continent are evident." "What has your faction accomplished?" But he was still a young man, entirely oblivious to the peril he faced, instead attempting to retort. Qin Geng sighed inwardly at Liu Fei's foolishness. He disdainfully remarked, "So this is what the so-called great figures of Zhangzhou amount to. A bunch of worthless individuals who rely on their family elders to exert their influence here." Before Liu Fei could counter, Qin Geng waved his hand, signaling Qin Xian to finish him off. Such a short-sighted and arrogant person held no value in being spared. As Liu Fei witnessed Qin Xian brandishing his blade towards him, he was struck by the sobering realization that his adversary truly intended to take his life. Although he had been astounded by the earlier slaying of Uncle Li, he had assumed that such an act would suffice. Moreover, having revealed his own identity, he naively believed that his opponent would refrain from inflicting further harm upon him. Alas, this fleeting thought marked the final moment of his existence. In the next heartbeat, his lifeless body lay displayed beside that of Uncle Li. The demise of these two individuals instantaneously erupted into a profound chaos. The person in charge of the Lioli Pavilion promptly stepped forward, utilizing a sound-transmitting jade talisman to summon the city defense forces. This individual could scarcely fathom that someone would dare to commit murder within their own territory. When the city defense troops arrived in a fury, they were astonished to find Qin Geng standing there. In the bewildered gaze of the person in charge, they retreated like a receding tide. The leading captain even clasped his hands and said to Qin Geng, "Forgive the intrusion, my lord, your happiness is what matters." Though they had come swiftly, their departure was even swifter, scarcely casting a glance at the lifeless forms. Did it truly matter who had perished? To them, only one thing held significance: the current state of this esteemed gentleman's contentment. The person in charge stood frozen in place, bewildered by their astonishing haste. What was happening? Did they truly disregard the importance of Yuli Pavilion, fully aware of its significance? Was it possible that the identity of this young gentleman outweighed the lives of the deceased? Beyond this, he could conceive no other possibilities. Meanwhile, the captain of the city defense conveyed this matter to the Lord, Sujin. Upon hearing of the adversary's actions and the reactions of his subordinates, Sujin was filled with admiration. Excellent, truly excellent. Indeed, this situation should be disregarded. If someone is foolish enough to act recklessly, let them be mindful in their next life. As for the identity of the individual, it matters not. What significance does it hold if a prominent figure from the Central Plains meets their demise? Now, return to your duties. Sujin believed his subordinates had handled the situation with utmost propriety. At the very least, he perceived no fault in their actions. To him, the deceased were merely unfortunate souls lacking insight. However, on this occasion, he was gravely mistaken, setting aside any other considerations. The identity of the second young master of the Liu family alone would be enough to stir considerable consequences. Meanwhile, in the Central Plains, the Liu family, being one of the 10 great families, had always maintained a steady development and enjoyed a reputation of no small measure. Moreover, the 10 prominent families have always stood together through thick and thin. Apart from internal struggles for power and resources, they maintain a remarkable unity, often strengthening their bonds through strategic marriages. However, the Liu family is currently beset by a grave misfortune. The second son of the Liu family, Liu Yifei, who ventured out to make his mark, has tragically passed away. Just moments ago, even his soul tablet shattered. How could they possibly endure such a blow? In the grand hall of the Liu family, a considerable assembly is gathered, their expressions collectively grim. Seated in the central position, the man with the darkened countenance is none other than Liu Li, the current head of the Liu family. Beside him, a woman weeps softly. Liu Li's gaze sweeps over the gathered family members, ultimately resting on Liu Yifei's elder brother, Liu Yichuan. Liu Li speaks gravely. Yichuan, who do you suspect orchestrated your brother's demise? Liu Yichuan, equally troubled, replies, in my opinion, it must be those wretched sects from the north stirring up trouble. The thought of his brother's death weighs heavily on him, evoking a complex turmoil within. Though Liu Yichuan and his younger brother Liu Yifei have never seen eye to eye, he could never fathom wishing him harm. Now, he's at a loss as to how to confront this tragedy emotionally. Certainly, in front of their parents and family, he must display an expression of profound grief and indignation. Yet, he harbors a curious thought. How could someone locate his brother's whereabouts and strike with such lethal precision, slaying both him and Uncle Li, who accompanied him? What manner of terror must this individual possess to achieve such a feat? At the very least, he cannot comprehend it. And thus, he assumes it to be the work of hidden enemies of the 10 prominent families. In his view, most individuals from the outer realms would be powerless against his brother. Those capable of such acts should fear the formidable reputation of the 10 families. It seems inconceivable that one's life could be so easily extinguished. Upon hearing this, Liu Li remains silent, turning instead to gently comfort his wife. Ultimately, he solemnly declares, in any case, the truth of this matter can only be uncovered in the eastern region. He also considers it necessary to inform the other 9 families. If they could send a contingent to accompany us to the eastern region, it would be most advantageous. I believe they have no compelling reason to refuse, especially given the recent rumors suggesting fractures within the 10 families, rendering the once unbreakable alliance a mere farce. Thus, Liu Li's actions are also motivated by concerns for the future of their coalition. As the family head, he must contemplate the long-term ramifications, even if it means weighing his own son against the scales of benefit. Upon hearing his command, Liu Yichuan readily volunteers to take on the task. At this moment, Liu Li rose and proclaimed, "Rest assured, everyone, as the head of the family, I shall ensure that the truth of this matter is thoroughly uncovered, and that the vile perpetrators who dare to harm the descendants of the Liu family will pay a heavy price. Even if the culprits truly belong to those sects, they must face the consequences." Upon hearing his words, the members of the family, who had been filled with anger and unease, gradually regained their composure. After all, we are the descendants of the 10 prominent families of Zhongzhou. United, how many would dare to instill fear in us? On the other hand, Qin Geng remains blissfully unaware that a formidable assembly of ascendant warriors is en route to confront him. In truth, even if he were to become cognizant of this impending encounter, he would merely scoff at the notion, to say nothing of the fact that, when the time comes, the mere summoning of his golden cloud guard would suffice to leave his adversaries utterly vanquished and searching for their scattered teeth. Regrettably, they remain oblivious to the fact that their actions are essentially tantamount to a 1,000-mile delivery of a head. At that moment, the city lord Su Jin unexpectedly appeared before him, bowing respectfully, and said, "My lord, it seems that the esteemed elder Shanin has some leads regarding what you seek." Upon hearing this, Qin Geng promptly dismissed the city lord with a wave, striding purposefully towards the city lord's mansion. Observing this complete disregard for his presence, Su Jin felt no anger. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Engaging with such a formidable figure was indeed a source of constant unease. Moreover, the fact that Elder Shanin was willing to personally meet with him only intensified Su Jin's desire to ensure the other party's satisfaction, hoping merely to remain unnoticed. He did not dare to entertain any hopes of gaining benefits from this powerful individual, but rather wished only for a swift departure of the esteemed lord. Upon arriving at the lord's mansion, Qin Geng discovered to his astonishment that the venerable elder of divine words bore traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. As for the cold abyss monarch, he had long since vanished without a trace. The elder managed a bitter smile and remarked, "My humble skills are inadequate. I must apologize for the amusement I have caused you, young master." Qin Geng shook his head and inquired, "I have heard you possess some information?" The elder nodded, replying, "Indeed, young master. According to my observations, the celestial spirit fruit you seek should be located at the farthest reaches of the northern frontier, specifically in the extreme charge plane." Extreme charge plane? Upon hearing the elder's words, Qin Geng remained silent, yet Yen Ran furrowed her brow in contemplation. Observing her expression, the elder understood her sentiments. With a tone of resignation, he said, "I sincerely apologize, young master. Though others may exalt me to great heights, I am still bound by my limitations. With my abilities, this is the extent of the information I can provide. The remainder must rely on your own endeavors." At this juncture, the so-called all-knowing elder of divine words appeared somewhat abashed. In response to the elder's statement, Qin Geng refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction. Although the search area had expanded considerably, it was better than having no guidance at all. At least he now possessed a direction for his actions. In truth, the elder of divine words often lived up to his esteemed title. It was merely unfortunate that the item Qin Geng tasked him to locate was exceedingly rare. The celestial spirit fruit was a treasure so scarce that there were scarcely a handful scattered across the entire earthly mystical continent. Moreover, the elderly have already made some conjectures regarding the current state of the celestial spirit fruit. The extreme surge plane may be unknown to the average person, but those who have traversed the entire continent, like the elderly, are undoubtedly aware of it. This place has always been a domain of the demon clan. It is likely that the celestial spirit fruit has long been regarded as their own possession by them, although the precise location remains unknown. The elder possesses a considerable understanding of the nature of the demon race. In essence, they are single-minded, prioritizing strength above all else. As this thought crossed his mind, the elder inadvertently cast a glance at Qin Geng, who remained expressionless despite the elder's remarks. Given the young man's background, it seemed that the demon race posed little significance. Initially, the elder had hoped to subtly enhance their rapport through a reminder, but upon reflection, he chose to remain silent. The reason was simple. The young man's arrogant demeanor suggested that his well-intentioned advice would likely be perceived as condescension. Yen Ran and Xue Han, being the daughters of the city lords, had naturally studied the vast knowledge of the earthly profound continent from a young age. However, like the elder, they opted for silence regarding the challenges that lay ahead. Their reasoning entirely aligned. Qin Geng finally spoke with a calm demeanor. "Let it be as it is. At least we have some information. I shall venture to the extreme surge planes to investigate further. Rest assured, if what you have said holds true, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my promise. Of course, if you wish for me to bestow upon you the item now, that is not out of the question, though its rank may not be particularly high." In truth, Qin Geng could present the treasure to him at this moment, yet he harbored reservations about fully trusting the elder, hence his words. What if this old charlatan appeared to be astute, but secretly believed he could outwit him? Although he was confident in his ability to unmask the elder, such a course of action would ultimately prove to be a waste of time. The reaction of the venerable elder upon hearing these words was not entirely unexpected for Qin Geng. Initially, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in the elder's eyes. However, after a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced to Qin Geng's assertion. Having weathered the trials of life, the elder possessed the wisdom to comprehend the reasoning behind the decision and thus harbored no grievances. The venerable elder declared, "I shall await your triumphant return, young master." Upon hearing this, Qin Geng merely nodded and swiftly departed with the two women. His departure, however, brought a sigh of relief to the anxious city lord, Su Jin. Fortunately, this dreaded demon did not stir up too much trouble before leaving. Otherwise, the responsibilities of a city lord would have become overwhelmingly burdensome. Of course, his current thoughts were still focused on the impending arrival of the 10 prominent families from Zhongzhou. Meanwhile, the news of the second son of the Lu family's demise had spread widely, causing a significant stir in certain regions of Zhongzhou. Although the Lu family was not particularly formidable, they were one of the 10 influential families that stood united through thick and thin, and thus should not be underestimated. When these 10 families join forces, even the mid-tier sects and empires of Zhongzhou regard them with considerable trepidation. In this day and age, how audacious it is for someone to dare to harm the offspring of another. Either this individual possesses the confidence to evade the grasp of the 10 great families, or the opposing party is formidable enough that these families cannot afford to provoke them. Frankly speaking, regardless of which scenario it is, it stands as a testament to one's strength. At this moment, the Lu family was bustling with activity. Unlike the previous clan assembly, the current gathering comprised the representatives of the remaining 9 prominent families. Upon learning of Lu Yifei's demise, they swiftly resolved to enact a kill the chicken to scare the monkey strategy. Even if they could not identify the true perpetrator behind Lu Yifei's death, they were determined to find a suitable scapegoat to restore the honor of the 10 families. Frankly, Lu Yifei's mother harbored considerable dissatisfaction with this decision. However, she ultimately had to accept the situation with resignation. There was no alternative, as she understood the gravity of the circumstances. The survival and reputation of the 10 families were far more significant than the life of her own son. Deep down, she recognized that the 10 families had already given up hope of uncovering the true culprit, knowing full well that the assailant would not remain in place, waiting to be avenged. After making the decision, the current head of the Lu family, Lu Li, was entrusted with leading the expedition, while the eldest son, Lu Yichuan, assumed the role of overseeing family affairs. Thus, a formidable contingent of ascendant practitioners from the 10 prominent families was assembled, embarking on a grand journey towards the eastern region. At this moment, Qin Geng and his companions have chosen to travel through a sparsely populated region, utilizing the majestic 9 Dragons Golden Chariot. Along the way, Qin Geng casually addressed the two women, stating, "Once I have acquired what I desire, I shall, barring any unforeseen circumstances, proceed directly to the Central Plains. Should you wish to return home to visit your families, it is certainly permissible. Of course, should you desire to part ways with me, I shall not object." Before heading to the extreme conflict plain, Qin Geng intends to explore the grand cities of the northern frontier. Subsequently, they were permitted to determine the course of their actions. Yan Ran shook her head and said, "This young lady currently wishes only to follow the young master." After a moment of hesitation, Xu Han inquired, "Might you permit me to visit my mother in the western region before we journey to Central State? She has not returned for many years due to discord with my father." Qin Geng replied nonchalantly, "As you wish. However, since you intend to accompany me, we must not delay any longer." Upon hearing Qin Geng's affirmation, Xu Han was overwhelmed with gratitude. Truth be told, given the vast distance separating her parents in the eastern and western regions, she had not anticipated that Qin Geng would make a special trip on her behalf. Although the other party's words were rather cold and harsh, they ultimately acquiesced, did they not? It is only now that Xu Han truly harbors a sense of gratitude towards Qin Geng. To be candid, in the beginning, her feelings towards him were predominantly rooted in fear. Even the respect she held was overshadowed by a far greater apprehension. After all, he possessed a notably domineering personality and was known for his unwavering decisiveness, showing a marked disdain for any form of criticism regarding his choices. Thus, she held little hope regarding this matter. On the other hand, Qin Geng's considerations stemmed from a sense of compensation. Although the journey had afforded them numerous benefits, it was essential for them to return and revisit the people and matters they held dear before embarking on their shared flight into the unknown. Qin Geng was not devoid of compassion to the extent of denying them a final farewell with their families. He had previously even mentioned granting them an opportunity to return to their former lives, primarily to prevent any regrets that might arise in the future. Despite the likelihood of such an occurrence being almost negligible. After all, even a mere glimpse of Qin Geng's formidable prowess was enough to astound everyone around him. Who wouldn't wish to follow such a remarkable figure? To be candid, some individuals, upon encountering Qin Geng, might find it entirely acceptable to forego reunions with their loved ones for the rest of their lives. For them, the pursuit of ascension in their cultivation held paramount importance, rendering sentimental attachments merely a naive jest. At present, Qin Geng's assertion merely stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether they might possess differing viewpoints. Should they do so, he would not mind escorting them along the way to fulfill a personal yearning. He inquired of Yin Ran, who stood beside him, if there were any sizable cities in the vicinity. The elder Shen had confidently assured him before his departure that, even if he could not ascertain the exact location, the celestial spirit fruit would undoubtedly remain within the confines of the extreme surge plains, at least for several centuries to come. Upon receiving this information, Qin Geng ultimately resolved to explore the nearby cities of the northern frontier during his journey. However, to his surprise, Yin Ran shook her head and remarked, "My lord, you may not be aware that although the northern frontier lies within the realm of the earthly profound continent, it is predominantly inhabited by various factions of demon practitioners. Many of them maintain lifestyles and cultural customs reminiscent of a primitive, uncivilized state, thereby rendering the existence of decent cities exceedingly rare. The true urban centers are likely to be found only within the extreme surge plains." Upon hearing this, Qin Geng promptly lost interest in partaking in commerce in that region. After all, what could a horde of brawling demons possibly know about conducting business? Even if they did, according to Yin Ran's assertion, the quality of goods would likely leave much to be desired. As he pondered this, he could not help but feel somewhat disheartened. The million-level critical reward had already been triggered. Yet he wondered when he would ever activate the 10 million level reward. This was his primary motivation for seeking out a city in this area. If he could achieve the triggering of a 10 million level critical reward, not only would he obtain an unknown and bountiful gift package, but his system's marketplace would undoubtedly unlock some more advanced treasures. However, if his expenditure level remained inadequate, would not all these aspirations be mere fantasies? Reflecting on this, Qin Geng could not suppress a lament. Is spending money truly this arduous? In resignation, he decided to head straight for the extreme surge plains and observe what capabilities these demon folk possessed. Upon hearing this statement, even Shui Han, who typically felt a trace of fear towards Qin Geng, could not help but chuckle. Do you hear yourself? Is that even human speech? Others would fight tooth and nail over a mere yuan stone, yet you can utter such words about money being too difficult to spend? Moreover, what capabilities do you perceive in the demon race? If it were someone else, she would not hesitate to discuss the opponent's strength in the distribution of their influence. However, since you are the one who has arrived, there is no need for such discourse. No matter how formidable the adversary may be, they cannot possibly surpass your prowess. To speak plainly, should Qin Geng choose to intervene, the entire demon race would face annihilation. At that juncture, if he so desires, he could ascend to become the new beast king of the demon race. This is the nature of the demon race, which has always revered strength. As long as you possess sufficient power to subdue our kin, appointing you as our leader would be of no consequence. This encapsulates the fundamental principle of the demon race's existence. The various trades and dealings of humanity are regarded with disdain in their eyes. It is precisely for this reason that Yin Ran would assert that this ambush lacks any substantial significance. Moreover, to speak candidly, even if such a place did exist, it would likely be no more than a larger settlement, offering little hope for any significant trading opportunities, let alone an auction house. It is doubtful that even a regular treasure exchange shop would be found. Ultimately, Qin Geng hastened his journey towards the extreme surge plains. He inquired, "Who among you knows where the boundaries of this extreme surge plains commence?" Shui Han respectfully replied, "At the periphery of the extreme surge plains, there lies a city. Once you arrive, my lord, you shall naturally behold it." Upon hearing this, Qin Geng felt it was time to stow away the 9 dragons' golden chariot. It would be rather unfortunate to frighten this group of demon clans. However, as if perceiving his thoughts, Yin Ran smiled and said, "My lord, there is truly no need to conceal this carriage. Should these demon clans catch sight of your 9 dragons' golden chariot, they would likely fall to their knees in reverence." Qin Geng, however, coldly retorted, "Do I require the adulation of such worthless beings? What of their martial prowess? Do they possess the right to compel me to use this mount as a means of intimidation? Upon hearing this, Yin Ran immediately recognized her misstep and refrained from further imprudent remarks. Although it had been some time since Qin Geng had spoken to her in such a manner, she was still acutely aware of his domineering nature. Meanwhile, on the other side, numerous ascended beings had already arrived at the fringes of the eastern domain. Luli gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "If we venture further into the depths of this eastern domain, we shall reach the place where my son met his demise." As the head of the family, Luli had never publicly displayed excessive sorrow in front of outsiders. However, upon nearing the location of Lu Yifei's tragic end, a surge of paternal anguish and indignation erupted within him. The onlookers nodded in agreement, stating, "Judging by the direction, it must be Xianyu City. I am eager to see what the Lord of Xianyu City has to say." Simultaneously, Qin Geng had arrived at the border town of Heluan City in the extreme rush plains, accompanied by the two women. As they walked through the streets, he felt an unusual sensation. It was evident that the many demon clans here were indeed as Yin Ran and Shui Han had described. Not only did they glorify violence, often resulting in a series of brawls in the streets with heads bloodied and lives lost on the spot, but many of the demon beings, despite having the ability to take on human form, chose to retain some of their demonic traits as a means of asserting their identity. When a being, whether human or demon, meets their demise in this city due to conflict, a contingent of demon guards swiftly arrives to demand compensation from the demon responsible for the act of killing, akin to a fine for disturbing the peace. If the offending demon clan cannot avert disaster by sacrificing wealth, the guards would promptly enforce the law, executing the demon who had just triumphed over the enemy with fervor. Qin Geng had to concede that these traditions starkly contrasted with those of the great cities of the human race. Here, the rules were evidently not so rigid. As long as one could achieve a result satisfactory to all, no one would scrutinize past actions. If he could annihilate all the demon guards within the city, he would undoubtedly earn the unwavering respect of the entire demon populace. However, Qin Geng had no interest in such a pursuit, or rather, he found it beneath him. Why should he take the initiative to display his prowess among a city of scoundrels? To him, this was as absurd as Yin Ran suggesting that he could intimidate others with the 9 dragons' golden chariot. The existence that warranted the unveiling of such a magnificent chariot must first deem himself worthy. Otherwise, Qin Geng perceived it as a profound insult to his dignity. At that moment, a robust man with black horns suddenly obstructed the path of Qin Geng and his companions. He first cast his gaze upon the 2 extraordinarily beautiful women behind Qin Geng, licking his lips in excitement. He then addressed Qin Geng, "You boy, quickly empty your pockets of anything valuable and kneel down to call me Grandpanyo 3 times, and I shall let you go. As for these 2 lovely ladies, I shall take them with me for some enjoyment." As he spoke, he unabashedly surveyed Yin Ran and Shui Han with a lecherous gaze. Truly exquisite. It had been ages since I had seen such enchanting women. As for the handsome young man beside them, he deemed him insignificant, merely a newcomer who knew nothing of the local customs. Just by observing his bewildered stance upon hearing the man's words, it was enough to provoke laughter. This fool. Could it be that he was so frightened he had lost his wits? Growing impatient, the robust man lunged at Qin Geng with a slap. However, before his hand could make contact, a figure clad in black robes appeared seemingly from nowhere and swiftly struck a lethal blow to the neck of the horned brute. This demon's transformation was merely that of a lowly soul sea realm creature, incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. Before he could even react, he was already severed from his head, yet on his face lingered a trace of impatience and a sinister expression. Only the fading terror in his gradually dimming eyes revealed the final thought of his life. The one who took action, naturally, was Qin Xian. Qin Geng remarked with a faint smile, "It truly is a challenge for you to deal with such detestable and insignificant foes." In truth, even if Qin Xian refrained from intervening, he could effortlessly annihilate his adversaries on the spot merely by harnessing the imperial dragon energy. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian clasped his hands and declared, "It is my mission to protect the young master." Glancing at the corpse of the demon that had restored its true form, Qin Geng scoffed, "This wretched beast is not even worthy of being a steed." His words immediately ignited the wrath of the surrounding demons, yet they hesitated to act. Fully aware that Qin Xian's speed was formidable, any attempt to retaliate would likely result in their own demise. Although the demon race generally valued strength above all else and exhibited a carefree demeanor, they remained particularly sensitive about certain matters. The most glaring example is the indignity of becoming another's mount. This is a sentiment deeply loathed by many practitioners among the demons. In their eyes, those who willingly serve as steeds to humans are unworthy of being considered their kin, bringing shame upon their entire race. Thus, it is easy to imagine the fury that erupted among them when Qin Geng proclaimed that even being a steed was beyond their worth. However, their anger was not necessary for the unfolding events. A smile crept upon the faces of numerous demon practitioners as they anticipated what was to come. Such audacity would surely not go unpunished by the city guards. As expected, it was not long before a squad of demon guards arrived. Led by a captain with a grim expression, he fixed his gaze upon Qin Geng and demanded, "You are of the human race? And you dare to utter that our kin are unworthy of even being mounts? Very well. According to our customs, you shall pay fivefold in fines. Otherwise." For them, this was an affront that could not be easily tolerated. Among demons, it was permissible to engage in conflict and slaughter one another. But they firmly believed that they were all comrades at heart. As Qin Geng uttered these words, it naturally ignited the fury of numerous fiends. Thus, the captain, without a moment's hesitation, encircled Qin Geng and his companions. In their view, even if Qin Xian were formidable, he would find it impossible to contend against a multitude. Although we reside merely on the fringes of this turbulent plain, each of us possesses remarkable strength, and this squad boasts an impressive average prowess at the void-breaking realm. What do you have to oppose us? However, Qin Geng, observing the stormy countenance of the fiendish captain, merely scoffed and remarked, "What I speak is nothing but the truth." Why do you fume? Or have I struck a nerve, inciting such a furious response in you? Upon hearing these words, the guard could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "I see you seek death. Brothers, advance. Let us sever their heads and display them upon the city walls." As soon as these words were uttered, Qin Geng made Qin Xian take a step back. He then summoned a miniature palace-like treasure, disdainfully declaring, "Do you truly believe you are worthy to accuse me of seeking death? Where are the golden cloud guards?" In an instant, the palace-shaped artifact in Qin Geng's hand erupted in a dazzling golden light. Subsequently, a remarkable 50 soldiers appeared out of thin air, each adorned in golden armor, embellished with intricate carvings resembling clouds, representing the elite guard. What instilled the most profound terror in this group of demons was the fact that these imperial guards were now exuding the formidable essence of ascension. Qin Geng approached the captain of the demon city's watch, gently tapping his face, and sneered, "I assert that you are unworthy of being mounts. Am I not correct?" The central area of the demon city, Heluan, had entirely lost its former vibrancy and now lay in utter silence, gazing upon the 50 mid-level ascended golden cloud guards. The multitude of demons who had, but a moment ago, either mocked or seethed with rage at Qin Geng, now found their voices choked, as though an invisible hand had seized their throats, rendering them utterly mute. The captain of the city guard, situated at the very center, now found himself at a loss for words, utterly bereft of tears. What on earth was happening? He had initially expected to encounter a reckless fool, yet, to his astonishment, he was faced with a veritable monster. Imagine, regardless of the entity's race, the fact that it could command an entire squad of ascendant experts as its personal guard was astounding. Such a feat would likely be unattainable even in the legendary realm of Zhongzhou, renowned for its plethora of powerful beings. At that moment, the captain of the guard seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in terror as he exclaimed, "Could it be that you hail from the upper realm?" Upon hearing this, Qin Geng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It appears that these demon folk are not as foolish as I had presumed. They are aware of the upper realm? At this, Yen Ran could not help but roll her eyes. "My lord, even if these demon clans are martial by nature and somewhat dim-witted, they are still capable of grasping the meaning of the term upper realm, you know? Let us not underestimate their capacity for discernment." Shuihan appeared somewhat anxious. Yet upon witnessing the formidable squad of ascendant guards, she was left utterly astounded. This was truly terrifying. The imposing presence of these elite guards not only suggested they were at the mid-level of ascendance, but their aura also indicated that they were well-trained and seasoned veterans of battle. How could one possibly confront such formidable beings? What kind of immortal sanctum had the young master emerged from? This was indeed a cause for alarm. Yet Yenran appeared remarkably more composed than her. After all, the multitude of astonishing experiences encountered along the journey had rendered her somewhat numb. To summon a battalion of 50 ascendant warriors? Merely a standard maneuver for the young master. Even if 50 more were to arrive, I would still be able to withstand it. Moreover, it is precisely due to her awareness of Qin Geng's prowess that she harbored no concerns for her safety when the demon clan first came to provoke them. Setting aside whether Qin Geng had any desire to protect the two of them, it was undeniable that he could not allow anyone to challenge his authority. The likelihood of anyone daring to speak to the young master in such a manner and surviving was virtually non-existent. This is precisely the reason why she remains utterly indifferent to the other's provocation. At this moment, the captain of the demon tribe's guard felt as though his heart was being torn asunder. Indeed, the demon tribe relished challenges, however. They undoubtedly preferred to engage in combat with opponents of comparable strength. This circle of ascended beings hardly qualified as a challenge. It could only be described as a massacre. The onlookers from the demon clan had begun to subtly shift their feet, eager to make their escape. Qin Geng addressed the captain of the demon clan, stating, "I assert that in my eyes, you are not even worthy to serve as mounts. Do you still believe I am mistaken?" Upon hearing this, the previously furious demon cultivators shook their heads vigorously, akin to rattling drums. It was absurd. A being of such immense strength could never deign to regard them as mere steeds. The truth is, they bore no resentment at being dismissed by such a formidable entity. Had a lesser being dared to mock them, they would have certainly taken offense. This was the realm of the demon clan, a world that revered the supremacy of the strong. In fact, the same principle applies to the human cultivators. However, those of the human race tend to be more concerned with maintaining a facade. Even in defeat, they prefer to retain some semblance of dignity. In contrast, human affairs often appear as though draped in a veil of modesty. Observing their reactions, Qin Geng boldly inquired, which area of the extreme charge plane is the most prosperous? Given the vast expanse of the extreme charge plane, Qin Geng needed to engage with various powerful demons to gradually unveil the mysteries surrounding the celestial spirit fruit. Upon hearing this question, the captain of the demon guards dared not delay and promptly replied, "My lord, if you proceed directly north from this location, you shall soon reach our clan's largest city, Haiyuan City." Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to answer the inquiry truthfully. If this could prompt the ominous figure to depart swiftly, it would indeed be a cause for gratitude. Upon receiving this news, Qin Geng did not linger but chose to hasten his journey. However, just before his departure, he suddenly waved his hand and commanded Qin Xian to incapacitate the previously boisterous leader of the demon race's guard. Stripped of his powers, the guard leader could no longer maintain his human form. He reverted to his true essence as a black tiger and found himself unable to utter a word. Only his eyes betrayed a profound despair. For him, such an outcome was far less desirable than a swift death. Those myriad practitioners of the demon clan, who did not receive Qin Geng's special attention, gazed at the receding figure with a mixture of relief and trepidation. Even in the absence of any trace of the individual, the demon practitioners remained utterly silent, as if fearful that the entity might return. As Qin Geng dealt with the troublesome demon clan and made his way to Haiyuan City, the 10 great families, led by Lu Li, had already arrived above Xianyu City. Observing the city, still thriving in merriment and revelry, a cold glint flickered in Lu Li's eyes. It seemed that the death of his son had failed to incite any sense of alarm or dread here. In other words, Lu Yifei's demise was utterly valueless. How could this not cause anguish to a father? After a moment of silence, he led the formidable group into the city lord's mansion. However, they were unprepared for the sight of city lord Su Jin, who awaited them at the entrance with a bitter smile, as if he had anticipated their arrival. Su Jin clasped his hands and said, "You, esteemed members of the 10 great families, should be able to discern that the murderer is indeed not one of our city's people, correct?" Upon hearing this, Lu Li's anger surged. This old scoundrel knew the truth. He spoke in a low voice, "Where is my son's body?" Su Jin gestured invitingly and replied, "Not only is it your son, but the esteemed Xinyan is also present." At this revelation, solemn expressions appeared on the faces of the assembly. Clearly, this matter was far from simple. To be honest, when Su Jin first learned of Qin Geng's actions, he had not given it much thought. However, shortly after Qin Geng's departure, the venerable Xinyan had sought him out, stating that the powerful members of the 10 great families from Zhongzhou were converging, with their target being you. Upon hearing this, the city lord of Xianyu City was taken aback. "They are coming for me. What could they possibly want?" According to the venerable elder Shinin, it was said that the other party exuded an overwhelming aura of hostility. What on earth was happening? Observing Su Jin's bewildered demeanor, the elder decided to offer him a divination. However, to his dismay, he found himself unable to discern anything at all, leading him to question his own existence. Could it be that the old rascal Han Ming had indeed spoken the truth? Had the elder's abilities truly waned? No. After further contemplation, the elder realized that this sensation was strikingly similar to the time he had been unable to see through Qin Geng. Thus, he hurriedly inquired, "During the time that gentleman was in your city, did he engage in any noteworthy actions?" Su Jin racked his brain, struggling to piece together the events. Until he finally recalled that the individual had indeed killed two foolish souls who had unwittingly crossed paths with him at the Liuli Pavilion in his city. Upon hearing this, the elder urged him to swiftly bring the bodies for examination to ascertain any connection to the 10 great families. As expected, upon receiving the corpses, the elder instantly confirmed their identities, aside from the one that appeared to be a guardian. The other headless body was revealed to be none other than the second son of the Liu family, Louis Fei. At this revelation, Su Jin felt as if his soul had been wrenched from his body. How could he be so unfortunate? It was one thing for Qin Geng to have caused chaos in his city, but he had been somewhat relieved that the man had not wreaked havoc in Xianyu City. After all, he had merely eliminated 2 hapless fools who had stumbled into his path. Now, to learn that these 2 corpses had transformed into the remains of the Liu family's second young master? How could it be that the random killings in his city involved those from the central continent's Liu family? The more he pondered, the more despair enveloped him. And unable to bear the pressure any longer, he sought the elder's assistance. Initially, the elder had no intention of intervening. But considering how Qin Geng's matter had been handled with some degree of finesse, he changed his mind and advised, "You should proactively welcome them. Once they arrive, invite them in, and leave the rest to me to mediate." Upon hearing these words, Su Jin, who had thought he was out of options, felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, showering the elder with gratitude. It was not merely a fear of death that drove him, but rather an overwhelming sense of responsibility that he, Su Jin, simply could not bear. The individual in question hails from the illustrious central state, while he himself is merely the lord of a city in the eastern region. To the untrained eye, he might appear to bask in a glorious existence, yet only he is privy to the truth. His strength, when juxtaposed with the formidable figures of central state, is akin to a futile endeavor, a mere egg striking against a stone. Although his cultivation may allow him to contend with a select few of their powerful adversaries, ultimately, 2 fists cannot hope to overpower 4 hands. In comparison to their realm, central state boasts not only a fraction of individuals capable of receiving aid from the higher realms, thereby acquiring far superior cultivation resources, but also a remarkably rich concentration of spiritual energy, fostering a multitude of formidable beings. To illustrate, the sheer number of those who have ascended is sufficient to crush the Lord of Xianyu City countless times over. Furthermore, the 10 prestigious families of Central State are renowned far and wide, instilling a profound sense of trepidation within him. However, the current circumstances have been irrevocably altered by the so-called omniscient elder. As anticipated by the venerable sage, upon hearing his presence, the assembly was instantly enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions, reverence, apprehension, and bewilderment. Upon beholding the venerable elder who hailed from the central plains, this assembly of formidable figures, once commanding great respect in their homeland, immediately adopted a posture of utmost reverence, addressing him as Elder Yun. The denizens of the outer realms were only aware of his title as the Sage of Divine Words. Yet it was only those of considerable stature from the central plains who comprehended the true essence of this elder as Yun. With a serene smile, the elder acknowledged them with a nod, saying, "You have traveled a great distance. Your efforts are commendable." The old man was aware of their purpose and had already deduced the identity of the perpetrator, as well as his approximate whereabouts. However, upon hearing the elder's proclamation, Luli, who had been fervently seeking vengeance for his son, could scarcely contain his impatience, urgently inquiring, "Where is he?" "Forgive me, elder," Lu interjected. Realizing the impropriety of his words, "I did not intend to offend. I merely seek swift retribution to find solace." True to his lineage as the spokesperson of the Liu family, he quickly sought to amend his previous statement. At this moment, the venerable elder of divine words clearly remained unfazed by the shift in the other party's demeanor, for such fluctuations are but a common human sentiment, easily understood. The elder cautioned, "The individual you seek is an exceedingly perilous character. I dare say, even if you were to venture forth, the likelihood of avenging the child, Louis Fei, is nearly non-existent. You may even find yourselves ensnared in dire circumstances. Nevertheless, it is imperative that you comprehend the identity of your adversary." The elder's intent was, in truth, to safeguard them. After all, the depths of Qin Geng's influence are such that even this elder cannot fully fathom them. When he claimed to know the location of the individual, it was not through calculations, but rather a reasoned inference based on the other party's desire for the celestial spirit fruit. If not within the extreme charge plane, where else could he possibly be? His choice to not conceal the truth he possesses is, in fact, grounded in several considerations. Firstly, The elder wishes to prevent others from realizing that he is utterly unable to discern the outcome concerning Qin Geng. At the very least, he must maintain the faade of being the omniscient sage elder, for only then can he avert chaos among them. Secondly, he is acutely aware that, even if this group harbors intentions towards Qin Geng, he remains entirely unperturbed. The 10 great families may still believe themselves to be invincible. However, Qin Geng merely perceives them as insignificant, akin to a few stray dogs. Upon hearing the elder's warning, a chill swept through the hearts of the crowd. Could the enemy truly be this formidable? Nevertheless, the patriarchs of the 10 esteemed families ultimately concluded that this was an opportune moment to demonstrate their solidarity. Thus, Luli pressed on, inquiring, "Where is he?" The elder of divine words, witnessing this, could only sigh inwardly. It is indeed a challenge to advise those who are obstinate. Once they learned of Qin Geng's approximate whereabouts, the members of the 10 families set forth in grand procession towards the extreme Chong Plain in the northern frontier. Although they were uncertain of the sinister intentions that this nefarious perpetrator harbored in the demon-infested northern frontier, they harbored no doubts about their own capabilities. It is worth noting that among these 10 families, there were 3 formidable experts of great perfection, including Lu Li himself. This indeed reflects the profound strength of the Central Plains influence. This, naturally, serves as the very foundation of their confidence in the campaign against Qin Geng. Upon reflecting on the words of the Elder of Divine Words, the formidable members of the 10 great families found it hard to believe. They were utterly perplexed as to what warranted their caution given such a level of prowess. Although the Elder had indeed assessed that this individual possessed an extraordinary strength, they could scarcely fathom how they could possibly be defeated. Could it be that the entity who had previously targeted Luo Fei was capable of instilling such terror? On the other side, the Lord of Xianyu City was expressing his profound gratitude to the venerable Elder Shanin. His ascension to the position of city lord and his prolonged enjoyment of the resources therein could hardly be attributed to folly. He was acutely aware that the 10 prominent families from Central Continent, should they fail to uncover the true culprits behind Lu Yifei's demise, might very well take him away and publicly execute him under the pretext of having harmed a scion of their esteemed clans. Such was the essence of these formidable families. While the loss of a talented individual from their ranks may incite their wrath, ultimately, they would prioritize the interests of their own lineage, to say nothing of their reputation. They would never allow themselves to suffer humiliation. Should the situation escalate to that extent, he would inevitably become a scapegoat. Fortunately, Elder Shanin was present in Xianyu City. Otherwise, calamity would have surely ensued. After all, regardless of Lu Yifei's remarkable talents, he was now merely a corpse, and the 10 families would unquestionably consider their future prospects. Upon hearing Su Jin's expressions of gratitude, Elder Shanin merely smiled lightly and remarked, "Do not concern yourself. Soon enough, it will be they who grapple with the dilemma of survival." At these words, Su Jin felt a twinge of uncertainty within him. Yet, given that he was in the presence of the esteemed Elder Shanin, who had saved his life, he could not afford to voice any dissent. Thus, he readily agreed, "Indeed, Elder, that calamity is truly," the elder interjected with a chuckle, "not quite a calamity. As long as you do not provoke him, nothing untoward will befall you." Gazing towards the direction where the formidable members of the 10 families had departed, the elder could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. One could only hope that certain individuals would not act unwisely. To say nothing of the fact that Qin Geng's complete immunity to his probing indicated that this individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Not only was he likely to be a visitor from the upper realms, but he might even be a being from the immortal Holy Land. However, Elder Shanin did not possess the divine sight of Yuan Cheng'an. Otherwise, upon witnessing the imperial dragon aura emanating from Qin Geng, his assessment would have undoubtedly soared to unprecedented heights. Nevertheless, even so, in the eyes of this elder, who had witnessed the rise and fall of the entire continent, the 10 families, intent on provoking Qin Geng, were merely courting death. He sighed, "You have no idea of the magnitude of power he wields." To speak candidly, even he could not fully fathom the astonishing trump cards this individual might possess. What were they thinking by approaching him? What difference did it make from seeking death? The elder believed that even if Qin Geng knew he had disclosed his whereabouts, he would remain indifferent to such trivial matters, perhaps even finding amusement in the monotony of his days. On the other hand, Qin Geng had already arrived at the Han Yuan city. As described by the demon clan, he had previously incapacitated. It must be noted that from a distance, the architectural style of this demon city starkly contrasts with that of human cities. Among the numerous cities Qin Geng had visited, Han Yuan City appeared remarkably distinct. Its overall design exuded a sense of heaviness, wildness, and intricate simplicity, unlike the layered and symmetrical appearance typical of human settlements. Before he could reach the gates of the city, Qin Geng observed that many inhabitants, or rather, numerous demons, were freely soaring through the skies above. Although the demon clan is generally known for their lax adherence to rules, Qin Geng did not expect such a grand city to be equally unconventional. Hence, he hesitated no longer and piloted his divine vessel directly into the city's confines. However, to his surprise, an unexpected situation arose. The demons tasked with guarding the city's perimeter displayed unmistakable hostility as they watched Qin Geng's vessel speed past. The leading captain snorted, remarking on Qin Geng's audacity. Questioning whether he was unaware that entry into Han Yuan City required passing through the city gates before flying freely. Some might find this regulation rather perplexing. After all, if flying within the city is permitted, why should one not be able to enter from above? Yet, the reclusive lord of Han Yuan City strictly prohibited such behavior. Firstly, he needed to ascertain the identity of those who arrived at the city through its gates. Secondly, the gates serve a fundamental purpose. Otherwise, any individual could simply soar in, rendering the very design of the gates unnecessary. Such peculiar reasoning could only be conceived by the demon race. As for the executing demons, they were oblivious to these complexities. To them, it sufficed to obediently follow the Lord's decrees. In the minds of the demons, the ideology of respecting the strong was even more pronounced than among humans. Thus, upon spotting Qin Geng, the group of demons wasted no time and immediately pursued him. Once inside the city, Qin Geng swiftly descended, embarking on a leisurely exploration with Yan Ran and Shuehan. Before long, the guards of the various demon clans surrounded the few individuals completely. The leader of the demon force sneered, "You blind fool, how dare you fly directly into our Han Yuan city? Do you not understand the rules? Allow us to teach you what the rules are." Upon hearing this, before the other demon guards could voice their threats, Qin Geng merely smiled coldly. "Teach me the rules. Let me inform you, I am the rule." The surrounding demons were taken aback by his words. Not only the guards, but even the onlookers could not suppress their derisive laughter. Where did this brat come from? He is utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. Indeed, how could he dare to proclaim himself as the embodiment of rules in Han Yuan City? He must be unaware of how ridiculous he sounds. Humph. He clearly is a spoiled young master accustomed to exerting his will on his own turf. He will soon learn his lesson. Such fools are hardly a rarity. Many among the other demons nodded in agreement, finding his words quite reasonable. Over the years, countless individuals who violated the rules and exhibited arrogance had met with dire consequences. Without exception, each had been dealt with severely by the city guards. There was even a powerful demon who had dared to cause trouble, only to be personally subdued and executed by the city lord. That is the ultimate fate for those who provoke the rules of the city in Han Yuan. At the very least, having lived in and around Han Yuan City for so many years, they had never witnessed any unusual circumstances. This is why they responded to Qin Geng with either mockery or exasperated shakes of their heads. In their view, Qin Geng was merely facing a crisis that could have been resolved with a small payment. However, his audacious and ignorant proclamation had escalated the situation to an entirely new level. In short, he was facing either death or severe injury. The consensus among the demon cultivators was that if this young master was not stripped of his powers or outright killed today, the matter would likely remain unresolved. As anticipated, the guards surrounding Qin Geng and his companions momentarily froze upon hearing his words, only to burst into hearty laughter soon after. Who is this individual? They wondered. To be so audacious? The captain of the guard, wearing a sneer, retorted, "You think you embody the rules? It seems you have a death wish. Open your eyes wide and behold. This is the grand city of Han Yuan, the foremost stronghold of the Jicheng Plain. Our city lord is the very embodiment of Han Yuan's laws, the sovereign of this realm. For us, the only standard in Han Yuan is the decree of our lord, every decision, every utterance. And you, Qin Geng? What significance do you hold?" Yet, Qin Geng remained unfazed by his words, responding coldly, "Your narrow-mindedness and lowly status are evident. You claim the city lord is the sky of Han Yuan? That is only because I have yet to arrive. Were I to step foot here, the very heavens of Han Yuan would have been reshaped." Upon hearing this, even the guards who had previously laughed heartily found their expressions darkening in an instant. What was this? A brazen affront? If such insolence had been uttered just once, perhaps the myriad of demonic guards would have merely chuckled and then dealt with him accordingly. However, the sentiment towards Qin Geng had now shifted to a palpable intent to kill. The captain, who had once looked down upon him with contempt, now spoke with a voice as cold as ice, since you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish." In his eyes, Qin Geng was nothing more than a fool oblivious to the gravity of his situation. In any other place, he might have been able to gauge the consequences of his arrogance. However, within Haiyuan, his life would serve as a stark warning to the wretched and vile from all corners of the world. Without further ado, he raised his hand and commanded, "Kill without mercy." With that, he charged directly towards the three, who stood there in stunned silence. As the onlookers beheld this scene, they all shook their heads and sighed. Ultimately, it was a case of self-destruction. One could only hope they would exercise caution in their next life. This was merely a path of self-imposed doom. What was there to pity? Indeed, such individuals were truly courting their own demise. It was a pity for the two beautiful women nearby. This young man was indeed beyond redemption. Some expressed disdain, while others sighed, yet no one believed that Qin Geng and his companions would escape unscathed. After all, this was the grand city of Haiyuan, established by that esteemed lord. Who would dare to create chaos here under the rule of such a figure? As numerous demon guards surged forward, and the demon cultivators passing by perceived that Qin Geng and the two women were already as good as dead, suddenly, two figures appeared from behind him, one black and one white, launching themselves at the horde of approaching demons. Who else could they be but Qin Xian and Qin Po? Initially, the guards, who presumed that Qin Geng was petrified with fear and standing idly by, were utterly oblivious to the sudden appearance of the two individuals. In a state of shock, they hastily sought to fend off the onslaught. However, despite their self-proclaimed status as the elite guards of the first city of the demon clan, they were ultimately still confined within the northern borders, and their average prowess could hardly compare to that of these two formidable Ascension Realm experts at the peak of their power. In the blink of an eye, the guards who had previously brandished their might and had sentenced Qin Geng to death were now left decimated, with only the commanding captain remaining on his feet. Witnessing this abrupt turn of events, not only was the captain of the demon guards taken aback, but even the onlookers were rendered completely bewildered. What transpired? Was it not expected that the audacious young man would be torn to shreds by the numerous powerful beings of the demon clan? How was it possible that, in an instant, only the captain remained standing among the guards? Those who had once mocked Qin Geng now gazed at him with profound trepidation. Who exactly was he? How could he accomplish such a feat and dare to do so? It was at this moment that the captain finally regained his composure. He surveyed the ground strewn with the bodies of his comrades, the icy expressions of Qin Xian and Qin Po, and the seemingly unfazed demeanor of Qin Geng, who appeared entirely unperturbed by the developments unfolding before him. He could no longer deny the reality that he had, in his folly, crossed paths with a being of terrifying strength. He had mistakenly believed that the individual before him was akin to the blind fools he typically dealt with, yet he realized, to his dismay, that the true fool was himself. Nevertheless, the captain understood that his survival hinged entirely on the fact that the other party had chosen not to deliver a killing blow. Thus, he must seize this opportunity to plead for mercy. Without hesitation, he knelt and repeatedly bowed his head in supplication, exclaiming, "I am but a blind fool who has offended you, esteemed sir. I sincerely hope you will spare my life." Since he had been deliberately spared, he believed the chance of survival was favorable. However, before his thoughts could fully crystallize, Qin Po swiftly drew his knife and decisively severed the captain's head. Qin Geng, casting a cold smile into the void before him, remarked, "If you enjoy watching the spectacle so much, why not come forth and rescue this worthless fool?" As these words left his lips, the air before him shimmered, and from within emerged an elderly figure, his visage marked by age yet briefly shadowed by a dark expression. However, he soon smiled and introduced himself, saying, "I am Yuan Sheng, the lord of Haiyuan City. Might I inquire if the young friend would be interested in accompanying me to the lord's mansion for a discussion?" In truth, as Qin Geng confronted the group of guards in the city, the elder who had dubbed himself Yuan Sheng, the lord of the realm, had been observing from the shadows. Despite Qin Geng's audacious words and actions, this formidable being harbored an instinctive belief that his adversary might indeed possess the capability to follow through on his threats. Conventionally, after reaching such a conclusion, one would expect Yuan Sheng to intervene personally to resolve the matter, thereby averting unnecessary losses. However, Yuan Sheng had never entertained such thoughts. Perhaps this reflects the fundamental divergence in the mindset of cultivators between the human and demon races. Yuan Sheng was keen to witness just how far his opponent could go within such a confined encirclement. Moreover, even if those individuals were his subordinates, Yuan Sheng never cared for their safety or lives. Even when he sensed danger himself, he refrained from offering any warnings. Their demise was of no concern to him. In his view, If they lacked the foresight to recognize peril, then their deaths were simply their own misfortune. As for the notion that the loss of subordinates would tarnish his reputation, it was laughable. Apart from this exceedingly arrogant young master, who would dare to criticize him regarding this matter? In the past, there were indeed fools who openly mocked the deaths of his subordinates. How had he dealt with such insolence back then? Yes, he had first extracted the perpetrator and executed him on the spot, then apprehended the fool who had ridiculed him, subjecting him to 5 days and nights of torment. It was only after the wretch pleaded for an end to his suffering that Yuan Sheng, in a rare act of mercy, granted his final wish. Since that incident, no practitioner in this vicinity has dared to challenge any of his decisions as the city lord. To him, reputation is earned through intimidation and the establishment of authority, not through the pointless squabbling over the lives of inconsequential beings. This, indeed, is the foundation of Yuan Sheng's existence. As the multitude of demon clans present experienced the moment they laid eyes upon Yuan Sheng, an instant fervor erupted among them. However, this fervor was imbued with an indescribable sense of trepidation, distinct from the human interpretation of fervor. The more timid among them began to retreat in haste, while a few reckless souls, unversed in decorum and undeterred by danger, lingered to voice their opinions. Is it truly the lord of the city? It appears he has been here for quite some time. Why does he not intervene? Intervene? You must be new here. Once the lord of the city deems you worthless, no matter your past contributions, he will merely watch you perish. It seems that the lord of the city has not actively revealed himself in decades. Are you still chattering here? Be wary, or you may not even comprehend how you met your demise. Qin Geng paid little heed to the rising clamor, nor did he concern himself with the musings of the aged figure before him. Had it not been for Qin Po's sudden revelation that someone was lurking in the shadows to observe the unfolding battle, Qin Geng would have remained unaware of this elder's presence. He was no fool. A moment's contemplation led him to deduce that the lord of the city must be secretly observing. Qin Geng remarked coldly, "The lord of the city is indeed heartless, watching as so many of his subordinates meet their end without so much as a flicker of concern." Upon hearing Qin Geng's sardonic commentary, Yuan Sheng felt a pang of displeasure. Yet, he was acutely aware of the overwhelming strength and danger posed by Qin Xian and Qin Po. The moment this formidable demon sensed their intent to strike, he was struck with astonishment. As the sole demon of the ascended realm in the northern frontier, he could easily discern the cultivation levels of his adversaries. This realization was particularly shocking. He recognized that both Qin Xian and Qin Po were undeniably his juniors. What did this signify? Even if he could presently contend with the two of them, their potential far surpassed his own. The individual, Qin Geng, who was shielded by the two of them, was truly remarkable, to say nothing of other matters. The ceremonial robe he donned possessed the extraordinary ability to obscure even his own comprehension of his opponent's cultivation level. How could he afford to be anything but circumspect? As for the moment when he found himself exposed and mocked, he indeed felt a flicker of irritation. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of his inherently brooding temperament. In the next instant, he swiftly recalibrated his emotions to a more sunny disposition. To speak plainly, the prowess demonstrated by his adversaries thus far warranted his utmost caution. Should he, after painstakingly reaching the pinnacle of his cultivation, allow it to be jeopardized by a moment's carelessness, where would he find recourse to justify such a misfortune? At that moment, the onlookers hastily departed. Initially, they had indeed been quite taken aback by Yuan Sheng's arrival. However, upon confirming his identity, they exchanged only a few words, not daring to linger any longer. I recall when Yuan Sheng dealt with a group of oblivious individuals, some bystanders wished to witness the spectacle until its conclusion. Yet, during the final moments, the Lord unexpectedly erupted in violence, slaying over a dozen of the onlookers, who had shown no regard for the unfolding chaos. Although it was evident to the astute that the Lord had been subdued by this enigmatic young man, should he choose to unleash his wrath upon them, they would stand no chance of defense. This explains why a portion of the observing demon cultivators fled at the mere sight of Yuan Sheng. After all, if this individual harbored murderous intent, there were hardly any capable of withstanding him, save for the ever-composed Qin Geng. Witnessing the panicked dispersal of the crowd, Qin Geng raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smile, "It seems that Lord Yuan's reputation surpasses my own." This statement was undoubtedly a subtle jab at him. It was clear to him that this group was utterly terrified of the venerable elder who reigned supreme in Han City. Yuan Sheng dismissed this notion nonchalantly, asserting that the weak ought to revere and fear the strong, for the strong possessed the arbitrary power to determine the fates of others. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng chuckled and replied, "Am I considered a strong individual then? I dare say I too hold the capacity to dictate your fate." At these words, the formidable entity of the demon race swiftly turned his head, fixating his gaze fiercely upon Qin Geng, his murderous intent barely contained. As Qin Xian and Qin Po were poised to strike, they were abruptly halted by Qin Geng. He met the gaze of the venerable elder, who had taken countless lives, with an expression of serene indifference, as if the formidable figure before him were merely an ordinary person, indistinguishable from the fleeing practitioners who resembled mere insects. This suffocating silence lingered for nearly a minute, causing even Yin Ran and Shui Han, who had gradually learned to remain composed, to feel somewhat breathless. However, the anticipated explosive confrontation did not materialize. Yuan Sheng's eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet he ultimately retracted his murderous intent in an instant, letting out a soft sigh, admitting, "I have indeed grown old." He then inquired, "What is it that you desire, young sir?" The reason this powerful being of the demon race refrained from action was rather simple. In the final moment, he unexpectedly felt a twinge of fear towards the young man before him. Although practitioners of the demon race typically reveled in violence, achieving such a level of cultivation necessitated remarkable intelligence and cunning. Moreover, certain demon tribes are inherently treacherous, making exceptional intellect a common trait. At the very least, Yuan Sheng was decidedly unique in this regard. He had never experienced fear and found it difficult to accept on a psychological level. In his view, some powerful practitioners were indeed foolishly stubborn, unwilling to acknowledge their defeat despite knowing they were no match for their adversaries. Ultimately, they would stubbornly engage in combat, losing both face and honor, a thought that struck him as utterly foolish. Faced with Qin Geng, the elder was undeniably incensed by the latter's lofty demeanor. Yet, his instincts urged him to avoid any form of direct confrontation, for he sensed that it could lead to his own demise. Viewed from another perspective, this implied that the other's assertion of having the power to determine his life or death was likely genuine. Although he appeared calm, almost as if he were graciously choosing not to hold a grudge, he was, in truth, terrified. He was acutely aware that Qin Geng could see through his fear. Yet for reasons unknown, the latter chose not to expose his true nature, seemingly deriving amusement from observing him. Even if Qin Geng were to articulate his genuine sentiments, Yuan Shin would not feel particularly embarrassed. After all, what if his instincts were correct? Was Qin Geng not exceedingly formidable? Who exactly was he? As a powerful figure at the pinnacle of ascension, Yuan Sheng held a profound belief in the validity of his intuition. Those of lesser cultivation may perceive the so-called intuition merely as a gamble. Yet, upon reaching his level of mastery, one would come to realize that intuition holds significant importance. Oftentimes, the outcomes derived from one's instincts can yield unexpectedly advantageous results. It is precisely for this reason that he resolved to heed his intuitive feelings, striving to avoid confrontations with Qin Geng and to do everything within his power to prevent inciting the other's ire. Consequently, a question swiftly emerged in his mind. Given the formidable strength and foundation of the opponent, why would he venture into this desolate northern frontier when he could soar freely in the central continent? Surely, there must be some underlying motive. Even as a member of the demon race, who typically favors directness and shies away from pondering the thoughts of others, he quickly arrived at a correct conclusion regarding the matter. Thus, he inquired of Qin Geng, "What is it that you desire?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Geng replied nonchalantly, "Are you familiar with the celestial spirit fruit?" The moment the elder heard this inquiry, his pupils constricted sharply, betraying an emotion he had been trying to contain. The celestial spirit fruit. Truth be told, while he was not entirely clear on the visitor's ultimate objective for being here, he was acutely aware that Qin Geng, as a member of the human race, had traveled great distances with such formidable guards, undoubtedly harboring his own intentions. However, he never anticipated that this individual would be seeking something so astonishing. His expression shifted repeatedly until he finally spoke candidly. "I do know of a place where the celestial spirit fruit can be obtained, but impatient," Qin Geng interjected, "Speak plainly. Did you think your butt would deter my inquiry?" Noticing the growing impatience in his interlocutor, the elder felt compelled to hasten his words. "However, the celestial spirit fruit has likely already been taken by the Beast King." "And even I, the Beast King?" Upon hearing this title, Qin Geng found it rather intriguing. He replied coolly, "Aren't you an invincible pinnacle expert? Why would you fear a mere Beast King?" The elder felt a mixture of annoyance and resignation at the subtle mockery in Qin Geng's tone. It was obvious to even a fool that the other party would not provoke him without reason. He replied earnestly, The Beast King, revered as the leader of the demon race, undoubtedly possesses immense strength. Even I am no match for him. You certainly understand that the pinnacle of ascension is divided into 3 minor levels, each representing our comprehension of the power of the rules. The disparities between each level are vast. The elder continued, I am merely at the first level, the spirit entry stage. As for the Beast King, he has already attained the second level, the truth-seeking stage. As for the third level, the divine communication stage, even in the central continent, there are but a few. Qin Geng listened attentively, gaining newfound insight. The elder's remarks suggested he assumed Qin Geng was already aware of this information. However, in truth, Qin Geng had not delved deeply into the intricate distinctions of the pinnacle stage. After all, his system had promised long ago that his guards, being at the pinnacle level, were invincible within their realm. So why should he concern himself with such matters? Regardless, it was evident that Qin Xian, who had recently broken through to the pinnacle stage, was likely among those legendary figures in the divine communication stage. With a wry smile, the elder continued, moreover, the Beast King is accompanied by a guard who has followed him for countless years, also at the pinnacle level. While he is of the same spirit entry stage as I, he is likely slightly stronger. Upon hearing this, Qin Geng finally grasped the elder's implication. In essence, it was an admission of his own inadequacy. He could not compete with them. Qin Geng calmly inquired, where can I find your Beast King? Upon hearing the unmistakable intention of the other party to provoke, the lord of Hanyuan City found himself utterly astonished. He could not help but exclaim, have you lost your mind? Beast King City never welcomes human cultivators. You must understand. Although the Beast King would not directly execute human cultivators who dare to enter his realm, the treatment they receive is undoubtedly abysmal. In response to the Lord's words, Qin Geng scoffed, what concern is it of mine? Are you about to lecture me on your tedious regulations once more? Let me reiterate. As long as I stand in a place, that territory becomes my dominion. What nonsense about the Beast King? In my eyes, he is no different from an ant. Upon hearing such arrogant declarations, the lord of Hanyuan City could not help but shake his head inwardly. If one were to say that with the presence of these 2 bodyguards, the young man felt confident enough to strut through his city, it might be understandable. But how could he expect to gain any favor in the Beast King City? It was evident that Qin Xian and Qin Pu were still quite young. And while Yuansheng did not deny the terrifying heights they could potentially reach, it did not imply that they were, at this stage, a match for the Beast King. Yuansheng pondered that since they were so young, even if they were exceptionally talented, it was unlikely they could have broken through to the second realm of great perfection. Merely qualifying for the spirit realm would already be a miracle, deserving of the title genius among geniuses. Yet they dared to provoke the authority of the Beast King with their current strength? Was this not mere folly? In his eyes, Qin Geng was simply delusional. Did he think he could run rampant in his city and assume it would be the same in the realm of the Beast King? Such arrogance was indeed excessive. However, Yuansheng believed he had no obligation to further enlighten the young man, setting aside the fact that this lad had repeatedly provoked, mocked, and even threatened him, which had already irked him greatly. He couldn't overlook the fact that this young man was merely fortunate to be born into a powerful family or organization. With the support of 2 fully realized ascendants at his side, he acted imperiously in his city, a display of audacity that had worn thin on Yuansheng. Initially, he had been taken aback by the young man's arrogance, which prompted him to voice his thoughts. Now, he perceived this as an opportune moment. Since the young man was so confident, Yuansheng resolved to say no more. Once they were sent into the Beast King's domain, it would simply be their demise. Besides, if he were to maintain a dissenting opinion now, he might very well find himself on the receiving end of a confrontation. Thus, he forced a smile and said, Young master, your might is indeed impressive. Allow me to lead the way. I shall escort you to the Beast King City. In truth, the Beast King City is not so distant from this location. It merely lies at the northernmost edge of the entire extreme surge plain. Yuansheng has already devised his own cunning plan. Although he intends to escort the 2 individuals there, his motives are far from benevolent. Firstly, it is to lead them to their demise. Secondly, it is, of course, to witness firsthand how Qin Geng meets his end, thereby allowing him to vent the pent-up frustration he has endured today. Once you truly face the formidable might of the Beast King, we shall see how arrogant you remain. To his delight, Qin Geng remained entirely oblivious to his sinister thoughts and promptly nodded, saying, You may lead the way ahead and truly showcase your capabilities. Upon hearing these words, Yuansheng outwardly agreed at once, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. In his heart, he could not help but laugh coldly. "You madman! Once we reach the Beast King city, I shall teach you the true meaning of death." His strategy had become exceedingly simple. Recognizing his inability to triumph over these two fully ascended guardians, his course of action was straightforward: to incessantly flatter them, allowing their confidence to swell uncontrollably. Ultimately, by the time they arrived at the Beast King city, they would be oblivious to their impending doom. As the saying goes, to bring about one's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. This was the path he had chosen to tread. However, his intentions were glaringly apparent to everyone except for Qin Geng. Yet, none among them chose to warn Qin Geng. Qin Xian and Qin Pe, being the most loyal guardians of Qin Geng, always adhered to the principle of silent obedience, complying with the arrangements without question. Yet Yin and Xue Han believed that someone of Qin Geng's stature could not possibly be oblivious to such a rudimentary scheme. Surely, he had already formulated a strategy to counter it. However, what they did not anticipate was that Qin Geng had not given a moment's thought to the notion that someone might be plotting against him. In a different circumstance or environment, he would undoubtedly have discerned the truth. Yet, as the possessor of a divine wealth system, surrounded by innumerable trump cards, how could he stumble in such a trivial situation? To him, the so-called Beast King was no different from a mere chicken or dog. The idea of needing to handle such trash was utterly laughable. What value is there in dealing with such filth? As the saying goes, one force breaks 10,000 laws. And in the face of absolute power, what significance did these schemes hold? Of course, this was Qin Geng's usual line of thought. The reason he had acquiesced so readily was simply that he had not anticipated the opponent would resort to such petty tactics. Ultimately, under the fervent invitation of Yuan Sheng, Qin Geng and his companions embarked on their journey to Beast King City. Meanwhile, the members of the 10 prominent families marched grandly into the southernmost edge of the extreme conflict plains. As they gazed upon the vast, desolate expanse before them, a profound disdain flickered in the eyes of many powerful individuals hailing from the central continent. The head of the Bai family scoffed, remarking, "This northern frontier is indeed a remote and impoverished land." The other heads of the families nodded in unison upon hearing this. It is inevitable. Having resided for years in the most prosperous and powerful region of the Central Plains, these individuals possess an innate sense of superiority over the other 4 domains. Lu Li calmly remarked, "We are well aware of the strength of the 4 domains. Our immediate priority is to uncover the perpetrator responsible for my son's demise. Do any of you have thoughts on this matter?" At this moment, the head of the Wei family spoke softly. "It seems that if we venture further north, we might come upon a city, if I recall correctly, named Hanyuan City. Shall we go there and inquire with the city lord?" However, the head of the Wang family furrowed his brow and remarked, "I have heard that the lord of Hanyuan City is also a formidable expert at the pinnacle of power. Furthermore, as a member of the demon clan, his temperament is likely to be quite ferocious. What if he refuses to cooperate?" Lu Li responded with a cold smile. "Refuse to cooperate? With all 10 of our esteemed families in action, what audacity would he possess to defy us? What difference does it make if he is a peak expert? We have 3 at that level among our 10 families. I truly do not understand your concerns." Upon hearing this, the others found his reasoning compelling. After all, they were the powerful figures of Zhongzhou. Even if the opponent belonged to a highly skilled demon clan, did it truly matter? It was akin to the adage of defeating an experienced master with sheer numbers. Resolute in his decision, Lu Li waved his hand and declared, "Let us hasten to Hanyuan City." Should he dare to resist or refuse to comply, at this juncture, a murderous glint flashed in Lu Li's eyes as he coldly stated, "Then we shall show no mercy. They must learn the consequences of defying the 10 esteemed families." Although Yuan Sheng was entirely oblivious to the matters concerning the 10 families, he found himself rather unfortunate from another perspective. He faced the threat of Qin Geng to his personal safety while simultaneously contending with the impending arrival of the 10 families seeking retribution. After temporarily entrusting his city to a trusted subordinate, Yuan Sheng swiftly accompanied Qin Geng and others to Beast King City. However, Qin Geng suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Is my human identity not welcomed in Beast King City?" Although Qin Geng was indifferent to the demon's attitudes towards him, it was evident that this particular city under the Beast King's rule was rather distinct from the others, which piqued his interest slightly. The lord of Hanyuan City believed that Qin Geng had suddenly become timid in the face of impending danger, which immediately filled him with anxiety. He hastily reassured, "Do not worry, my young lord. The Beast King harbors a somewhat naive prejudice against human cultivators, stemming from personal experiences in years gone by. However, as long as you accompany me, there shall be no issues whatsoever." At the very least, no fool will dare to cause you trouble. If Qin Geng were to falter due to these matters, would not his entire scheme be rendered futile? Moreover, it is indeed true that I have not spoken falsehoods. The Beast King was once captured by humans and enslaved for an extended period. Miraculously, he eventually broke free from his shackles. Not only did he successfully escape the clutches of human cultivators, but he also ascended to the esteemed position of the Beast King in the northern frontier, a title acknowledged by numerous demon cultivators. While the demon race possesses considerable power in the central continent, none can compare to her unique status as an idol, revered and pursued by so many within her kind. It is precisely for this reason that the Beast King harbors a bias against cultivators who are not of the demon race. Although she is aware that such thoughts and behaviors are fundamentally unjustifiable, she regrettably cannot suppress the innate animosity she feels towards the human race. Thus, when Yuan Sheng asserts that there is no cause for concern as long as he is present, it rings true. Albeit with the caveat of his malevolent intentions towards Qin Geng, as long as he is by their side. Even though the majority of the demon race in Beast King City may harbor hostility towards Qin Geng, they would never dare to act against him or speak disrespectfully. Upon hearing Yuan Sheng's words, Qin Geng did not dwell on them excessively. Instead, he found that this sycophant was increasingly adept at his role. Thus, Qin Geng nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, this is preferable, as it spares me from any further delays." Noticing that the other party seemed to have abandoned any thoughts of retreat, Yuan Sheng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Having already set his men on their way, any desire to backtrack at this juncture would undoubtedly complicate matters significantly for him. Most importantly, he had already communicated the relevant developments to the Beast King through their unique means of contact, and it was likely that preparations were already underway on that front. Should you choose to withdraw at this moment, would it not place me in a rather unfortunate predicament? Meanwhile, on the other side lies the Beast King City. It must be said that this city exudes a remarkably ancient and untamed aura, surpassing even the lofty cities of Yuan Sheng. The entirety of Beast King City resembles an immense beast, quietly resting upon this vast expanse of earth. Since the Beast King's leadership was acknowledged by the entire demon clan in the northern frontier, her numerous supporters swiftly aided in the establishment of this long-standing grand city of the demon race. Unlike typical demon cities, the Beast King, having once been a captive of humanity, possesses a profound understanding of the significance of trade and commerce. Thus, she has consistently advocated for relevant policies. Regrettably, many demons remain resistant to such changes, unwilling to easily alter their established ways of life. Ultimately, the Beast King has no choice but to confine these policies within her city, demonstrating through tangible actions the importance of mercantile pursuits to her fellow demons. Years have passed, and indeed, Beast King City has developed in this regard, surpassing its kin and even reaching a level comparable to some of the great cities of humanity. Of course, even the Beast King herself is reluctant to acknowledge that the primary trading partners of her city remain the detestable humans. There is no alternative, after all. The inhabitants of the city also require sustenance. Having resolved to embark on this path, she must endure and engage with them. Unless one comes to conduct business with Beast King City, it is exceedingly difficult to reap any benefits here. At this moment, the Beast King is leading the charge in handling various trade affairs with humanity. Outsiders may envision the Beast King as a fearsome and imposing figure, yet in reality, judging by her transformed stature, she stands at a modest height of no more than 1.60 meters, quite diminutive. Most notably, the entity revered by the entire demon race as the Beast King is, in fact, a woman. As she furrowed her brow and organized the recent trade situation, the void before the Beast King suddenly twisted, revealing a towering figure exceeding 2.5 meters in height, resembling a moving mountain. The formidable man knelt on one knee and addressed her, "Master." The Beast King halted her work, turned to him with a resigned expression, and replied, "Konglon, have I not instructed you before? There is no need to call me master. If there is something to discuss, please speak plainly." The giant shook his head and asserted, "You rescued me from that hellish place, so I shall devote my life to serving you as my master." Witnessing his stubborn nature, the Beast King sighed but refrained from further comment. Konglon continued his report. "Just now, the Lord of Hanyuan City, Yuan Sheng, conveyed through the secret methods of the demon clan that several exceedingly powerful human factions are causing trouble in his territory, which he cannot manage. He has managed to stabilize the situation by luring them to Beast King's castle with the promise of celestial fruits, requesting your assistance to subdue them. It is said that he is accompanied by 2 fully ascended beings, likely at the spirit realm." Upon hearing this, The Beast King, who had previously worn a smile of resignation, suddenly transformed, her expression turning as cold as ice, as if cloaked in frost. She snorted. How dare mere spirit realm cultivators wreak havoc upon my demon kin? Although I am not fond of that sly old fox, Yuan Sheng, he still acknowledges me as his sovereign and thus remains one of our kind. Konglan, prepare accordingly and ensure the city's grand formation is ready as well. Should their strength exceed our expectations, at this point, a murderous intent filled the Beast King's face as she declared, show no mercy. The following morning, Yuan Sheng arrived at the fabled Beast King's castle with Qin Geng and others, gazing at the magnificently imposing fortress. Yin Ran and Shui Han could not help but express their awe. It is often said that the demon clan consists of uncivilized brutes. However, when it comes to aesthetics, this is quite impressive, is it not? Noticing the captivation of the two women by the colossal castle, Yuan Sheng felt a surge of pride and remarked, this fortress was constructed according to the aesthetic vision of the esteemed Beast King. It has become a remarkable sight for our demon clan. Although Yuan Sheng feigned admiration, he secretly relished the moment. Finally, I am on my own turf. It was precisely for this reason that he felt at liberty to engage in conversation with these two ornamental figures. After all, this might be their final exchange. With that thought, his heart swelled with delight. In my castle, you have reveled in power, but now you shall pay the price. Upon hearing his sudden interjection, the two women exchanged peculiar glances. They had not anticipated that this individual, who was evidently aloof towards everyone except Qin Geng, would take the initiative to engage them in conversation. Could it be that he believed his scheme was complete and now sought to flaunt his prowess? At this thought, a wave of disdain washed over them. They were astonished that a formidable being of the ascended realm, at the pinnacle of its power, could descend to such childishness. Did he truly think that even a child would fail to discern his subtle maneuvers? The young master simply had no regard for him whatsoever. It must be noted, however, that their assumptions were only partially accurate. While Qin Geng indeed did not take this individual seriously, he also remained oblivious to the latter's intentions, which was undeniably true. Noticing that the other party merely gazed at him with a peculiar expression, yet remained utterly silent, caused a wave of unease to wash over the once self-assured great demon. What could this signify? Could it be that my plan has already been uncovered? At that moment, Qin Geng calmly stated, take me to meet your so-called Beast King. Yuan Sheng, initially apprehensive that something might have gone awry, felt an immediate surge of joy upon hearing this. He hastily instructed his men to open the city gates. Turning his gaze towards Yin Ran and her companion, he noticed that their attention had returned to the city before them, which relieved him greatly. If they were to perceive his true intentions, it would spell trouble. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Perhaps this is what one refers to as the conscience of a thief. The way Yin Ran and her companion regarded him surely stemmed from their astonishment that such a formidable figure would initiate conversation with them. As he witnessed Qin Geng unwittingly stepping into the legendary Beast King city, a tremendous weight lifted from Yuan Sheng's heart. Fortunately, the other party had not perceived anything amiss. I used to fear you, but now this is the stronghold of my demon tribe in the entire northern frontier. What do you possess to contend with us? The mere thought of this filled him with an even greater sense of triumph. Observing Qin Geng, who appeared intent on rushing towards the Beast King to meet his demise, Yuan Sheng said, there is no need to rush. Follow me. His tone and demeanor had begun to reveal an unmistakable confidence. Upon witnessing the sudden shift in the demeanor of the great demon, Qin Geng felt a flicker of confusion. But it quickly dissipated as he grasped the underlying implications. This old fellow is quite self-assured. Does he believe that since he has brought me into his master's lair, I am unable to act against him? Qin Geng replied nonchalantly, do you think that I can no longer contend with you? In response, Yuan Sheng chuckled and feigned humility. I dare not presume such a thing. Since I am to escort you, I must of course show you respect. Yet, despite his words, it was evident that his true thoughts lay elsewhere. Observing Qin Geng's composed demeanor, Yuan Sheng could not help but inwardly scoff. Still attempting to feign calmness? Had you confronted me with such accusations before entering the city, I might have felt a twinge of apprehension. But now that you have entered the foremost city of my demon tribe, how could I still harbor fear? The reason for his outwardly respectful fade was twofold. Firstly, to mock Qin Geng, and secondly, to avoid drawing too much attention, lest he provoke a preemptive strike. Nevertheless, he had already achieved his objective, and it was almost time to settle accounts with the other party. Upon hearing the response from the other party, Qin Geng remained indifferent and simply remarked, lead me to your esteemed Beast King. Even someone as slow-witted as Qin Geng could discern the subtle shift in the other's demeanor and the underlying hostility directed towards him. Yet, he remained unperturbed. In his view, the source of Yuan Sheng's newfound bravado stemmed merely from his belief that he was in his home territory, having regained a semblance of confidence from the great demon. Nevertheless, to Qin Geng, the lord of Hanyuan City appeared nothing more than a laughable jester floundering before him. Did he truly believe that under the Beast King's protection, he was beyond reproach? Did he think that the presence of a so-called pinnacle of the second tier rendered him invulnerable? Qin Geng shook his head in silent pity for Yuan Sheng's woeful lack of insight. It was indeed tragic to consider oneself at the pinnacle of ascension, yet fail to grasp even the slightest possibility, while viewing others as mere fools. How juvenile. However, he was in no rush. Once he encountered the Beast King, the current situation would inevitably erupt and be resolved in due course. The reason Qin Geng refrained from dealing with him at present was rather straightforward. First, he held no interest in such a naive insect. He had neither the inclination nor the time to delve into his thoughts. Second, it seemed evident that this old fool, in his arrogance, had already communicated his arrival to the Beast King. This made matters considerably simpler. If the Beast King harbored animosity towards him as well, he could effortlessly eliminate both the old man before him and the Beast King in one fell swoop, thereby sparing himself the hassle of repeatedly dealing with these oblivious ruffians. At that very moment, the once bustling and cacophonous street abruptly fell into silence. The demon practitioners in front of Qin Geng parted ways, as if to honor the arrival of an esteemed individual. Approaching them was a towering and formidable figure, accompanied by a diminutive female demon, whose presence commanded attention. The lord of Hanyuan City, at this moment, could no longer afford to pay heed to Qin Geng. He hastily advanced and knelt before the woman, proclaiming, "I, Yuan Sheng, humbly pay my respects to your majesty, the Beast King." Upon hearing Yuan Sheng's words, the Beast King gently waved her hand, her voice melodious as she said, "Rise." On the other side, Qin Geng raised an eyebrow in surprising intrigue. Yin Ran and Shui Han were equally astonished, their mouths agape. A woman, due to the ingrained stereotypes surrounding the demon race, coupled with the abundant praise that Yuan Sheng had lavished upon his formidable leader. Everyone instinctively assumed that the king of the demon tribe would undoubtedly resemble a brawny, muscular man. Before them stood a robust man. Yet his demeanor was one of utmost respect, clearly placing the petite woman at the forefront. Ignoring Qin Geng and his companions, the Beast King inquired with genuine concern, "Who threatens your safety and that of your compatriots within the city?" Upon hearing this question, Qin Geng instantly grasped the situation. Indeed, this elder had harbored ill intentions from the very beginning, seeking to ensnare him and his companions. The elder's face twisted in hatred as he pointed a trembling finger at Qin Geng and his group, exclaiming, "My lord, it is they. They have not only threatened my life, forcing me to submit, but upon their entrance, they also slaughtered many of my kin. Had I not mentioned the matter of the immortal spirit fruit, stirring their greed, I would surely have fallen victim to their treachery. You must seek justice for me." At the elder's words, a palpable aura of malevolence seemed to coalesce within the delicate features of the Beast King, who coldly regarded Qin Geng and his companions. However, Qin Geng found the elder's accusations rather absurd. It was clear that they had instigated the encounter. How could the narrative shift so dramatically in their favor? This elder, evidently omitting the context and focusing solely on the outcome, aimed to mislead the Beast King into acting against them, seeking to vent his own frustrations. Despite fully understanding the elder's scheme, Qin Geng felt no desire to explain himself. Firstly, as a member of the human race, his words would undoubtedly carry less weight than those of the formidable creature before him. Secondly, he found no merit in justifying himself. What a farce. They were mere rabble. Even if there were misunderstandings, what of it? Could their misconceptions fuel a vendetta against him? Truly, it was both laughable and pitiful. Nonetheless, observing the Beast King, Qin Geng discerned a crucial truth. At the very least, the Beast King seemed merely concerned for the well-being of his kin, not a malevolent fiend, but rather one misled by the elder's rhetoric. Thus, before the Beast King could unleash his wrath upon him, Qin Geng calmly instructed his companion, Qin Pa, "Remember to spare one alive. They have not yet reached the point of deserving death, and I still require the immortal spirit fruit." Upon hearing these words, the Beast King momentarily subdued his murderous aura and instead broke into a radiant smile. This smile was so enchanting that even Yin and the other woman beside her were momentarily taken aback. It must be said, it was indeed breathtaking. However, what they failed to notice was that both Yuan Sheng, who remained kneeling in reverence, and the burly man silently standing nearby trembled involuntarily upon witnessing the Beast King's expression. They were acutely aware of the implications of that smile. It appeared as though he was amused by childish banter, yet in truth, it signified that the individual in question was already as good as dead. Furthermore, the manner of their demise would undoubtedly be excruciatingly tragic, culminating in pleas for the Beast King to end their suffering. Nevertheless, upon reaching this realization, Yuan Sheng felt a surge of exhilaration within. Excellent, simply splendid. Since the master had resolutely decided to torment this arrogant wretch to death, it conveniently fulfilled a long-held desire of his own. At this moment, the Beast King chuckled, remarking on the boldness of his words, questioning whether he could spare his life while also leaving him intact. However, Qin Geng did not respond at all, as if he had not heard the threat at all. Instead, he turned to Yin Ran and casually conversed, noting that there seemed to be places for trade in the area, suggesting that the demon tribe of the northern frontier was not entirely composed of uncivilized fools. Yin Ran swiftly grasped the situation and began to engage in a calm conversation with the Beast King. She understood that Qin Geng was indifferent to the other threats. Since her master had made his stance so clear, she felt it essential not to appear trembling with fear, lest she diminish his dignity. Upon witnessing Yin Ran's reaction, Qin Geng felt a sense of satisfaction within. It was acceptable. My decision to bring her along was not in vain, as she has now proven to be of some utility. At the very least, she has managed to remain composed in the face of danger. Adopting a perspective akin to mine, viewing this swarm of insignificant beings with disdain. On the other side, the Beast King and the demoness known as Quanglan, who were engaged in leisurely conversation, were on the verge of exploding with fury. It is not merely a question of whether they possess such strength, but rather their blatant disregard for those around them. It is no wonder that even the venerable Yuan Sheng could no longer tolerate such insolence. Quanglan, typically reticent, now exhibited an unmistakable glint of murderous intent in his eyes, revealing his inability to contain his wrath. The numerous onlookers from the demon clan, witnessing the sudden turn of events, immediately scattered in all directions. They were not fools. They instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of Qin Geng and his companions. Realizing that they had just provoked the most esteemed and powerful beings in Beast King City, they understood that remaining in place would likely lead to their own peril. After all, if two ascendant experts were to continue their confrontation, even the residual force of their battle could potentially annihilate those of lesser cultivation. Observing the eager disposition of his adversaries, Qin Geng was inexplicably reminded of the moment when he was first recognized by someone due to the celestial silkworm silk robe he wore. Indeed, the demon clan was as it appeared, myopic in vision and lacking foresight. At this juncture, Qin Geng cast a look of pity upon them, shaking his head in disapproval. Witnessing this sudden display of condescension, the burly man beside the Beast King could no longer restrain himself. He rose and stepped forward decisively. Upon realizing the source of his shifting movements, he instantly elevated his own momentum to its zenith. He gazed at Qin Geng and coldly declared, "The humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall now be repaid 100-fold." In his eyes, the current Qin Geng was no different from a lifeless corpse. Yet the turbulent wave remained utterly silent, merely charging forward with resolute determination. Observing the two figures that had already surged ahead, the Beast King felt no trepidation. After all, they were both at the pinnacle of ascension, and with her vigil over them, what could possibly go awry? However, before this thought could fully form, a sudden resounding bang echoed twice, and these two formidable demon entities, who just moments ago exuded overwhelming confidence, were now sent hurtling backward. This unforeseen turn of events caused the Beast King's previously unwavering confidence to waver, her pupils contracting in shock. It was all too swift. What had transpired? Most distressing was the realization that she had been unable to discern the unfolding events clearly. To her eyes, the fierce wave and Yuan Sheng had charged directly at Qin Geng, seemingly poised to strike. Yet in the blink of an eye, two individuals had inexplicably materialized before the adversary, swiftly countering her strongest champions. Hastily, she turned to assess the injuries of Quanglan and Yuan Sheng. Fortunately, despite their formidable presence, neither of the great demons had sustained grave harm. Quanglan silently rose, a profound weight evident upon his countenance. On the other hand, Yuan Sheng found himself in a far more dire predicament. Initially, he bore an expression of reluctance as he attempted to rise, but then he suddenly expelled a copious amount of blood. In an instant, his once formidable aura dissipated, and it appeared he was on the brink of death. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the Beast King, who had managed to maintain a semblance of composure until now, was finally struck with panic. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, he seemed as vigorous as a raging tide, showing no signs of distress. The Beast King was utterly perplexed. He had briefly assessed Yuanqing earlier, and though both he and his longtime companion, the fierce Quan Lan, had been battered and bloodied, it appeared to be merely superficial injuries. Yet, within a mere 5 seconds of forming that judgment, Yuanqing was rendered utterly incapacitated. The most terrifying aspect was not only that he had lost his powers, but the injuries he sustained were evidently life-threatening. Even with Yuanqing's remarkable vitality, it seemed unlikely he could endure more than 10 breaths. At this moment, Yuanqing's heart was not only filled with disbelief, but also intertwined with endless suffering and regret. He could not fathom how his opponent possessed such terrifying power. That last strike had imparted a singular revelation in the twilight of his life. The opponent's cultivation level had likely reached a parity with that of the Beast King. Blood poured from his mouth as he wished to call for the Beast King's assistance, but found himself utterly speechless. Ultimately, his face contorted with regret. He lay on the ground, completely devoid of life signs, witnessing the swift demise of a formidable demon clan expert. The Beast King and the repelled Quan Lan were engulfed in shock and fury. This was far beyond merely losing a comrade. The Beast King now realized that regardless of whether it was the Qin Xian who had repelled Quan Lan or the Qin Pa who had obliterated Yuanqing, even summoning the city as protective formation might not suffice to contend with such overwhelming might. What did this signify? It could only indicate that the adversary was a transcendent being at the pinnacle of the great perfection, a formidable entity at the divine connection realm. With this analysis, the Beast King had entirely relinquished any sorrow over the loss of a powerful ally, instead feeling that this fool truly deserved his fate. How could one fail to accurately gauge the strength of an opponent and yet bring such calamity upon himself and the entire demon race of the northern frontier? Observing the two with inscrutable expressions, Qin Geng spoke calmly. Allow me to elucidate my terms. I have come solely to retrieve the immortal spirit fruit. The remainder of the matters are of no consequence to me. Had I deemed you deserving of death earlier, your fate would now mirror that of Yuanqing, who foolishly attempted to outsmart me. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Surrender the immortal spirit fruit, or face death. As he spoke, an astonishing aura erupted from Qin Geng, a dominating force that seemed poised to ascend into the heavens. The two formidable demons, witnessing this scene, simultaneously displayed expressions of astonishment. In unison, they exclaimed, "The dragon Qi of the imperial path?" As members of the demon race, they were all too familiar with this phenomenon. To elaborate, the very origin of the dragon Qi of the imperial path is none other than the essence of the supreme being within their kind, the true dragon aura of the five-clawed golden dragon. However, according to their knowledge, this ancient true dragon had likely vanished without a trace in the realm of the earthly abyss. What does this signify? It implies that the opponent is not merely a formidable figure from the higher realms, but is also likely one who possesses a true dragon as a guardian. What sort of individual could command a true dragon as a protector? They quickly arrived at an answer in their minds: a reincarnated emperor. Though their information was not as comprehensive as that of the human race, the Beast King was quite well acquainted with these ancient and widely circulated matters. Such a personage possesses a status and foundation that they, mere denizens of the remote northern wilderness, could never afford to offend. Qin Geng coldly remarked, "I do not have the luxury of time. Have you truly contemplated this matter? Do not test my patience and mercy." Upon hearing his words, which felt akin to a summons of fate, even this self-proclaimed invincible being within the Beast King city could not help but tremble. She swiftly altered her previously domineering demeanor, adopting a respectful expression, and said, "Please hold on, my lord. We shall fetch the immortal spirit fruit at once." Yet before she could finish her sentence, both the Beast King and her attendant, Quan Lan, abruptly raised their heads, gazing toward a certain direction in the sky. After a moment of hesitation, she tentatively inquired, "May I ask if these newly arrived human cultivators are your friends, my lord?" The reason for her inquiry lay in the fact that she sensed an overwhelming aura approaching the Beast King city in unison. If these individuals were indeed friends of the Lord, the Beast King deemed the situation manageable. However, if not, it could prove troublesome, regardless of their specific cultivation levels. The sheer number of them was certainly beyond what she and Quan Lan could contend with. Meanwhile, in the skies not far from the Beast King city, a formidable assembly of ascendant beings was majestically advancing toward this location. The man at the forefront is none other than Luli of the 10 Great Families. He declared with a chilling demeanor, Since the true culprit who caused my son's demise is likely lurking within this city, we must not let this villain escape. We shall ensure he meets his end here. On the other side, the head of the Li family expressed his concerns, stating, I can understand your feelings, old Lu. But the Beast King city is, after all, a territory favored by that esteemed individual from the central state. Upon hearing this, a deep sense of apprehension flickered in Lu Li's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he asserted, we should apply some pressure, compelling them to surrender the individuals in question. I am eager to see just how long this scoundrel can evade us. The representatives from the 10 great families nodded in agreement with Lu Li's resolution. Although the influence of the demon clan in the northern frontier was indeed looked down upon by these powerful figures from the central state, one must acknowledge that they had formidable backing. It would be unwise for them to act too recklessly. Particularly, the presence of the 10 great families on this expedition was quite significant, having already garnered widespread attention among the substantial forces of the central state. Any unforeseen incident at this juncture in the Beast King city would undoubtedly implicate them. The true powerhouse of the demon clan in the Central Plains evokes a sense of dread even among them when one contemplates that madman. On the other hand, upon hearing the Beast King's inquiry, Qin Geng frowned and retorted, are you suggesting that I, this young master, am consorting with mere ants? Qin Geng, preoccupied with his urgent quest for the immortal spirit fruit, lacked patience. Furthermore, he was enveloped in strands of the regal dragon aura, which rendered him in the eyes of the Beast King and his companion as fearsome as a chaotic demon king, confronted with such terrifying might. The usually decisive monarch of the demon clan appeared momentarily subdued, refraining from further speech and hastily departing to procure the immortal spirit fruit. Qin Geng might be unaware that the elevated aura of the royal dragon, derived from the ancient true dragon, possesses a deterrent effect on the demon clan that far surpasses that on the human race. Human cultivators, upon encountering this aura, would merely feel astonished, realizing that Qin Geng's status was beyond their capacity to offend. The demon race, confronted with such an aura, may find themselves unable to maintain their composure, facing the potential of an immediate collapse of their resolve. This disparity is indeed a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. It was only after distancing herself from the other that Quanglon reluctantly uttered, Master, are we truly going to relinquish that fruit? Upon hearing his words, the Beast King erupted into laughter. She playfully jabbed at Quanglon's muscular frame, exclaiming, you foolish giant. What holds greater significance, a precious item or your life? To this, Quanglon responded without hesitation, whichever you deem more important, Master, is indeed of greater value. The Beast King felt a bittersweet pang upon hearing this seemingly expected reply. Whether in the beginning or throughout their perilous journey, only this foolish giant would willingly accompany her to the brink of death. Shaking her head, she cast aside these tumultuous thoughts and hastened to retrieve the item alongside Quanglon. In truth, she could empathize with Quanglon's reluctance. After all, she had invested considerable effort to obtain it in the first place. Yet, circumstances dictated their actions, no matter how hard she had strived to extend her kindness. The disparity in strength was evident, leaving her with virtually no room to contend against the adversary. If she were to initiate the city's protective array and engage in a desperate struggle, she believed there was still a slim chance of victory. Albeit the probability dwindled to almost nil upon sensing the opponent's imperial dragon aura. Nonetheless, the cost of triumph would be exorbitant. At the very least, she did not believe Quanglon could survive such a monumental conflict, a notion she could not abide. After much deliberation, she resolved to surrender the item willingly. Compared to the loss of life, the sacrifice amounted merely to some interests, which would only cause her fleeting heartache. Should a full-scale war erupt, she might not even have the opportunity to grieve. On the other side, numerous formidable beings from the Central Plains have already infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Beast King city. Initially, the city's guards attempted to obstruct their entry. Yet upon sensing the overwhelming presence of Ascension Realm cultivators, they dared not challenge them further. Lu Li, after attuning himself to the surrounding energies, furrowed his brow and remarked, I truly cannot discern where the perpetrator is hiding. It seems the only course left is to extract some answers from that woman known as Jinyi. Following the clues left by the Elder of Divine Words, they meticulously pursued their investigation, eliminating possibilities, and have now reached the northernmost edge of the extreme surge plains. If no information regarding Qin Geng is found here, it is highly likely that he has already departed. Such an outcome is utterly unacceptable to them. After all, they have gathered in great numbers to seek vengeance, only to return empty-handed? Would that not invite mockery from those rascals of the Central Plains? On the other side, Qin suddenly addressed Qin Geng, saying, "Master, there is a group of ascendant cultivators heading towards the Beast King. Although their intentions are not directed at the Beast King, they emanate a palpable aura of hostility, as if they are eager to unleash their pent-up aggression. Should we intervene?" Though Qin typically mirrored Qin Shin's reticence. In moments that could jeopardize his master's interests, he would never hesitate or remain silent. At the very least, he understood that Qin Geng intended for the Beast King to remain alive to accomplish certain tasks. What would happen if this unexpected group of intruders caused harm to that purpose? Upon hearing this exchange, Qin Geng did not dwell on it excessively. He merely nodded and inquired, "Do you require Qin Shin to accompany you?" Qin shook his head and replied, "One person is sufficient. Qin Shin should remain here to ensure the master's safety." Having said this, he swiftly vanished, setting off to seek out the members of the 10 prominent families. At this moment, Jin Yi, who had already retrieved the celestial spirit fruit, was making her way back to meet Qin Geng amidst the tumultuous waves. Suddenly, she noticed that shadows had inexplicably appeared around her, each exuding an aura of terror. They were evidently formidable beings who had immersed themselves in the Ascension realm for many years. Upon seeing them, the Beast King immediately understood that they were here to cause her trouble. She spoke in a somber tone. "May I inquire what brings you esteemed guests to my Beast King city?" Luli replied with a faint smile, "It is not a matter of guidance. We are members of the 10 great families of Zhongzhou, and we have come here today to inquire about a certain matter." Upon hearing their identity, the Beast King felt a tightening in her heart. Even without knowledge of the 10 great families, just the mention of Zhongzhou was enough to instill a sense of despair. Just as Luli was about to inquire about information regarding his son, the head of the Wang family behind him suddenly pointed at the fruit cradled by the Beast King and exclaimed, "The celestial spirit fruit." Due to such an unexpected turn of events, the formidable beings from the central continent, who had not even acknowledged one another, suddenly cast their covetous gazes upon each other. Luli, in a tone that brooked no dissent, nonchalantly remarked, "Do remember to bring me that celestial spirit fruit later." However, scarcely had he uttered these words when the void before them began to warp, and Qin emerged from within. He first turned his gaze towards the Beast King and coolly stated, "The master is still waiting for you." He then directed a frigid glare towards the representatives of the 10 prestigious families of the central continent and declared, "You lot should return whence you came, lest you provoke my young master's displeasure." Upon hearing Qin Po's sudden proclamation, the multitude of formidable individuals from the central continent found themselves momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend that the words were directed at them. Who were they? They were the eminent figures hailing from the central continent. Even a single representative from any of the 10 families would typically command utmost respect, drawing the attention and admiration of all. It was unimaginable for them to find themselves in such a situation, where their collective presence would not elicit trembling awe from others.